I had just created the pinnacle of combat power in the Night series, the Demon King of Time, planning to use it for the final exam. But during a quick bathroom break, I caught someone sneaking into the classroom trying to steal my cards. I immediately delivered a flying kick to apprehend the thief, only to discover it was the school beauty, Morong Qingxue. Then, I raised my phone to play the recording. Miss Morong, the evidence is undeniable. You wouldn't want anyone to know about this card theft, would you? At this, Morong Qingxue's face flushed with shame. Did Song Yu send you? She asked. First, my boyfriend steals my design drafts, and now his girlfriend tries to swipe my cards? Am I just a pawn in your little game? You're saying Song Yu stole your design drafts? So the undead night owl was your creation? Morong Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Stop pretending. You and Song Yu are in cahoots, how could you not know? No, I swear I have nothing to do with Song Yu. Her defense sounded feeble to me, like a desperate attempt to deflect. I don't care what your relationship is. So, how do you plan to resolve this? I scrutinized the girl before me, already scheming how to use this incident to expose Song Yu. Morong Qingxue sighed inwardly, regretting her moment of greed. A week ago, she had been reborn, finding herself back in high school. In her previous life, she had been surrounded and fatally wounded by beasts during a monster tide 5 years later, only to be betrayed and killed by her own teammates. She had sworn that if given another chance, she would make those who wronged her pay dearly. And now, she had not only been reborn but also awakened a Golden Finger, a weekly intelligence system. A week prior, her intelligence system had revealed that at exactly 10 a.m. on July 2nd, inside the geography textbook on page 52 in the desk of Class 7, Grade 2 at Jinghai No. 2 High School, there would be an unfinished, top-tier custom card. Skeptical of its accuracy, Morong Qingxue had come today to verify the intel. But she never expected to be caught red-handed by me. I can apologize to you and compensate you with some money. How about 300,000? Morong Qingxue said nervously. My expression remained unchanged as I shook my finger at her. 300,000 is already a lot, Morong Qingxue frowned. I don't want your money. Just honestly reveal your accomplice, Song Yu. I can pretend today's incident never happened. Otherwise, I said coldly, my face still unreadable. Today's incident was indeed my fault, and I apologize. But what does Song Yu have to do with this? Morong Qingxue was utterly confused. How is Song Yu involved in this? Still pretending. You two are partners in crime, birds of a feather. One stole my design drafts, and the moment I finished gathering the materials for card making, Song Yu immediately produced the undead night owl. You expect me to believe that's a coincidence? And you're even worse. Just as I was about to complete the Demon King of Time, you showed up to steal the card. Do you really think I believe you? I barely held back my urge to curse. How could she still deny it at this point? Morong Qingxue was stunned. Was Song Yu's undead night owl plagiarized? She distinctly remembered that in her past life, Song Yu had achieved great success and was widely recognized as a genius cardmaker in the community. How could he have copied Manhwa's work? Could there be some hidden truth here? I'm sorry, but I think you might be mistaken. Song Yu did pursue me for a long time, but I clearly rejected him. To be honest, today's incident is entirely my fault. I'll accept whatever punishment you deem fit. I just hope you can spare me this once. Morong Qingxue sighed and apologized sincerely. She had made up her mind if I took advantage of the situation and demanded an exorbitant price, she would accept it. As long as she could protect her reputation and academic status, nothing else mattered. You and Song Yu really have no connection? Then how did you know my card was hidden in the geography textbook? I stared intently into Morong Qingxue's eyes, suspicion evident. Morong Qingxue was momentarily at a loss for words. How could she possibly explain that she had been reborn and awakened an intelligence system? Whether you believe me or not, Song Yu and I truly have no relationship, she said, abruptly turning her face away. You think saying there's no relationship makes it true? I gripped her chin and forced her stubborn little face back to meet my gaze. What exactly do you want? I've already apologized and even offered you 300,000 in compensation. Isn't that enough? No, I said, enunciating each word clearly. I want you, Morong Qingxue, to be my girlfriend. No way. Morong Qingxue firmly rejected me. She had never been in a relationship in her past life, and she certainly wouldn't be so reckless in this one. Don't look at me like that. I admit I was a bit rough just now, but as the saying goes, spare the rod and spoil the child. You claim to have nothing to do with Song Yu, right? Well, let's see how you choose. You're shameless. Morong Qingxue retorted angrily, her face flushed. When it comes to shamelessness, I'm nowhere near you people. This is simply returning courtesy for courtesy. A cold glint flickered in my eyes as I spoke in a low voice. Morong Qingxue was momentarily speechless. She could clearly sense the hatred I harbored toward her and Song Yu. In that instant, many things became clear to her. Perhaps I was merely testing her. Fine, I'll agree to it. Morong Qingxue bit her lower lip and finally spoke after a long pause. With the situation stacked against her, she decided to take a gamble. I was taken aback. What was going on? How could she agree so suddenly? You're not planning to pretend to agree now and then turn around and stab me in the back once you're out, are you? Morong Qingxue shook her head. No, I've never even considered that. I don't trust you. I'm just a nobody. Neither your Morong family nor the Song family is someone I can afford to provoke. What if you walk out that door and immediately deny everything? Even though I couldn't T-spot any deception on Morong Qingxue's face, I remained extremely cautious. What exactly do you want? Morong Qingxue asked. First, I need to check whether you stole anything else besides my Kamen Rider ZO card. Second, write me a love letter no fewer than 3,000 words. Third, I'll tell you the rest after you complete the first two demands. I smirked and stood up from where I had been looming over her. Morong Qingxue took a deep breath. She still had vengeance to pursue. What was a little humiliation compared to that? Straight to the point. Will you undress yourself, or should I help you? I studied her expression closely. I'll do it. 3 minutes later, the coldness in my eyes faded. By then, I was about 80% certain that Morong Qingxue had no connection to Songyu. As I glanced up, I noticed her eyelashes trembling violently, 2 silent tears tracing down her cheeks. Don't act like I'm bullying you, I muttered, ultimately relenting and not making her go through with it. Stop crying. Hurry up and write that love letter before class ends, no fewer than 3,000 words, and make sure it fully expresses your adoration for me. I placed paper and a pen on the desk, gesturing for her to start writing immediately. Hearing my urging, Morong Qingxue's nose tingled even more, and she grabbed a tissue from the table to wipe the corners of her eyes. The pen tip hovered over the paper for a moment before finally touching down. I shifted my position, watching as she wrote the contents of the love letter, my lips twitching. Asking a girl to suddenly write a love letter to a stranger was indeed a tall order. Just then, the bell signaling the end of class rang abruptly. Morong Qingxue's wrist froze, and she looked at me with a flustered expression. All right, sign your name, press your fingerprint, and you can go, I said, deliberately putting on a conflicted expression before sighing and pulling out a box of red ink paste from the desk drawer. Morong Qingxue only wanted to flee this troublesome place immediately. After hastily signing her name and pressing her fingerprint, she walked out of the classroom without looking back. What else do you want? Morong Qingxue suddenly turned around and shouted, truly furious. Chen Yuan shrugged his shoulders while raising the love letter and cell phone in his hands, smiling. These are things that I will set up timed releases on different platforms every day. If I forget to cancel it one day after some accident, you should know the consequences, right? Morong Qingxue's face flinched. What a deep calculation. You don't want me to be your girlfriend at all. Just now it was all a deliberate act for me. Just now, the other party did so much. The other party's real intention is to get these evidence. With her recordings, videos, and love letters, if anything happens to Chen Yuan in the near future, the Bureau of Investigation will follow the clues to the Morong family. She's suddenly a bit of a trance, such a person with a heart of gold, after 5 years. Why she had never heard of it. Could it be that he was also reborn? Big schoolgirl Mu, I have no choice. Your family is big with many means, I have to be on guard. Chen Yuan truthfully said after a short pause, crooked his head and smiled his tiger teeth. As for a girlfriend, as long as you nod your head, I don't mind having a rich girlfriend. My Morong family is bright and open, will never do the dirty things you think. Morong Qingxue hummed, her voice line cut through the iron. Today's matter will be treated as not having happened in the future. That's best. Chen Yuan nodded. Right, remember my $300,000. Although he did not catch Song Yu's handle, it was not bad to get $300,000 in compensation. At least he could help his family pay off the outstanding amount first, so that his parents could live in peace. As for the $500,000 he owed, he would think of a way after the end of the period. As long as one reasonably utilizes the various information materials in one's head about one's past life, is there still a fear of not being able to earn $500,000? Despicable. Morong Qingxue was so angry that she stomped her foot. This trip could be considered a loss of innocence and money. Thanks for the compliment. Chen Yuan smiled shamelessly. Those who wish to accomplish great things do not bother with small details. Aren't you the same? The fact that the other party was able to endure up to this point showed that she was a sensible and intelligent person, and dealing with intelligent people, Chen Yuan was much relieved. Morong Qingxue did not speak again. Chen Yuan walked beside her and sent her to the classroom door. Suddenly, his eyes stared as a familiar figure appeared at the end of the corridor. Wasn't this Song Yu? The 3 followers behind him followed suit, their faces piled with fawning colors. Qingxue, why are you here? Song Yu smiled and greeted Morong Qingxue, but his gaze swept towards Chen Yuan as if he was not there. It was really a narrow road between enemies. Chen Yuan could not help but sneer in his heart. Don't you like Morong Qingxue? I'll give you a good lesson today. He rushed at Morong Qingxue. Little Snow, wait for me. At the same time, he went forward and wrapped his arms around Morong Qingxue, intentionally raising the volume of his voice. Xiaoshui, there is a new restaurant near the school, will you treat me to it? Song Yu's smile suddenly froze on his face, his pupils slightly contracted and his nails pinched into his palms. Listening to Chen Yuan's laughter coming from his ears, Song Yu's back teeth cackled, actually tasting a hint of rust. This scene was seen by many students in the corridor, looking in unison towards the direction Chen Yuan and Murong Qingxue left, whispers rising and falling. Did I see it right just now? Murong Qingxue was taken away by Chen Yuan? No seat. Just now, Chen Yuan also called Murong Qingxue Xiao Shui, the two of them paper but confirmed their relationship. It's said that Song Yu has been pursuing Murong Qingxue since middle school, but he hasn't even held hands. TSK. Sure, keep it down, look at Song Yu's face. The crowd tacitly bypassed Song Yu and lowered their voices to continue talking. Boss. The follower behind Song Yu suddenly remembered something and reminded, the new one next to our school is not a restaurant, it's a hotel. What? A hotel? Chen Yuan is really Another follower cursed indignantly. Finished. Boss can't afford to ride the car. Chen Yuan, the kid must have stood up and stomped. The follower's words instantly caused Song Yu to break his defenses, and the anger in his eyes skyrocketed. All shut the up. Chapter 4: The Final Throne that spans the year 2068. Let go of me. Just after walking out of the school building, Murong Qingxue pushed Chen Yuan away. I've completed your third request as well. I'll transfer 300,000 Chinese coins to you within today. Please don't bother me again in the future. Ouch. Chen Yuan made an okay gesture. You just provoked Song Yu. He's a person with a small heart. You'd better be careful. Murong Qingxue took 2 steps and turned around to remind him. If Song Yu really copied the cards as Chen Yuan said, then the achievements he gained in his last life were probably all stolen. There were too many doubts in it. I will. Chen Yuan smiled and nodded his head, a cold aura appearing under his eyes and then fading away in an instant. Buzz. Leaving the school, Chen Yuan was on his way home when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He picked up the phone and glanced at it. It was a group chat named 2nd Middle School Senior Class 7 that had just popped up with a message. The group owner, whose note was named Class Teacher Mr. Zhao, sent a notification. Students, there is only 1 day left before the final examination. Those who haven't completed making their cards yet, please make sure to hurry up. Students who have not completed making cards by the start of the final examination tomorrow will be given 0 points. This senior year will be divided into classes based on a composite score ranking. Composite score equals assessment score x 90% plus cultural score x 10%. Therefore, the first deck made by the students is especially crucial and determines whether you can enter the special training class. In addition, Vice Minister Wang Dongxing of the Ministry of Education will be visiting the school to observe the program, and this matter is related to the allocation of resources for next year's senior high school card master class. Please be sure to dress neatly, show good manners, and leave a good impression on the leaders. Split class? What a long-lost word. Past memories could not help but surface in Chen Yuan's mind. He was originally a trainee original artist who had just graduated from university and had been employed for 2.5 months. He had traveled here after being sent flying by a speeding dump truck while leaving work. The last time he experienced a split class was 5 years ago. Shaking his head, Chen Yuan fell into thought. Whether or not he would enter the special training class in the future to impact the top schools in China, or stay in the ordinary class to live out his days in mediocrity, it all depended on the final results this time around. If one could enter the special training class, it would be a great boost to the card master's strength, and at the same time, the materials consumed for card making in the senior year would basically be borne by the school. This was a place that those ordinary classes and social card masters couldn't envy. For the students in the second semester of the second year of high school, this was a watershed. As long as they crossed over, their grades in the college entrance exam would not be too bad. Chen Yuan pinched the Feng Emoshir Wang card in his hand and thought, as long as I complete Feng Emoshir Wang with the original owner's cultural class scores, I won't have any problems entering the special training class. With this thought, Chen Yuan pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to his class teacher Zhao Kai. Teacher, I haven't finished making my deck yet, so I need to take the afternoon off. Not long after, that teacher Zhao Kai replied. Leave granted, you can make cards at ease. If there is anything you need, you can tell the teacher. Chen Yuan's home was in a dilapidated apartment building in the old town. Because of the low rent here, the composition of the people living here is quite complicated. Chen Yuan walked to the 6th floor, took out his key and opened the door to enter the house. The house was pitch black, and he turned the lights on by hand. The room of less than 30 square feet was filled with some sundries, making it look a bit crowded, but it was still quite clean. It was a good thing that the room was only inhabited by Chen Yuan himself, otherwise, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have a place to lay his feet. Chen Yuan simply gave himself a bowl of egg noodles with a cup of cold white water. After finishing his lunch, Chen Yuan closed the door, drew the curtains, and went to his desk to prepare for card making. When making cards, one needed to stay focused and avoid the outside environment from interfering with the card master. This was also the main reason why Chen Yuan had moved out from his home. Meditate, enter the mental inner landscape. Chen Yuan exhaled deeply, trying his best to keep himself in a state of letting go, channeling his spiritual energy according to the method in his memory, and entering the spiritual inner landscape. Card making, evolution, restoration, and everything else related to cards would unfold here. When drawing a card face, you need to nominate for the card and incorporate the various elements of the setting, background, worldview, and other elements written for the card into the grain for engraving. The various settings not only need to be self-consistent, but must also be perfect, without any flaws, or else it is considered a failure of card making. Even if it was forcibly engraved, it would not be able to give the card a soul when it finally communicated with the laws of heaven and earth. The card would collapse and shatter on the spot, while causing a strong mental shock to the cardmaster. However, the card face of King of the Fairy Time had already been drawn by Chen Yuan last night. Now all that was missing was the final step, inscribing the card back. Although this step was simpler than inscribing the card face, there was no room for error. Each type of card had a different positioning. Summoning cards had summoning card exclusive graphics, auxiliary cards had auxiliary card exclusive graphics. Only when the card back pattern corresponds to the card can the card be activated, giving it the corresponding ability. The positioning of King of Feng Emoshur is a summoning card, which corresponds to the graphic pattern of the summoning card. The lines from memory spread out on the face of the card, and as the lines became clearer and clearer, the light of the card burst out more and more fiercely. The moment the last pattern on the back of the card closed, the spiritual inner landscape roared and trembled, and the invisible laws of the Great Tao seemed to respond. The laws of the Great Tao recognized its existence. It's done! Phew! Chen Yuan let out a long sigh of relief as the darkness enveloping his body faded away like a tidal wave, leaving only the card, King of Feng Emoshur, suspended in midair. At the same time, a blue-colored holographic panel appeared in front of his eyes. Card Master, Chen Yuan. Age, 17. Card Master Rating, Trainee Card Master 79.6%. Spirit Level, Bronze Spirit Power, 266. Card Possessor, King of Fengmu. Cards Possessed, King of Fengmu. Talent 1, Unforgettable Introduction, Enhanced Memory, Superb Memory of Knowledge related to cards. Talent 2, Unlimited Deduction Introduction. Within the mental space, you can consume mental energy to deduce and construct cards. Note, the higher the star rating of the card, the greater the consumption of mental energy, and the deduction will be interrupted if the mental energy is exhausted. Talent 3, Dual Soul Resonance Introduction. Learning Enlightenment is increased. Spiritual Power Limit is increased by 100%. Meditation Effect is increased by 100%. Multiple cards can be manipulated used at the same time, and card activation time is reduced. Learning Gnosis, Card Basics and Application Introductory, Tactical Collaboration of Summoning Cards Introductory, High School History Knowledge Proficient, High School Geography Knowledge Proficient, High School Biology Knowledge Proficient, etc. Identity, Kyukai Number 2 Middle School Senior Class 7 Student. Previously, he wasn't sure if he could create cards with the knowledge from his previous life, and was always a bit apprehensive. Now that he saw the card King of Fengmu Toki appear in his panel, his hanging heart finally fell. Collect! Chen Yuan gazed at Feng Emoshur Wang, and vaguely felt some sort of spiritual resonance. He closed his eyes and gazed, and began to try to manipulate this power. The final throne that spans the year 2068. With the sands of the time warp as my contract and the knight's certificate as my key, I ordain thee, King of the Fame Time. Descend here and break the chains of karma for me. Phew! A breeze appeared out of nowhere in the room, and the curtains rattled. Chapter 5. This body is the king's right, and the contract is established. Final examination. The King of Fungus Time card suspended in midair suddenly disintegrated, turning into countless starbursts and tearing a rift in the void. Ka-ching! Space shattered like a mirror, and the crack spread rapidly. Chen Yuan subconsciously looked at it and was suddenly in a trance. Only to see the rift expand violently, a figure slowly descended as if stepping through space and time. The dark gold armor flowed with a destructive glow, and every step seemed to step on top of the laws of space and time. This body is the kingship. Contract is established. A low and majestic voice echoed in Chen Yuan's ears. At this moment, he was considered to have truly grasped the king of the Fenghuang time. With a thought, countless white lights surged through the dark gold armor, causing it to transform into a card suspended in Chen Yuan's palm. Name, Time King Basic Form. Quality, Green. Quality from lowest to highest, Gray, LT White, LT Green, LT Blue, LT Purple, LT Orange, LT Red, LT Gold, LT Silver, LT Color. Star rating, 2 stars. Full star is 10 stars, the upper limit of the card star level corresponds to the quality level. For example, green quality can be upgraded to a maximum of 3 stars. Note, under the same star level, the higher the quality, the stronger the battle power. Note, under the same star level, the higher the quality, the stronger the power. However, the star level does not fully represent the card's power, and the actual battle card skills, racial attributes, and bonds have a certain impact on the power. Race attribute, Masked Night Chaos, Light Dark Bipolar, Void, Time, Battle, Sublime, Mechanical. Card type, Summon card. Skill 1, Toki King Fate CD, 600 seconds introduction, gain 1 random Heisei Night Dial Shadow, strength and attack effects based on the type of shadow lasts for 300 seconds. Empty Me Shadow, punch attacks add 5% true damage to maximum life value. W Shadow, attacks have a probability of triggering a wind and fire combo dealing an additional 50% of attack power and elemental damage. X-Age Shadow, 1% of max lifesteal is restored after a hit from a pulse attack. Skill 2, Sword and Gun Combo Introduction, freely switch between sword mode and gun mode. Sword mode, melee / fourth hit adds Path of Time effect deals 70% of attack power ranged damage to all enemies in the path. Gun mode, long range shooting, with time / added to the fourth hit applies a 50% slowdown to the target for 1 second. Skill 3, Heisei Armor Summon CD, 5 seconds introduction, consume 1 Heisei Night Dial Void to temporarily switch to the corresponding Night Armor form lasts 60 seconds. Build Armor, gain armor 15% max life, and add burning effect 20% attack damage per second to your attacks. Force Armor, increase attack speed by 20% and extend the range of your attacks to a circular AoE. Ghost Armor, goes into stealth for 1.5 seconds, next attack will be sure to hit hard. Introduction, Shogo Tokiwa, in his original form as the Time Lord, has not yet fully awakened the power of the fungus, but has been able to borrow the power of his predecessors through the Heisei Night Dial. Although was called him an immature king, his firm realization and tolerant mind is the key to break through his destiny. Advancement, King of Time 2nd rank Blue King of Time 3rd rank Purple King of Time of Chonghuan Orange King of Time of Fongamo Red. Method of advancement, nurture with spiritual numinous power stack advanced materials for complementary painting sacrifice to teammates eat the deflowering. Tai, appearing with the WAS series activates the Tai effect aided to do so. Flying up. Damn it, slow, lighten up. Hey. Slow or light? The next door suddenly sounded the creaking sound of the bedboard being overwhelmed, mixed with the repressed gasps piercing through the thin wall. Shen Yuan adjusted his emotions, his fingertips trembled slightly, and the cards turned into streams of light and disappeared into his palm. Hearing the wailing of the bedpan next door grow more and more urgent, Chen Yuan rubbed his swollen temples and sighed softly. This was the downside of low-cost housing, gathering all manner of bottom feeders. Chen Yuan pulled open the curtains and realized that it was dark outside. Touching out his cell phone and entering the lock screen page, a message popped up the moment the screen lit up. Account with tail number 8879 transferred 300, 0.00. He turned off the text message with an expressionless face. At the same time, glancing at the top of the screen, the time had jumped to 8:30 p.m. Remembering that he had started making the card at around 2 p.m., he did not expect that the seemingly simple drawing of the card back had unconsciously taken more than 6 hours, much longer than expected. In his heart, he couldn't help but be thankful that he didn't make cards in the classroom today. Goo. Realizing this, a protesting sound came from the stomach. The feeling of hunger then surfaced sluggishly. Chen Yuan yawned and ordered himself some frozen dumplings. Making cards non-stop for a week straight had made him deeply tired. He needed to stay energized for the final exam tomorrow. Chen Yuan didn't have anything else to do, so he immediately got under the covers after eating. This was the most relaxing day of sleep since crossing over. The next morning, Chen Yuan was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. Hello, who is it? Kid, you're the one who paid back the 300,000 yesterday, right? Yes, I paid it back. Chen Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes. I'm just calling to let you know that you still owe $300,000 in interest now. What do you mean? Isn't there no interest for repayment within a month? Chen Yuan's tone immediately went cold while pressing the record button. Who told you that you can repay early? There's no such thing as borrowing our company's money without paying interest. Limit you to pay it back within 30 days, otherwise don't blame us for coming to your door to collect. When the time comes, I'm afraid that your family won't be able to withstand it. Beep, beep, beep. After saying that, the other side hung up the phone. Chen Yuan washed his face with cold water, feeling that things were a bit odd. Today was the final exam, so the black loan matter could only be put aside for now. Chen Yuan ate some instant porridge with salted vegetables for breakfast and came to school early. How have you been these past few days? Are the cards done? Just entering the classroom, Lu Chang quickly came to Chen Yuan's side and asked anxiously. Don't worry, it's a blessing in disguise, thanks to someone stealing my design, or else it wouldn't have been possible to stimulate my latent card-making potential, and in just a week's time, I designed a brand new summoning deck. Chen Yuan intentionally raised his volume so that Songyu, who was not far away, could hear it clearly. Songyu's smiling face, who was originally still talking and laughing, suddenly froze, and his eyes gouged out Chen Yuan in a gloomy manner. That's good, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to make a new card in such a short period of time. Looks like I was overly worried. Lu Chang didn't realize that the person who stole the design was Songyu, and didn't think much of it after hearing Chen Yuan's words. Instead, he was slightly relieved. Yesterday, he had specially prepared a mass-produced summoning card, thinking to himself. If Chen Yuan was really unable to produce a new card, today's test could first use a common mass-produced card on the market as an emergency. This practice was against the rules, but it was better than getting 0 points in card production. Moreover, as long as the school does not catch it, it will be fine. Now it seems that this insurance is not going to work. Chen Yuan's class had a total of 52 students, and most of them couldn't see any smiles on their faces. One didn't need to think about it to know that card making wasn't going well. 2 months have flown by. Today is the time to test the results of your learning. I know that most of the students in the class have made low-ranked mass-produced decks, and naturally, the card scores will not receive high marks, so you should be psychologically prepared for that. However, this doesn't mean complete failure. The card scoring only accounts for 50 points in the card-making grade. There are still 50 points left for the actual battle. If you excel in actual combat, you still have a chance to get a decent grade. Even if you can't go to the special training class, there's still a chance to make a dash for the key class and experimental class. Alright, I won't elaborate on the rest. Now everyone immediately head to the card measurement room to gather and wait for the evaluation teacher to make arrangements. Class teacher Zhao Kai walked onto the podium, his gaze slowly sweeping across the classroom. He coughed lightly twice and gave a few words of advice, his words carrying the characteristic gentleness and expectation of a teacher. But Zhao Kai knows in his heart, these words are just a psychological comfort to the students. Among so many people who worked hard, who had talent, who could enter the special training class and who could enter the experimental class, he probably had an idea in his heart. Chapter 6, King Bomb. Homemade card deck, King of Time, full score on the card test. At 8:30 sharp. Inside the card measurement room, all 7 sophomore year card master classes were present. The teachers of each class and the school leaders took their seats in turn. The principal was seated in the center, and the middle-aged man with a solemn expression beside him was none other than the Vice Minister of Education, Wang Dongsheng. Classmates, since entering the card master era, the entire Blue Star has undergone radical changes, and the secondary space gate will randomly open at any location. My great China is vast, and there are hundreds of space gates within its borders, which are home to a large number of terrifying beasts and unknown mysteries, which are a constant threat to human civilization. After all these years of study, I think you guys already understand the significance of the existence of card masters. The director of instruction spoke that set of clichés that had been repeated for N years on the stage. The students under the stage were obsequious on the surface, but in their hearts, they had long been impatient. The director of instruction has so much nonsense. Someone muttered in a low voice. Yeah, we're here to test our cards, not to listen to a speech, long-winded. Someone immediately chimed in. Really, it feels like I'm being lynched. Early test, early life. My broken card is ready to be scrapped. He. I won't hide it from you all. I made a pseudo-homemade card, a 2-star white card. Pseudo-homemade? Suddenly, a voice caused a commotion. The surroundings were in an uproar. So bullish. Take it out and open your eyes to the brothers. Song Yu looked at the scene happening in front of him, a hint of contemptuous smile floating at the corner of his mouth. Some time ago, he had stolen Chen Yuan's design and deliberately asked the senior cardmaster at home to improve it. In the end, with 2 green and 1 blue material, he had hard made a 3-star green card, Undead Night Owl. His goal was more than just the special training class. He wanted to get first in his grade, to make everyone see clearly who was the real genius. He wanted to make Morong Qingxue regret her choice and trample Chen Yuan under his feet. At this time, the principal stood up, first briefly boosting his morale, before turning his words around and saying, "All students, we can now start testing the cards." Under the gaze of the entire room, each class began to test their cards in order. The cards were scanned by the card scanner, and with 2 clicks, the screen displayed the basic information of the cards. The screen displayed the basic information of the cards, only that it was not as detailed as Chen Yuan's panel. There was only some basic information about the card, such as name, quality, racial attributes, introduction, and so on. Class 1 Du Ziting, mass-produced deck Ice Wolf Rider, grade 1-star gray card, final score 12 points. Class 1 Shenzhen Xiang, cracked card, failed the assessment, final score 3 points. Class 1 Ji Rulong, pseudo-homemade deck Cavalry Slime, grade 1-star white card, final score 36 points. A sigh of relief came from the crowd. The Ji Cavalry Slime was extrapolated from the settings of the Yi Slime in the mass-produced decks, so it belonged to the pseudo-homebrew decks. Even though the grade was not high, for students who were able to make pseudo-homemade decks, the judges would add points at their discretion. After all, the vast majority of students nowadays were still making cards from the templates provided by the school. Class 1 was tested, followed closely by Class 2 and Class 3. Class 4 Morong Qingxue, pseudo-homemade deck Fluorescent Cat Rider, grade 2-star green card, final score 44 points. As soon as the news came out, many people had shocked looks on their faces. At this time, everyone's mental power level was at the introductory level of bronze. A card master at that level, creating a green card was already the limit, and it was actually a pseudo-homemade card. Her name is Morong Qingxue. She is also the number 1 in our grade, a good seedling that the school is focusing on cultivating. A rare smile appeared on the principal's taut face as he introduced Morong Qingxue to Vice Minister Wang Dongsheng beside him. Not bad, a good seedling. Wang Dongsheng nodded slightly. Morong Qingxue was the first student to produce a green card today, and it was still a 2-star, already showing notable potential and a promising future. The 5 classes behind them were mediocre, but it was the 6th class that appeared with a 1-star green card, causing many people to pay attention. Before long, it was the turn of Chen Yuan's 7th class. Song Yu, as the student with the best grades and the best family background in Class 7, was the first to come out for the card test. He had waited for this moment for really too long and casually summoned his own card for the test. Class 7 Song Yu, Pseudo Homemade Deck Undead Night L, Grade 3-star Green Card, Final Score 49 points. As soon as this news came out, all the classes present boiled over, and even the school leaders seated on the stage were not calm anymore. Pseudo Homemade Deck. Still 3 stars. It's unbelievable. This was deduced from the mass-produced deck skeleton cavalry? So strong. Listening to the endless compliments, Song Yu's vanity was greatly satisfied. Those blue materials consumed in card making were not in vain after all. It was only a pity that this card had an irreparable flaw. Originally only a 1-star green card, it was now forcibly upgraded to a 3-star green card, completely cutting off Undead Knight AL's potential for subsequent growth. As he passed by Chen Yuan, he gave him a provocative look. When he brushed past Chen Yuan, he glanced at him with a gaze full of provocation. Chen Yuan had no background, no materials, and with hundreds of thousands of loans on his back, he was afraid that he could only buy some white and green quality materials. He would like to see what cards Chen Yuan could make with the loss of Undead Knight Air. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't let you down. As if Chen Yuan could read Song Yu's mind, he inexplicably said this. The test continued. Class 7 Xiao Xianliang Pseudo Homemade Deck Burning Flame Centipede, Grade 1-star White Card, Deck deviates from the night theme, Final Score 28 points. Lu Chang Class 7 Pseudo Homemade Deck Wishing Knight, Grade 1-star White Card, Final Score 39 points. As Lu Chang's test ended, it was soon Chen Yuan's turn. Please place the deck on the card tester and stay for 1 to 3 seconds. Without the need for the judge teacher to remind him, Chen Yuan's mind moved, and the Time King Basic Form card appeared out of thin air. The moment the card's information unfolded, the pupils of the 5 teachers on the judging table suddenly shrunk, and an undisguised shock appeared on their faces. It was only after a short silence that they came back to their senses and said in a deep voice. Chen Yuan of Class 7, Homemade Card King of the Hour, Grade 2-star Green Card, Final Score 50 points. As soon as the words fell, the onlooker students had already exploded. 2-star Green Card? Did I hear it right? You didn't hear it wrong, not only 2-star green cards, the most crucial thing is the homemade deck. There was a widely circulated saying in the cardmaster circle, regardless of the type of card, homemade decks might not necessarily be the strongest, but the strongest decks must be homemade. Homemade decks were existences that could surpass the decks unearthed in the dimensional space. In the context of this era, basically all card master powers possess teams specializing in researching homemade decks, investing countless amounts of R&D funds every year. For example, Poetry Immortal Li Bai, Overlord Xiangyu, God of Killing Bai Qi, Soldier Immortal Han Xayan, and Qingfeng Guan Master Dan Yangzi. There were many other hefty homemade decks that had always been imitated and never surpassed. Because of the characteristics of homemade decks, they are extremely difficult to be imitated, and each one is unique. Even if someone stole all the data information of the deck, when they finally used their spiritual thoughts to communicate with the laws of the world, the Heaven and Earth Avenue would not recognize the existence of the deck. In the end, the cards were only of ornamental value, without any substantial effect. It was precisely because homemade decks were difficult to create and had great potential. Therefore, any student who was able to create a homemade deck, regardless of the strength of the deck, was able to gain extra points. It had been several consecutive years since there had been a cardmaster who could design a homemade deck in Jinghai No. 2 Middle School. Now that such a homemade deck as Chen Yuan had suddenly appeared, the card testing room became lively for a while. I didn't expect Chen Yuan, who usually doesn't show off, to throw out a king bomb when it matters. Chen Yuan, bull. You're the second student to get a perfect score on the test card since our school was founded. Lu Chang felt happy for Chen Yuan from the bottom of his heart. On the other side, Morong Qingshue's eyes were equally filled with astonishment as she murmured thoughtfully. Sure enough, it's a superb homemade card deck. At the same time, a brilliant light flashed in her eyes and she could not help but look towards Song Yu. How is it possible? At this moment, Song Yu's face was incredibly gloomy. To this day, he couldn't believe that Chen Yuan had completed a green quality self-made deck in only 7 days. One must know that the requirements for a homemade deck were extremely harsh. All content must be original, without any borrowing, and only if the check ratio with historical decks was less than 5%. How on earth did Chen Yuan manage to do that? Teacher, did you make a mistake? Or did the machine malfunction? An abrupt voice suddenly rang out, drawing the attention of everyone present. Chapter 7 Masked Knights are also knights. Undead Knight vs Timeless King. The one who spoke was no other than the follower standing beside Song Yu. When he saw that Song Yu's face was not right, he immediately tried to act out. We all know just how difficult it is to design homemade decks. Let's not talk about the authenticity of this deck. Let's just talk about the final theme this time. The theme is knights, but let's all see, does the timeless king have the characteristics of a knight? When these words came out, the crowd was suddenly awakened. The timeless king doesn't seem to have much to do with knights, right? Listening to the comments around him, Chen Yuan let out a light laugh. Not waiting for the reviewing teachers to explain, he took the initiative to speak. Teachers, please make the Time King panel public. Generally speaking, the panel of the test was only open to the reviewing teacher, and others could only see the image of the card, not the specific information. This was also to protect the card teacher's privacy, but of course the panel could be made public if the card teacher agreed. Name, Time King basic form. Quality, green. Star rating, 2 stars. Race attribute, masked knight chaos, light dark bipolar, void, time, battle, sublime, mechanical. Card type, summon card. Introduction. Identification result 0.6% check rate, no card background detected, identified as a homemade card. All of Timeless King's information pulled the gazes of everyone present, especially the column of racial attributes. Unusual summoning cards with 2 or 3 attributes were already very rare. This Nima directly had a whole 7 attributes, so who wouldn't be confused when looking at it? Ma Chao, widen your eyes and look carefully. The race of the Time King is Masked Knight. How did it deviate from the theme of the assessment? And look carefully at the appraisal results. The check rate is 0.6%, purely original cards. What else do you have to say? Lu Chang looked at Ma Chao with an unkind gaze and snapped in front of the crowd. Song Yu had long since immobilized and distanced himself from the follower who had stood up for him. Ma Chao, if you only have this much knowledge, then you will never be able to touch the essence of card making. Card masters making cards should step out of the inherent framework. It's not true that the final theme is knights. But the so-called knights shouldn't be purely embodied in appearance and name. Head of the 7 deadly sins, demon god race and goddess race hybrid Meliodas. Mechanical and biological combination of paladin type Digimon Omega Beast. Founder of the Knights of the Silver Hand Uther? Lightbringer. Dancer Knight Bretta. Knight of the Round Table Lancelot. Knight of the Night Klein? Moretti. Knight of Light Linley. They were all alternate characters before the king when I created them. A knight shouldn't be stuck in form, it's equally a spirit, a belief. Chen Yuan suddenly opened his mouth, his gaze like a torch, and after a pause continued, you and your master will never be able to understand the true meaning of card making in this lifetime. As the words fell, the scene was deathly silent, and everyone froze on the spot. They were shocked by Chen Yuan's creativity and his understanding of the word knight. They were even more shocked by Chen Yuan's one shocking shot. Morong Qingshue's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Yuan had broken through the essence of knights in just a few words, and his understanding of card making was even vaguely superior to his own in his previous life. However, her gaze grew more and more puzzled. Why would such a person be nameless in the next 5 years? On the contrary, Song Yu had continued to shine, rising rapidly. First, he won the National New Young Card Master competition, and then he was accepted into the Star Dome Card School with the city's #1 score. His popularity was unrivaled. Pa 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 pa. A burst of applause suddenly cut through the silence. Wang Dongxing applauded while turning his head sideways to the principal. Your school is going to produce a good seedling this term. Then I'll borrow your good advice. The principal smiled back while keeping the name Chen Yuan silently in his mind. Alright, everyone will now immediately head to the dueling grounds. As the head teacher gave the order, all the students left the field one after another and headed to the dueling grounds. After the card test was over was the actual combat test. The main assessment was the mastery of the cardmaster and the cards, the effect of the cards in battle, and the cardmaster's utilization of the cards in actual combat. For the sake of fairness, cards of the same card type would be randomly selected for the duel. All people will take the stage in order according to the number drawn. All numbers had 2, and the one who drew number 1, his opponent was also number 1. Chen Yuan looked at the number in his hand, number 99. There were a total of 15 dueling grounds in the school, and this number was considered to be relatively forward. Who is number 520? I drew number 0, is it a short turn? You're thinking, this is an exam, where's the turnout? The surrounding students talked to each other, checking their numbers and poking around the opponents they were about to meet. Cool, I drew number 11, my opponent is Morong Qingxue. Lu Chang drooped his face, looking half dead. The result was indeed as Lu Chang said. The duel only took less than half a minute before the fluorescent cat rider defeated the martial life rider. Lu Chang walked off the dueling stage in ashes. Now that everyone wasn't experienced in actual combat, most of the duel was a rampage, straightforward attacks, and the skills were even a flurry of smashing. What started fast, ended even faster. A duel down, slow 1 or 2 minutes, fast 10 seconds can end. Soon, it was Chen Yuan's turn to take the stage. Taking a deep breath, although he knew that the final victory would definitely belong to him. But after all, it was the first time for a card duel, and there was inevitably some nervousness in his heart. Look, Chen Yuan has appeared on stage. Chen Yuan's opponent is... His opponent is Song Yu. It can't be. Wasn't Song Yu's drawn number 162? I see, must have switched numbers. Could it be that young Song Yu is playing for Morong Qingxue? I heard that Morong Qingxue and Chen Yuan went public yesterday. More than that, I heard from my classmates in class 7 that the two kissed and discussed opening up a room in front of Songyu. It's too explosive. Come over here, this is definitely a good show. Songyu coldly swept over the students gathered on the stage, a trace of annoyance flashing under his eyes. It was true that he had switched numbers with someone else just now. However, switching numbers in private was not against the law, and no one could do anything to him. Just now, the card test had given Chen Yuan the limelight, but in the dueling arena, he would make Chen Yuan pay a painful price. So what if it was a homemade deck? In his hands were 3 star cards, and his strength completely crushed the 2 stars. Chen Yuan admit defeat, with cards of the same quality, star level is everything. The mockery in Song Yu's tone was undisguised. Before the duel begins, I'll send you a message. Chen Yuan blandly said. What? Don't use your ignorance as a sense of superiority, heart, and you won't be able to wash it away even if you jump into an alcohol tank. You seek death. Song Yu blared angrily as he waved his big hand and directly summoned Undead Night Owl. Do you think Chen Yuan can win? I reckon it's bad enough. L is a 3-star level, the Time King will probably be instantly seconded. Alas, how boring that would be. I actually hope Chen Yuan can win and kill Song Yu's might properly. Almost everyone under the field did not favor Chen Yuan, including Morong Qingxue. Although Chen Yuan's ability was good, Song Yu wouldn't be bad either, especially since AL star level was 1 star higher and clearly had the advantage. 2-star green card Toki King versus 3-star green card Undead Night Air. The battle begins. The referee officially announced after seeing both sides ready and confirming. Chen Yuan raised his hand and snapped his fingers crisply. Green light appeared and the Time King was called out. Rider time. Accompanied by a dynamic sound effect, many people were amused by the scene. It was the first time that a card with its own sound effect was seen. Are you here to be funny? Song Yu grinned lightly before his expression tightened and his eyes suddenly condensed. Then I'll fulfill you. Die. Before the words fell, under Song Yu's control, the Undead Knight took the initiative to attack. Chapter 8 Time King? Change your name to Time Worm. Defeat advancement. Reverse time. The Undead Knight's bone armor vibrated, and his rotting cloak cracked into gray butterflies behind him. He tugged on the reins of his skeletal horse, letting out a hoarse war cry between the opening and closing of his mandibles, while the rusty riding lance in his hand suddenly erupted with ghostly green undead flames. Where the tip of the spear swept past, the air seemed to be scorched. Although the crowd of onlookers was isolated by the dueling arena's protective shield, they also vaguely felt the undead rider's murderous aura, and were horrified in their hearts. The Time King dodged the blow and turned the time drive without hesitation. Time King Nemesis was unleashed. Rider Time, Masked Rider ZO, Armor Time, Empty Knee. The Time King gained Empty Knee Void, and along with the power of Empty Knee Void lifting the seal, the belt let out a beep. Mighty Time Break. Seeing the Time King use the skill, many people's gazes showed a look of surprise, but when they heard the sound effect that rang out, they suddenly felt a bit funny. They were really powerless to spit it out. Chopping Strike triggers the Path of Time effect on the 4th strike. Song Yu originally thought that the Undead Knight had already stepped out of the range of the attack, but he did not expect a substantial energy sword arc to suddenly strike. The Undead Knight was unable to dodge in time, and his bone armor collided with a crunching sound, while the special effect of Empty My Shadow gave him additional real damage. The skeleton horse at his hip let out a roar and rose up on its front hooves. Song Yu's face was grim as he directly ordered the Undead Knight to launch a skill counterattack. Death Charge. The crotch of the skeleton warhorse was surrounded by black mist, violently stepping on the ground tiles. At the same time, the Undead Knight swirled its spear across the ground and charged towards the Timeless King. Bang! Rubble mixed with smoke and dust splattered, and the ground was instantly crawling with spiderweb-like cracks. The stones that fell to the ground were crushed into pieces under the horse's hooves. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out within the diffused smoke and dust, and as flashes of fire appeared, not only did the Timeless King not receive any damage, he was instead hit by yet another attack. In both head-to-head encounters, Chen Yuan's Timeless King did not lose out, and even took advantage of the latter. Chen Yuan's Time King has something. Didn't see it wrong just now. Chen Yuan actually predicted the Undead Knight's skill. Yes, didn't see it wrong, otherwise how could Chen Yuan have dodged that strike just now? The scene that happened just now caused all the teachers and students to be incomparably shocked. The Prejudice skill, easy to say, was an extremely high-level combat skill. It required the cardmaster to have enough understanding of both the opponent's cards and psychology. However, Chen Yuan had successfully prejudged and dodged it. Was it luck? Or was it a coincidence? Morong Qingxue's eyes narrowed slightly as she did not think that was a coincidence just now. If it was a coincidence, Chen Yuan would not have been able to capitalize on the opening in the dodge to counterattack. In her mind, she could not help but recall what Chen Yuan had said yesterday. Could it be that the Undead Knight was really stolen by Song Yu from Chen Yuan? Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Chen Yuan knew the Undead Knight so well and was even able to see through the skill breaks. Chen Yuan. Song Yu roared angrily, his forehead veins bulging. His card star rating was clearly higher than Timeless King's, and twice he attacked and twice he missed. If he continued like this, the teacher on stage would probably find out the end of the Undead Knight. What would others think of him then? A card thief? No. With a hateful heart, it was as if he had made some sort of determination. A card with countless tentacles engraved on it quietly appeared on the fingertips of his right hand, and instantly turned into a black aura that rushed into the field. Boom, boom, boom. The venue trembled and a dense black mist emerged, enveloping half of the dueling arena in an instant. Immediately after, a blood-colored altar was raised in the field. Countless tentacles sprang out from the pool of blood, and in a matter of seconds, they crawled all over the skeletons of the undead knights. The altar disappeared, and after being filled with tentacles, the undead knight let out a roar, his aura much stronger than before. Once again, it killed the Toki King, hitting him without a fight. Tainted altar. Someone under the stage recognized the card used by Songyu. Auxiliary card, Filthy Altar. Upon release, it would change the race and attributes of the summon item and increase speed, attack, and defense by 10%. However, after the effect ends, the summon card will fall into a 24-48 hour silence period. During this period, the card master cannot summon the card. Isn't Songyu being a bully? The star level itself is dominant, but he actually used an auxiliary card. It can't be helped, after all, the test doesn't specify that you can't use other cards. You can also use them if you don't want to. Pull back. Can't afford it. The world is not absolutely fair by nature. Alas, it looks like Chen Yuan is going to lose. Many people shook their heads helplessly. Originally, a 2-star green card fighting a 3-star green card was already a struggle, and with Songyu using an auxiliary card, one could tell which was stronger or weaker with his butt. The situation in the dueling arena instantly reversed, and the gap was immediately apparent. Heisei armor summon, switch build armor. Chen Yuan knew that if he didn't do something at this point, the Timeless King would definitely be hit and transformed. The Time King was sent flying several meters by a shot, and he couldn't get up in time to immediately twist the time drive. Rider time, Masked Rider ZO, Armor time, Best Match, Build. The build armor was added, gaining an armor bonus, and the attack came with a burn. However, the battle situation didn't change substantially as a result, and Tokyo was still in a disadvantageous position, taking a one-sided beating. Songyu didn't even want the battle to end so quickly, using every means possible to tease the Timeless King. Chen Yuan could not see any panic on his face and was unusually calm. Songyu's mental power was also at the bronze level, and his mental power ceiling was not high by nature. Manipulating a 3-star green card Undead Knight to continuously release skills was already not easy, and now he was consuming his mental energy to launch auxiliary cards. While strengthening the Undead Knight, it also accelerated his mental energy consumption. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, because of his talent, Dual Soul Resonance, he had plenty of mental energy. More importantly, although the Timeless King was constantly being attacked, he protected his vitals and was not fatal, but instead had a hidden tendency to advance under constant stimulation. What kind of trash card? Still a Time King? I think it's a king. A homemade card? How does he deserve it? Kneel down for master. Songyu on the field kept making sarcastic remarks while manipulating the Undead Knight to tease the King of Time. Even the students below the field were a bit unable to watch. This is a bit excessive, isn't it? Yeah, if you want to fight, then fight properly. Where is there such bullying? What bullying? It's clearly humiliation. The Undead Knight, relying on his attribute increase, kept teasing the Timeless King with his gun rider. Chen Yuan, I'll send you on your way now. Songyu grinned as he prepared to deliver the final blow to the Timeless King. If he hadn't consumed too much spiritual energy and was worried that it wouldn't be enough to maintain the Undead Rider, he would have really wanted to continue teasing and see just how long Chen Yuan could last. Chen Yuan, admit defeat. There's no point in going on like this. If the Timeless King dies, the deck will be similarly damaged. Someone under the stage couldn't bear to watch and voiced out a reminder. Lu Chang also urged loudly towards Chen Yuan on the dueling field. Class teacher Zhao Kai was also very anxious. Songyu and Chen Yuan were both good seedlings of Class 7. Both Songyu and Chen Yuan were good prospects for Class 7. He couldn't feel good in his heart if they were lost, and couldn't help but look at the head teacher. The dueling arena had the rules of the dueling arena. Unless one side admitted defeat and retrieved their cards, the battle would not end. Time King, will change his name to Time Worm from now on. Under Songyu's control. The Undead Knight slammed a shot into the Time King's chest armor. The black and gold armor cracked into fine lines, and energy sparks erupted. The Time King struggled to get up, but he was shot by the other party and ruthlessly poked into the ruins. The Undead Knight raised his iron spear high, heading straight for the Time King's false face. The oppressive feeling of death suddenly approached. Ah! The Time King let out a roar, and his dial exploded with golden light, simultaneously unlocking his second order form. Rider, Time. Kamen Rider ZO, 2. When he originally thought it was going to end, the situation on the field suddenly changed, and the Time King, who had been in a passive position, once again appeared in a new form, and this time, it wasn't a skill effect. Instead, it was an advancement. What's the situation? There's still a turnaround? Song Yu's brows were tightly locked, the situation at hand was already beyond expectation. Chen Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Song Yu thought that teasing Timeless King in public was humiliating him, but he didn't know that this was precisely the opportunity for Timeless King to make a breakthrough. Being humiliated was one of the ways for the King of Time to advance. The more he suppressed and humiliated himself, the more he accumulated, the more he would explode when he reached his current extreme. Because of this, Chen Yuan was emboldened. He had calculated that Song Yu would not let the Timeless King retreat easily, and would definitely borrow him to establish his authority. He just didn't expect that this so-called humiliation would in turn become nourishment for the Timeless King's advancement, completing him. Clang clang clang. As everyone knew, the masked knight was in an invincible state when he transformed. Therefore, the undead knight's attack was instantly bounced off. The Time King's second order form didn't change too much in terms of appearance, nothing more than some more gold ornaments in the armor. However, in reality, not only did he add the exclusive weapon, strongest ultimate sword, but he also unlocked the special ability to manipulate time. Song Yu, thanks to you. Without your help, I'm afraid that it will take a long time for the Time King to advance and unlock its second form. Song Yu's chest was stuffy. Chen Yuan's words were like an invisible sword, plunging straight into his heart. You seek death. So what if your quality has been upgraded? I'll kill you all the same. He bellowed as the undead knights renewed their attack. Even though the Timeless King was promoted to a 2-star blue card, the undead knight still had the upper hand. Song Yu felt a vague soreness in his head. Launching the auxiliary card and controlling the undead knight in a prolonged, high-intensity battle had consumed a lot of his mental energy. If his mental power was overdrawn, not only would he fall into a coma, the undead knight would likewise be forcibly recalled. He looked towards Chen Yuan, who had a bashful face. Although Chen Yuan hadn't used the auxiliary card, the mental power consumption was all mutual. Moreover, when the Timeless King broke through, the amount of mental energy consumed to manipulate a blue card was definitely higher than that of a green card. I'd like to see how long you can tough it out. Skeleton piercing. Death charge. The dueling arena was filled with smoke and dust, and the sounds of weapon strikes were endless. Die. Timeless King's strength had risen greatly after he was promoted to a blue card, but he was still slightly inferior against the undead knight who had been empowered by the tainted altar. The undead knight delivered a heavy spear thrust, and Timeless King was knocked back several meters. The two of them pulled away and each of them sustained injuries. The Time King's armor cracked several times, and the undead knight's skeletal body was also covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Chen Yuan, admit defeat. Admit defeat? Chen Yuan let out a light laugh. The show has just begun. Song Yu, watch this. Why is the Timeless King called the Timeless King? Receiving Chen Yuan's command, the Time King nodded and pressed his right hand against the driving meter head in the center of the time drive. His left hand unfolded to the outside, and a golden clock silhouette emerged in his palm. Clock reverse. The sound of the dial rotating grew stronger, accompanied by the click sound of mechanical gears biting together from the belt. Reverse time. This was a new ability unlocked by the second-ranked Tokoyami King. However, the range and retrogression time of reverse time is very limited. The range is roughly 50 meters in a circle, and the backtracking time is about 10 seconds. It is mainly used to correct single combat mistakes. After the skill ends, the enemy will retain the memory of the time before it was reversed. This was the best time to unleash it. What? Song Yu's pupils contracted violently, and through the undead knight, he sensed that the Toki King's power was increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the picture resurfaced in the dueling arena. The undead knight returned to before Fong used his heavy lance to stab, and even just after raising his lance, he was chopped off his horse by Timeless King's sudden sword. A stabbing pain struck Song Yu's brain, and his face instantly turned pale without a trace of blood. The undead knight was defeated, and his spiritual power was exhausted. He had lost this duel, and he had lost completely. Even after using the tainted altar, he was still no match for the Timeless King. His vision gradually became blurry, and as the undead knight fell heavily off his horse, Song Yu's eyes went black and he fell to the ground. Is this a homemade deck? It's actually able to reverse time. This ability is simply unheard of. Timeless King's reversal of time only targeted the dueling arena, so the people watching the battle outside the arena were not affected. Even so, all of them revealed shocked expressions. The principal and vice minister even stood up directly. It seems that the information provided by the intelligence system is true. A card with such an ability is indeed called an extreme quality. Morong Qingshue's gaze burned, but in an instant it was as if she was stung by something that stung her memories, and the light under her eyes quickly dimmed. Phew! Chen Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief, and with a thought, the Time King transformed into streams of light and disappeared from everyone's view. Manipulating the blue card had consumed a lot, and reversing time had consumed even more of his mental energy. If it wasn't for the increase brought about by the dual soul resonance, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to support himself long ago. The Time King cards returned to the spiritual inner landscape, and the wounds left by the battle began to slowly repair. This can be called the second middle school ever. The most wonderful sophomore final showdown finally came to an end. The victor, however, was Chen Yuan, who was initially not favored by everyone. Chen Yuan walked down the dueling arena, always feeling that something was missing, and turned his head to look at the judges' table. "Teacher, what's my actual combat score?" Chapter 9, ranking first to enter the special training class. Crafting the Black Loan Crisis. Student Chen Yuan scored 50 points in actual combat, and student Song Yu scored 48 points in actual combat. The judges exchanged a look with each other, and one of the older teachers slowly spoke. "Full marks in actual combat. It's too heaven-defying. If I remember correctly, it seems that our school hasn't given a perfect score since it was founded." Yes, the most powerful one only scored 49 points. Chen Yuan scoring 50 points is considered breaking the school record. Don't forget, Chen Yuan's card-making score is also a perfect score. When Chen Yuan passed by, all the students subconsciously gave way to a channel. "It's too awesome." 100 points for the card test, 553 points for the cultural score. According to the comprehensive score calculation standard, test score x 90% plus cultural x 10%, your total final score this time is 145.3 points. This score has already surpassed Song Yu and Murong Qingxue, a solid grade 1. Lu Chang took 3 steps to catch up and slammed Chen Yuan's shoulder, so excited that his voice changed tone. "Aha!" Chen Yuan nodded his head slightly after hearing this. Although the rankings had not been announced yet, he was already in first place in his grade. "The competition just now consumed quite a lot. I'll meditate to recover first. Remember to call me when it's over." "No problem, you hurry up and recover." There was no heart to continue watching the next examination. Chen Yuan quickly entered the meditative state. Wisps of light cyan-colored spiritual ripples float around him like smoke. While repairing the cards, he was also recovering the spiritual energy consumed in the battle just now. An hour later, the final examination officially ended, and it took less than 10 minutes to tally up all the students' grades. Below I will announce the list of students who have entered the special training class based on the final rankings. First place Chen Yuan, 145.3 points. Second place Song Yu, 144.1 points. Third place Murong Qingxue, 141.2 points. Fourth place Wang Guangming. The director of instruction announced the list of students in the special training class before announcing that they would be dismissed and brought back by the homeroom teacher of each class. Zhao Kai brought the students back to the classroom and looked at the students he had brought for 2 years with some emotion in his heart. This time our class admitted 6 people into the special training class. Overall it's still very good. You guys will meet more specialized card teachers than me when you enter your senior year. I hope that when you enter your senior year, you will study hard no matter which class you are in. You still have a long way to go, and a momentary lag may not be impossible to catch up. Once Zhao Kai started his teaching mode, his mouth was like a runaway train, and he wouldn't stop until he was done speaking. Teachers don't really want to put too much pressure on you guys either, but next year will be the college entrance exam. The senior year's study task is very intense, and this summer vacation only has 45 days. Not too long but not too short either. I hope you can plan your vacation well and not waste your studies. Alright, all disperse. The classroom resounded with cheers as everyone packed up their belongings and left the school. When leaving the school, Lu Chang smiled and came over. "Brother Yuan, jerking off or not, today's consumption will be paid for by Mr. Chen." "Don't. I'm poor." Chen Yuan refused very dry. "Nima also back a debt, consumption of a chicken ah. Che not even treating me after taking first place." The original owner was a very sensitive person, so not only Lu Chang, almost no one in the class knew about his family situation. "It's always okay if I treat you, right?" Lu Chang wasn't angry and waved his hand. "Let's go." Every day after crossing over was instant frozen dumplings and egg noodles. Chen Yuan had long wanted to change his tastes. Now that someone was treating him, he naturally wouldn't refuse. The two walked side by side towards the outside of the school while Chen Yuan lowered his head to send a message to his parents. "Dad, Mom, I took first place in my grade in this exam, so I can enter the special training class." After sending it, after thinking about it, he added another message. "You don't have to worry about the loan, I'll take care of it. Senior high school is intense. Senior high school summer vacation is very short. This time we'll not go home first. You guys take care of yourselves." Putting away his cell phone, Chen Yuan pondered over the matter of the loan. How can I make money in the shortest possible time? Sell card settings? This idea was snuffed out by Chen Yuan just as soon as it popped up, for no other reason than it was too dangerous. Shallow background, weak strength. Selling original card settings in such a flashy manner would easily be targeted. The ancient god cult, Paradise Lost. And these evil sects weren't eating their words. "Chen Yuan, look." Lu Chang's exclamation pulled Chen Yuan back from his thoughts and followed the direction of Lu Chang's gaze. Only to see several reporters gathered at the entrance of the school, waiting with their long guns and short cannons, as if they were waiting for some important person. Chen Yuan, as the first student in 10 years to make a homemade deck in his sophomore year of high school, do you have any experience you would like to share with everyone? Student Chen Yuan, may I ask how you usually organize your study time? Any special study methods? How do you usually keep the motivation to create decks? Any secret tips? Chen Yuan had just stepped out of the school gate when he was neatly stunned by the formation in front of him. Emotionally, this group of reporters were all rushing towards him. He frowned, clearly not liking such excessive waving. In his heart, he wondered, isn't it just a grade 1 in the second middle school, as to such a big battle? Lu Chang seemed to see his bewilderment, came closer and whispered, "Brother, 10 years ago, Jinghai City had a card master similar to your situation. The second year of high school was able to independently complete the homemade deck, and now it is said to be close to the legendary card masters, you savor." After saying that, he patted Chen Yuan's shoulder and grinned, "You take your time to cope, I'll withdraw first." Chen Yuan was about to find an excuse to leave when his cell phone rang suddenly. He looked down and swept the screen, and a message popped up. "You just study hard and don't worry about the loan. Even if my family sells the house, I will still pay for you to finish college." Chen Yuan was silent for a moment, stuffing his cell phone back into his coat pocket, barely squeezing out a smile and looking up at the besieged reporters. "Sorry everyone, I have something to do later. I'm afraid I can't answer all the questions one by one." His tone was calm, yet undeniable. "How about this? I'll pick a few answers from the questions I just asked, is that okay?" The reporters looked at each other, and in the end, a middle-aged female reporter nodded. "Of course, whether or not to accept the interview itself is your freedom." The last student who was able to make a homemade deck in his sophomore year of high school was already 10 years ago. "I should be feeling lucky, but there's nothing but absurdity and trepidation in my heart. I don't know if you've noticed a phenomenon, whether it's Jinghai or any other city, the number of cardmasters who enter universities every year is growing, but among them, there are fewer and fewer cardmasters from small towns and rural areas." Chen Yuan said slowly. He didn't start with a question, but used the topic to guide the reporters. "Does this have anything to do with our interview?" a young female reporter asked. "Of course, I'm just from a humble family, and it might be difficult for me to enter a university in the future." Chen Yuan let out a bitter smile, his eyes dimmed. "It's not possible, is it? Aren't you going to take the test to punch your ticket to start Dome Card School with your talent?" The reporters looked at each other in confusion. They had all done their homework before coming here, and with Chen Yuan's performance in the final examination, he clearly had high hopes of getting into a key university, or even the top-ranked Star Vault Card School. Why was he so depressed? The crowd couldn't help but get curious. Chen Yuan did not explain, but silently pulled out his cell phone and tapped the text message from his mother on his cell phone just now, showing it to all the reporters. If it's success at the expense of the parents, what meaning does the result have? A crowd of reporters fell into silence. "I know. Surely some people are thinking that it is only natural to pay back the debt. In fact, I also feel so." He paused, did not continue to speak, but took out his cell phone and clicked on a recording. The threatening voice of the debt collector was particularly harsh. After playing it, Chen Yuan looked up, borrowing $300,000 to purchase card-making materials but having to pay back $600,000 in less than a month. This is the reality. What? There's actually such a thing. Which company? This has seriously violated the law and must be exposed. The reporters were furious. Chen Yuan, however, just calmly said, "Sorry everyone, I'm a bit tired today, and it's really not suitable for an interview." After saying that, he walked straight out of the crowd. If things went well, the black loan issue should be resolved soon. Perhaps even that $500,000 of debt could be dealt with as well. Second middle school special training class teacher Panyu, request to add you as a friend. On the way home, Chen Yuan was brushing the video when a friend request popped up on WeChat. Casually clicking agree, before he could close the interface, he was pulled into a group chat called Starfire Program. Chapter 10 Senior Race, Starfire Training. Taking the Dragon as the title. Chen Yuan scanned the list of group members, counting himself there were a total of 5 people. Other than class teacher Panyu, the other 3 were all real name notes. One was called Morong Qingxue, one was called Wang Guangming, and one was called Hu Kersen. Morong Qingxue, since needless to say, the school's man of the hour. As for Wang Guangming and Hu Kersen, their grades were also among the best, and their final rankings this time were 4th and 5th respectively. Chen Yuan cut back to the chat interface, and new message alerts kept popping up at the top of the screen. He swiped his fingertips upwards, starting from the top and scrolling down. "Hello guys, my name is Panyu, I'm the class teacher of the senior special training class, and for the next year, I'll be leading you in preparing for the college entrance exams. The purpose of pulling you all into the small group is also very simple. Fang just received notification from the school leaders that the Ministry of Education has given our school 5 spots to participate in Starfire training this year. Starfire training brings together the most promising senior students from the city's colleges and universities. After the school's research, it was decided that this training quota will be allocated on merit based on the final assessment results, with the top 5 students receiving the qualification to participate. Currently, student Song Yu is in the city hospital in a coma and will enter the group chat a little later. Starfire training officially begins the day after tomorrow for a period of 45 days. The entire training is divided into 2 phases. The first 40 days will be spent in fully enclosed card making, while the second 5 days will be spent in card duels. It will ultimately be ranked based on card making results and actual combat results. The results of this training will determine how much the city's Ministry of Education will invest in the school and tilt its resources this year. To put it bluntly, there's no difference between this training and the essence of your final exams. You get a good ranking, the school wins; you lose, the school loses. Although the special training class is still the big head of obtaining resources, the quantity and quality will be greatly cut. If someone can get the top 3 in this training, the school will never skimp on the rewards. Morong Qingxue, Teacher Pan, did the Ministry of Education announce the card-making theme in advance? Panyu, yes, the card-making theme for this year's Starfire training is Dragon. I hope everyone takes it seriously. Wang Wangming, is the card-making theme announced in advance? Aren't you worried about people cheating? Chen Yuan was also very curious and continued to scroll down. Panyu did not explain, but instead asked rhetorically, you guys have already had experience in card-making, so just ask who can memorize all the settings of a deck in a day? Even if someone could really memorize it, what about the card patterns? Can it be memorized as well? Wang Wangming sent an embarrassed emoji. The meaning was self-explanatory. The card settings had at least nearly 100,000 words, and more hundreds of thousands, or even millions were possible. An average person would not be able to memorize it word for word in a day. Even if there was a genius who could remember, the changes in the card patterns deduced from the settings could not be memorized. Even Chen Yuan, who possessed the unforgettable eyes talent, was also unable to memorize it. Because the card pattern came with a law imprint, it could only be memorized. Hu Kerson, teacher, I heard that Starfire training provides free materials, is that true? Panyu, yes, the materials are provided free of charge during the training, but the number is limited. Each student can only pick a maximum of 4 materials. Hu Kerson, can I bring my own materials? Panyu, of course you can. The school has also prepared some card-making materials for you. It's considered a reward for you for the final exam. Come to the special training class tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock to make your selection. Wang Wanming, okay, received. Hu Kerson, thank you teacher, thank you school. Morong Qingxue, 1. Panyu, at Misty Island listened to Tsubaki. Chen Yuan entered the group to change his notes. Do you have any questions? Seeing Teacher Pan aid himself, Chen Yuan thought for a moment and replied back, Teacher Pan, I might not be able to attend the training. After this sentence was sent out, there was no movement in the group for a long while. After a moment, Panyu suddenly chatted privately with Chen Yuan. What exactly is your situation? Chen Yuan smiled faintly and quickly tapped the 9 grid. Teacher, I borrowed a black net loan. Although they don't have my in their hands, they do have my home address, and I'm worried that they'll find my parents in trouble. A short while later, Panyu returned. The school knows all about your matter. The school leaders attach great importance to you. The school will definitely not sit back and do nothing about this matter, and the teacher also has friends in the detective bureau. Chen Yuan was waiting for these words. He had already proved his card-making talent. As long as the school was willing to step in, all problems would be solved. The interview you did at the school entrance, Vice Minister Wang Dongsheng was very angry after watching it, and has now gone back to organize manpower to conduct a thorough investigation, so you can rest assured. Panyu sent another message. Thank you teacher, there's nothing wrong on my side if my parents' safety is guaranteed. Chen Yuan made his attitude clear at the right time. Remember to come to the class tomorrow to pick the material, don't let the school and teacher down. Good. Chen Yuan turned off the chat interface and let out a long sigh of relief, finally resolving a major issue on his mind. Returning to his residence, Chen Yuan casually dealt with a few bites of lunch before sitting directly in front of his desk and began to check the relevant information about Starfire training. However, since Jinghai City was only a small third-tier city, this kind of municipal training was not well known, and the public information was pitifully small. After looking through half a day, I only found a little bit of useful information from the posts of previous seniors and siblings. Although the material provided during the training is free, the quality is very general. And with a high degree of randomness, the free material provided would most likely not match the card theme the student had conceptualized. It really isn't that simple. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows. Encountering a situation where the card-making materials and the card-making ideas did not match was indeed tricky. Good thing that the school would distribute some materials tomorrow. It seemed like some preparations would have to be made in advance. The format of the Starfire training and the final placement test is basically the same. Both involve making cards based on a specified theme, and there are no restrictions on the type of cards. However, considering the dueling session, it's better to focus on summoning cards. If you have enough time and materials, you can try to create other types of cards after completing the summoning cards. If Chen Yuan's words were to spread out, it would only cause other card masters to drop their jaws in shock. For senior students, it was already not easy to complete a deck in over a month. Most students were afraid that they were still worried about whether or not they would be able to successfully make a card within 40 days. However, Chen Yuan had already begun to calculate what type of card he should make for the second one after the first summoning card was made. Right now, we should prioritize cards related to dragons and prepare enough alternatives in advance so that we can be more focused when picking materials tomorrow. Chen Yuan raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the wall plastered with post-it notes. The chicken soup quotes and posters of top card masters plastered on them had long since mottled and faded. He tapped his fingertips on the tabletop and muttered. Third Prince of the Dragon King of the East Sea, reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl Ao Bing. With the dragon as the title, the first character that came to Chen Yuan's mind was Ao Bing from Demon Child Descending. After all, he had just finished watching Ninja 3 before crossing over. The scene where Ao Bing killed his way up to the Jade Void Palace to save Shingongbao was still fresh in his memory. He memorized Ao Bing's name in a small notebook. And then more characters related to dragons came to mind one by one, and Chen Yuan recorded them one by one. Chapter 11, First Privilege, Material Selection, 300,000 Debt Reversal. Drogon, the dragon that symbolizes power and destruction in Power Trip. The Hungarian Tree Wasp Dragon, a dangerous dragon from the Tri-Wizard Tournament in Harry Potter. The Battle Tyrannosaurus Rex from Digimon. The Fire Dragon, an entry-level nightmare for novice hunters in Monster Hunt. World of Warcraft's Deathwing. The Sky Dragon of Osiris from Yu-Gi-Oh! The Winged Dragon of the Sun God. And even the Wish Dragon from Dragon Ball. Inspiration sprang forth like rain, one name after another emerging from the depths of his mind. The tip of the pen quickly slid across the surface of the paper, quickly memorizing a page full of hundreds of names. Chen Yuan looked at the list, which was like a recipe, and fell into deep thought. The names of the dishes were there, but the specific dishes to be made would depend on whether there were any ingredients to be used for their preparation. The sky was getting dark. Chen Yuan ate his dinner and sat on his bedside. The dimly lit lamp pulled his shadow askew. His eyes skimmed over the 3 years of card making, 5 years of achievement on the bedside table, and next to it lay card making, from beginner to entry, and card boss notes, which had been turned over to the edge of the volume. He casually copied one of them, the pages rustling between his fingers. There was no lack of pie in the sky card ideas for him now, but there was still a long way to go before he could become a good card maker. One night passed. The next day when he woke up, there was one more person in the small group of the Starfire program. Without a doubt it was Song Yu. Pan Yu routinely greeted him about his injuries, after which there were no other messages in the group. Glancing at the time, today was the day to go to the school to pick out material, so he couldn't go too late. After simply washing up, nibbled 2 mouthfuls of steamed bread and hurried to the school. Directly toward the special training classroom. Special training class occupies a small building. Each student is equipped with an exclusive card-making laboratory, although the area is not large, but it is clear that the school attaches importance to the special training class. Pushing open the classroom door. Several gazes converged towards him. Coming. Wang Guangming waved his hand at him. Morong Qingxue raised her eyes and glanced at him, then faintly averted her eyes. Song Yu was the only one whose eyes stared at him grimly, as if he was about to charge up in the next second. Good day, teacher. Chen Yuan was unconcerned and greeted Pan Yu, smoothly pulling a chair and sitting aside. Well, people have arrived, let's begin. Pan Yu nodded, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. I'm sure everyone is well aware of the importance of the Starfire training, so I won't go into more detail. Saying this, she directly turned around and took a black and gold metal box from the side, cold light flowing on the surface, the workmanship extremely exquisite. Ka! The box opened, displaying the material stored inside to Chen Yuan and the 5 of them. As you may have all heard, the last senior year's results were very unsatisfactory, and the school has placed its treasure on your class. There are 68 kinds of materials in here, and each of you can pick 3 materials from it. She turned her head to look at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, you have the highest ranking and can be prioritized. Chen Yuan didn't mope around and stepped forward to check the information of the materials in the box. Glowmoon Dragon Scale Blue, Pale Cliff Dragon Flute Blue, Bright Echo Stone Blue, Dragon Breeding Qualification Certificate Green, Sorcerer's Handbook Blue, Apprentice's Handbook White, Rusty Gear White, Fallen Dragon Whiskers Green, and Magical Dust Green. These materials were carefully prepared by the school at first glance. Many of these materials can be related to dragons. The school had really put in the effort for Starfire training. Chen Yuan patiently looked at all the materials in the box for nearly 10 minutes. Thanks to the unforgettable talent, the information of these materials was automatically sorted into categories in his mind, and he compared it to the dragon requirements that he had organized last night. Have you finished reading it or not? Selecting a material grates. Song Yu prodded a sentence with extreme impatience. In his opinion, what could be done in 10 seconds, Chen Yuan had already looked at it for more than 10 minutes. It was clear that he was deliberately delaying and wasting all of their time. Hush! Pan Yu raised her hand to signal Song Yu to be silent, her gaze falling on Chen Yuan with interest. A trace of color flashed in Morong Qingxue's eyes. Possessing the memories of her previous life, she was far beyond the other students in terms of card-making experience and skill. When Chen Yuan did not hastily choose the 3 most expensive blue-quality materials, she sensed an abnormality. Chen Yuan's level of card-making was by no means simple. Most beginner card makers would blindly pursue high-quality materials, thinking that they would be able to create stronger cards. In reality, the fit between the materials and the match with the card setting was more important. Chen Yuan picked up the 2 materials, Glow Moon Dragon Scale Blue and Bright Echo Stone Blue, and then put them away. You can still pick another one. Pan Yu was a bit surprised by the two cards that Chen Yuan had chosen. Every card master had their own area of specialization. Some specialize in monster themes, some specialize in historical legends, and some focus on myths and legends. Even under the same theme, there are many subdivisions. For example, among monster groups, wolf-type creatures are very different from fish creatures. Among historical figures, civil ministers and military generals also have very different styles. Chen Yuan's first card, King of Time, clearly favored a mechanical theme, and for this reason, the school had prepared a lot of mechanical-related materials. However, the first two materials picked by Chen Yuan were both unrelated to machinery. Alas! It's a pity that there are no such materials as Dragon Core and Dragon Dan, or else we would have been able to gather all the card-making materials. Chen Yuan sighed in his heart, but he didn't dwell on it too much. It was already not easy to find two matching materials, so if there was one left, he could find another way. If it really wasn't available, replacing it with another material wouldn't be a bad idea. Chen Yuan swept through the materials in the box once again, and this time, without any hesitation, he directly took out the Sangya Dragon Flute Blue material. It wasn't because this card could be used as a replacement material, but because this card had the highest price. If it was put on the black market, it would be priced at least $1 million. With money in hand, were there still worries about not being able to find the card-making material you needed? Teacher, I've chosen. Chen Yuan carefully put away the three materials and nodded to Pan Yu. Song Yu then went up to pick the materials, while the others waited in line. Chen Yuan had no intention of paying attention and planned to leave. Teacher Pan, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. He contemplated a trip to the black market after leaving the school to see if he could find the materials he needed. Using substitute materials in card making would lower the success rate of card making and affect the star rating and quality of the cards. He wouldn't consider Pale Cliff Dragon Flute Blue if he didn't have to. Wait! Pan Yu called out to Chen Yuan, allowing the others to continue selecting materials while she led Chen Yuan to the empty room next door. Teacher, is there anything else? Did you pay back $300,000 to that gang of blacknet loans yesterday? Pan Yu asked bluntly. Yes. Chen Yuan nodded. This matter he had mentioned to the reporter yesterday. There was nothing to hide. It was just that. What was Miss Pan suddenly asking about this for? That's fine. The detective bureau successfully smashed a den yesterday. Pan Yu's tone was certain. This kind of blacknet lending isn't within the protection of Chinese law, so the debt is invalid. You know what I mean, right? Ha! Chen Yuan was stunned. No need to confiscate it? I've already entrusted a friend from the detective bureau to expedite the approval process. It should arrive within 3 hours. We're going to enter the closed card making after the start of Starfire training tomorrow. Get the money earlier and you can still pick up some essentials. Chapter 12, Encountering Murong Schoolgirl, Black Market Changes Suddenly. Thank you, Mr. Pan. This thank you came from Chen Yuan's heart. Pan Yu patted Chen Yuan's shoulder and said in a low voice, there is no one in the world who will treat you well for no reason. You were treated favorably because of your card-making talent and potential. Chen Yuan nodded. Having been a person for 2 lifetimes, how could he not see through this point of reasoning? It's good that you understand, of course, don't have too much pressure. If there's anything you need, just talk to your teacher. Pan Yu also didn't want to put too much weight on her words, only that the world of cardmasters was even more brutal, and there was no harm in understanding some truths in advance. I will. Chen Yuan seriously said, someone willing to help himself is still not happy. That is not purely a great injustice? Without staying for too long, Chen Yuan left the school. Taking out his cell phone, he called a car. 3 minutes later, a furry blanket floated down from the sky. The transportation in this world was very different from his previous life. There were no automobiles here, and all that was used were carrier cards. The so-called carrier cards were cards that could summon a carrier. Cloud boats, fiery horses, flying birds. In 1,000 different ways, magic blankets and small flying sticks are the most common carriers. Chen Yuan stared at this blanket that was less than 3 meters, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Master, is it safe? Wrapped. Looking at the driver's look of conviction, Chen Yuan sighed and, following the customs of the country, lifted his foot and stepped on the magic blanket. The blanket sank slightly, then quickly lifted up into the air and sped off in the direction of the suburbs. At first, Chen Yuan was a little worried, but he soon adapted. Feeling the breeze, he actually felt a sense of smoothness. He made up his mind that when he graduates from high school, he must get his driver's license as soon as possible, and then build his own vehicle card. In the future, it will be convenient to go out. In case something happens, it's good to have a carrier card to run away. Not long after, the flying carpet slowly landed at the waiting area 200 meters away from the black market. Chen Yuan paid the fare and walked towards the black market with large strides. Speaking of the black market, in fact, the original owner hadn't been here before, but had only heard others talk about it. Because the official control over card-making materials was extremely strict, many of the card-making materials on the platform had a purchase threshold set. Not only that, if you want to sell excess materials, not only do you need to verify your qualifications, but you also need to pay a hefty handling fee. Thus, the black markets in various cities naturally became cardmaster gathering places. Please show your cardmaster qualifications. Chen Yuan had just arrived at the entrance of the black market when he was stopped by a righteous-looking security guard at the entrance with his hand outstretched. Ha! Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment. Qualification certificate? Subconsciously touching his pocket, he pulled out a small crumpled gray book. I'm sorry, no one is allowed to enter without reaching junior cardmaster. The security guard glanced at it and then said, Big brother, be accommodating, everyone is a person of status. Chen Yuan accompanied a smile, his hand unconsciously reached into his pants pocket to pull out a cigarette but pulled out a lump of loneliness. Cut the crap, rules are rules. Without reaching the junior cardmaster license, there are other junior cardmasters leading the way who can also enter. The security guard at the entrance of the black market clasped his hands on his chest. There was no room for negotiation. Chen Yuan stood at the entrance, his heart was a little unwilling, just going back in disgrace? With his current strength, it was more than enough for him to be promoted from trainee cardmaster to junior cardmaster, only that he hadn't had the time to go to the association for certification. He was planning to negotiate with the security guard again, when his gaze was suddenly attracted by a beautiful figure not far away. Little Snow, Little Snow. Chen Yuan waved towards Morong Qingxue in the crowd. Morong Qingxue's complexion was flabbergasted, with doubts in her eyes. She hesitated for a moment but still walked over. What for? Her voice was clear and cold, transmitting a bit of vigilance. Every time she saw Chen Yuan, she couldn't help but remember what happened in the classroom that day. Have you gone to the association to certify as a junior cardmaster? Certified? Why? That's just right, I want to go to the black market and borrow your documents. Ha! Morong Qingxue gasped and laughed, really daring to borrow anything. The cardmaster qualification certificate was equivalent to a cardmaster's ID card, and she was afraid that Chen Yuan would take it for a loan. Don't, let me take you in. She wanted to refuse, but Dead Mouth had somehow misinterpreted her meaning. That's a good feeling, let's go. The two walked through the entrance they had just made. I still have things to do, you can stroll around by yourself. Morong Qingxue brought Chen Yuan in and then made an excuse and decided to leave. The two of them were not relatives, and in case they were seen by acquaintances and had to explain, there was no need to waste time on Chen Yuan. Thanks, you can look for me in the future if you have something to do. Chen Yuan was not a thin-skinned person, and what should be said as a courtesy still had to be said. Morong Qingxue gave a dry smile and left the place straight away. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, walked inside while surveying the black market. The black market was located on 6-Star Street. The entire street was filled with stores and stalls, the crowds were unending, and the degree of prosperity was not inferior to the snack street in the center of the city. Despite its name, the black market was not a place that was not allowed to see the light of day. Instead, it was directly controlled by the officials. The newly unearthed Wolf King Beast Core from the elite level subspace can be used to make purple quality cards. Pros who need it can come over and take a look. Jiangcheng Card Factory closed down. The boss ate, drank, hoarded, and gambled, owed $350 million, took his sister-in-law and ran away. We have no way to take the material against the wages. The original price of 800,000 yuan, a million of material, now all 500,000 yuan, jumping sale. The sound of selling on both sides of the street rose and fell, and Chen Yuan glanced at it carelessly. It wasn't a big sale, it was true and false, false and real. Cardmasters with patience and eyesight would not lose out, and it was impossible to say that they could really find any good treasures. After all, the items produced in the dimensional rift, in addition to card-making materials, there are other treasures that cannot even be analyzed at the current level of human beings, and there will always be a time when the pearl will be lost in the dust. Chen Yuan surveyed the various stalls with interest, and even kept asking questions. Boss, do you have Earth Vein Dragon Saliva here? No, but there are other materials that can replace it, you take a look at. Chen Yuan swept a glance and then left for the next store. These substitute materials were not as good as the Song Cliff Dragon Flute Blue. Chen Yuan asked more than 10 stalls in a row, but could not find the material he wanted. Walking into the next store with a mixed heart, he quickly scanned the shelves and there was no material he needed. He wanted to leave directly, but worried about an oversight, he asked in passing. Boss, do you have Earth Vein Dragon Saliva? What a coincidence, the Earth Vein Dragon Saliva was bought away not long ago. Chen Yuan sighed and was about to leave when the boss suddenly called him back. Don't be in a hurry, although there is no Earth Vein Dragon Saliva, there is a higher quality Thunder Tribulation Jiaodan. Do you want it? Chen Yuan's footsteps lurched. As a purple material, the Thunderjack Jiaodan was far more suitable than the Earth Vein Dragon Saliva to be used as a material for crafting the green-eyed white dragon. However, the problem was that bronze-level spiritual energy was simply not enough to support the sculpting of purple quality material. This was also why the highest material given by the school was only blue quality. If a card master did not have enough mental strength to venture beyond the level of carving, not only would he destroy the card-making material, he would also suffer a mental backlash. However, Chen Yuan suddenly thought of something, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He has the dual soul resonance enchantment. What ordinary card masters can't do, may not be he can't do. Just as Chen Yuan was about to inquire about the price, suddenly there was a rumbling sound that shook the entire black market. Chapter 13 Deathmatch Intermediate Cardmaster. The Might of the Night Kick. Chen Yuan looked up and saw a big red flame bird more than 3 meters tall standing in the next street. The blazing fire feathers made scorching marks in the air, and every time it lifted its wings, it set off a wave of heat. In the shadow it cast, a civet cat rider huddled in the corner, covered in wounds, its fur stained with blood and dust. Not far away, Morong Qingshua's face was extremely ugly. She had wanted to rely on the memories of her previous life to pick up the pieces of the black market, but she did not expect to encounter a wanted criminal in the black market. The cat rider in the street was none other than the one-star green card that she had made during her final exam, the fluorescent cat rider. Someone actually dared to openly use a card to cause trouble in the city, not afraid of the detective bureau? This commotion. Detective bureau must have already received the news, and it is estimated that it will soon arrive. The surrounding people were talking, but they all stayed away from the neighborhood that was affected by the battle. Although there was no lack of high-level cardmasters in the black market, it was clear that no one wanted to get into this mess. The big bird in the sky that was on fire was not bad. I'm afraid it was already at the level of 4 stars. The cardmaster controlling it was probably a high-level cardmaster. A senior cardmaster had at least 5 summoning decks, and at least one of the decks needed to be at the level of a 4-star purple card. Such a strong person was already qualified to form a group to enter the foreign space to explore, so how could they easily fight in the black market? Young man, this store is temporarily suspended, so you can go to Don't Go and take a look first. The store owner sharply locked the store door and ran to the opposite block to watch the action. The battles of high-level cardmasters could not be seen even if they paid money, but today it was a rare encounter, and the key was free, so naturally they had to seize the opportunity. As long as you keep a safe distance from the battle, you won't be affected. Chen Yuan's eyes flickered. Based on his experience when encountering this kind of thing, don't care about it, evacuating the scene was the wisest choice. He did the same, scattering his legs and running towards the eastern entrance. Chen Yuan, hurry up and go. Help me inform the detective bureau. Only, just after running 2 steps, he heard a shout from behind. Chen Yuan did not look back, while speeding up his pace. However, the cardmaster who was confronting Morong Qingxue was violently alert, his eyes snapping as he maneuvered his fiery sparrow to pounce towards Chen Yuan. At the same time, a 2-headed thunderbird appeared and continued to attack Morong Qingxue. Chen Yuan's heart chilled as he jerked to a halt. The Time King card quietly emerged, blue light overflowing as it transformed into a shadow. Rider time. Accompanied by a kinetic sound effect exploding, the Time King appeared. There was a commotion from the crowd of onlookers, and then a burst of whispers and snickers came out. Chen Yuan had no time to care. At this moment, with the help of the King of Time in front of him, he could clearly feel the power of the fiery sparrow in the sky, which was by no means comparable to a half-assed undead knight. Not daring to take it lightly, the Time King immediately unleashed Time King Fate. Hyper Mutiki X-Aid. Gaining the X-Aid Shadow enchantment, the effect of restoring life was attached to the hit of a general attack. Bang! A claw strike from the fiery sparrow struck, and like being hit by a swinging hammer, the Timeless King was blown away by several meters and smashed heavily into the wall, bursting with debris. Chen Yuan took advantage of this gap and quickly looked for cover to hide, his heart beating like a drum. The first time he encountered a life and death crisis, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous at all. But now was not the time to be nervous. He quickly stabilized his mind. This was not a school, no one would talk about martial virtues. Chen Yuan was vigilant to the extreme in his heart. Low-level cardmasters had weak mental power, limited cards, and fragile bodies, so the slightest mishap would be a death sentence. When encountering a life and death battle, one must not easily expose oneself. He held his breath, his nerves tensed to the extreme. The inch-haired man manipulating the flaming sparrow stood beside the street, an evil smile on his face. Flame missile. The flaming sparrow received its master's order and let out a shrill chirp as it quickly condensed a blazing fireball from its mouth, the scorching energy distorting the air and pointing directly at the Timeless King. Cold sweat slid down Chen Yuan's forehead. If this move hit, the Time King would definitely be destroyed. Reverse time. There was no other way at the moment. Chen Yuan didn't know if the Time King's ability to retrace time was effective against higher-ranked cards, but at the moment of life and death, he could only take a gamble. As the Time King's ability was unleashed, space-time slightly distorted and the scene began to flow backwards. Then it quickly stopped, and Chen Yuan was slightly relieved to see this. Originally able to rewind for 10 seconds, now it could only rewind for less than 2 seconds. But it was barely enough, at least it went back to before the flaming sparrow used its skill. What's going on? The inch-haired man's pupils shrank as he instantly reacted, realizing that Chen Yuan might have used some sort of interfering skill, causing the flaming sparrow to cancel the skill command. Armor time. Kagan. Or. Let's go. Awaken. Chu go go ghost. Just in the moment when the inch-haired man was distracted, the Time King, who had received Chen Yuan's order, immediately twisted his time drive and his figure suddenly disappeared. Consuming Heisei Night Dial Void, he switches to his ghost armor form, enters a stealthy state for 1.5 seconds, and his next attack is bound to be a blitzkrieg. The Timeless King's sword blade swept by at a rapid speed, aiming straight for the inch-haired man's throat. Chen Yuan stared at the battle. The Timeless King was by no means a match for the Flaming Sparrow, but if he could kill the card master himself with a single stroke of his sword, the card summoned by his opponent would immediately collapse, and the crisis would be solved. The inch-haired man snapped to attention and seemed to realize something as a card suddenly appeared. Bang! The blue light at his fingertips flashed violently, and an iron-winged flying eagle suddenly appeared, its huge wings blocking horizontally. Timeless King's sword blade ruthlessly chopped into the feathered wings, directly cutting a line of blood on the flying eagle's wings. The iron-winged flying eagle cried out in pain. Chen Yuan subconsciously clenched his fists. The plan had failed. Currently, the opponent had used 3 summoning decks in a row, thus showing that this person possessed at least the level of an intermediate cardmaster. Regardless of the number of cards, their quality, or even their combat experience, he was not able to compete with them. One strike failed. The Timeless King wanted to swing his sword again, but the angry whine of the Flaming Sparrow came from above his head, and the blazing flames came crashing down like a meteor. The time and space drive suddenly rotated. In an instant, time within a 30-meter radius seemed to freeze, and the enemy's movements seemed to stand completely still. End it, twice time break. The Time King leapt into the air, generating a black and gold clock spell under his feet. The dial hands rotated counterclockwise at a rapid pace, and the power of time converged under his feet. Night Kick. This was the new skill that the Time King had comprehended when he unlocked the second stage, twice time break. Bang! The first strike viciously kicked the iron-winged flying eagle, and the effect of time rewinding was instantly triggered, forcing the iron-winged flying eagle's state to reset back to before the attack. Before the attack, the iron-winged flying eagle had not yet been summoned, so at this moment, it was even directly forced back into the inch-headed man's spiritual inner landscape. A second kick attack followed. Target inch-haired man. The second kick would superimpose the power of the first kick, doubling its power. Golden energy ripples swept in like angry waves, kicking the inch-haired man straight in the face. The inch-haired man's pupils suddenly shrunk, and this time, he didn't have time to summon the iron-winged flying eagle again to resist. In the nick of time, he violently raised his hand and threw out an auxiliary card with a white barrier engraved on its face. Swish! A white barrier instantly unfolded, enveloping him. At that moment, the Time King's second kick had arrived. Boom ka ka ka! The barrier collided fiercely with the golden energy, and the white light flashed violently, followed by the crunching sound of glass breaking. It was obvious that this defensive auxiliary card was unable to withstand the power of the Time King's second kick. Ka-ching! The barrier crumbled, and the inch-haired man was hit head-on by the furious kick, and his entire body flew backwards. Chapter 14 Class B Most Wanted Fugitive Falls. $2 million is too expensive for a favor. Everything happened in an instant. Although the inch-haired man tried his best to sidestep the key points at the last moment, he was still blown away tens of meters by Timeless King's kick, and the whole person fell into a coma. The fiery sparrow and the two-headed thunderbird in midair let out mournful cries, and then turned into bits of light, dissipating into thin air. Chen Yuan held onto the wall, panting heavily, his back soaked in cold sweat. Just now, when he used the Time King's night kick and superimposed the time pause, since the target's strength was far greater than the Time King's, the amount of mental energy consumed was enormous, almost draining him of his mental energy. If it wasn't for the strengthening of his spiritual power by dual soul resonance at this moment, he was afraid that his consciousness would have collapsed long ago. He raised his hand and took the Time King back into the spiritual inner landscape. He was barely able to calm his breathing, but the overdrawn spiritual energy caused his eyes to gush with blackness, and his entire being was weak to the extreme. Who can tell me what just happened? Someone in the crowd murmured out, his voice dripping with disbelief. What I see that kid wearing appears to be a second middle school uniform, right? A high school student was actually able to crush an intermediate level card master. It's indeed too shocking. Tomorrow's headline hotspot is here. Most of the people present had rich social experiences, all of them had experienced big and small duels, and some of them had even fought with ferocious beasts in the sub-dimensional space. It was just that Chen Yuan's party's battle performance was simply too outstanding. From the moment he made his move, to the Time King card erupting with treacherous power, to the end of the battle, the entire process took less than half a minute. No one could even say how exactly he won. On the other side, Morong Qingshua's complexion froze, and the auxiliary deck poised between her fingers was quietly withdrawn. Could it be that the people from the detective bureau have arrived? Her gaze swept towards the tumultuous crowd, and she recalled the severely injured fluorescent cat rider in the process. As she approached, she was confronted with Chen Yuan's eyes that were ablaze with fury, their stern gaze almost piercing through her. Turning back slightly again, in the ruins 10 meters away, a silhouette was lying quietly. You solved it? She could hardly hide her shock. She couldn't be clearer about Chen Yuan's strength, only a 2-star blue card, just a bit of weird skills. Originally, she only wanted Chen Yuan to help her share the pressure and wait for the detective bureau to rescue her. Unexpectedly, he had directly defeated the other party. That wanted criminal was a solid intermediate cardmaster, and his strength was very close to that of a senior cardmaster. Or else. Chen Yuan sized her up meaningfully. This guy's strength is far inferior to his own, and his state is a little too good. That Thunderbird was not as fierce as the Flaming Sparrow, but it was at least a 3-star blue card. Morong Qingxue was able to maneuver for so long with only a 1-star green card? That's not right. She definitely had energy restoring potions and other cards on her. You said when you entered the black market that you told me to look for you anytime if there's anything. Morong Qingxue knew she was at a disadvantage and lowered her voice by a few points. In the heat of the moment, I called you. Less nonsense. Chen Yuan coldly interrupted. The account of dragging me into the water will be settled later. Give me the mental power potion. Morong Qingxue bit her thin lips. Enduring the pain, she touched out 2 tubes of blue potion, lower level spirit potion, bronze level. Taking it can restore 1 to 2% of spirit power. Chen Yuan tilted his head and poured down a tube. Warm energy rushed through the body, and the dried up spiritual energy quickly rebounded, recovering about 15% before stopping. The stabbing pain in his brain finally eased. He put away the other tube of potion and turned around to question, what is this person's origin? Daring to commit murder in broad daylight. A wanted criminal. The same J-line C forbidden B turn F this W text, file SSXRNBAV0 plus, RA3QFR7 DTS3ZNF CGB at WC.BD $1961.58FW21 eject 6 C16M3BFU1 PY4 P8A8 at CG2QN2Y4 W3SKH. Morong Qingxue came to Chen Yuan's ear and whispered. How did you get into trouble with him? Chen Yuan's gaze was skeptical. Does a wanted man need a reason to kill someone? Morong Qingxue gave him a blank look without any good humor and stopped explaining. The main reason was that this matter could not be explained at all. In her previous life, she only knew that a very rare material would appear in the black market today and eventually be picked up and bought by an out-of-town cardmaster. But she never expected that the target of this interception was a wanted criminal. Not only did this person want to seize the card, his shadowy gaze was even glued to the nape of her neck, clearly storing more dirty thoughts. With no choice but to fight back, Morong Qingxue had no choice but to fight back. Classmate, did you beat that person? Soon, people from the detective bureau rushed over, with a young man at the head in charge of questioning, while the others evacuated the crowd and controlled the scene. Suddenly interrupted by a voice, both Chen Yuan and Morong Qingxue turned their heads. Yes, that person was defeated by Chen Yuan. Without waiting for Chen Yuan to speak, Morong Qingxue spoke. Oh? Your name is Chen Yuan? Pan Yu's student? Chen Yuan glanced at Morong Qingxue and nodded. Yes, you know Mr. Pan? Haha, the approval process for $300,000 was still handled by me for you. Do you think I recognize Pan Yu? Chen Yuan sniffed and sighed in relief. Since he was a friend of Mr. Pan's, it shouldn't be too difficult for him. My name is Jo Sun. I'm classmates with your teacher Pan. You can call me Brother Sun. Jo Sun patted Chen Yuan's shoulder and said to him, don't worry, you defeated a Class B wanted criminal, and there will be a reward instead of a punishment for your arrest. Many thanks. Only then did Chen Yuan completely put his heart down and left his phone number with Jo Sun. When the situation was verified and the approval process was completed, the bonus would be released to him. I'll keep this favor. Let's write off what you did to me in the classroom that day. Leaving the scene of the accident, Morong Qingxue said with justice. Don't you want to return the favor? I'll give you a chance. There was no point in reprimanding Morong Qingxue afterward, but instead, experiencing this incident gave Chen Yuan a wake-up call. Walking in this dangerous city, first of all, one's fists must be hard enough. Moreover, having only one card of Sometimes King was ultimately not enough. One must create the conditions for oneself to make a few more cards, life-preserving and attacking ones, in order to deal with all sorts of emergencies. What? Help me buy a material. Chen Yuan pointed to a store down the street. The two had just entered the store, and as soon as the owner took a look at Chen Yuan coming over, he instantly understood and reached out to remove the Thunderjack Augur Dan Purple from the counter. What? You want to buy this? Morong Qingxue frowned. This material was at least 2 million or more. This favor was too expensive, right? Right. Chen Yuan nodded. No, your bronze-level spirit power can't use purple material at all. Morong Qingxue tugged on Chen Yuan's sleeve. If you can't use it now, you can wait for the future. The shopkeeper interjected at the right time, while praising Chen Yuan. With the potential that this little brother has shown, he will definitely have a great future, and it is estimated that he will soon be able to break through the bronze level. Old me is making a good karma today. If you want to buy it, the Thunderjack Jiaodan can be sold to you for $2 million. Good. Chen Yuan nodded his head. This price was indeed fair. If he met an anxious buyer, it would not be unusual for the Thunderjack Jiaodan to sell for $2.5 million. No, 2 million is too expensive. I can accept material up to 500,000. Morong Qingxue was furious, but 2 million was already beyond her reach. Chen Yuan knew that he couldn't push her too hard either, that would be counterproductive, and slightly pondered. 700,000. Good. Morong Qingxue was afraid that Chen Yuan would change his mind, so she hurriedly agreed. Chen Yuan took out the Song Cliff Dragon Flute Blue, and azure streams of light flowed in his palm. Boss, 1 million plus this material, can I buy the Thunderjack Auger Dan? Chapter 15, The Time King Rises to the Stars. Departure, Starfire Training. You plan to sell this material? Morong Qingxue, with a puzzled look on her face, inquired, then without waiting for Chen Yuan to answer, she snatched a step ahead of the store owner and took over the Song Cliff Dragon Flute Blue. This material is sold to me for 1 million, I'll help you pay 1.7 million, and you can figure out the rest of the 300,000 yourself. Worried that Chen Yuan would misunderstand, he quickly added. Fine. Selling to anyone was selling. Chen Yuan's purpose was always only one to get the Thunderjack Jiao Dan purple. He pulled out his cell phone and transferred the $300,000 that had just arrived not long ago to the shopkeeper. Morong Qingxue was slightly stunned, a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Where did Chen Yuan get the money? Shouldn't the $300,000 given to him before be taken to pay back the loan? On second thought, it was none of her business anyway, so she stopped looking into it, took out her cell phone and paid the remaining 1.7 million sharply. Money and goods are clear, we don't owe each other. After saying that, Morong Qingxue turned around and left the black market. Although the black market paid a big price this time, the harvest was equally huge. In her hands, she was pinching the gray material that she had intercepted from the hands of a wanted criminal. It appeared to be the worst gray material, but it actually had a hidden mystery inside. It can draw the spiritual chi of heaven and earth on its own, and according to the memory of her previous life, waiting for 3 or 5 days will turn it into white material, and in 10 days and half a month it should be able to metamorphose into green, and then blue, and then purple. After Chen Yuan carefully put away the Thunderjack Auger Dan purple, he also left the black market. The materials needed to craft the green-eyed white dragon had already been collected, so even if the materials provided by Starfire Training didn't meet his needs, he didn't have to worry about it. When the time came, he could consider using the materials provided by Starfire Training to create a different deck. Ding bell bell bell. While pondering, Chen Yuan's cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID was Pan Yu's number. Injured? As soon as the phone was connected, Pan Yu's voice came over. Chen Yuan's heart warmed as he replied, the consumption of spiritual energy is a bit large, so I should be fine after going back for a rest. Don't be so impulsive next time you encounter something. Pan Yu admonished some more before hanging up the call. Chen Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Where was he being impulsive? He was clearly being forced. If it wasn't for Morong Qingxue dragging him into the water, he would have already slipped away, and would not have fought with an intermediate-level cardmaster. However, there were two sides to the story. This time, although it was treacherous, the harvest was also plentiful. In addition to substantial money and purple materials, there were also hidden benefits, and the stronger the ability one displayed would be taken seriously. The key this time was that the opponent was a wanted criminal, and there would be more benefits in the future. However, this kind of thing Chen Yuan did not want to encounter it a second time. Crossing the ranks in a duel to the death seemed imposing, but ultimately it was a dance at the tip of the knife, and the slightest mishap would be the opening of the entire village. The ideal state of the duel should be to steadily crush, which is also commonly known as abusing vegetables, instead of racking your brains and fighting for your life. When he returned home, he locked the doors and windows to ensure that he was safe and secure. Chen Yuan adjusted his state, sat down with his knees crossed, and quickly entered a meditative state. While recovering his mental strength, he merged his consciousness into the inner landscape to check the status of the card repair. However, he was surprised to find that the star rating column of the Timeless King's deck had risen from 2 stars to 3 stars at some point. No wonder. Just now on the road he had vaguely sensed that his spiritual power and physical strength had slightly increased. Now it seemed that it wasn't an illusion, but rather the power feedback brought about by the Time King's star ascension. But how did it ascend the star? This made Chen Yuan curious. Star ascension of cards, like card ascension, had always been one of the trickiest challenges in the card master circle. For no other reason than the fact that it was extremely difficult for ordinary card masters to raise their star level. There were only 2 conventional methods. One is to consume special materials to slowly build up, but the conversion efficiency is low, and the materials are expensive, so if you are not careful, you will damage the card. The second is to raise the star level through battle, but it does not mean that you can just find some random trainers, or find a bunch of wild monsters as experience packs in the foreign space, and then you can brush experience indefinitely, so as to raise the star level. It involves a more complex logic of law, which even the top card masters can't figure out, and can only be attributed to personal chance. Faced with 2 choices, most card masters choose the first method. However, due to the fact that each card has a different tolerance level, this method extremely tests the cardmaker's experience in card production and observation. If something goes wrong in the middle, the card will be limited to a certain star level forever, or the card will be downgraded or even damaged. As for the battle star ascension, it was more like a gift of fate that could be encountered but not sought. Chen Yuan estimated that the probability of Timeless King's star ascension this time was inextricably linked to the Undead Knight and today's battle. He then fell back into thought.
Each card had a different route of ascension. Would there be a difference in the star ascension method as well? Will there be a connection between the way of advancement and the way of star ascension? When the Time King was promoted to blue, it relied on external pressure. This star ascension, it was still external pressure. Could it be that the star ascension method is the same as the advancement method? The external pressure was the best experience pack? Shen Yuan recalled the way the King of Time had ascended and shook his head again. Not necessarily. The ascension paths of cards varied greatly, and star ascension and ascension were two different concepts, so how could one jump to conclusions so easily? Shen Yuan didn't think that he could crack this century-old problem that had plagued countless card masters by making a random blind guess. He no longer dwelled on it, collected his mind and re-entered the meditative state. There were some guesses that could perhaps only be verified in future card making in battles. One night passed. Shen Yuan came to his senses from the meditative state, and his mental strength had completely recovered. And he vaguely felt that his current spiritual level was already very close to the late bronze level. The so-called front, middle, and late stages of the spirit levels were actually just milestones in a cardmaster's cultivation, and had no substantive meaning. If one were to say that there was something, it would only be that the upper limit of spiritual power in the late stage was slightly higher than the early and middle stages. After washing up, Shen Yuan headed straight to the meeting point of the second middle school. The 5 people participating in the Starfire training arrived one after another, and under the leadership of class teacher Pan Yu, they boarded the cloud boat arranged by the school and set off towards the practical training base for the Starfire training. The training base was located on the outskirts of Jinghai City, covering a vast area, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, and very suitable for cardmasters to make cards. As the boat landed, Pan Yu led the way, and the 5 of them stepped into the base. There were a total of 34 colleges and universities in Jinghai City, and a total of 25 colleges and universities were qualified to participate in Starfire training. The number of places allocated to each school was not fixed, and was determined by the school's previous rankings and overall strength. On the way here, I heard Pan Yu say that the total number of students participating in this training was 120. The number of students participating in the training is the largest ever, and also the one with the best potential. There's still half an hour until the gathering time. You guys can stroll around the neighborhood if you're bored. At this moment, the plaza of the practical training base had already gathered close to 100 people, and it was obvious that quite a few schools had arrived early. Are you Chen Yuan? Shen Yuan had nothing to do and was wandering around the base when an unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded behind him. He turned around to survey the other party. He didn't have many acquaintances over here. Which one are you? Chapter 16, The Betting Agreement for Material. Are you sure you want to play so big? You don't recognize me? The boy raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone dripping with disbelief. Don't recognize. Shen Yuan's surface was bland, but in his heart, he was speechless for a while, thinking that he was a Chinese coin? Everyone has to recognize it? This is the grade 1 of Jinghai First Middle School, Wang Teng. Mr. Wang. At this time, Song Yu suddenly came over and introduced in an exaggerated tone. Oh. Wang Teng. Shen Yuan's mouth slightly opened with a look of sudden realization. This name, Wang Teng, resounded through the internet in his previous life, with a popularity no less than that of a first-tier star, so how could he not recognize it? Poof. Wang Teng's vanity was greatly satisfied, seeing that Chen Yuan was so knowledgeable, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. Your kid has been quite popular lately, making homemade cards and catching wanted criminals in the black market. Chen Yuan sniffed out a smell of jealousy from Wang Teng's tone, but he would not get serious with a small child and simply said along with the other party's words. Where, compared to you I'm just a younger brother among younger brothers. You'll be a great emperor in the future. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. You kid? Quite on the road ah. He was in a good mood and turned his head to glare at Song Yu. Didn't you say that Chen Yuan was arrogant and domineering? You? Song Yu was speechless. How can you not hear the good and bad words? Wang Teng's face sank. You? I see that you are intent on provoking. Song Yu was anxious. Wasn't it you who said you wanted to frustrate Chen Yuan? Bull. Wang Teng denied. When did I, Wang Teng, ever say such a thing? Chen Yuan watched the two get into an argument and shrugged his shoulders, not bothering to get involved, preparing to turn around and leave. Yo, they're all here. A boy wearing the school uniform of the attached middle school walked over with his hands in his pockets, followed by 7 students from the same school in full force. Shun Wan. What are you doing here? Wang Teng frowned and looked at the visitor with an unkind gaze. Shinwan snorted. Your family owns the practical training base? Do I need to report to you where I go? You? Chen Yuan, right. Shinwan suddenly turned his head to look at Chen Yuan, who was about to leave, seemingly smiling. Don't be in a hurry to leave, let's talk. Chen Yuan footsteps coldly said, something? Nothing. Shinwan shrugged his shoulders, his tone frivolous. Just come over to notify you that the first of this Starfire training will only be me, Shinwan. The glory will only belong to the attached middle school. Oh. Chen Yuan glanced at him and nodded. Shinwan's face turned cold. No one had ever dared to treat him with such a belittling attitude. What's with the arrogance? You can't even make a homemade deck, so you have the nerve to make a big deal out of it? Wang Tang gave a cut and said disdainfully. Not convinced? Then let's bet. Xinwen laughed sorrowfully. Let's compare who will be the first to finish card making, dare you? Let's bet. Student Chen Yuan, what about you? Xinwen let out a light laugh as his gaze turned to Chen Yuan.
Chen Yuan glanced at him and laughed coldly in his heart. Clumsy trick. He immediately labeled Xinwen as a true villain and classified him with Songyu. What he said about betting, but just want to use the opportunity to bet to destroy the other competitor's card-making state of mind. Card-making was the most avoidable distraction. If the process was a little rough, once you remembered the bet, your state of mind would be destroyed, and then your mind would become unbalanced. In this case, card-making is basically hopeless. Even if one did manage to make them, the overall quality of the cards wouldn't be much higher. The key was that if this kind of mentality was not slowed down, I was afraid that I would never be able to make powerful cards in the future. Unfortunately, Xinwen had found the wrong person. What's the bet? If the bet is too small, I'm not interested. Chen Yuan had a smile at the corner of his mouth, but there was a coldness under his eyes. What do you have? Xinwen narrowed his eyes and threw the question back with a smile but not a laugh. Before coming, he had specifically done Chen Yuan's backtesting. Rural origin, the only set of house in his family was still in the county, and his parents were both bottom feeders. He himself lives in a low-cost housing in the city, and he has to rely on the school's poverty subsidy for food. Poor foundation, there is no family power or organization as a backer. Against this kind of small character, Xinwen was confident and had his hands full. I have the 4 materials given by this training. Chen Yuan thought briefly and faintly said. What? Wang Tang's pupil shrank as he looked at Chen Yuan in shock. Are you sure you want to play so big? Xinwen's gaze was sharp as he stared at Chen Yuan and asked. Play? Chen Yuan seemed as if he didn't understand what he meant and said lightly. Very well, don't regret it, just bet for fodder. Xinwen smiled coldly and looked at Wang Tang. What do you say? I'd better forget it. Wang Tang shook his head, for sheets of material cost too much to be worth it. Chen Yuan, don't be impulsive. Morong Qingshui couldn't help but step forward and reminded in a low voice, there are too many variables in the process of card making, and it's not uncommon for materials to be damaged. If you gamble with the 4 materials given by the base, you won't have a way to use them when you make cards. She paused for a moment and continued, in case the card making fails due to the lack of materials on the way, your score will be 0 points. Morong Qingshui's meaning was clear, you only have a few materials in your pocket and you dare to bet against others? Are you really not afraid of failing at card making? There's still a chance to back out now. Xinwen sneered, no one will laugh at you. Chen Yuan, live within your means, don't take on porcelain work if you don't have a diamond drill. Songyu appeared to be persuading Chen Yuan, but in reality he was fanning the flames between his words, fearing that Chen Yuan would refuse. Why should I refuse a good thing that falls from the sky? A puzzled look appeared on Chen Yuan's face as he spread his hands. You all don't think that my homemade deck was blinded by luck, right? Xinwen's smile froze on his face, and the atmosphere around him seemed to freeze for a moment. Chen Yuan looked towards the team that was assembling in the center of the square and said flatly. The bets are set, if there's nothing to do, then all disperse, the gathering has already begun. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the others and walked towards Pan Yu's direction. Arriving at the school's assembly point, Chen Yuan truthfully told Pan Yu what had just happened. He needed to get support from the school. Not only was it to prevent Xinwen from playing tricks afterward, but he also needed to take this opportunity to show his strength once again and consolidate his position in the hearts of the school leaders. However, what Chen Yuan did not know was that, after experiencing the battle in the black market yesterday, his reputation had completely spread among the students, and along with it, the reputation of second middle school had also increased. The school authorities had long listed him as a key training target. After this training, as long as Chen Yuan achieved a ranking that wasn't bad, the school would favor more resources. Pan Yu was silent for a moment and only asked, are you sure? Fully. Chen Yuan's reply was decisive. Let go and do it, as long as you don't cross the legal red line, the school is your backing. Pan Yu paused, her voice steady and strong. Of course, the teacher is also the backing. At this time, on the speaker's platform in the square, the leaders of the Ministry of Education had already finished their speeches, and the following was the teacher in charge of the training who began to announce the schedule during the training period. The training base has prepared independent dormitories and card-making rooms for all students, and provides 3 meals for free. In the morning you can first familiarize yourself with the park. At 1:30 p.m., all students will gather at the material room in the East Plaza on time. After selecting the materials, you can start card making. Card making grades will be based on a combination of factors such as card star rating, quality, and card making time. Students who finish card making first can report to me in the office building. During the period of closed card making, please strictly abide by the rules and regulations of the practical training base. If any violation of discipline is found, points will be deducted for minor infractions, and dismissal for major ones, and will not be tolerated. After the opening, Mr. Pan, holding a list of dormitory assignments, led 5 students through the park. The students were sent to the door of their respective dormitories and turned away after a few brief instructions. During the period of closed card making, teachers from all schools were not allowed to stay in the park. Chen Yuan tidied up his dormitory and didn't stay much longer, immediately going forward to familiarize himself with the park's cafeteria. Inside the cafeteria, the rich aroma of the meals poured out. 10 meat dishes and 15 vegetarian dishes were neatly arranged, with attractive colors and steaming heat. The most crucial thing was that it was all free. Chen Yuan's appetite was so great that he didn't stop until he burped. Soon the time came to 1:30 p.m., and the sun was shining. Chen Yuan came to the material room on time. Chapter 17 Card Making from Infinite Extrapolation, Doubling the Difficulty Under Transcending Limits. The order of selection of the material was in accordance with the previous school ranking. The attached middle school was the first to enter the selection, followed by the first middle school. Second middle school came in 5th place. Not too close to the front, not too close to the back, stuck in the middle position of not up or down. After the third middle school students finished picking, it was finally the second middle school's turn. You have 10 minutes to pick your material, you must leave the field at the end of the time without delay. The teacher in charge of maintaining discipline gave a professional admonition. When Chen Yuan's group of 5 stepped into the material room, a solemn atmosphere came over them. 10 monitoring teachers stood in various places, and surveillance cameras hung like eagles' goshawks at the 4 corners, scanning every corner 360 without any dead angle. In here, any small action of stealing cards will not be able to hide. Several people did not dare to delay, each spread out, looking for the material they needed. Chen Yuan's eyes quickly swept over the materials on the display shelves. Within 10 minutes, picking the most applicable combination of materials for the future from the many materials without any preparation was something that almost no cardmaster could do. The best option was to try to pick the higher-priced materials. This way, even if he couldn't use them in the future, he could still sell them for a good price and use the money from the sale to buy the materials he needed. His fingertips wandered between several stacks of blue material. Blue was already the highest quality here. Chen Yuan picked and chose, and seeing that the countdown was about to return to 0, he decisively drew out 4 materials. Spirit Leaf Vein Blue, Giant Wreckage Blue, Daylight Crystal Blue, and successor of Light Soul Fragment Blue. Although he didn't think of a specific card-making plan for the moment, he had to make a choice. If he didn't select a material after the time for selecting materials, he would automatically lose the opportunity to select materials. There was no room for hesitation, so it had to be this way first. The other 4 made the same choice, all taking away blue materials of great value. You are Chen Yuan, right? Just as Chen Yuan was about to leave, the teacher guarding the door suddenly called out to him. The bet you made with Shenwan, was it a voluntary act? Was it forced by anyone else? No one forced it, both of us did it voluntarily. Chen Yuan was slightly stunned, then responded frankly. The teacher nodded. The tutors of your 2 schools have already reported to the organizing committee, and the bet is in effect. According to the protocols, the materials that you have selected will be temporarily managed by the organizing committee, and will be distributed by the organizing committee on behalf of the winner when a winner is decided. You have no comments, right? After saying that, he reached out and took the 4 cards handed over by Chen Yuan. He also showed Shenwen's material card to him for confirmation, and then took a picture and passed it to Shenwen. To show justice. This kind of betting behavior was legal and compliant in both the cardmaster circle and the school, and was greatly respected. After all, material resources were already scarce and should flow to those with more potential. Allowing the more talented cardmasters to grow up and quickly grow into the backbone of the defense against the sublime invasion. Teacher, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Chen Yuan said his goodbyes before turning around and leaving the material room, heading to his own card-making room. Closing the door to the room. Instead of choosing to immediately start card-making, he began to think back to the bits and pieces that had happened when he crossed over to this world. Recalling everything that he had experienced when he came here. It had to be said that this was really a bad memory. Eating either noodles or steamed buns with salted vegetables. Oh yes, there were also frozen dumplings wrapped in zombie meat. At night, I fell asleep to the sound of playing cards next door. In addition to the bad routine, there is also what happened in the black market yesterday. The battle was a horrible thing to think about now. If that card master hadn't been so gullible as to use all of his skills right off the bat, I'm afraid he would have died a horrible death. Not to mention letting the Time King find a chance to get close to him and use the Knight's Kick. A 3-star blue card compared to a 4-star purple card was ultimately too big a gap. Card star rating and quality, every time you raise it is a qualitative leap. Especially when the cards reach the later stages, a difference in star level and quality. The difference in the attributes and abilities of the cards was like a rift valley. Phew. As his thoughts gradually calmed down, Chen Yuan took a long breath, and the distracting thoughts were eliminated from his mind. Before making cards, the heart should be quiet and the mind should be concentrated. This was the only way to avoid mistakes that shouldn't have occurred when formulating the settings, and to give full play to the level of card making. Chen Yuan pulled out a blank book from the bookshelf and began to write the card setting of the green-eyed white dragon. From the origin legend, worldview background, skill setting. Then to the image sketch. Every detail was repeatedly scrutinized. Just this first step, Chen Yuan took 2 days to complete. During these 2 days, in addition to eating and meditating, he was writing. Looking at the dense notes filled with settings in his hands, Chen Yuan set his pen aside. Sitting on the bed with his knees crossed, his consciousness entered the spiritual inner landscape. Only then did he begin the crucial card-making process. When Chen Yuan opened his eyes again, he had already entered a dark space of consciousness. This world was pitch black, unable to reach out and see anything, but was able to truly feel its own existence. Chen Yuan did not dwell on it too much, and with the point of his finger in the air, a blank source card that emitted a shimmering light appeared out of thin air. And then with a wave of his hand, 3 materials appeared at the same time. The 3 materials, Glow Moon Dragon Scale Blue, Bright Echo Stone Blue, and Thunderjack Augur Dan Purple, were summoned into the space and hung around the blank source card, making it easy to access them at any time. Having had the experience of making cards once, he was much more skillful this time. The first step was to name the character by manipulating the card pen with mental energy. Green-eyed white dragon. Chen Yuan manipulated the card pen and carefully sketched on the blank source card. After the nomination, it was also necessary to incorporate all of the character settings, incorporate them into the card's surface texture and make a complete engraving. There must not be the slightest mistake in between. With each engraving, the light emitted by the card source would become 1 point stronger. However, as time passed, Chen Yuan's speed of engraving gradually slowed down. The green-eyed white dragon setting was still able to portray most of it in the beginning, but as he continued to deepen his portrayal, he realized that the setting he had made before making the card was not compatible with this world, and he had to make adjustments. Ancient Mega Set, in order to save his lover Kazara, used his own soul as a guide to awaken the sleeping white dragon, whose power rivaled that of the sun god Ra. The Heimeis people resurrected the white dragon through genetic technology, seeing it as a symbol of the fight against destiny. The existence of a card character must be self-consistent, with a well-developed background and worldview, while conforming to the laws that govern the operation of that world. There cannot be any flaws, otherwise it is considered a failure of card-making. Even if it was forcibly engraved, it would not be able to give the card a soul when it finally communicated with the laws of heaven and earth, and the card would collapse and shatter on the spot while causing a mental shock to the cardmaster. Chen Yuan did not dare to act rashly, and was incredibly cautious with every stroke. At the same time, he unleashed his talent, infinite deduction, continuously constructing those unknown or vague character settings in his mind, and at the same time transforming them into card patterns, drawing them out 1 stroke at a time. Mental energy was rapidly consumed like a floodgate opening, and a feeling of emptiness came from the depths of his consciousness. Although he had experience in creating the Feng Mo Toki King deck before, the materials used that time were of low quality and nowhere near as difficult as this time. This time, the quality of the materials used exceeded the highest standard for bronze level use, and he realized just how much difficulty lurked in trying to draw the green-eyed white dragon. The slightest miscalculation would result in a complete failure. Chapter 18, Go to War with Me. Green Eyes No White Dragon. After an unknown amount of time, the card brush in Chen Yuan's hand suddenly gave a start, and the carving motion stopped. The mental energy had been exhausted, and it was impossible to continue the deduction. However, the good thing was that the deduction progress could be retained, and he only needed to wait for his spiritual energy to recover again, so he could continue to deduce and carve cards based on the original foundation. With that, he closed his eyes and began to meditate and regulate. When his mental energy recovered a bit, Chen Yuan immediately and decisively rededicated himself to card making. The card face pattern glowed with a faint golden light as he sketched. As the last stroke fell, all the settings of the green-eyed white dragon were finally completely integrated into the card pattern, and it was a tight fit. Chen Yuan let out a slight sigh of relief, but quickly refocused his mind again. Now was not the time to relax, the card face still had the image of the green-eyed white dragon left to be drawn. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand to disassemble the 3 materials, dipped his card brush into the ink, and began to draw the image of the green-eyed white dragon. Before crossing over, Chen Yuan, as the original artist, had his own excellent drawing skills, plus the original owner's drawing skills were also quite good. With the fusion of the two, his drawing skills were further refined. Composition, character structure, light and shadow, warmth and coldness would not go astray. Coupled with the assistance of the deduction talent, between the strokes of the brush, the image of the majestic green-eyed white dragon gradually appeared on the card surface. There's still one last step left to dot the i's, and the card face drawing will be completed. Chen Yuan was nervous with some anticipation. The most difficult step in drawing a dragon was the eye dotting. If there was a mistake or omission in the eye dotting stroke, the drawing would fail. If the eye dotting strokes were empty, the battle power of the cards produced would be greatly reduced. Chen Yuan gathered his mind, condensed his spiritual energy, and began to outline the lines of the eyes. The card pen gently clicked, and a vortex formed in the eyes of the green-eyed white dragon, and the entire white dragon threw back its head and roared as if it had come to life. Hearing the subtle roar of the dragon,
Chen Yuan restrained his excitement and stared at it without blinking. The dragon's pupils were stern, its scales and armor were fierce, and every detail was lifelike. The card face was successfully drawn. Immediately afterward, Chen Yuan struck while the iron was hot and immediately began the last step of card making, inscribing the back of the card. The card back patterns were all fixed. Chen Yuan had experience in drawing them, plus he practiced diligently on weekdays, so now he was able to draw them with ease. With the last stroke of the closing stroke, the card face glowed with light. As the law descended, the entire card was finally made. At the same time, wisps of warmth swam through the limbs and bones, and finally coalesced in the inner view world. This was the energy feedback brought to him by the green-eyed white dragon after it was successfully crafted. Not only was it able to refine the physical body, it would also enhance the spiritual power. The azure-colored panel quietly surfaced, and the information panel changed. Card Master, Chen Yuan. Age, 17. Card Master Rating, Trainee Card Master 100%. Need to go to the Card Master Association for certification and pass the test before advancing. Spirit Level, Silver Spirit Power, 521. Spirit Level, Silver Spirit Power, 521. Cards, King of the Fungus, Green-Eyed White Dragon. Talents, Unforgettable, Dual Soul Resonance, Infinite Deduction. Identity, Kyukai number 2 Middle School Special Training Class Student. Unforgettable, Dual Soul Resonance, Infinite Deduction. These three talents are really indispensable. Chen Yuan sighed with emotion, but where any of these talents were missing, this green-eyed white dragon deck would not have been crafted successfully today, let alone the spirit level advancement to silver grade. Green-eyed white dragon. Chen Yuan's mind moved, and the green-eyed white dragon deck appeared in his hand, gazing at the deck as his fingers rubbed over the relief like lines of the green-eyed white dragon. In the cold touch, he could clearly feel the dormant energy pulsing, as if the heartbeat of an ancient beast. Oh, souls sleeping in the stone slabs, respond to the will of the contractor. A thunderclap suddenly exploded in Chen Yuan's ears, and a bone-chilling wind swept through the card-making room for no reason, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand up. In his heart, he was startled. The card-making room simply could not withstand the size of the green-eyed white dragon, and he could not allow it to descend in the card-making room. While urging his mind, he hurriedly rushed out of the card-making room and rushed to the playground open space of the practical training base. Rumble. He stepped right into the center of the playground when the first streak of lightning split through the clouds. A gentle rain began to fall from the sky. Across 3,000 years of time, with your soul as a contract, go into battle with me. Green-eyed no white dragon. Chen Yuan's right hand pressed against his left chest as he spoke solemnly. As the words fell, 3 pillars of blue light from the cracks in the playground's ground shot up into the sky, coalescing into the silhouette of the green-eyed white dragon in the rain curtain, and when the dragon's wings spread out, it stirred up an astral wind, which tore the rain curtain in a 10-meter radius to shreds. When those pale blue vertical pupils lit up in the light, the rain in the entire playground trembled. Collect. The green-eyed white dragon's contract was successful, and as it transformed into a card and retracted into the spiritual inner landscape, its relevant information was also reflected into Chen Yuan's mind. Name, Green-eyed white dragon. Quality, blue. Star rating, 3 stars. Race attribute, dragon flying, light dragon, electricity, combat, sublime, ancient. Card type, summon card, card type, summon card. Skill 1, Dragon Wing Verdict Introduction. When swooping, beat the ground with its wings, creating a circular shockwave that puts the target within range into a shocked state, unable to move. Use abilities for 1 second. Skill 2, Explosive Blast Description. Spits out a spiral light cannon that runs through a straight line path, dealing 1.5x light damage, and a Purification of Light effect removes the target's gain status. Skill 3, Boundary of Light Passive Domain Description. Within the boundaries of the boundary, light attribute friendly units gain resistance shield, probability of being immune to the first negative effect. Note, if the target is of a higher level than you or has a special ability, the effect of the skill will be weakened to a different extent. Introduction, a legendary dragon monster from Yu-Gi-Oh! Born from a 3,000-year-old soul contract on an ancient Egyptian tablet, it possesses the pure destructive power of a light attribute dragon, and as the sole embodiment of the dualist hippocampus, it is both a proud weapon of annihilation and the ultimate symbol of bonding, breaking through boundaries in the form of fusions, rituals, and assonance, and is known as the ultimate dragon that is above the gods. Direction of advancement, green eyes. Advancement, green-eyed ultimate dragon purple, green-eyed chaotic ultimate dragon orange abyssal, green-eyed white dragon red. Mode of advancement, spiritual numinous nourishment fusion ritual sacrifice devouring attribute. Tai, appearing together with green-eyed white dragon, can activate the combo technique double burst. Inside the teacher's dormitory building, there was silence. The head of Starfire Training and president of the organizing committee, Xiang Qihua. Xiang Qihua was already 45 this year, and had reached the age when he should take care of his health. He had long since sunk into dreamland, but at this moment, he woke up with a jolt and sat up from his bed. As a senior card master with a gold-level spiritual grade, his perception was exceptionally sharp. Just now, not only did he hear the sound of thunder, there seemed to be the roar of a beast. Fierce beasts? Not right. He detected the wisp of energy fluctuation remaining in the air. That was not the breath that a ferocious beast should have, much less the aftermath of a battle. Rather, it was the contract resonance that only had a chance of being triggered when card making was successful. Someone made a homemade card deck nearby? He was shocked in his heart, and then his brows furrowed slightly. It didn't make sense. It had only been 22 days since the start of the closed card making process, and past results projected that it would take more than a month at the earliest for students to finish making cards one after another, and the vast majority of them were pseudo-homemade decks. There simply wouldn't be an outbreak of energy ripples like the one just now. The key is, that fluctuation in breath just now was clearly unique to homemade cards. Who could it be? Could it be a certain teacher at the training base who had an outburst of inspiration? No, we have to go out and see what's going on. Half a minute later, Xiang Qihua put on his clothes and pushed out the door, only to find that the corridor was already lit up with sporadic lights. It turns out that quite a few people have been awakened by the strange movement just now, and are gathering at the door in twos and threes, looking around sleepily and discussing in low voices. Chapter 19, Surprise. 22 days of card making success, sensationalizing the practical training base. Did you guys hear that thunder? Just now? It wasn't just thunder. There was also a roar, like a dragon's roar. Dragon roar? What a joke! Someone immediately retorted, the training is only on its 22nd day, how could there be a student who finished card making so many days ahead of schedule? I don't think it's possible either. That's President Xiang Qihua? The chatter came to an abrupt end. The crowd fixed their eyes on it. In the distance, an upright figure was walking this way. Yes, it's the president. After seeing the visitor clearly, the crowd greeted him with quick steps. President, it's so late, you're still up? One of them asked respectfully. Almost all of them here knew that Xiang Qihua had the habit of maintaining his health, turning out the lights and going to bed at 10 o'clock on time, but now it's 2:30 in the morning. Sleeping, only to be woken up. Xiang Qihua's gaze was calm and quiet as he looked in the direction of the playground. The commotion just now, if I'm not wrong, the source is right there. The playground? Following the direction of Xiang Qihua's gaze, someone was surprised. That side is very close to the card making room. Could it be that a student really succeeded in making a card? President Xiang has said so, can it be false? No seat, it seems that my Jinghai city is going to produce another genius card maker this term. It's been more than a decade, this is the second one, right? Think back then, Shi Tongwei and I are still in the same class, now the mix is really a world of difference. Don't shy emotion, Shi Tongwei human family is the top card division, loss you also have the good sense to touch porcelain. Say, who do you guys think is the most likely card maker to succeed in this session? I think Xinwen from the attached middle school is good. First middle school's Lu Haochen has an outstanding performance and is more likely. As for Wang Tang, it feels like something is missing. I heard that the second middle school has a bit of card-making genius front, before training also because of catching wanted criminals with merit, on the Beijing Sea News, what is it called? Can't think of it. Well. Xiang Qihua raised his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet and faintly said, let's go, all go over together to take a look. A group of people stopped talking and followed closely behind, walking quickly towards the playground. At this moment, the edge of the playground had already gathered many students one after another. Because the card-making room and student dormitory were closest to the playground. Coupled with the fact that the unusual movement just now was too shocking. Lightning thundered, dragon chants echoed, and some people even saw with their own eyes a huge silver-white dragon shadow hovering in the night sky. The entire dormitory area, almost all of them were startled. Did someone succeed in making a card? I don't know. I see everyone coming out, so I'll come out to join in the fun. There seems to be someone standing in the center of the playground. Morong Qingxue listened to the comments of the others beside her and suppressed the curiosity in her heart as she walked towards the front. Half a minute ago, she had just finished drawing cards for the day and was preparing to meditate instead of sleeping when she was suddenly awakened by the commotion outside. Just as she pushed open the door, she saw the incarnation of a giant dragon hovering in the sky, and her heart jolted. For some reason, the first thing she thought of was Chen Yuan and the words he had said to all of them present on the day she first entered the practical training base. You all don't think that my homemade decks were masked by luck, do you? She quickly stepped closer to the figure in the center of the playground, her heart beating faster as she got closer. Morong Qingxue? At less than 10 meters from the silhouette, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Through the figure, as well as the voice that made her incomparably familiar, she could be 100% certain that the person in front of her was Chen Yuan. The one who had triggered the strange movements of the party was likewise Chen Yuan. Have you succeeded in making a card? Morong Qingxue swallowed her saliva and tentatively inquired. Well, it succeeded. Chen Yuan calmly nodded his head, his gaze inadvertently skimming over her plain white long skirt, the hem of which fluttered lightly with the wind, setting her off more and more clearly. These words were instantly like a stone thrown into a lake, stirring up layers of ripples. The people around her exploded at the words. What? You succeeded in card making?
Someone exclaimed in disbelief, followed by a series of exclamations.
It's only been more than 20 days, right? There's actually someone who actually succeeded in card making?
I remember that since Starfire training started, the fastest card making time was 28 days, created by a genius card master named Chi Tongwei more than 10 years ago.
Chi Tongwei. That was once a myth in the second middle school. Great. Brother, what are you so happy about when someone else succeeds in card making?
Prove that my eyes have no problem. I'll say just now is not an illusion. See, the dragon shadow was real. The result or none said my eyes out of the question. Brother, I don't know if your eyes have any problems, but I feel that there is more or less a problem above your neck. A few light laughs rang out from the crowd, but soon fell silent again.
Because everyone thought of a very bad thing.
During the closed card making period, once someone was the first to finish making cards, unless the cards made by the students behind them were of a higher quality than the former, they would all receive varying degrees of reduced marks. There had been students who had theorized with the judges over this, and the answer they received was dry.
Others can finish making cards in such a short time, why can't you do it?
Don't complain about the bad environment and harsh conditions, look more at yourself.
Kill and kill.
The judge's teacher's sentence basically blocked out all disobedience.
Hey! Bro, which school are you from?
Dude, at the risk of asking, what grade is this deck of yours?
The crowd surrounded Chen Yuan and asked endlessly.
Chen Yuan frowned, a trace of impatience flashing under his eyes, and was about to draw away when a clear voice suddenly came from behind him.
Classmate, please let us pass. Xiang, President Xiang?
Someone recognized Xiang Qihua and exclaimed in shock. The crowd suddenly fell silent. When the crowd turned around and saw that it was Xiang Qihua, they immediately silenced themselves and backed away, making way. This was the iron-faced Yama who was in charge of their training results. No one dared to offend him. Behind Xiang Qihua were a couple of judges who walked straight over, their gazes landing on Chen Yuan.
The fluctuation just now, was it you who triggered it? You succeeded in card making?
Xiang Qihua scrutinized the unfamiliar student in front of him, narrowing his eyes slightly.
Yes.
Chen Yuan nodded his head while flipping his fingertips, and the green-eyed white dragon card appeared between his two fingers. Xiang Qihua's breathing visibly stuttered. He stared at the deck for a full 2 seconds before he forcefully suppressed his churning emotions.
Which school are you from? What's the name? Second middle school, Chen Yuan.
For short words, but like a stone thrown into the surface of a lake, it instantly stirred up an uproar.
Chen Yuan? It's actually Chen Yuan.
I remember, it's the student who made a betting agreement with Xinwan.
It's actually him.
Amidst the whispers, Xiang Qihua raised his eyebrows slightly. He had indeed heard others mention this betting agreement, only that he did not care about it at the time. After all, this kind of thing happened every year and was not rare. But now, he was suddenly aroused by Chen Yuan, wanting to get to know this young man in front of him more deeply.
Do you want to go with me to the card testing room to test the cards now, or should we wait for tomorrow morning?
Xiang Qihua's voice carried an unprecedented solemnity, subconsciously straightening his collar. All the surrounding teachers couldn't help but get solemn. They knew that when this president made this action, it meant that he was serious.
Just for now. Does the betting agreement end when the card test is over? Chapter 20 Early Card Testing, Unprecedented Perfect Score.
The betting reward arrived. In fact, the betting agreement is now over.
Xiang Qihua said.
Chen Yuan was puzzled in his heart. According to the Starfire Training's card-making rules, only cards produced that reached 1-star green cards and above would be considered qualified. If casually making a white card or even a gray card could be counted as a grade, many students were afraid that they would be able to make one in half a month. In other words, no matter whether it was a betting agreement or a card-making achievement, it had to be based on the premise that the grade of the card was not lower than a 1-star green card. Otherwise, no matter how short a time you spend making cards, it would be futile. Now, although he had completed card making and the requirements were up to standard, this was limited to his own knowledge. Where did Xiang Qihua learn about it? Judging from the aura you induced just now, the card you made is at least a homemade blue card and should have an initial star rating of 2 to 3 stars. Xiang Qihua seemed to see Chen Yuan's doubts and smiled faintly, his tone certain. Am I right?
Indeed.
Chen Yuan could not help but look at Xiang Qihua twice more, guessing his strength in his heart.
The teacher's dormitory was some distance away from the playground, and he could actually sense it from such a distance?
And with such precision, he was definitely a senior cardmaster, or even had stepped into the threshold of a quasi-master.
Passing through the experimental building, the group arrived at the card measurement room. The teacher behind them took out the key and stepped forward to open the door.
Xiang Qihua took the first step to enter before the others lifted their feet to enter. The students watching from the doorway did not get permission to enter, and could only lie pitifully on the edge of the window, sticking their necks out to pry for information. Inside the card measurement room, the teacher turned the instrumentation on. With a flip of Chen Yuan's fingertips, the green-eyed white dragon card appeared in his palm. Without the teacher's instruction, he had already placed the card in the detector and stayed for 3 seconds. Drip! The card detector emitted a beep, and the light screen slowly unfolded. Xiang Qihua's pupils shrunk slightly, and all the other teachers were shocked, their gazes locked onto the information displayed on the light screen. A moment later, Xiang Qihua was the first to come back to his senses, coughing lightly twice, his voice slightly dry.
I can grade your card-making performance now, or do you want to wait? Chen Yuan nodded lightly. Now.
His success in card-making would inevitably affect the card-making mentality of the other students, which is why Xiang Qihua asked this. However, what business was it of his? If he couldn't bear this blow, how could he bear a bigger blow in the future? Xiang Qihua said with a straight face, Chen Yuan of the second middle school, self-made card green-eyed white dragon, grade 3-star blue card.
He paused and said in a deep voice, final score 50 points.
The other teachers silently glanced at each other and nodded in tacit agreement, no one objected. The main thing was that the card information of the green-eyed white dragon could not be picked out as perfect. It had already exceeded the decks produced by all the participants in previous years. If such a deck couldn't even get full marks, then where was the standard for full marks? What was the point? Holy! A homemade card? Or a 3-star blue card? At the entrance of the card testing room, a long-eared student's eyes widened as he let out a shocked cry. The surrounding area was instantly silent, followed by the crowd stirring. Really? A 3-star blue card? You wouldn't have heard wrong, right? He didn't hear it wrong, I just heard it too. The homemade card green-eyed white dragon, grade 3-star blue card with a final score of 50 points, President Xiang Qihua himself announced it. Silence. The crowd instantly fell into a deathly silence. In the middle of the morning, a boy let out a bitter laugh. This is the end. We are afraid that the average score of this session of card making is going to hit a record low. The crowd looked at each other inside. Chen Yuan had only used 22 days to make a 3-star blue card, and unless they could produce a 3-star purple card, or a 4-star, their scores were bound to be much lower than normal. Such a fierce person, why haven't I heard of him at all before? A boy scratched his head furiously and turned his head to ask a student next to him, Du Ming, where's your boss Shenwan? Still in seclusion? The corner of Du Ming's mouth twitched. Carried 3 boxes of instant noodles into the card room last week, so I guess he's still in the liver deck. Ha! Then he's really lucky. If he knew Chen Yuan's card-making achievements, he'd be afraid that his Dao heart wouldn't break on the spot. Listening to the crowd's talk, hidden behind the crowd, Song Yu's face steeply grimaced, a hideous color flashed in his eyes, and he ruthlessly slammed his fist on the wall, then turned around and left. Looking at Song Yu's back as he left, Morong Qingshua's willow brows knitted slightly as a trace of deep meaning swept across the bottom of her eyes. At this moment she seemed to want to understand many things. No. It should be the truth to be precise. She suspected that the Song Yu of her previous life had imprisoned Chen Yuan and then drained all the value from him. However, there were too many suspicions and further verification of the truth was needed. This was because in his previous life, Song Yu had not produced the 2 cards, Green-Eyed White Dragon and Timeless King. Jinghai City, a certain high-end neighborhood. Buzz. Pan Yu was immersed in her sleep when suddenly, a sharp vibration of her cell phone came from under her pillow. She frowned and fumbled to press the answer button, her voice still carrying a few moments of sleepiness. Hello? Which one? Pan Yu, it's me, Wu Xing. Wu Xing? Hearing the familiar voice, Pan Yu sat up from her bed. Wu Xing was her old classmate, and also a staff member of the Starfire training base. If he suddenly called at this hour, could it be that something had happened to a student? Thinking of this, her heart tightened and she couldn't help but ask, is something wrong with the training base? These 5 students were personally brought out by her. Any one of them had an accident, she could not absolve herself of the blame. How do you know? The Wu Xing on the other end of the phone froze, then realized that Pan Yu might have gotten the wrong idea, and hurriedly explained with a smile. Don't be nervous, it's a good thing. Good thing? Pan Yu's taut nerves still hadn't loosened. Your school's Chen Yuan completed card making in only 22 days, and it's a homemade card. What? Pan Yu's pupils shrank as shock and ecstasy simultaneously hit her thoughts. However, Wu Xing's next sentence caused her breath to stutter even more. It's more than that. Do you know the grade of the cards he produced? Without waiting for her to answer, Wu Xing had already pressed on and said to himself, 3-star blue card. The president of the organizing committee, Xiang Qihua, gave it a perfect score on the spot. Unprecedented. Pan Yu let out a long breath, her taut nerves completely relaxing. Thanks old Wu, I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Ha, forget it, I'm afraid Jo Sun will beat me up. A flirtatious laugh came from the other end of the phone. After hanging up the call, she immediately dialed the director of instruction's phone, and couldn't wait to report the good news. Student Chen Yuan, these are the 4 pieces of material for the betting agreement, plus yours there are a total of 8. The teacher opened an exquisite wooden box, and 8 cards were neatly displayed in it. Chen Yuan scanned it and accepted it without hesitation, saying a few words of scene before turning to leave. Wait. Xiang Qihua called out to him, there are still 18 days left in the closed period, and even though you completed the card making ahead of schedule, you still cannot leave the park according to the regulations. He paused and asked, what are the plans during this period? Chapter 21 Newly Rising Genius Card Master, or a New Direction of Card Making. I'm going to try to see if I can make another card in the time I have left. Chen Yuan gazed at the materials in his hand for a moment and thought and spoke. When he received the 8 pieces of material just now, a flash of light surfaced in his mind and a very good idea emerged. Currently, there were still 18 days until the end of the closure, and after his mental power advanced to the silver level, not only had his mental power ceiling been greatly increased, but it had also allowed him to dramatically accelerate the speed at which he drew card patterns. The quality of cards made from blue material was limited, and 18 days might not be unable to make a new card. Even if he didn't make it, he could retain his progress and continue making them after the training was over without any impact.
You intend to make a brand new deck?
A teacher said incredulously.
Student Chen Yuan, never be impatient when making a deck.
You've just finished card crafting, you should settle down for a while. Another teacher immediately advised. Right, if you make decks in haste simply to make up the numbers, it won't do you any favors for your future growth, instead it will have an impact.
The teacher next to him added. Teacher Wang is right.
Xiang Qihua nodded his head in agreement. The more cards a card master has at his disposal isn't the better. If you exceed the upper limit of what your spirit level can bear, you'll be highly susceptible to card backlash.
It's fine.
Chen Yuan smiled blandly and said without a care in the world, my spirit level has already been successfully promoted to silver. The dual soul resonance boosted more than just the upper limit of his spiritual power, allowing his recovery speed and cultivation efficiency during meditation to be 2 to 3 times faster than normal. His original body was already gifted with an abundance of spiritual energy, and with his diligent cultivation these days, advancing to the silver rank was just a matter of time.
What? Your spirit level is already at the silver level.
The teacher standing beside Chen Yuan lost his temper and exclaimed. Chen Yuan nodded in response with a calm expression. With a silver rank, it's theoretically enough to carry 3 3-star purple summoning cards, so I'm not burdened with any at the moment. This was the Card Master Association's standard for the number of cardmasters' theoretical contract summoning cards after a long period of research. It was designed to set a safe range of card production for most cardmasters. Of course, this standard did not apply to everyone. In that case, there is indeed no risk of backlash.
Xiang Qihua nodded slightly and said no more.
Chen Yuan understood the good intentions of the several teachers, and after thanking them, he turned around and left the card testing room. Regarding card backlash, he was well aware of the dangers involved. Contract summoning cards were able to directly transform the cardmaster's body and spiritual power, which was the most crucial reason why cardmasters were keen on making summoning cards. However, many cardmasters did not have the talent to create original cards, so they spared no expense in purchasing mass-produced cards in an attempt to forcibly increase their strength by sheer numbers. However, once they exceeded the limit of their mental strength, the cards would devour their owners, ultimately reducing the cardmasters to monsters that were no different from the sublime beasts.
However, Chen Yuan never worried about this.
This was because the core setting of the cards he created was equality.
It was a true contract of equality.
Just like the promise he had made when he had first crafted the Timeless King.
When the Fanyamo Toki King broke the chains of karma, he promised to unseal it and send it back to its original dimension in time.
It was also like when the green-eyed white dragon crossed 3,000 years and made a promise with him with his soul as an oath. He promised to one day remake the soul of the seahorse for him and release it back to the original subdimension.
Of course, the setting alone wasn't secure enough.
Therefore, he had been constantly testing the upper limit of his summoning deck's holding capacity. Judging from the current situation, the bronze-level spiritual power was able to manage the 2 3-star blue cards with ease, and there wasn't the slightest abnormality in either the spirit or the body, far from touching the limit. And now after advancing to the silver level, the summoning card ceiling had been raised once again. Chen Yuan boldly speculated that his summoning card ceiling was at least twice as high as that of an ordinary card master. Together with his unique and equal setting for cards, even if he exceeded the so-called card master limit, the odds were that there would be no card backlash. Our Jinghai city has produced a genius card master. Looking at Chen Yuan's distant back, a hint of admiration flashed in Xiang Qihua's eyes. Indeed, to be able to break through the silver-level mental power in your senior year of high school is considered top-notch in a first-tier city.
Xiang Qihua shook his head. It's not just mental power, his card-making talent is even more amazing.
When he joined Starfire training, he was only at the bronze level, yet he was able to produce 2 3-star blue cards, which is already at the limit of the bronze level. Elder Xiang, in fact, Chen Yuan's other card was initially just a 2-star green card. I know, but there is no difference in essence. Xiang Qihua's gaze was deep. This kid is a good seedling, you guys should pay more attention in the future.
That's for sure, this kind of talent must not let the gang of evil organizations take him captive.
By the way, I suddenly remembered that the National New Young Card Master competition will be held 3 months from now. If we let Chen Yuan compete, will our city be able to rush for a good ranking? The corner of Xiang Qihua's mouth rose slightly. There's a big chance, maybe we can break into the national competition so that we can follow in the limelight.
On the other side, Chen Yuan had already returned to the dormitory and laid the 8 material cards in the wooden box flat on the desktop.
For were the ones he had picked out himself, the Spirit Leaf Vein Blue, Giant Wreckage Blue, Daylight Crystal Blue, and Successor of Light Soul Fragment Blue. The other four were Shinwen's Badge of Resolve Blue, Biblical Boundary Stone Blue, Prayer Candle Blue, and Broken Holy Sword Blue. His eyes wandered between the 8 materials, his mind racing to retrieve the memories of his previous life. Fingers flicked, rearranging and combining the materials. Giant Wreckage Blue plus Successor of Light Soul Fragment Blue plus Badge of Resolve Blue. The combination vaguely pointed to a certain familiar outline. Giant of Light. He whispered to himself, with the same thought that had flashed through the card testing room just now. Then the names of one light giant after another flashed in his mind: Jet, Monbiotics, Sailor, Obu, Rio. Of the many light giants, the most familiar would have to be Deja. And one of the biggest advantages of making a Deja Ultraman was that there was more understanding of the setting, so the deduction of the setting was faster, consumed less mental energy, and had a high success rate of card making. Just Deja. He made up his mind and reached out to put away the remaining materials, but his movements suddenly lurched. Because in the arrangement of those 5 card materials, he saw another card-making path. Sacred Shield Reflective Mirror Force from UGIO. The nemesis of high attack decks. The attack of the wanted black market criminal couldn't help but flash through his mind. The deadliest mistake that Guy had made that day was not being gullible, but not obliterating him while he was escaping. Chen Yuan exhaled. His current biggest problem was actually his lack of self-protection. If he had one of these self-defense base cards, he would at least have one more chance to counterattack or save his life when he encountered a sneak attack. Chen Yuan stared at the tabletop, caught in a brief weighing. Deja or Sacred Shield, which one is better to craft first? Chapter 22, Deja? Battle card? Sacred Shield Reflective Mirror Power, requesting for catch-up reading ya. It's better to craft a battle card first and keep a defense card for myself. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment and finally decided to prioritize the crafting of Sacred Shield Reflective Mirror Force over Deja and Sacred Shield. It was not too late for Deja Ultraman to wait until the end of the training to be crafted. Although there was one less battle card to battle in the practical test later on, but from the current situation, there were no cards of a higher grade than the Green-Eyed White Dragon and the King of Time amongst the students participating in the training. There was almost no suspense in getting first place. But to be cautious, he needed a battle card that could protect him, in case there was an old six who didn't speak of martial virtues. Battle cards, as the name suggests, are cards that can be used to attack or defend in battle after being infused with spiritual power by a card master. Along with summoning cards and equipment cards, they are known as the 3 basic card types. It was the best choice for card masters to increase their means of attack and life preservation. Even ordinary people who got specially treated equipment cards and battle cards could defend themselves. Take for example the defensive battle card deck that the wanted man in the black market threw out in the end. If he clutched 10 or 8 of them in his hand and released them at the same time for stacking, Timeless King's Night Kick might not be able to break the defense. Chen Yuan washed his face, concentrated, and once again entered the card-making state. Creating battle cards was similar to summoning cards in that both needed to construct the background first, and then sculpt the settings layer by layer. Chen Yuan sat in front of the bookcase, the tip of the pen lightly touched the paper, the ink snaked, and the card settings were spread out. As a classic trap card that debuted in the first generation of UGIO, Reflecting Mirror Power represents the tactical idea of absolute defense counterattack. Archaeological Trail, Legacy of the Light Civilization. In the parchment document Millennium Artifacts Supplemental Volume published by the Duelists Guild, a shocking discovery was made. The pattern of the Sacred Shield Mirror Power is identical to the dome reliefs from the ruins of the King City of Atlantis. Archaeologist Isis Ishidar states in her paper that the design is derived from the ultimate defense system of the ancient people of light, which transformed enemy attacks into anti-injury energy through a mirrored structure. Energy Mechanism converts attack power values into holy light wavelengths through the Cretan Golden Ratio Spiral. Chen Yuan wrote from the latter part of the night to the evening of the next day, finally finishing writing the core settings of the deck. Chen Yuan closed his eyes and adjusted his breath, digesting the setting information as much as he could before settling down on his knees, his consciousness sinking into the spiritual inner landscape. In the void, the blank source card was quietly suspended, and the 3 azure blue materials appeared in turn. Bible Boundary Stone Blue, Daylight Crystal Blue, and Broken Holy Sword Blue. After a moment's contemplation, he tapped his fingertips and summoned the Prayer Candle Blue to the bottom of the card. Although only 3 were needed to draw it, the prayer candle, which was a homologous material, could further stabilize the card structure. Considering the fact that the original owner had never made a battle card before, he relied solely on the ink in his chest to support him. The 4 materials' attributes were compatible, and under the resonance, the chances of successful card making would be slightly increased. Phew! Let's begin. The first step, naming, Sacred Shield Reflective Mirror Force. Next, Chen Yuan took up the card pen and engraved the card pattern according to the settings drawn up in advance. The complicated patterns on the card surface lit up one after another, and gilt-like light flowed between the patterns. The settings fit, and the drawing of the card face pattern was completed. The final step in drawing the card face is the design of the card image. The design concepts of battle cards and summoning cards are very different. Summoning cards pay attention to the realistic, while the battle card focuses on writing the main concept word. What it pursues is the aura that blends in with the card effect, the overwhelming pressure, and the presentation of the card effect in a mood way. The six-pronged crystal shield suddenly unfolded.
The translucent prisms cut out 6 streams of light, each line flowing with the blue luminescence of the ancient Atlantean inscription.
At this point, the drawing of the card face was complete. Chen Yuan began to inscribe the back of the card according to the battle card pattern in his memory.
The last stroke fell. In a flash, a 6-pronged wall of light appeared in the air, and the blazing white light tore through the darkness, illuminating the entire space. The blue barrier coalesced in front of him, and the white energy bombarded it, but it was bounced back. When the light dissipated, Chen Yuan withdrew from the spiritual inner landscape, and the sacred shield reflective mirror power was silently suspended in mid-air, converging with streams of light and hiding its power. Name: Sacred Shield Reflective Mirror Power. Quality: Blue. Attribute: Light. Card type: Battle Card. Cooldown CD: 12 hours. Effects: when activated within 0.5 seconds before an enemy single or group attack hits, it generates a hexagonal wall of light that lasts for 1.5 seconds. Absorbs 100% of the damage from this attack and bounces back to the attacker in the original path with precision. Special law: if an enemy attack comes with an abnormal status, e.g. burn, stun, the same effect is attached to the rebound. Note: the degree to which a card's skill effect is utilized depends on its quality. If the strength of the attack exceeds the upper limit of the card's ability to withstand, the card will be invalidated. Description: when the wall of light breaks, the aggressor's sins will become a sharp blade that pierces itself. Advancement direction: Sacred Shield, Sacred Verdict, Purple, Sacred Mirror Domain, Orange, Eternal Mirror Domain, Red, Godslayer Mirror Wall, Gold. Advancement method: fusion of corresponding attribute materials. After reading the information on the card, Chen Yuan put the card back with a flick of his fingertips. The card effect of Divine Shield Reflective Mirror Force was pretty much what he had expected. Only, the timing of using the card was extremely harsh, very much testing the cardmaster's observation and combat experience. The hexagonal wall of light could only exist for 1.5 seconds, and in the instantaneous and ever-changing actual battle, it was almost a choice of gambling with one's life. In a real battle, victory or defeat is often decided instantaneously. 1 second difference, life and death is already divided. Half a second more, the battle situation may be reversed. Chen Yuan did not dwell on the effects of the cards for too long. Anyway, the cards could still be advanced, and after they were advanced, new changes might appear. Then again, if I want to use this card well, I must practice more. It seems that it is necessary to find a target to practice on. A hint of sharpness swept across the bottom of Chen Yuan's eyes. The most important thing right now was to master the application of this card as soon as possible. Letting someone else be a sparring partner, Chen Yuan couldn't trust it. The figures of the green-eyed white dragon and the Timeless King surfaced in his mind. After weighing the situation, he decided to find a place to take the attack of the Timeless King and do an experiment to help himself master this card as soon as possible. Wait! Chen Yuan was about to open the door when he suddenly remembered something very important. How many days had passed since the making of the card? Chen Yuan had been in a state of closed-door card making for this period of time, not being able to leave his home, completely isolated from the outside world. He hurriedly plugged in his cell phone, which had long since run out of power, and the screen lit up, slowly turning on the phone. Seeing the date displayed on the screen, Chen Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. So close, there are still 2 days left until the end of the closed card making. In fact, his worries were completely superfluous. The training base would usually notify the participating students a day in advance, in order to prevent someone from being too focused and forgetting the time. It was only that students who had delayed until the last day and still hadn't succeeded in card making tended to have less than ideal results. The cooling time of the Sacred Shield is 12 hours, 2 days is enough for me to experiment 2 to 3 times. Chen Yuan murmured and pushed open the door to his room. Suddenly, he saw a person sitting on the stone steps of the doorway, and was caught off guard by a pair of panda eyes that were quite deeply imprinted. Chapter 23. Want to start another game? Amazing anti-injury effect. Requests for catch-up reading. Shenwan? Shenwan's body shook, his originally drooping eyelids instantly widened, and the entire person was 120% more energized. Chen Yuan. You can't be sitting here specifically waiting for me, right? Chen Yuan looked at his wretched appearance and felt amused, shrugging his shoulders. Willing to gamble? If you're not convinced, we can continue gambling. Saying that, he pulled out an orange from his pocket and peeled it leisurely. Ho giggle. Shinwan breathed a little sharply, obviously being provoked. Humph. A mere 4 blue materials I, Shinwan, can afford to lose. Chen Yuan laughed as he listened to his unspoken words and threw a petal of orange into his mouth. Can afford to lose? Then what are you doing pretending to be in front of my card-making room in the middle of the night? Can't sleep. Out and stroll around, can't you? Shinwan's eyes are full of grievances. Besides, the base is not opened by your family. I can go wherever I want. Then what are you doing here?
Shen Yuan locked the door of his card-making room, and when he passed by Shenwen, he faintly said, "Go back to sleep if you have nothing to do, don't die suddenly."
You. Shen Yuan, you wait.
Shenwen clenched his fists and roared at Shen Yuan's back, "In the actual battle 2 days from now, I will definitely defeat you."
Shen Yuan's footsteps suddenly lurched and turned back to look at him, letting out harsh words as for everyone. Do you want to open another disc? Open a game? It's just a bet.
Shenwen glared angrily, hesitated for a long time, and just when Shen Yuan's patience was about to run out, he finally held back 3 words.
Bet on what? What do you have?
Shen Yuan stroked his chin, seemingly smiling.
Shenwen's eyelids jumped. Nima, this is not the question he asked him in the beginning?
The back of his teeth ground with a gurgle.
A green material. What?
Shen Yuan chewed his orange and deliberately said loudly, "The wind was too strong, I didn't hear it." The corners of Shenwen's mouth jerked and he gritted his teeth. At most 1 blue material. This time, in card making, he had spent a full 6 blue materials before barely succeeding. The betting agreement that he thought was a sure win was lost again. The bet was 4 blue materials. The loss of pants were gone.
When I return home, I'll probably be educated on how to do it.
Shen Yuan chewed on an orange and said carelessly, "Ambitious bet."
After saying that, he walked towards the dueling arena. Half a minute later. Phew!
A cold wind blew through, a chill pierced his bones. Shenwen couldn't help but shiver and his mind suddenly cleared.
One's own head was swept away. How can one gamble?
He looked up into the dark night sky, his chest felt like it was being pressed by a huge stone, so dull that he couldn't breathe. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the scene where he had successfully made a card several days ago. He had completed the card making on the 29th day. When he first came out, he thought that he was sure to win and happily ran to the card testing room to report. In the end, on the way, he was told that Shen Yuan had completed his card making a week ago and had gotten an unprecedented perfect score. At that moment, the sky seemed to collapse. The whole person was confused. He was in a daze, like a walking corpse, and he walked to the door of Shen Yuan's card-making room. After that, he would habitually walk around to the entrance of Shen Yuan's card room and sit there for half a day. Tonight, when he was fidgeting, the door of Shen Yuan's card room suddenly opened. Shenwen abruptly remembered something, his gaze condensed, and he whispered,
"This guy comes out now. It can't be that the second card deck has been successfully made, right?"
Shen Yuan casually threw the orange peel into the trash can and walked towards the nearest dueling platform. In Huaxia, cardmasters had strict rules. According to the official code of cardmasters, it was forbidden to use summoning cards at will without permission, and other types of cards were also strictly limited. Once a cardmaster was found abusing their cards to woo and even injure people, the detective bureau would definitely intervene to investigate and would not tolerate it. Of course, in the event of an attack by thugs or a threat to their lives, cardmasters are allowed to use their cards to fight back. In order to maintain social stability, Huaxia could be said to have enacted all sorts of tough laws. As for why the contracted cards were not investigated by the detective bureau when they were contracted. In fact, not only Shen Yuan, all cardmasters would not attract the attention of the detective bureau when they completed their homemade cards, as long as they retrieved the space as soon as possible. Shen Yuan reasonably suspected that there was a pair of invisible eyes within the city, silently monitoring all movements within the city. Shen Yuan shook his head, no longer thinking much about it, and separated a strand of spiritual energy. The Time King deck blossomed with a blue light in the void. Writer time. The blue light flashed, accompanied by a sound effect. The figure of the Time King suddenly appeared, his armor flowing with a cold metallic luster under the light. As long as one stepped into the confines of a dueling arena or training room, they could use their cards at will. Here, cardmasters could summon and fight to their heart's content without restraint. Shen Yuan took a step forward, flipped his wrist, and the card of Sacred Shield Reflective Mirror Power was already clutched between his fingers. This card can bounce back all attacks. Later on, I will stand 100 meters away, and you will attack me with your hand to test how effective this card is. Timeless King nodded and his figure abruptly retreated, pulling away in an instant. Point to point. Shen Yuan opened his mouth to add, a helpless smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Even though his physique was far beyond normal after his spiritual power had been promoted to the silver level, it was far from being superhuman. At the very least, he did not have the confidence to take a night kick hard. I'm ready. Shen Yuan took a deep breath as the cards glowed with a shimmering light between his fingers. Strike. As soon as the words left his mouth, an invisible sense of oppression had swept over him like a tidal wave. As the person in this world who knew the Tokoyami King the best, Shen Yuan's face changed wildly. Yet. Night Chopper. Another new skill unlocked by the second stage of the Time King. The sword blade releases an energy blast when it cuts horizontally, theoretically ignoring any defense. It seemed that the party's own words had provoked the Timeless King's battle intent. The strongest sword against the strongest shield, a bit interesting. Who? The moment the air-breaking sound exploded, the limit sword of the Timeless King seemed to rip through space and slash. Shen Yuan could even make out the golden energy ripples dancing on the sword blade. Just when the sword blade was less than half a meter away from Chen Yuan, white light suddenly bloomed in front of his body. The six-pronged wall of light condensed like a crystal, isolating the raging pressure. Cold sweat oozed from Chen Yuan's back, but he could feel the solidity from the light wall. Clang! The moment the solid-state light shield collided with the limit sword, the piercing energy turbulence erupted like a nova. Chen Yuan clearly felt that his spiritual power was being crazily drained away, but what was even more shocking was the Time King under the shroud of the light curtain. The golden aura of the knight's decapitation even curled backwards along the sword, blowing his entire body back more than 10 meters, his armor plowing deep grooves in the ground.
Counter-injury? Timeless King's voice carried disbelief.
Seeing that the Timeless King was once again in his starting stance, Chen Yuan's fingertips suddenly flashed with blue light, recalling him back to the spiritual inner landscape. The sacred shield was on cooldown, and if he came back at this time, he would really only be chased and hacked. Chen Yuan stepped down from the dueling stage, a hint of realization flashing in his eyes. Through his observation just now, the effective Sacred Shield reflective mirror force was clear to him. Timeless King's Night Chopping attack was originally capable of destroying the six-pronged light wall, but when Chen Yuan injected his spiritual energy into it, the light wall erupted with energy that instantly overpowered Timeless King, and only then did the attack bounce all the way back. From this, it could be seen that when there was not much of a difference in strength between the two sides, injecting spiritual energy could enhance the effect of the card.
Chen Yuan, you succeeded in making a card? Chapter 24 Results lead off a cliff.
The Card Master Practical Competition officially began. Requests for catch-up reading. Chen Yuan turned around suddenly and realized that Xiang Qihua had come over at some point and was standing quietly at the side.
When did you come? He asked in a low voice.
I just arrived not long ago and happened to see you using your battle card. The corners of Xiang Qihua's mouth rose slightly as he swept his gaze over Chen Yuan and said in a relaxed tone. Originally, he had long gone to bed at this point in time, but he received a call from the teacher on duty saying that the door to Chen Yuan's card-making room had opened and had gone over in the direction of the dueling arena. Xiang Qihua immediately lost all sense of sleep and immediately put on his clothes and rushed over, just in time to witness the shocking scene of the sacred shield resisting the Time King's attack.
It seems that you've succeeded in making a card, and the one you made is a battle deck.
Xiang Qihua said in an extremely soothing tone with amazement written all over his eyes. Yes, I don't know enough about the effects of cards, and seeing that the dueling arena was empty, I came over to practice.
Chen Yuan replied truthfully. Is the effect of this card of yours rebounding attacks?
Chen Yuan did not answer, a flash of caution flashed in his eyes. Probing about card effects was a card master's taboo, and it was extremely rude behavior, even if the other party was the president of this training organizing committee.
Don't get me wrong, casual conversation.
Xiang Qihua seemed to notice that his remarks were a bit inappropriate and waved his hand with a smile.
President Xiang is overstating it, it's nothing. Chen Yuan made a four-pronged move.
His gaze calmly locking eyes with him, produced in haste, there are still many flaws in this deck, and there is a lot of room for improvement. After a short silence, Xiang Qihua nodded, some otherworldly meaning in his eyes. However, without saying anything more, he waved his hand to bid farewell to Chen Yuan and left the dueling ground. Chen Yuan stared at Xiang Qihua's direction of departure for a long time without words, and after standing in place for a long time, he returned to his dormitory with his hands in his pockets. Immediately after returning, he locked the door to his room, sat down, and entered a meditative state. Just now in the dueling arena, King Toki's Knight's Chop was originally not at its full strength, but after encountering the sacred shield, he had the desire to compete and suddenly exerted his strength. In the end, although it failed to break through the defense, Chen Yuan had lost quite a bit of mental energy as a result and needed to calm down as soon as possible. Ever since he had a peaceful sleep on the night before the sophomore year placement test, Chen Yuan rarely slept. It was basically through meditation instead of sleep. Even the best talent would be in vain if one did not cultivate hard. The last 2 days of the closed card making. The relaxed atmosphere in the practical training base, which should have been dialed up, became more and more subdued and depressing. There was no other reason. Whenever people looked up at the electronic screen in the center of the square that was constantly refreshing the rankings of the results, they felt heartbreaking, and it was as hard as eating a gun. Chen Yuan was leading off a cliff with a full score of card making, and there was an 11-point difference between second place and post Chen Yuan. A record low. In this regard, Chen Yuan has always been indifferent, did not care much. Every day, he continued to live in deep seclusion, and only when no one was around would he quietly go to the dueling arena or training room to practice his battle cards. Although the number of times he practiced was not much, Chen Yuan's use and understanding of the cards grew geometrically, becoming more and more refined with each passing day. For the rest of the day, he either meditated and practiced or spent time in the dormitory perfecting the Deja setting. 2 days passed in a flash. The first phase of Starfire training closed card making officially ended. Early this morning, all the participating students gathered at the base's activity square, preparing for the next stage of Starfire training, the Card Master Combat Competition. At this moment, the oversized electronic screen in the center of the square had stopped refreshing. President Xiang Chihua looked around at the students from each school and announced aloud the card-making results of the top 5 students in this training. Wang Tung of the first middle school, self-made card bronze dragon guard, grade 3-star green card, 35 days, card-making score of 32 points, ranked 5th. Annexed middle school Zhang Yi, homemade deck iron claw dragon eagle, grade 2-star blue card, took 33 days, card-making score 34, ranked 4th. Attachment middle school Shenwen, self-made deck silver winged ice dragon, grade 2-star blue card, used 29 days, card-making score 37, ranked 3rd. Second middle school Morong Qingxue, self-made deck charmed bone dragon S, grade 3-star blue card, spent 30 days, card-making score 39 points, ranked 2nd. At this point in his speech, Xiang Chihua paused briefly, his eyes fell on Chen Yuan, and he solemnly said, Chen Yuan of the second middle school, self-made card green-eyed white dragon, grade 3-star blue card, time spent 22 days, card-making score 50 points, ranked 1st. As the voice fell, countless lines of sight were quietly cast towards Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, just stood quietly, as if he had nothing to do with the clamor.
He swept his gaze unmovingly over Morong Qingxue's direction, and he was well aware of the difficulty of crafting a 3-star blue card.
The fact that the green-eyed white dragon could be successfully crafted was all due to his card-making talent and material additions. However, what surprised him was Morong Qingxue, who had also managed to make a 3-star blue card. As far as he could remember, her final exam work was only a 1-star green card, but now she had also made a blue card with an initial star rating of 3 stars. The speed of progress was truly amazing.
Cough silence. Xiang Chihua cleared his throat and spoke.
The final actual combat score determines your rankings. The rankings concern your rewards in this year's Starfire training, as well as the resources your respective schools will receive this year, so everyone give it your all. Starfire training, the Card Master practical competition officially begins. The country had invested a large amount of educational resources with the aim of cultivating card masters who were truly proficient in combat. The focus of the first and second year of high school was on laying the foundation, and after the third year of high school, there would be more and more actual combat training.
It's finally started.
The crowd rubbed their fists together, a rare flash of excitement in their eyes, eager to prove themselves. The card-making results had been finalized, and the only thing left was the actual combat results. Everyone's spirit level was still at the bronze level, and their combat experience was still shallow, so the gap between them wasn't too wide. As long as they were able to stand out in the actual battle, there was still a possibility of a reversal in the overall ranking. The actual combat match utilized a lottery system, with 20 players divided into 10 groups for each round. Chen Yuan drew the second round to appear.
I'm lucky, my opponent isn't too strong. Morong Qingxue walked up to him and said intentionally. A good sign indeed.
Chen Yuan glanced at the matchup table. Morong Qingxue's opponent was a student from the 30th middle school.
Good luck to everyone.
Chen Yuan nodded his head in greeting to the other 3 from the same school, only skipping over Songyu. Wang Guangming sighed bitterly, just don't draw your own family members against each other and thank goodness. It's also important to retain your strength. Morong Qingxue's gaze swept through the crowd, finally stopping at Chen Yuan. If you meet an unbeatable opponent, it is also wise to admit defeat. Although her words were not explicit, everyone understood what it was implying.
Unlike the final examination, the Starfire training adopted a point system and the rules of actual combat were much harsher. To be precise, it was perverted. Each player faced continuous wheel battles, and the dual consumption of physical strength and spirit would be the greatest test. And it is forbidden to use spiritual recovery potions during the match. The only intermission time is when the lots are drawn. In the first round, Morong Qingxue and Wang Guangming were on the court. They were both from the same school, so it would be hard for Chen Yuan not to pay a little attention to them, and he silently cheered for them under the stands. The result was indeed as Morong Qingxue had said, the opponents they encountered were not strong.
Morong Qingxue easily defeated her opponent, but it was Wang Guangming who had to go through some trouble, but fortunately there was no danger. Soon, the second round began, and it was Chen Yuan's turn to take the court.
Chapter 25, Astonishing the Whole Scene.
King of Time Green-Eyed White Dragon vs Mad Blood Demon 8 Bronze Dragon Guard.
Say, is Morong Qingxue so strong?
Previously, I only knew that she was pretty, but I didn't expect her strength to be so top-notch as well. Indeed, originally I thought she was just a vase. I didn't expect to be able to arrange flowers.
Ha! You can really talk. You two quickly come over. Chen Yuan is on the stage. In a flash, the side of Chen Yuan's dueling arena was surrounded by spectators. As the biggest rival of this year's tournament, no one wanted to miss the opportunity to feel out Chen Yuan's bottom line. Chen Yuan slowly walked towards the arena, waiting for the duel to begin. This time, a new rule had been added to the tournament system temporarily. Because in the previous year, there was a card master who directly used an equipment card and attacked his opponent on the dueling field with a vicious weapon, causing the opponent's body to be left with irreversible wounds.
In order to prevent students from having another accident, this year, card masters were prohibited from appearing on stage in person, and only summon cards were used to compete against each other. Other auxiliary cards could be used, but they could only benefit the summon cards and were not allowed to attack the card master himself. Chen Yuan skimmed his lips, but did not care. The Sacred Shield was meant to be a life-preserving card, so this rule was more to his liking. Chen Yuan of the 2nd Middle School versus Zhang Qingyu of the 16th Middle School, the duel begins. Without any communication between the two, with the referee's order, both sides threw out their respective summoning cards without hesitation. Rider time. 2 blue lights appeared in front of Chen Yuan, and accompanied by the iconic appearance sound effect, the Time King and the green-eyed white dragon made their appearance at the same time. The silver-white dragon scales and black-gold armor glowed with a cold and chilling light under the sunlight. As for his opponent, Zhang Qingyu, 2 green lights flashed from above his head, and 2 beasts appeared in front of him. A hideous monster with a bird's head and a turtle's body was prostrate on the stage. Its eyes were sharp and its 4 sharp claws flashed with sharpness. It didn't look like a good fighter. Another snake-head flying bird hovering in mid-air, vaguely through the wisps of dragon power, should be stained with 100 billion points of the dragon bloodline. The attention of the audience under the stage, however, was entirely not on Zhang Qingyu's side, but on Chen Yuan's 2 cards. Are these Chen Yuan's 2 3-star blue cards? It's really powerful. You need 2 3-star blue cards even to fight a little karateka like Zhang Qingyu in the 16th grade? I feel like I only need 1 dragon of the green-eyed white dragon to be enough to instantly second him and eliminate him from the tournament. TSK. No fun. Would have liked to take the opportunity to explore Chen Yuan's reality, but Zhang Qingyu, this card, obviously does not deserve Chen Yuan's full strength. The biggest disadvantage of cardmasters dueling outside the dueling arena was that they couldn't shield themselves from the audience's murmurs. Zhang Qingyu's face turned green when he heard the voices around him, and his eyes lit up with monstrous battle intent. However, when he saw the Toki King and the green-eyed white dragon on the field, his aura instantly withered. He looked up at his summoned beasts. One was a 1-star green card and one was a 2-star green card, which was equivalent to going over the top. Fighting it out. As if Zhang Qingyu had made some sort of determination, he fiercely clenched his teeth and snapped. Go! Feathered snake beast. Go! Xian bird turtle. As he bellowed, the Xian bird turtle stomped its hind legs, uttering a loud and clear horizontal chargeover, looking full of vigor. The feathered serpent beast above its head lifted its wings and followed closely behind. Chen Yuan glanced at it with a calm expression. First of all, the difference between the grades of the 2 people's cards was too great. Secondly, the other party had no combat experience, and was slightly influenced by the people on the stage before they lost their minds and messed up. The attack seemed ferocious, but it was incomparably clumsy and was tantamount to throwing oneself into a trap. Chen Yuan gave an attack command to both the Timeless King and the green-eyed white dragon at the same time. Bang! The Xian bird turtle and the feathered serpent beast that were charging in were attacked respectively. The Xian bird turtle flew out of the dueling arena with a bang as the Timeless King chopped down with his sword. The green-eyed white dragon swooped down and the feathered serpent beast fell off the stage like a kite with broken strings. Without even using a skill, the match ended. Chen Yuan wins. The referee next to him immediately announced the result of the match, while secretly sighing, the gap was too big. I didn't expect Zhang Qingyu from the 16th middle school to be so poor. Knowing the disparity in strength, he still chose to mindlessly brutally attack, without even the most basic tactics. It would have been fine if he had an undercard, who knew that the match would be over in the blink of an eye. I'm afraid that even a low-level beast would be difficult to deal with, not to mention entering a foreign space. Boos rose from the stage. Chen Yuan did not jeer at him as the students watching the battle did, but instead nodded his head towards Zhang Qingyu. Understood. After saying that, he turned around and left the stage. Next match, 2nd Middle School Morong Qingxue versus 31st Middle School Subin. Chen Yuan signed in after getting off the field and immediately drew the next opponent, then watched the battle outside the dueling arena while waiting for the next round. Although Morong Qingxue's spirit level was at the bronze level, she was victorious because she had a 3-star blue card in her hand, and almost won the match with a devastating momentum. Next match. Chen Yuan of 2nd Middle School versus Wang Tang of 3rd Middle School. After the referee announced the list of matchups, the scene immediately attracted a large number of students watching the match. Compared to Zhang Qingyu of the 16th Middle School, Wang Tang of the 3rd Middle School was considered to be one of the best in this year's class, so he should be able to have a good time with Chen Yuan. Brother Chen Yuan, please teach me more. Wang Tang took a step forward while 2 green lights flashed by. A 2-meter-tall black ape appeared, which was none other than the 2-star green card Mad Blood Demon Ape. Beside it was a warrior clad in bronze battle armor, the 3-star green card Bronze Dragon Guard. The duel begins. With the referee's order, the battle started immediately. Facing a 3-star green card and a 2-star green card, Chen Yuan did not hold his head high. The Timeless King directly launched the Overlord chopping attack, aiming directly at the Berserk Blood Demon Ape.
This was also a newly unlocked skill of the Timeless King after his second rank. This attack was capable of slashing over a wide area, which was even more effective when combined with the time stop ability. However, against Wang Tang, Chen Yuan clearly did not intend to utilize the Time King's time ability. There was no need to waste a lot of mental energy just because of pretending. Moreover, once the ability was used, it would be the same as exposing a bottom card, and everyone in the arena would know about it, and would then make a defense against this ability. In a card duel, the later the bottom card was revealed, the more effective it would be at the critical time. At the same time, the green-eyed white dragon let out a long whistle, its dragon wings unfolded and unleashed, dragon wing verdict, straight towards the bronze dragon guard. Seeing this, Wang Tang's heart tightened as he hurriedly urged the mad blood demon ape to unleash his skill. Only to see the demon ape's body suddenly expanding by a circle, running wildly. Although it was a 2-star green card, the berserk blood demon ape was not as simple as it appeared. Timeless King's sword blade collided with the berserk blood demon ape's giant fist, and a fiery wave of air exploded. In this flash of lightning, the green-eyed white dragon's dragon wing verdict suddenly turned around and fiercely blasted at the mad blood demon ape, causing it to fall into a short-lived shocked state. Timeless King seized the break, and his longsword was like a rainbow, instantly penetrating the demonic ape's chest, and blood gushed out. At this moment, as the bronze dragon guard sped towards him, the time limit sword in his hand suddenly changed its form, and he raised his hand to deliver a precise hit with an energy bullet. At the same time, the blade of the sword flipped and morphed in his hand, and the Time King sprinted away, backhanding a horizontal chop, knocking the bronze dragon guard back several feet alive. The green-eyed white dragon's attack followed closely behind, not giving the bronze dragon guard the slightest chance to catch his breath. I admit defeat. Chapter 26 Indecent Stream Play. A duel that was not expected, a defeat that came unexpectedly. It all happened too fast, and the fight ended unexpectedly. Before Wang Tang could even react, the berserk blood demon ape had already suffered a heavy blow. Under the rules of this competition, a card master's summon card being seriously injured was almost equivalent to losing half of its combat power. And in the moment he froze, he saw that the bronze dragon guard was about to be attacked as well. Under no choice, Wang Tang decisively admitted defeat. Fortunately, Chen Yuan spoke of martial virtues and did not kill him painfully, and Wang Tang whirled around and put the 2 cards into the spiritual inner landscape. If the bronze dragon guard was also seriously injured, the match behind him would definitely collapse. Walking down the dueling ground, Wang Tang looked a little downcast, originally thought that with his strength he would at least be able to maneuver with Chen Yuan and show his face in front of the crowd. Unexpectedly. Alas. I wanted to pretend to be a big wave, but I didn't think that it would be this ending. This result, not only did he not expect, even the teachers and students watching the battle on the periphery of the dueling arena did not expect. Chen Yuan's strength is too exaggerated. It's only one look, and Wang Tang is ruined with just 1 card? At least it's a 2-star green card berserk blood demon ape, and it's said to have a great sage bloodline. Alas, originally I didn't expect Wang Tang to win, but to lose so miserably, I really didn't expect it. It's a pity for Wang Tang, losing a berserk blood demon ape. I'm afraid it's hard to repair it without 3 to 5 days, and the next match will be difficult. Hey, I'm looking forward to it now. It's best if the top-ranked guys can all be like Wang Tang, touching Chen Yuan one by one. A low laugh rang out from the crowd, and everyone understood the strings of these words. If Chen Yuan could really seriously injure all of his top-ranked opponents, it would undoubtedly be heavenly good news to the others. And this match, too, would become even more interesting. Chen Yuan lined up to draw his number as usual, and then waited in the audience for the next round of matches. Next match, Hongxing of the attached middle school versus Wang Guangming of the second middle school. Because Chen Yuan was watching the battle from outside the arena, there were quite a few spectators for this duel. Surrounding Chen Yuan, they wanted to find a chance to climb the friendship ladder, but Chen Yuan just politely replied with a few sentences and stopped talking. The crowd then stopped making fun of themselves. With the referee's order, the duel on the stage officially began. Wang Guangming's face was gloomy. He didn't expect to encounter a player from the attached middle school in the 3rd round. It really wasn't a good sign. The attached middle school was the best high school in Jinghai City, and the students they came over to participate in the training. The worst card grade was a 2-star green card. And the Hongxing in front of him even had a 2-star green card and a 3-star green card in his hand. If not for the fact that card making took too long, he should be able to surpass Wang Tang's card making score. Since you're from the second middle school, then don't blame me for being merciless. Hongxing's gaze lingered on Chen Yuan's body outside the field for a moment, and then when he looked at Wang Guangming again, the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful sneer. When he raised his hand, 2 green lights suddenly flashed. The 3-star green card Dragon Spirit Warrior was the first to appear. Its huge body exuded intimidating pressure, as if there were thunder flashing in its eyes, and this appearance alone could highlight its power. The 2-star green card guard with sword followed closely behind, and under the seemingly ordinary ancient soldier's attire, a fierce killing aura was revealed. Wang Guangming stepped forward and raised his hand to summon his 2 cards. They were also 2 green cards, only they were a step lower than Hongxing in terms of star level. 2-star green card, dragon beard butterfly.
1-star green card, colorful winged butterfly. The colorful butterfly wings fluttered in the field, setting off fluorescent flowing waves.
Compared to the 2 murderous warriors on the other side, these 2 slender butterflies looked exceptionally thin. I reckon this one from the 2nd middle school will lose badly. The 2 butterflies are just like a flower stand. Can't fight at all.
The audience resounded with rustling murmurs, and almost no one favored Wang Guangming. The 2 butterflies would basically be hung up, regardless of their star rating, size, or even race and attributes. The battle curtain opened, but the situation was unexpected. The 2 spirit butterflies lifted their wings and climbed up, drawing treacherous arcs in the air and spitting corrosive venom from time to time. The heavy swords of the dragon spirit warrior chopped down the air, and the stabs of the guards with swords repeatedly missed. The 2 ferocious warriors had all the force in the world, but they were never able to attack the 2 butterflies in the sky. The battle between the 2 sides had just begun, and immediately fell into a stalemate. The referee stood with his arms wrapped around him and didn't say much. After all, there really wasn't an ordinance in the rules of the tournament for avoiding battle violations. And not all summoning decks were good at stiff attacks. Just as there are sharp spears and sturdy shields in the world, there are also bows with long range. Summoning cards are also divided into physical attack, legal attack, assassination, long range, tank, and auxiliary. All with their own uses. Time passed by, and the spectators outside the arena left one batch and changed one batch. I thought it would be a wonderful and exciting duel, but I didn't expect it to be so boring.
Are you going to fight or not?
Hongxing clenched his fists and stared dead at the 2 butterflies hovering in midair, a wave of humiliated anger rushing straight to his head.
Buka! Are you damn well going to fight or not?
I've been waiting for you in the sky for half a day. Have the guts to come over.
Wang Guangming stalked his neck and disliked him provocatively. You have the balls to come down Hongxing glared angrily, his voice almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Running away is useless, dragging it out won't change the end of your defeat. Is it hard to believe that you'll still be like this in the next round?
There were strict rules for the tournament. Neither side scored any points in a draw, but neither were points deducted. However, if there were 2 consecutive rounds of draws, a loss would be awarded and points would be deducted. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you.
Watch the move. Wind blade.
In midair, the dragon beard butterfly vibrated its wings, and the surrounding air currents suddenly converged, condensing a stern wind blade, and its aura instantly erupted out. In the next moment, with a fierce flap of its wings, everyone's breath stuttered, thinking that Wang Guangming was going to amplify his move. Moreover, it would most likely be a powerful wind blade. Phew! However, the expected violent wind blade did not appear. Only a light breeze blew down, and nothing happened. The whole place was silent. This scene dumbfounded everyone. This is afraid of the dragon spirit warrior and the sword guard waiting for the anxious fire, specially blowing the wind? Ilua tease, naked humiliation. This wind, not as strong as my grandmother shaking a bushel fan. Hongxing froze in place. Originally, he had already prepared for defense, but he waited for a gust of wind. Suddenly, he was caught off guard. In the end, what kind of gray machine? Hearing the sounds of ridicule around him, he also realized that Wang Guangming was teasing him. Outside the dueling arena, Chen Yuan watched the 2 butterflies on the stage with interest. He had already seen through Wang Guangming's intentions. It had to be said that Wang Guangming looked honest but was very cunning. Knowing that he was not a match for Hongxing, he had no intention of fighting Hongxing from the start of the battle. Just now, he was just bluffing and playing a psychological war with Hongxing. Bluffing and feinting, in reality, it was to save strength, occasionally swooping and harassing, forcing Hongxing to be tired to cope with it, and provoking the other party. If they could force the other party to admit defeat, they would make a bloody profit. Even if it was delayed until the end of time, it would still be a draw, without any loss. After all, the amount of mental energy consumed to maintain the existence of the cards could be much smaller than an intense battle. Splat! On the dueling arena, a puddle of slimy liquid dripped down from the sky and landed directly on top of the dragon spirit warrior's head. At the same time, the dragon-bearded butterfly lowered its flight altitude, almost leveling with the dragon spirit warrior, and assumed a dueling stance. In the next moment, the dragon spirit warrior let out a berserk roar. He was already angry enough, but now it was a naked provocation. The hot-tempered dragon spirit warrior swung his giant axe and violently rushed forward. However, his speed was only enough to chase after the dragon beard butterfly's ass and eat dust. The dragon spirit warrior's eyes gradually glowed red as he took the initiative to use the skill Berserk Blood. Burning chi and blood, it provided a full increase to the 4-dimensional attributes. The dragon spirit warrior violently stepped, his speed skyrocketed, and he was about to catch up to the dragon-bearded butterfly. At this moment, the dragon-whiskered butterfly had already flown to the edge of the dueling arena, its wings vibrating and a series of strange cries emanating from its mouthpiece. Although he couldn't understand what it meant, he must have cursed very dirty. Stop!
Hong Xing was alarmed. The dragon spirit warrior's personality was set to be more ferocious, and although such a personality greatly improved combat ability, control would be slightly lower. At this moment, because he was enraged by the dragon beard butterfly, the dragon spirit warrior had completely lost his mind. Hong Xing hastily pulled his spiritual power to forcefully manipulate it, but he was unable to collect his momentum in time. Only to see the dragon spirit warrior make a leaping strike plus slash, charging fiercely towards the dragon bearded butterfly. As expected, it fell directly from the dueling arena. Both butterflies simultaneously spewed out a stream of murky mucus as a sign of humiliation. Then, they reversed direction and swooped towards the guard with the sword in unison, with a morose killing intent between their wings. 2 against 1, Wang Guangming occupied the right place in time. In less than 2 minutes, the guard with a knife fell, and Hong Xing conceded defeat. Damn, I'll report it. Referee, he's cheating. Second middle school Wang Guangming wins. The referee glanced at the furious Hong Xing and secretly shook his head. It wasn't supposed to be an easy win, but it would never be a loss either. Just because of the lack of control over the cards, this kind of comical thing happened, who could be blamed? However, the heart also finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Damn, it's finally over. Chen Yuan couldn't help but be impressed with this person, Wang Guangming. This son will become a great man in the future. Next match, Chen Yuan of 2nd middle school versus Ma Yunfei of 10th middle school. The settings on pre-leveling and battle power are briefly organized. The settings used are some of the more common settings in games and other novels. You don't have to memorize it, but you can probably tell which is stronger or weaker by seeing the setting terms. The quality of cards and materials from low to high. Gray LT, white LT, green LT, blue LT, purple LT, orange LT, red LT, gold LT, silver LT, colored. Quality affects the 4 dimensions. Card star level is the same. The quality of the increase is different. The blue card increase is higher than the green card. The higher the quality, the higher the level of the card. The most intuitive performance is the overall ability to be stronger. Let's take an analogy of the game's upgrade settings. Ordinary qualifications of the character to rise a level plus 100 attack 3000 life, top qualifications to rise a level but plus 3000 attack 90,000 life. The quality of the cards is similar to the effect of the qualifications. The accompanying requirement for high-grade cards is more stringent for the card masters. Not only do they need strong mental energy to maintain the effectiveness of the cards, but they must also have enough physical strength to carry the load. Only when both are present can the power of the cards be utilized while ensuring that they are stable and controllable. Card star rating from lowest to highest, 1 star to 10 stars. Full stars are 10 stars, and the maximum star level of a card corresponds to its quality level. For example, if a card is green in color, it can be upgraded to a maximum of 3 stars. The strength of a card is usually determined by a number of aspects, and is also related to the cardmaster himself: spirit level, combat experience, combat skills, unless the difference between star level and quality is too high. However, there should be fewer cases of the weak overcoming the strong later on, and probably more cases of the strong overpowering the weak. The victory over the opponent can be multiple factors such as the number of cards, card grade, special skills of the cards, combination and matching between cards of different card types, or even the IQ of the cardmaster. Cardmaster spirit levels from low to high: bronze, silver, gold, emerald, platinum, diamond, king, eternal. Cardmaster ranks: Trainee Cardmaster LT, Primary Cardmaster LT, Intermediate Cardmaster LT, Senior Cardmaster LT, Quasi-Master LT, Master Cardmaster LT, Top Master LT, Legend Cardmaster LT, Myth Cardmaster LT, Star Cardmaster. Each level of promotion corresponds to a test and threshold. Promotion has the corresponding privileges and rewards. The more access to confidential information, the subsequent text will appear. As the number of cards made by the Cardmaster rises, and the spiritual power rises, the body will also show corresponding changes. If you don't understand anything in the main text, you can leave a comment, and I will reply if it doesn't involve spoilers or anything. If you feel good about the format of explaining the setting in a single chapter, then in the future, the panels after the upgrade of the cards will be written and posted as testimonial chapters as well. For example, after the 2nd rank of the Time King, the newly acquired skills, increased weapons, and so on. This way, readers who are interested in reading it can read it, and those who don't want to read it will not be affected by skipping it. But in the main text, the normal plot other than panels is really not recommended for skipping. The main text part is sometimes interspersed with explanations of the settings of some cards and cardmasters, additions to the worldview, etc., and it's easy to accidentally miss it by skipping it. Wait until the copies, Fierce Beasts appear and then attach to the corresponding level, battle strength settings. After the Toolman Moon reading, Alien Knight, popularity is good. Some Ultraman, as well as the characters and equipment mentioned in the introduction will be made out. I hope readers have a little more patience and eat slowly. Thank you for your support. Please read Chapter 27, Admitting Defeat is the Norm. Chimera? Phantom Bone Dragoness vs Mountain Range Subdragon. Chen Yuan moved his somewhat stiff limbs. Wang Guangming's match had dragged on for too long, and as the next contestant, he could only wait dryly on the stage. Now that it was finally his turn to take the stage, his legs and stomach were vaguely sore. This guy can really carry on.
Chen Yuan silently spat out a sentence, then stepped onto the dueling arena.
The duel opens. I concede.
Before the referee's words fell, Ma Yunfei from the opposite side had already jumped ahead and shouted. Boos rose from the stage, but Ma Yunfei didn't care. Instead, he grinned and rushed back at the uproarious crowd. Remember this face of yours now. When you meet Chen Yuan later, don't follow my example of admitting defeat, always remember to strike hard, haha. When the crowd heard this, they choked resentfully, and ultimately didn't arch the fire again.
Strike you sister, ah. Everyone knows very well.
Even if they were to go hard, the end was already doomed. Especially when they thought of Wang Tang, who had fallen apart, they were even more sad. The actual competition was originally a steady fight, at least to get the top 20 rankings. Now, because of the lack of a card's help, it was questionable whether the actual battle points could hold on to the top 50. Thinking about it, admitting defeat was also a wise move. Chen Yuan shrugged his shoulders and leisurely left the field, preparing for the next round of draws. The actual combat competition required 10 consecutive matches per person per day, and the schedule lasted for 5 days.
Adopting the victory points system, the final points that this Starfire training practical combat score.
During the course of the tournament, each win plus 1 point, no deduction for defeat. However, 1 point is deducted for 2 consecutive draws, and 2 points are deducted for 3 consecutive draws. This rule was specifically designed to curb the obscene flow style of play used by Wang Guangming. The match was still in full swing, and only Chen Yuan was the only one who called himself an anomaly. Since Ma Yunfei had surrendered in 10th grade, all the players who had faced Chen Yuan had surrendered without exception.
Chen Yuan is also happy to leisure. Can be lazy still not happy, that is not sick?
So he began to wander around, watching others compete. However, there were no more interesting and exciting matches like Wang Guangming versus Hong Xing on the field. Basically, it was all mediocre. There was no point in watching the whole match, and Chen Yuan ran to the restroom 3 times in an hour.
Finally, today's match came to an end.
On the electronic screen in the center of the dueling arena, the actual points of all the students were refreshed. Ranking 1, Zhang Yi of the attached middle school, 10 wins, 10 points. Ranking 1, second middle school Morongqing Xue, 10 wins, 10 points. Rank 1, attached middle school Shenwen, 10 wins, 10 points.
Rank 1, attachment middle school Chui Yiwen wins 10 points 10. Rank 1, Chen Yuan of number 2 middle school wins 10 points 10.
Rank 1, Song Yu of number 2 middle school, 10 wins, 10 points. On the first day of the actual competition, a total of 9 people have won full points.
Brother 1. Zhang Yi saw Shenwen staring blankly in the direction of Chen Yuan's departure and called out in a low voice. I'm fine. Shenwen came back to his senses and unconsciously clenched his fists. The bet with Chen Yuan before the match unconsciously surfaced in his mind. He took a deep breath and turned to the people in the attached middle school beside him. His voice sullenly said, according to the rules of the tournament, on the last day, the final day, all participating students can challenge the person with the highest points. If there are more than 10 challengers, the 10 students with the highest points will be chosen. Brother 1, you are thinking. Shenwen swept his gaze over his companions and slowly nodded. This is our last chance. The others naturally understood Shenwen's meaning, and Hong Xing and Zhang Yi were the first to state their positions. There are exactly 10 of us in the attached middle school. When the time comes, we'll fight in a wheel battle. We can always drag Chen Yuan down and knock down his points. That's right. On the last day, double points will be deducted for the top of the leaderboard defeat. I just don't believe Chen Yuan can win against 10 of us in a row. If he can win 10 in a row, I'll eat upside down. Shenwen sniffed and clasped his hands, his tone filled with gratitude. Thank you all, for the glory of the attached middle school. Don't worry. Leave it to us. In the rising and falling echo, Shenwen's taut expression finally loosened a bit. Actual combat results must exceed Chen Yuan. And must also defeat him personally. Not only to avenge the shame of the 4 blue materials, but also to reclaim the blue material that had been used as a bet. Ugh. Shenwen suddenly covered his left chest as a familiar dull pain came from his heart. For blue material nah. Every time he thought about it, his body's chi and blood involuntarily surged up and down. He could not help but close his eyes, and press the churning emotions into a few inaudible sigh. In the blink of an eye, the next day's actual combat competition arrived as scheduled. It was still the same process of drawing lots and dueling matches. Chen Yuan's luck was still very good, and the opponent he drew directly conceded defeat, allowing him to win the match easily. Just as he was waiting for the next round, the referee's announcement came from the field. Morongqing Xue of the second middle school versus Zhang Longfei of the affiliated middle school. The match begins. As the participant who had won all the matches on the first day and gained 10 points, the match between Morongqing Xue and Zhang Longfei attracted many onlookers. Looks like you're not having much luck. Zhang Longfei sneered with a provocative tone. Compared to me, your luck is obviously even worse. Morongqing Xue looked calm, not the least bit moved. The experience of being a human being in 2 lifetimes made her far more composed than her peers, not acting impulsively, much less being disturbed by trash talk.
For some reason, she inexplicably thought of Chen Yuan, and her gaze subconsciously swept down to the stage, coincidentally bumping into Chen Yuan's gaze. The two lines of sight locked together, and Chen Yuan nodded at her, giving her a thumbs up.
Morong Qingshue's cheeks warmed slightly, but quickly returned to normal.
At this moment, Zhang Longfei had already summoned his two cards. A green and a blue light flashed, and a sub-dragon covered in scales appeared on the field. This was the 1-star blue card, Mountain Range Sub-Dragon.
Regardless of its aura or appearance, it appeared domineering and overwhelming.
The other one was a 3-star green card, Frog with Sharp Teeth. Its image was somewhat like a combination of a bullfrog and a cactus, with hideous spikes all over its body. Seeing this, Morong Qingxue raised her hand to use the card, and the same blue and green light that. Between flashes, the 1-star green card, Fluorescent Cat Rider, was the first to appear, and a ferocious and cute cat holding a lance, showing its teeth in a battle stance. As the blue light dissipated, the 3-star blue card, Charmed Bone Dragoness, slowly appeared. It was a beautiful young girl with snowy skin, with tiny wings on her back and horns on her head. Her eyes were dazzling and charming.
Phantom Demon.
Chen Yuan's eyes moved slightly, mainly because the image of the Phantom Bone Dragoness was extremely similar to the Phantom Demon in the anime.
Morong Qingshue's Phantom Bone Dragoness is so beautiful.
Indeed, not only is her face beautiful, her body is even better, and the most crucial thing is that the dressing style is very suitable for my heart. Ilu, an old color badge, you might as well say that you like the emperor's new clothes. You cultured people talk really elegant, not wear it, the whole fancy. As soon as the Phantom Bone Dragoness appeared, she was like the white moon in the sky, capturing the eyes of the entire audience. Nothing more than a vase of claptrap. Zhang Longfei snorted coldly and said in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, the mountain range sub-dragon let out an earth-shattering dragon roar, and golden light flickered in the dragon's pupil. However, in the next moment, that appalling light only flickered for a moment before it was abruptly extinguished like a candle in the wind.
Chapter 28. Where did I lie to you? Brother Chen Yuan has gone to great lengths to hurt you.
Only to see the mountain range sub-dragon, as if bewitched, violently launching an attack at the sharp-toothed frog beside him. Roar! Caught off guard, the sharp-toothed frog was hit hard by this sudden onslaught. All of this appeared too suddenly, not to mention that the public under the stage did not react. Even the person in question, Zhang Longfei, was caught off guard. However, unbeknownst to him, it was precisely because he was distracted that the Phantom Bone Dragoness was able to take advantage of this. Just as the mountain sub-dragon was tangling with the sharp-toothed frog, the fluorescent cat riders blatantly charged, meowing as they rushed over. At the same moment, the bone dragoness suddenly jumped up, hovered in mid-air, and her hand flashed with purple light orb of magic light was unleashed. A purple ball of light filled with explosive energy quickly condensed in her palm.
I admit defeat.
As Zhang Longfei spoke, he had already raised his hand to retrieve the two cards on the dueling field. There was no point in fighting any longer. Morong Qingxue had the upper hand with the first opportunity. If Fang's magic light fell, the sharp-toothed frog would definitely be heavily damaged. At that time, he would not end up much better than Wang Tang. It was only the second day, so even if he lost a match, it was not worth the risk. After the referee announced the results of the match, Morong Qingxue retrieved the Phantom Bone Dragoness and the Fluorescent Cat Rider, turned around, and left the dueling arena in a sharp manner. What happened just now? Why did the mountain range sub-dragon suddenly attack the sharp-toothed frog? It couldn't be a problem with the card settings, could it? I don't think so. Have you guys ever heard of the art of color seduction? I don't see that mountain range sub-dragon's eyes are too serious. While there was a lot of discussion around, Chen Yuan secretly shook his head. Fang had been paying attention to everything on the dueling field, so he saw everything that happened on the field clearly. The moment Morong Qingxue summoned her card, she quietly unleashed the Charmed Bone Dragoness skill. This skill should have a similar effect to charm. The reason why no one noticed it was because the beam of light from the summoning deck obscured the treacherous purple glow in the pupils of the Phantom Bone Dragoness's eyes. Coupled with the fact that the mountain sub-dragon was of a lower star level, and the cardmaster who was controlling it, Zhang Longfei, was distracted by his vicious words and was unprepared for it. This allowed the purple light to easily disappear into the body of the mountain sub-dragon. Immediately afterward, the scene where the mountain sub-dragon defected and attacked the sharp-toothed frog occurred. Now for the next match, Chen Yuan of the second middle school versus Cui Yuan of the affiliated middle school. These words immediately drew the attention of all the surrounding students. As a top-ranked player in the annexed middle school, the battle power she displayed yesterday was impressive, and today's opponent was actually Chen Yuan. This matchup instantly ignited everyone's anticipation. Cui Yuan, the annexed middle school beauty? She's not weak either, she hasn't lost a single match since yesterday. Hey, there's a good show to watch. Cui Yuan was an innocent-looking girl, different from Morong Qingxue, who was more imperialistic, while Cui Yuan looked small, cute, and adorable. Cui Yuan walked towards the dueling arena, different from Morong Qingxue's cold imperialist temperament. Cui Yuan was a small family type, more delicate and lovely. As she passed by Chen Yuan, she suddenly lowered her voice and said softly, "Brother Chen Yuan, you can give people a water release later."
Sister, don't worry, later on the field brother will properly hurt you. Chen Yuan's gaze moved slightly, giving her a meaningful look before nodding his head and saying. This scene happened to fall into Morong Qingshue's eyes. Her footsteps lurched as she thoughtfully sized up the two of them, then lightly shook her head. Her heart flooded with mutterings. Chen Yuan likes Xiao Luo? At the same time, she felt a hint of regret for Chen Yuan. Sure enough, the love of children will only affect the speed of drawing the sword. Lightly sighed, no longer pay attention. As for Cui Yuan, who got Chen Yuan's promise, she smiled sweetly, her eyes flowed, and with a light leap, she stood on the dueling field. With two flashes of blue light, her cards materialized one after another. The one-star blue card Fantasy Spirit Fox fluttered its pink and fluffy fox tail, bringing up starry fluorescent light as it swept across the ground. The other was a two-star blue card green spiny Triceratops, shaped like a rhinoceros, with two protruding cactus bulbs sticking out of the top of its head, contrasting sharply with the illusory Spirit Fox's face value. Roar! Rider time! Chen Yuan threw out his cards, and the green-eyed white dragon and the Time King descended into the dueling arena at the same time, their pressure instantly enveloping the entire arena. After seeing the Time King's strength, no one dared to mock the Time King's slightly quirky special sound effects. Seeing that Chen Yuan did not take the initiative to attack, the corners of Cui Yuan's mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, beautiful women were the biggest weakness of all men. The illusory Spirit Fox on the stage received Cui Yuan's command, its eyes flowing as a seductive purple light flew towards the Timeless King at breakneck speed. Seeing that Timeless King stood still and didn't dodge, Cui Yuan's smile became even brighter. Although her Phantom Fox was only a one-star blue card, it had extraordinary potential and belonged to the relatively rare control system summoning cards along with the Phantom Bone Dragoness. Even though Timeless King's star level was slightly higher than Phantom Spirit Fox, the probability of being hit was still high if one was unprepared. What? Why is there no reaction? Cui Yuan's smile stalled. She had seen the purple light flow into the eyes of the Time King with her own eyes, but why was the Time King not under her control? The skill had failed. Chen Yuan's expression was bland, and regardless of the star level suppression, just based on the Toki King's willpower alone, this level of charm would be meaningless. Even if the illusory Spirit Fox's grade was another level stronger, the Timeless King would still be able to easily resist it. If there was really a situation where he couldn't resist, he could still utilize his time ability to avoid it. Control-type summoning cards such as Dragoness of the Phantom Bone and Phantom Fox had met their nemesis when they encountered the King of Time. Zeke and Jaraid. The strongest time limit sword suddenly appeared in Timeless King's hand, and the Night Slash was launched. The green-eyed white dragon on the side threw back its head and whistled, blinding white light condensed from its mouth, countless arcs of electricity jumped and hissed in the dragon's head. Explosive blast wind bomb. The destructive beam of light tore through the air, shocking waves, shrill whistles and piercing ears, directly hitting the green spiny Triceratops. There was no loud explosion, only annihilation. At the moment of contact, the dragon's body vaporized, the ground tiles collapsed like sand, and a huge pit of lava emerged silently. The Triceratops was scorched black and drenched in blood. On the other side, although the knight's chopping attack failed to kill the illusory fox, it chopped off all three of its fox tails, and the wailing sound was endless. Cui Yuan watched as her two cards crumbled and shattered under Chen Yuan's ferocious offense, but she was powerless to stop it. She bit her lips tightly, and a mist of water could not help but rise in her eyes. Chen Yuan of second middle school wins. The referee's voice was crisp and clear, announcing the end of this duel. Cui Yuan took a deep breath and forced herself to endure the pain to retrieve the damaged decks back into the spiritual inner landscape. Although the two decks could be repaired slowly, the damage was so severe that it would take at least 3 to 5 days, if not longer, to recover as before. And the match was still continuing, which meant that the rest of her schedule was completely ruined. Finally, she couldn't hold her emotions any longer, and her voice was tinged with aggression and accusation. Chen Yuan. You lied to me. Oh? Where did your brother Chen Yuan lie to you? Morong Qingxue on the side couldn't help but pursed her lips and laughed softly, her tone promising. Didn't we all say that before the match? Sisters are used for pain. Look at all the pain you've cried. It's evident that your Chen Yuan brother has gone to great lengths in order to pain you. Chapter 29, Playing a Fake Match? Morong Qingxue, tonight, 3 shifts, leave the door open at the dormitory. Chen Yuan sniffed, his brain gave birth to a mass of black lines, and then quickly fled the scene. Ha ha ha. Morong Qingxue's words caused the crowd at the scene to burst into laughter. The reason why Chen Yuan had been so decisive just now, even going so far as to consume his spiritual energy to defeat Cui Yuan in a quick battle. The reason was simple: to establish prestige. The feeling of not being in the ring was indeed very pleasurable, and he was already used to his opponents surrendering and admitting defeat. When he fought these people, although he was able to abuse them after abusing them for a long time, the feeling of pleasure actually disappeared. And doing so did not benefit him in any way. Neither could he sharpen his combat skills, nor could he put pressure on the Timeless King and push for a star upgrade. It was purely a waste of time. It was also a waste of time, so why not pick a more comfortable way?
For example, right now, Chen Yuan spent $3 on a cone, nibbling on it while leisurely watching the battle and occasionally commenting on it. Like this, wasn't it also quite good? Unsurprisingly for Chen Yuan, the news that Cui Yiwen had been seriously injured by him quickly spread throughout the arena. The subsequent players who were drawn to face him were cowed before they fought. Before the match even started, they directly applied to the referee for a forfeit, not even bothering to enter the ring. The severely injured Cui Yiwen's condition fell, and the battle was extremely miserable, and he suffered 9 consecutive losses in the following matches. Card damage is too heavy, even the basic 1-star green card is difficult to fight. Originally avoided ruthless character, suddenly became the meat and potatoes in everyone's eyes, anyone who wants to draw a lot and face her. Then step on her hard underfoot. The one day of the tournament ended there, and the people in the attached middle school gathered together under Shen Wen's convening. Brother 1. Shen Yuan, that guy hit too hard. Cui Yiwen lost 10 games in a row today, her cards were severely damaged, and her strength is 10-1. Then after her. Alas. Don't after that, Cui Yiwen can't stand being humiliated, has submitted an application to the organizing committee to end this training early. What? Retiring at this time? It's all come to this point. It can't be helped. Her state really isn't suitable to continue competing. Then what about our plan 3 days later? Everyone looked at Shen Wen, waiting for his reply. Shen Wen pondered for a long time and said with a slap on the table, "Dry. I will find another school to replace Cui Yiwen's position." The crowd was silent for a long time after hearing this. Zhang Yi looked around and frowned. What? You guys are not afraid, are you? I know what everyone is worried about. Shen Wen raised his hand to signal Zhang Yi to calm down and analyze Su Su. Everyone is simply worried about Chen Yuan's strength. But today, Chen Yuan's skills have already been exposed, we just need to prepare in advance, it is not non-impossible to deal with it. The reason why Cui Yiwen lost miserably, the key lies in arrogance and recklessness. That's right, someone immediately agreed, if we hadn't believed Chen Yuan's bull, even if we lost, it would never have been such an ugly loss. It makes sense, but it's still a risk. Someone worried. What is there no risk in doing? Should we not do it because there are risks? Shen Wen's brows furrowed slightly, somewhat displeased, but we can minimize the risk. You have a way? We can apply to face Chen Yuan again in the 10th game. This way, even if the cards are damaged, there is no effect. Shen Wen explained after a brief contemplation. Good idea, it's true that there's no explicit prohibition in the tournament rules, it's feasible. The crowd brightened up, seeing that the plan was well thought out and no longer had any worries, their morale immediately rose, and they all responded in agreement. The 3rd day of the race. As usual. The news that Cui Yiwen had withdrawn from the tournament due to severe damage to his cards had already spread, and Chen Yuan's fame had risen with it. Of course, it was more of a bad reputation. Most of the students who were drawn to play against Chen Yuan simply surrendered and admitted defeat. But it wasn't always that smooth. The top-ranked colleges such as the 1st, 3rd, and 4th middle schools still had some hardcore ones. They even threatened to take revenge on Goddess Cui. Faced with these more headstrong players, Chen Yuan didn't hold back at all. When it was time to strike, he struck and was never ambiguous. After a few clean victories, the tournament field returned to calm once again. On the 4th day of the tournament, Chen Yuan met most of his opponents from Attachment Middle School, 1st Middle School, and even Hu Kursen, Wang Guangming, and Song Yu from 2nd Middle School. This was the invisible rule of the tournament: the higher the ranking, the later the students met. However, unexpectedly, everyone actually chose to surrender. It was now the 10th round and the last round of the day. Just when Chen Yuan thought that today would end uneventfully again, the referee's voice suddenly rang out. Next match, Chen Yuan of 2nd Middle School versus Morong Qingxue of 2nd Middle School. Chen Yuan glanced at Morong Qingxue and saw that she had already walked towards the dueling arena, so he also took a step to follow. Chen Yuan, we're on point. Hearing Morong Qingxue say that, Chen Yuan obviously froze for a moment. Wasn't a card match supposed to be a fight to the best of one's ability? When did they talk about courtesy? Although the two of them were from the same school, he had always believed in the supremacy of strength, and that men and women were treated equally without distinction. You go ahead and make your move, Chen Yuan said indifferently. Anyway, this was the last round of the competition today, so he would like to see Morong Qingxue's cards. Especially the charming Bone Dragoness's charm technique that she had used on the Earth Vein Subdragon earlier. Morong Qingxue nodded and flicked her delicate fingers, then 2 cards were summoned. The charmed Bone Dragoness swayed and the fluorescent cat rider deftly leapt out. With a wave of Chen Yuan's finger, blue light flashed, the green-eyed white dragon lifted its wings and whistled, and the Time King seemed to have stepped through time and space. One side was a 1-star green card with a 3-star blue card, and one side's 2 cards were both 3-star blue cards. If you only looked at the grade, the difference was immediate. A demonic purple aura suddenly blossomed in the dueling arena. Charmed Bone Dragoness was the first to launch her skill, with purple light flowing in her eyes, and strands of seductive power surging towards Timeless King like a tidal wave. However, the timeless king did not do anything to resist, but just stood in place, waiting for the purple aura to converge. Chen Yuan wanted to test and see just how strong the charm power of this 3-star blue card was, and whether it could have an effect on the timeless king. Even if something really bad happened, he had left a backhand, so he was naturally emboldened.
Why isn't Chen Yuan dodging?
This is a 3-star blue card Phantom Bone Dragoness. It's too much stronger than Cui Yuan's illusory spirit fox. It's over. It feels like Chen Yuan is going to fall.
TSK, TSK, TSK.
Pity tease.
The onlooker students murmured, almost having sentenced Chen Yuan to death. Not right.
Chen Yuan's gaze suddenly condensed. Although the skill hit the timeless king was not controlled, but was pulled into a chaotic illusion.
Chen Yuan, can you hear me? Within the illusionary realm, Morong Qingshua's voice was actually heard.
Chen Yuan frowned, his gaze sharply looking towards the Phantom Bone Dragoness.
What do you mean? Fighting or not?
He passed his heartfelt voice through the timeless king.
Fight, but fake match. The Phantom Bone Dragoness quickly responded. What exactly are you trying to say?
Chen Yuan frowned slightly.
This is not the place for speeches. Morong Qingshua's voice came again with a hint of urgency. The Phantom Bone Dragoness's illusion can't be maintained for too long.
Tonight at the 3rd watch, the dormitory will leave the door open, and I'll go find you.
Chapter 30. At midnight, the schoolgirl knocks on my dormitory door. A ferocious beast riot? Right at this moment.
The Phantom Bone Dragoness flipped her hands, her palms bursting out bowl-sized balls of purple demonic light one after another, pouring out like a torrential downpour.
Boom, boom, boom.
The timeless king and the green-eyed white dragon shuttled through the curtain of light, exploding purple flames blossomed one after another, and the roar was deafening. The scene was filled with smoke and dust, flashes of fire, and the sounds of fine iron clashing were endless. The exchanges on the scene were extremely visually impactful. The duel was far more intense than the crowd expected. The entire exchange lasted for more than 3 whole minutes. The smoke and dust cleared. In the end, Chen Yuan won by a slim margin.
I didn't see before that Morong Qingxue was so powerful. How could she fight with Chen Yuan for 3 minutes? Chen Yuan has resolved fights within a minute before.
I think the key to the problem is in the Phantom Bone Dragoness. The 3-star blue card isn't simple. We have to be careful when we meet it tomorrow. In this battle, although Chen Yuan had won, more people appreciated Morong Qingxue. After all, she was the only opponent who could last more than a minute in Chen Yuan's hands in the 4 days since the actual combat match.
The match ended.
Seeing that Morong Qingxue had no intention of explaining herself to him, Chen Yuan treated it as if nothing had happened. The two left the field individually. As they passed through the plaza, the scoreboard on the electronic screen had already been refreshed. Rank 1 Chen Yuan wins 40 points 40. Ranking 2 Xinwen wins 38 points 38. Ranking 3 Morong Qingxue wins 37 points 37.
Rank 4 Zhang Yi wins 34 points 34. Rank 5. Chen Yuan's actual battle points were firmly at the top of the list.
If nothing happens, tomorrow he will finish with a perfect record of full points. At the same time, tomorrow is also the last day of Starfire's training, and the final rankings will be revealed at the end of tomorrow's live matches.
Currently, Chen Yuan's comprehensive score also ranked first.
After tomorrow's announcement of the training results and the distribution of rewards, this training session will officially come to an end. The students will go back to their schools and prepare for the college entrance exams. As for summer vacation, senior high school students don't have a vacation to speak of. The real vacation may have to wait until they get into college.
But who can say what will happen after college, and whether there will be any more ups and downs? In the cafeteria, Wang Guangming and Hu Kersen sat across from Chen Yuan with their dinner plates. Brother Chen, congratulations in advance.
Wang Guangming grinned. After tomorrow, if there are no surprises, your name as the first talent of the capital C will be completely solidified. Hu Kersen blinked and joked, even if there are accidents, it won't change the fact that Chen Yuan is a genius, the proper first genius of Beijing C. Chen Yuan shook his head and laughed lightly. He cared more about the reward than the false name.
It's just a false name. Your grades are not bad either. He had a calm attitude towards these two. After all, they were classmates and there was no deep hatred. There was no need to make the relationship so rigid. Come on, the two of us are at most midstream level. How can we compare to you and Morong Qingxue? Hu Kersen laughed and added casually, Song Yu is actually quite strong as well. Wang Guangming immediately glanced at her with subtle eyes. The few people had been together for so long that he had long since detected certain clues. Between Chen Yuan and Song Yu, there seemed to be an irreconcilable conflict. So when spending time alone with one of them, the other's name, it was best not to mention it. Not bad indeed. Chen Yuan nodded with a frank expression, seemingly not minding.
Song Yu's grades in training weren't exactly top-notch, but they were firmly in the middle to upper echelon. The three of them chatted as they ate. Chen Yuan didn't have that much of a stance, so the three of them were quite chatty.
When it was time to say goodbye, Wang Guangming asked, Brother Chen, do you plan to go back to school directly after the competition?
Chen Yuan thought for a moment. The school did not force him to return to school. Moreover, the closed training was so long that communication was cut off, and although his parents had greeted him in advance, they were inevitably worried. Plus, the bonus for catching the most wanted criminal should have already arrived at the account. Just go home. Not back to that cheap room, but a real home. The money, too, should be used to improve life at home. I'm going to make a trip home first, and I'll return to the school site in a couple days. Chen Yuan shook his head and replied briefly. Hu Kersen and I are preparing to go back to school. I wanted to ask if you want to come along, but since you have other arrangements, it'll be next time. Seeing this, Wang Guangming did not ask any more questions, nodded his head and said goodbye before leaving. Chen Yuan returned to the dormitory and quieted his mind before rethinking Morong Qingshua's words in the dueling arena. Cooperating with her to fight a fake match for 3 minutes, what exactly was she going to do? Chen Yuan pondered for a long time but still could not understand, so he simply shook his head and sat down on his knees, entering meditation. These days, he had basically perfected the setting of Dija Ultraman and started to enter the card-making process. However, the card-making is not a one-day process, short of 10 days and half a month. If the card-making process is intermittent, it may even be delayed to a month or more. The sky was getting dark. After Chen Yuan had a simple dinner, he immersed himself in meditation once again. I don't know how long it took. A slight rattling suddenly came from the door of the dormitory. Who is it? Chen Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. It's me, Morong Qingxue. Chen Yuan frowned, his mind quickly flashing back to her odd words and actions during the daytime duel. He glanced at his cell phone, 1 in the morning. Sure enough, it was 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. What is it? He sounded guarded and didn't get up. Let me in first. Outside the door, Morong Qingshua's voice penetrated a few points of urgency. Men and women are different. At this time, you shouldn't come. Chen Yuan was clear-headed and refused in a cold voice. Open the door, let me in first before we talk about it, okay? She lowered her voice, as if she was holding back something. If you have something to say it outside. Facing Morong Qingshua's unreasonable request, Chen Yuan still did not let go. No, it's not safe outside. Her voice tightened slightly, as if she was suppressing some sort of emotion. When Chen Yuan heard her say this, his eyes sank, and his heart became even more skeptical. What exactly is it? I won't open the door until I say it clearly. Silence fell outside the door. Just when Chen Yuan thought that Morong Qingxue had already left and was about to turn around, her voice resounded once again. This matter concerns the lives of all of us, so open the door first and let me in. It concerns the lives of all of us? Chen Yuan's heart shook as he subconsciously gripped the door handle, but stopped at the last moment. No, why don't you go look for your teacher? What's the point of looking for me? Because a barely audible sigh came from outside the door. I can't tell if they're trustworthy or not. These words caused Chen Yuan's pupils to shrink, as if he had thought of something. After a brief hesitation, he pulled open the door to the dormitory room. The door had just been opened when a figure swept in like lightning and backhandedly locked the door to the room. In the claustrophobic space, the young girl's big white rabbit gently trembled, and a faint fragrance lingered on the tip of his nose. Chen Yuan forced himself to avert his eyes, suppressing the distractions in his mind and keeping a safe distance from her. Explain clearly. He looked straight into Morong Qingshue's eyes. What exactly do you mean by what you just said? If I say that there will be a ferocious beast riot at the practical training base tomorrow, do you believe me? Chapter 31 The Mole? Night-crawling dormitory, it wouldn't be any special fetish, right? Ferocious beast riot? Chen Yuan's brows tightened as a look of gravity appeared on his face. Are you saying that a spatial crack will appear within the practical training base tomorrow? Fierce beasts descending? Morong Qingxue nodded solemnly and said in a low tone, that's right, the practical training base is located in a remote area, and it will take a long time for the Detective Bureau's rescue forces to arrive, so we will be isolated and in a dangerous situation at that time. Morong Qingshue's words caused Chen Yuan to develop a strong sense of crisis, but he quickly regained his composure. Even if the Detective Bureau is far away, there are still so many teachers within the base, there's no need to be so alarmed, right? He paused and continued, moreover, with President Xiang Qihua in attendance, he should be a senior cardmaster second only to a quasi-master, so even if we do encounter an attack from the alien beasts in the subdimensional rift, he should still be able to lead us through the danger, right? Not necessarily. Morong Qingshue's voice was icy cold. I suspect that the appearance of the subdimensional rift is related to the teacher of the Starfire Training Organizing Committee. What? Chen Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Wait, tomorrow's events haven't happened yet, how did you know in advance? As a cardmaster, digging up the roots and probing into other people's hidden secrets is a very rude behavior. Morong Qingsue seemed to have prepared for this and returned nonchalantly. But how can I be told to trust you with empty words? As Chen Yuan uttered these words, the scene where Morong Qingsue had stolen the Feng Emoshir King's card back then suddenly flashed in his mind. To be able to accurately find the location where the cards were hidden, there must be a special means. What's more, lying to herself was of no benefit to her, so why take the risk? Morong Qingsue sniffed and fell into silence. The reason why she knew everything was not because she was reborn. In her previous life, she had also participated in the Starfire training, but at that time, there was no Chen Yuan among the participating students, and the dimensional rift had not descended. I don't know if it was the butterfly effect of being reborn that caused many things to change in this life. First, Chen Yuan's sudden rise without warning, and then the top of the Starfire training performance list changed hands.
By now, many things have completely deviated from the trajectory of the previous life. More critically, the intelligence system warned her last week that there were members of an evil organization lurking in the Starfire organizing committee.
This week, news came again that after today's duel, a dimensional rift would appear in the training base. The information provided by the intelligence system had never been wrong, and she had to believe it.
But right now, Chen Yuan wanted her to prove it. For a moment, she really couldn't prove it. She could not reveal the existence of the intelligence system, and even if she did, Chen Yuan might not believe her.
The most dangerous thing was that once the news of the intelligence system leaked out, causing her to be targeted by organizations or people with bad intentions, then she and the entire Morong family would be in an extremely dangerous situation. She sighed and helplessly said, "The words are already here, believe it or not."
You just said that there are members of evil organizations among the teachers of the organizing committee. Who are they? Which organization? Paradise Lost? Or the Church of the Ancient God? Chen Yuan's gaze condensed slightly, obviously guessing something.
I'm not sure about the specifics, I only know that the organizing committee has a mole, so they're not reliable. Morong Qingshuo sighed. If it wasn't because the organizing committee had a mole, she would have found a way to contact the school. But now because of the mole, she didn't dare to take any chances.
What do you have in mind?
Chen Yuan understood and opened his mouth to ask after a moment of thought. It was no wonder Morong Qingshuo had used an illusion to pass on information in the dueling arena, thinking that she was worried about being exposed. However, this approach of hers was correct. The enemy was dark and we were clear. When one did not figure out the other party's purpose, it was not too much to be cautious. I'm afraid that with our strength we can very well fend off the ferocious beasts. We must find a way to notify the detective bureau and the school and request for reinforcements.
Morong Qingshuo frowned and mused.
Since the other party can lurk in, they will definitely have their monitoring methods. Acting rashly will only alert the snakes.
Chen Yuan's words were not unreasonable, but what else could be done?
The room was suddenly quiet, with only two breathing sounds rising and falling.
Seeing Morong Qingshuo's silence, Chen Yuan directly gave the expulsion order. That's it for today, you go back first. What do you mean? It's simple, since there's nothing we can do about it, we might as well let nature take its course.
If we sit back and wait for death, everyone's lives, including yours and mine, will be in danger tomorrow.
Morong Qingshuo stared at Chen Yuan for a long time, pondering, did she find the wrong person?
I have countermeasures, you go back first. Within 2 hours, if any movement occurs in the park, don't hesitate and escape immediately.
Chen Yuan pulled open the door and sent Morong Qingshuo out without refusal. Outside the door, Morong Qingshuo was stunned for a moment and murmured softly, "You have a solution?" However, the only thing that answered her was the sound of the door locking with a click. The door to Chen Yuan's dormitory was already closed.
Worried about being exposed, Morong Qingshuo didn't dare to stay for long and quickly hid into the darkness, returning to her own dormitory. At this moment, Chen Yuan was sitting on the edge of the bed. Chen Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, his fingers lightly knocking on his knees. Without realizing it, he had already been caught in the middle of the whirlpool. If not handled properly, his life would be in danger as well. Now that things had come to this, running away definitely wouldn't work. The training base was tightly sealed and communication blocked, leaving now would only alert the enemy. Although the enemy's intentions were still unclear, once the cultists were disturbed, the other party would most likely strike early. Right, Morong Qingshuo said that the organizing committee has a mole. A cold light flashed in the bottom of Chen Yuan's eyes, and he vaguely had a guess about this mole. However, it was not possible to be certain at the moment. It was just not known to what extent the other party had actually infiltrated. Chen Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, gently pushed open the door of his room, and felt his way towards the staff dormitory building. On the day the Starfire training started, Panyu had told him before she left that if he needed help here, he could go and find a person. Her old classmate, Wu Xing. For Panyu to mention this on purpose, it seemed that she should be trusted by Panyu.
Chen Yuan decided to go there to find out the truth. The night was already deep. The dormitory building was pitch black. On the 7th floor, inside a certain single dormitory, Wu Xing had slept for about 3 hours when he was woken up by the urge to urinate. He got up in a daze and was about to turn on the light when his afterglow caught a glimpse of a dark shadow flashing by the window. His pupils shrank, instantly waking up, and he silently posted himself behind the door. Only to see a silhouette tumbling in through the window. The curtains were lifted and the moonlight poured in, outlining the silhouette of the person. He is not too tall, short hair, boys. At first glance it looks like a student. Student? Breaking into a dormitory at night? Burglary? But I don't seem to have anything valuable here, right?
Seeing that the other party was about to break into his bedroom, Wu Xing flipped his fingertips, and a card emerged silently. Snap. At the same time, he violently pressed the switch and questioned in a cold voice. Who are you? What is the purpose of coming to my place? The lights snapped on. Chen Yuan was caught off guard and subconsciously raised his hand to cover his eyes, but quickly calmed down and busied himself by saying, Mr. Wu, don't misunderstand, I'm Mr. Pan Yu's student, Chen Yuan. In fact, there was no need to declare his name. In the practical training base, all the teachers knew Chen Yuan. Even if they hadn't seen him in person, they had seen the photo on the file. How could Wu Xing not recognize him? The card was quietly hidden. Wu Xing frowned slightly and said suspiciously, What's the point of climbing my window in the middle of the night when you're not sleeping? He suddenly seemed to think of something. The corner of his mouth pulled, revealing an odd expression. You won't have any special fetishes, right? Chapter 32 Object of Suspicion, Temptation from Chen Yuan. Well planned and prepared. The corners of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched as he hurriedly waved his hand. Don't misunderstand, Mr. Wu, my orientation is normal. Then what are you doing climbing my window in the middle of the night? A flash of skepticism flashed under Wu Xing's eyes. This is the 7th floor, you just climbed up so hard? Chen Yuan nodded his head without a trace of embarrassment on his face. After his spiritual level was promoted to the silver level, his physical strength had also taken a qualitative leap, with his muscle strength, nerve reaction, and endurance all breaking through the limits of normal people, reaching more than twice that of an ordinary adult. Moreover, he himself was not fat and was agile, so a mere 7 floors was no big deal to him. Immediately, he remembered the main event of this trip, and with a solemn expression, he asked in a deep voice, Teacher Wu, do you have a way to help me contact Teacher Pan? What are you looking for Pan Yu for? Wu Xing raised an eyebrow, his gaze scrutinizing. You went to all the trouble of sneaking into my dormitory in the middle of the night just for this? Teacher Wu, this matter is very important. Chen Yuan's tone was grave. Wu Xing stared at Chen Yuan for a few seconds, seeing that he did not look like he was faking. Although he still had doubts, he no longer dwelled on the matter of sneaking into the dormitory. He pondered slightly and shook his head. If you had come to me 2 days earlier, I would still have a way, but I definitely can't now. Why? Chen Yuan's heart suddenly tensed, and a bad premonition arose from the bottom of his heart. He pursued, shouldn't the staff within the practical training base have a way to leave the communication shielding area? Wu Xing nodded his head and truthfully said, but for this practical test, the president requested that the news be blocked, and that it be made public uniformly when the training is over. Chui Yuan even signed a non-disclosure agreement when he left, and that was the day that the practical training base blocked all external contacts and strictly forbade going out, the ban lasting until the end of the assessment. Chen Yuan sniffed and his eyes sank. Then there should always be other communication tools, right? Otherwise, how can we call for help if the base is in danger? Danger? Are you worried about spatial cracks? Wu Xing obviously didn't take it seriously and smiled disbelievingly. There hasn't been a spatial rift in Jinghai City for more than 10 years. Besides, even if something does happen to the base, the satellite communication can contact the outside world for help. Besides, the base has the chairman in charge. What kind of chaos can happen? Satellite communication? Do you have the authority to use it? Chen Yuan asked again. The permission is there, but it has to go through the approval process. Wu Xing spread his hands and lost his smile. By the time the approval comes down from above, your match will have long since ended. At that time, you can completely contact Pan Yu yourself. Why bother? Chen Yuan, are you alright? Wu Xing noticed that Chen Yuan did not look right and inquired in a low voice. Chen Yuan did not respond immediately, his gaze slightly sunken, seemingly pondering something, only to faintly return a few moments later. It's fine. Wu Xing glanced at him and suddenly said, if you really have urgent matters and want to contact Pan Yu, there is actually another way. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows. What method? President Xiang holds you in high regard. If you directly approach him and explain the situation, he should help you and even let you contact Pan Yu without going through the process. Chen Yuan was silent for a while and suddenly changed his words. Mr. Wu, do you know why I want to contact Ms. Pan? Wu Xing shook his head. I don't know. But if you want to talk about it, you will naturally tell me. Chen Yuan stared at him, the corner of his mouth suddenly raising a smile if any, and abruptly asked. Teacher Wu, which organization are you from? Wu Xing froze and subconsciously said, what? Paradise Lost? Ancient God Church? Or the 5 Poison Cult? Chen Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the hand behind his back quietly cupped 2 cards. It was none other than Sacred Shield and Green-Eyed White Dragon. This was the real reason why he had come alone. If he couldn't contact Pan Yu, then he could only use open cards. However, judging from Wu Xing's behavior and demeanor just now, it was unlikely that he had been infiltrated. However, Chen Yuan was still not 100% sure if Wu Xing had been infiltrated. That was why he had a positive attitude. In the event of an accident, he would not hesitate to summon the Green-Eyed White Dragon, then run away without looking back. What are you talking about? Wu Xing's brows suddenly tightened, anger suppressed in his voice. Chen Yuan, I didn't hold you responsible for trespassing into my dormitory because you're a student of Pan Yu.
Now that you have no evidence and are making empty accusations of me being a member of an evil organization, what exactly are your intentions? Teacher Wu, I already know about your plans.
Chen Yuan's gaze was sharp, not letting his guard down.
What plan?
Wu Xing was stunned for a moment, then realized something and gradually calmed down. Although I don't know what means you used to cause the spatial rift to appear, your plan has already been exposed. Chen Yuan spoke in a cold tone, quietly clamping the two cards between his fingers, a fine cold sweat seeping from his palm. If there was any movement from Wu Xing, he would not hesitate to strike.
Chen Yuan, I don't understand what you mean. But if you are trying to tell me something, you might as well just say it.
On the premise of not violating principles and discipline, and for the sake of Pan Yu's face, I will do my best. Wu Xing took a deep breath and sat down on the sofa to the side. After a long time, Chen Yuan slowly spoke. I have learned a very important piece of information through some special means.
I suspect that.
Chen Yuan paused briefly before telling all about his suspicions about Xiang Qihua.
Moreover, while concealing Morong Qingxue, he also told about the spatial rift that would appear in the base tomorrow. He wanted to see how Wu Xing would react.
What did you say? Wu Xing stood up dabbing, his pupils suddenly shrinking, his previous composure gone.
Are you sure about the authenticity of the news? 1,000 times true.
Chen Yuan's voice was low and his tone was certain. Despite the current lack of empirical evidence, it was a matter of life and death. It was better to believe in what was true than to believe in what was not. If nothing happened tomorrow, it would naturally be best. If the responsibility is to be pursued afterward, then Morong Qingxue will be pushed out to take the thunder. The recording of the conversation in the cell phone is enough as evidence. However, if it was really as she said, and a beast riot broke out in the base after the game tomorrow, then this preparation was also considered a rainy day.
What's more, Xiang Qihua, this person, always gave him a sense of treachery.
Apart from that time in the dueling arena when he spied on him using his battle card, there was something else hidden in Xiang Qihua's eyes when he looked at him. There was not only admiration, but also a hint of uncomfortable possessiveness.
Possessiveness that wasn't amorous.
That kind of look he had once seen in Song Yu's eyes as well. This matter is not trivial, even if you talk a good game, but without empirical evidence, it is ultimately difficult to convince people. Wu Xing was silent for a moment, his gaze sank, but it's about the life and death of hundreds of people, it's better to believe it. I'll personally notify Pan Yu and let her contact Zhou Sun. The base is closed, how are you going to get out?
I'm also a card master.
Wu Xing let out a light laugh and flipped his fingertips. A dark patterned auxiliary card flickered with a shimmering light between his fingers. In terms of sneak scouting, Pan Yu may not be as good as me either. Chen Yuan originally wanted to leave together, but after a little thought, he stayed behind. He didn't have the stealthy means that Wu Xing had, and he vaguely felt that he was being watched. If he left the base at this moment, he was afraid that he would immediately alert the snakes.
Moreover, the whole thing was only Morong Qingxue's side of the story from the beginning to the end.
If he made a mistake in judgment, not only would he not be able to finish the race, he would end up with nothing.
Ready. The rest depends on tomorrow. Chapter 33, Empty University? It's time reversal. Green-eyed white dragon extinction.
Chen Yuan watched Wu Xing's figure disappear outside the base before he slowly stepped down from the rooftop of the building. The night breeze was slightly cool, but he was not sleepy at all. After returning to his dormitory, he gently pressed against his vaguely aching temples and sank into meditation with his eyes closed.
The next morning, the cafeteria was noisy. Morong Qingxue looked around and saw that there was no one else near Chen Yuan before she sat down opposite him with her dinner plate. What are the plans for today?
Her voice was very soft. Chen Yuan still lowered his head and stirred the kanji in his bowl. I entrusted an acquaintance to go out and ask for help.
The two of them looked as if they were secret agent joints. What? Morong Qingxue's fingers holding the chopsticks trembled, and the porcelain spoon knocked against the edge of the plate with a crunching sound. She immediately lowered her voice. Why didn't you discuss this with me in advance? It's too risky. What if there's an ambush outside?
That's what he needs to worry about. Chen Yuan raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the seemingly calm practical training base outside the door. At least for now, the base is still calm. What you're worried about shouldn't have happened.
Chen Yuan, how is it that even you, a smart person, has started to make such low-level mistakes? Chen Yuan frowned slightly and fell into silence.
He was equally aware of the flaws in the plan, but it all boiled down to a lack of strength. If one had enough strength, why would one need to be so fearful and walk on thin ice? Alas. Morong Qingxue adjusted her emotions and let out a long sigh. Forget it, it's useless to say anything now. Try to minimize your mental energy consumption during the match later and wait and see what happens.
After having breakfast,
Chen Yuan stepped into the competition venue and headed to the designated spot to prepare to draw lots as usual. You don't need to draw today. The referee raised his hand to stop it, handing over a table of matchups as he opened his mouth to explain. According to the rules, the player with the top points will be challenged by the other players on the last day, and right now your schedule is already full. Chen Yuan frowned as he took the matchup sheet from the referee's hands and quickly swept his gaze across it. Round 1, Shin Yuan of the 2nd Middle School versus Hong Xing of the Annexed Middle School.
Round 2, Shin Yuan of 2nd Middle School versus Zheng Yi of Annexed Middle School.
Round 3, Shin Yuan of the 2nd Middle School versus Su Ziwu of the Affiliated Middle School. Round 10, Shin Yuan of the 2nd Middle School versus Shun Wan of the Affiliated Middle School. As his eyes swept over the last name, a cold light flashed under Shin Yuan's eyes. He understood what was going on. This was the game Shin Wan had specially prepared for him. No wonder there was a match that Shin Wan obviously could have won, but still gave up and conceded. In the middle of the day, it was to make him sit in the number 1 position, so that he could accept other people's challenges.
Shen Yuan, you're bound to lose today.
Shin Wan happened to pass by and smiled smugly when he saw his gloomy expression.
Oh? So confident?
Shen Yuan narrowed his eyes.
Pray that you don't lose too badly. If you lose 6 games in a row, you won't be able to hold on to your number 1 throne. Shen Wan provoked.
Heh, then I wish you good luck.
Shen Yuan sneered.
He had always stayed out of trouble, but if someone stomped on his nose, he wouldn't be polite. It was just that.
The riot of ferocious beasts after the match was the real trouble.
Shen Yuan gripped the sparring table tightly, his gaze sullen and cold. Originally thought that today would be as plain as usual, did not expect, Shin Wan actually left this hand.
What's meant to be will always come.
As the rest of the players completed their duels one after another, the final battle that the whole audience was watching finally drew the curtain. First round, Shen Yuan of the 2nd Middle School versus Hong Xing of the Annexed Middle School. As soon as the referee's voice fell, the surroundings instantly erupted with loud cheers, as well as whistles. Shen Yuan, teach that Hong Xing guy a good lesson for me.
Wang Guangming patted Shen Yuan's shoulder, intending to help him relax and ease his tension.
However, Shen Yuan was not the least bit nervous and returned a smile, saying blandly,
"Don't worry, I won't show any mercy."
Since Shin Wan wanted to use a wheel battle to consume him, he wouldn't be polite either. The world of card masters was meant to be honored by the strongest. Without true strength, even if one was lucky enough to reach the top, one could not go far in the end. He understood this, and Shin Wan naturally understood this. But for the sake of the Zhang Blue material that was used as a bet, as well as the lost face, he had no choice. Hong Xing stepped onto the dueling arena, an arrogant smile hanging at the corner of his mouth.
Shen Yuan, admit defeat.
What you're facing next is the strongest senior student of the current year in Jinghai City. Even if you're strong, it's impossible for you to fight and win 10 matches in a row. If Chen Yuan could be forced to give up voluntarily, it would save a lot of effort.
Ha!
Chen Yuan smiled coldly without responding. If you insist on making a fool of yourself, don't blame us for embarrassing you.
Hong Xing's tone was contemptuous, as if he was winning. The crowd under the arena secretly slandered. Hong Xing's words were really a bit diabolical.
They prayed that Chen Yuan would never admit defeat. Everyone was gathered around, expecting nothing more than an exciting duel, not retreating without a fight.
Ha, is this your realization as a card master?
Chen Yuan laughed coldly, not affected in the slightest by Hong Xing's words, and calmly said, "I'll give it to you for what you've said."
Battle intent had instantly ignited.
You will definitely regret it. Hong Xing was enraged by Chen Yuan's words and shouted sternly.
Both of them leapt onto the sparring platform at the same time.
Chen Yuan raised his hand and then summoned the green-eyed white dragon and the timeless king, the silver white dragon wings glowing with a cold and chilling light under the sunlight. Hong Xing was not willing to show weakness, and 2 green cards came out in response. The 3-star dragon spirit warrior and the 2-star guard with sword.
What? Are you also going to learn from that punk Wang Guangming and hide in the sky as a shrunken head turtle?
Since Hong Xing lost to Wang Guangming's double butterflies obscene playstyle last time, he was extra sensitive to flying type cards. Secretly, he vowed that his next deck would make up for the flaws against the air.
Against you, not yet. Chen Yuan responded blandly.
Before the words fell, the green-eyed white dragon had already raised its head and let out a heaven-shaking dragon roar.
Explosive blast bomb.
White light surged from the dragon's mouth as the energy projectile was rapidly condensing, dangerous electric arcs pulsing on the surface of the piercing energy ball. The Time King stood quietly on one side, his fingers caressing the dial of the time drive on his waist, observing the changes in the battlefield, ready to strike.
Hong Xing's pupils shrunk slightly.
They had long studied the skill characteristics of the green-eyed white dragon. Although Explosive Blast Bomb was incredibly powerful, as a light-based skill, it would be restrained by mechanical, ice, grass, holy spirit, and other attributes. The Psi-type, Evil-type, and Shadow-type would be equally effective in checking it. Unfortunately, his Dragon Spirit Warrior and Sword-bearing Defender did not have an attribute advantage.
We can only rely on positioning. He secretly calculated.
Explosive blast bombs could only attack straight-line paths, but if he could dodge in time or spread out his stance, he would be able to minimize the damage. Just as he was about to command Kaling to spread out his position, King of the Time suddenly rose up and attacked. Hong Xing was not shocked, but rather delighted.
When the Time King was in the lead, the green-eyed white dragon would not be able to blast the Time King together, right?
Roar! Accompanied by a dragon roar, destructive white light suddenly tore through the sky, but the direction of the attack was unbelievable.
The green-eyed white dragon missed? No way. A skill can be deflected at this distance? It can't be an act, right? Has Chen Yuan not dueled for too long and gotten rusty? How could he make such a low-level mistake? The students on the sidelines questioned it one after another. On the other hand, the pupils of the students from the second middle school suddenly shrunk. This move was too familiar to them. At that time, Chen Yuan used this move and stunned the entire school. As for Song Yu, who was a personal experience, he stared at Hong Xing's figure at this moment. A hint of contempt swept across the bottom of his eyes. The green-eyed white dragon's strike seemed to fall short, but it was actually a deadly ambush. It's now! Chen Yuan gave an order. The Time King's right hand slammed down on the watch head in the center of the drive, and the golden time will void unfolded with a roar. Clock reverse. Amidst the metallic trill of gears biting together, the dial pointers began to rotate in the reverse direction, as if the long river of time had been cut off and flowed backwards in a hard way. Reversing time. Chapter 34, applying thunderous measures to shock the whole scene. Buzz. With a strange fluctuation, space seemed to ripple. Space distorted, and the scene rapidly reversed. The dragon spirit warrior's figure was instantly pulled back into the destructive path of the explosive blast bullet. The guard with sword, on the other hand, strangely flashed in front of the timeless king, and before he could react, he was blown away by a powerful knight's chop, crashing into the blasting blast wind bullet's blast range impartially. Impossible. Your Time King is only a 3-star blue card. How could it possibly have such a heaven-defying skill as manipulating time? Hong Xing's pupils shrunk, his voice filled with horror. Boom! The explosive blast bomb roared through the battlefield, blazing energy vaporized, and the ground tore out a hideous gully. The smoke and dust cleared. The guard with sword and the dragon spirit warrior both fell to the ground, their breath dying. At this moment, all that was needed was for Timeless King to add another overlord chopping strike, and these two cards would surely collapse completely. Hong Xing would also suffer an irreversible mental shock as a result. In a flash of lightning, the winner was already divided. I lose. Hong Xing gritted his teeth and admitted defeat, and the sword-bearing defender and dragon spirit warrior re-emerged as cards and flew back to his hand in a bleak manner. He had lost this duel with conviction. The audience under the stage was still immersed in shock. The instantaneous changes of the party were beyond their comprehension. They only saw Timeless King flick his belt, the scene was reversed, and the battle situation was turned upside down. The dragon spirit warrior was inexplicably caught in the storm of destruction, and the guard with the sword was also seriously injured by the surprise attack. Even at the last moment, it fell into the attack range of the explosive blast bomb. Was that an illusion just now? Simply unbelievable. No, to be precise, it's the Timeless King's skills that are too heavenly. In the face of such an ability, paired with the devastating attack of the green-eyed white dragon, no deck can completely dodge it. All I want to know now is what the exact effect of the skill that Timeless King just unleashed is. I have a feeling that his ability is even more terrifying than green-eyed white dragon. Chen Yuan was well aware that he had just utilized the Time King's power of reversing time, which would inevitably attract countless people to study and target this card. However, things had already come to a head, and the only way to deter his opponents was to use a thunderous tactic in order to make the subsequent challengers know what to do. He didn't want to waste precious mental energy on these pointless duels. If he consumed too much, once a ferocious beast riot did occur after the match, it would be tantamount to indirectly confirming the existence of a mole within the base. At that time, crises would inevitably arise, and the situation would only become more sinister. And with his spiritual power depleted, he would be completely reduced to a lamb to be slaughtered. Who? He exhaled slightly, his gaze turning to the still frozen referee, and said in a deep voice, "Teacher, please start the next round." Second round, Chen Yuan of the second middle school versus Zhang Yi of the affiliated middle school. The referee came back to his senses and immediately announced the next duel in a loud voice. Under the stage. Xinwen's classmates looked grave and whispered, "Boss, we only studied the skills of the green-eyed white dragon before, but how should the ability of the Timeless King be cracked?" Zhang Yi's brows were tightly locked and his tone was filled with uneasiness. After witnessing Hong Xing's fiasco with his own eyes, he no longer had any hope of defeating Chen Yuan. Yeah, Timeless King's skills are too bizarre to defend against. No seat. Coupled with the fact that our card grades are already lagging behind, the chances of winning are slim. Almost zero. Panic what? Xinwen forced down his anger and coldly interrupted the crowd's complaints. I don't believe that he can continuously use this kind of heaven-defying skill. He swept his gaze gloomily over the crowd, his tone slightly slowing down. Zhang Yi, you go on first and test Chen Yuan's strengths and weaknesses. When Hong Xing comes down, I'll ask for the details so that it'll be much easier for the people behind him as well. When the crowd heard this, their shaken military hearts barely calmed down. There's no way around it, only this for now. That kind of heaven-defying skill, the cooldown time must be very long. Don't be a wimp, we've come this far, let's fight. Seeing that the morale had slightly recovered, Xinwen was relieved, turned around and dragged Hong Xing, who had just gotten off the field, and interrogated him in a low voice. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and stepped onto the dueling ground. No wonder you always look like you are winning, it turns out that you are hiding your strength.
Zhang Yi finally understands that Chen Yuan's calmness in the past was not fear, nor was it a bluff, but was truly calm and relaxed. Just like, he would not even put those students who could not even make a green card in his eyes for the same reason. Chen Yuan also did not put them in his eyes. The other party had long since cast his goal to a more distant place.
Zhang Yi secretly sighed.
Chen Yuan was like a high mountain stretched out in front of the annexed middle school. I am afraid that even if they put their best foot forward, it would be difficult for them to shake it in the slightest.
This session of Starfire training, Jinghai was destined to remember Chen Yuan's name.
Even the national New Young Card Master competition that would soon follow would become a stage for him to wield his ink.
Zhang Yi, are you sure you want to fight against me?
Chen Yuan's gaze was like a blade, his voice was cold, and his words were like ice.
I'm already on the field, so I can't be specifically coming over to surrender, right?
Zhang Yi spread his hands and smiled, pretending to be relaxed, but a hint of provocation flashed under his eyes. If some trash talk was able to affect Chen Yuan's mindset, then the easier it would be for the duel later on, the easier it would be for a breakthrough to occur.
Very well.
Chen Yuan's complexion sank suddenly, and the coldness in his eyes intensified. In the next match, I won't hold back any longer. If you are not afraid of card damage, feel free to give it a try. Although he was decisive in his previous matches, he always left a little room for maneuver and never killed anyone. Young people were so fresh that some friction was inevitable, and he never thought it was a problem. But now the situation is different. If we don't deter Shen Wen's group with thunderous measures, there will be no end of trouble. After the game, if there is really a beast unrest and his spiritual power is not enough, it is not yet known whether he can protect himself.
Moreover, Card Master duel casualties are considered normal, not to mention wiping each other's cards on the spot. No one would even pursue the matter.
Even in some international tournaments, it is to kill the Card Master as the standard of victory. The world of Card Masters is so cruel. If you only seek stability, then it is best not to become a Card Master. Learning a trade as a technician is also a good choice. After all, the path of footwork is also the path.
Card damage? Zhang Yi's throat rolled and chills ran down his spine.
He had no doubt about Chen Yuan's threat. Looking at Chen Yuan's previous record, he did have the strength to damage his opponent's cards. Previously, however, he had never struck a hard blow, always maintaining a sense of proportion. The most that could be done by damaging a deck was to recuperate for a period of time and be able to recover. On the other hand, if a card is destroyed, it can never be repaired, and the card master will suffer permanent irreversible damage. It would have a great impact on future meditation and card making. I'll only give you 10 seconds to think about it. The moment you use the card, that's when the card is destroyed. Chen Yuan's voice was cold.
Zhang Yi throat opened his mouth, and before his words came out, Chen Yuan's voice, like a countdown to death, abruptly sounded. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
The audience under the stage had already waited impatiently, stirring up and booing.
What is Zhang Yi waiting for? Why don't you summon the deck? What's the point of dawdling? Fight!
Dude is here to watch the match, not to watch you stand in military posture.
Outside the dueling arena,
Shinwan obviously also noticed the abnormality on the dueling arena and frowned, puzzled.
What the hell is Zhang Yi doing? The match has already started. Why are you delaying to use your cards to fight? Chapter 35. Who else is there? The final opponent. The entire crowd was looking forward to it. The judges' seats on the periphery of the dueling arena. Look guys, what's Zhang Yi from the attached school hesitating for? Why hasn't he summoned his deck yet? Perhaps he's afraid. It's indeed possible. After all, the suppression Chen Yuan displayed last game was too strong. Alas, these little brats, knowing that the training has a practical combat session, yet they are all high-minded, but if they had paid more attention, they should have noticed Chen Yuan's Time King card. That's right, that card was made by Chen Yuan at the end of his sophomore year of high school, and it caused quite a stir at the time, but unfortunately no one took it to heart, and now it's good that all of them have fallen head over heels. Xiang Qihua listened to the teacher's comments beside him, laughed lightly and teased, "Don't just talk about them, weren't we also like this back then? Young and wild, self-important, and high-minded." The crowd smiled and nodded their heads as the past came back to haunt them and their vision refocused back to the dueling arena. The referee teacher frowned at Zhang Yi and was about to open his mouth to urge him on when he suddenly said, "I concede." As the words fell, he immediately turned around and left the field. Compared to the honor of the attached middle school, compared to Shen Wen's request, there was no doubt that it was definitely his own future that was more important. In just a split second of weighing, he made his choice. The surrounding spectators booed, their expectations of an exciting duel turned into nothing, and discontent spread through the air. "Zhang Yi, what are you doing?" Shen Wen's brows tightened as he tugged on Zhang Yi's collar, questioning sternly. Zhang Yi's sudden admission of defeat had completely disrupted his plan. How could he not be angry? More critically, this concession was bound to instill fear in the hearts of those who would subsequently challenge Chen Yuan. If they were cowed before the battle, their strength would definitely be greatly reduced.
Zhang Yi coldly broke away from his hand, his tone indifferent. My duel, it is not your turn to dictate. You. Shen Wen's face turned blue. This guy who usually obeyed him, how dare he be so unbridled today? Brother E, don't get excited, we are all buddies, have a good conversation. Yeah, we are all brothers, don't hurt the peace. Seeing this, the surrounding students quickly rounded up the situation. Shinwen forcefully suppressed his anger, also did not want to make too much embarrassment, and smoothly gave a step. Zhang Yi, this matter you must give me an explanation.
Explanation?
Zhang Yi sneered, I admitted defeat based on my ability, why should I explain to you? If you are truly capable, go up and fight yourself, don't tell us what to do here. He knew that after this incident, Shinwen would definitely make things difficult for himself. At that time, rather than letting someone kick away like a dog, it would be better for him to take the initiative to make a break. Seeing that Zhang Yi was about to leave, Hongxing reached out and pulled him back, his face full of anxiety.
Old Zhang, what's going on?
You'd rather say it clearly. Zhang Yi looked around the crowd and said in a deep voice, a word of advice, the next person who goes on stage, be careful. He paused and said slowly, Shen Yuan
is going to come down hard. What does it mean?
Literally, anyone who goes on the field afterward, he will destroy your decks at all costs. Saying that, Zhang Yi looked deeply at Shinwen, secretly regretting in his heart. Who would have thought that things would develop to the point of destroying the decks? Had he known that Chen Yuan was such a ruthless character, he would never have waded into this mess. With Chen Yuan's current growth momentum, in the future, not to mention small third-tier cities like Jinghai, even the whole country might have a place for him. It was not worth it to offend him because of some small things.
Destroy the card? It's not so bad, right? Someone hesitated.
Zhang Yi sneered, if you don't believe me, you can try. But ask yourselves, against him, how many % of you are sure that you will be able to retreat in one piece? When the crowd heard this, their throats tightened and no one responded, falling into silence. If it was before they saw the obsolete king's ability, some of them might still have a little bit of confidence. However, after seeing Hongxing's battle, who dared to say that they would be able to retreat in one piece? At that time, Hongxing was able to retrieve the card, all because of Chen Yuan's acquiescence, otherwise, the card will be destroyed. Shinwen's face was gloomy, and the corners of his mouth were slightly twitching. He had thought that his wheel war was already seamless, but he had never thought that Chen Yuan's offensive strategy was even more brilliant. What was even more frightening was that Chen Yuan had disintegrated his small group with a single harsh word casually released, and made all of them fearful. Even if they were to fight in this state, all they could think about was how to save themselves. Where is the mind to fight? Third round, Chen Yuan of the second middle school versus Su Ziwu of the affiliated middle school. As soon as the referee's voice fell, the crowd's gazes locked onto Su Ziwu in unison. Su Ziwu's throat knots rolled, his palms oozed fine sweat, his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he was slow to take a step.
Boss. I feel that. Why don't we forget about it? First let him?
He whispered to Shinwen for help, his tone was filled with timidity.
Scram.
Shinwen flung his sleeve and left in large strides without looking back. From the moment Zhang Yi admitted defeat, he understood that his will tactics had been completely broken by Chen Yuan. However, he never expected that this group of people would not even have the courage to fight. It was a disgrace. The showdown that followed. No. To be precise, it could no longer be called a duel. It was simply a conceding contest. The referee announced the list of the duel, and then immediately received the news that the contestants had conceded defeat. The teacher at the judges' table sighed and shook his head. It seems that the big picture has been decided. The big picture was decided a long time ago. The moment Chen Yuan's card-making score received a perfect score, the top of this year's Starfire ranking was already settled. The colleague beside him said indifferently. On the judging stage, there were teachers who were already preparing to get up and leave their seats. This competition that had long lost its suspense was over. It's meaningless, President Xiang. Let's get ready too. After the competition is over, it's time for the awards. You still have to give a speech. Xiang Qihua, however, smiled faintly and raised his hand to signal the crowd to hold their horses. What's the rush?
The competition is not over yet. It's not over yet? Didn't they all surrender? Could it be that there are still contestants who haven't admitted defeat? At this moment,
the referee's voice lazily sounded on the dueling arena. Round 10, Chen Yuan of second middle school versus Shenwen of annexed middle school. Originally, I thought that it would be another boring to the core conceding game. But unexpectedly, a figure walked out from the crowd and slowly stepped towards the dueling arena.
Shenwen did not concede. In an instant, the crowd boiled. Quickly look. Shenwen is on. He didn't admit defeat. Hey! Don't go away, I'll come back quickly. There's a good show to watch. The number 1 PK in the overall rankings. I heard that the two had a bit of a grudge dispute, so it's a lot to watch. The silent atmosphere was instantly ignited, and the crowd was furious, as if they were the ones who were on stage at the moment. Shenwen stared tightly at Chen Yuan, his chest rising and falling. Chen Yuan, I admit that you are strong, but I, Shenwen, am equally not weak. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Let's start straight away. Chen Yuan didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and opened his mouth. Good.
The essence light in Shen Wen's eyes skyrocketed, his fingers staggered, and 2 cards swiftly spun out, 2 blue lights appeared, and the cards materialized. Today will let you see my full strength.
Chapter 36, Final Showdown. Prejudging your prediction, crushing momentum. The 2-star blue card's silver-winged ice dragon debuted. Frost plummeted, and a dragon covered in ice crystal scales lifted its wings and emerged. The dragon's loud roar shook the arena, and the cold air condensed into a spider web of ice trails on the ground. The 2-star blue card grass frog beast appeared. The giant frog covered with water grass patches crawled and roared. Between its poisonous glands, the green venom seeped out from its teeth, and its fierce pupils locked onto the green-eyed white dragon. The audience held their breath, full of anticipation for the upcoming battle. Although most people were still in favor of Chen Yuan, it was obvious that Shen Wen's deck was not as simple as it appeared. Shen Wen's deck possessed certain attribute restraints. The silver-winged ice dragon's ice system restrained light energy. The grass skill was equally restraining to the green-eyed white dragon's light skill. And its hidden mental paralyzing venom was also a killing move. The crowd all retreated, and Shen Wen was the only one who dared to take the stage to challenge it, and likely had other means. Chen Yuan, I admit that I underestimated you before. Shen Wen's expression was focused and then became stern. Make your move. Fight with me. Roar. Skill, ice condensation ball. The silver-winged ice dragon raised its head, its ice energy rapidly condensed, and dozens of ice condensation bombs shot out like meteors, with ice thorns clustering wherever they passed. The grass frog beast stormed up in synchronization, its gills puffed out, and poisonous mist gushed out like a wave. This kind of poisonous mist not only had a mental paralyzing effect, but could also block the field of vision. A brilliant light appeared in Chen Yuan's eyes. Dragon wing ruling. The green-eyed white dragon's wings spread out angrily, the air currents in the air shook tremendously, setting off a hurricane, and the poisonous mist collapsed in an instant. Sure shot. Timeless King spun around and flung his wrist, the time limit sword switched to gun form, the azure curtain of bullets intercepted every ice bullet with precision, and the ice ballast shattered to the ground. The bursting ice crystals blossomed into a sky of ice dust between the two sides, just like a diamond storm. The audience under the stage stared with bated breath. This duel can be called the most amazing battle since the beginning of the tournament. Every exchange of blows was severe and deadly, and between the energy collisions, the light overflowed, just like the sky fireworks bloomed, splendid to the extreme. Boom! The green-eyed white dragon violently opened its mouth, and a blazing white annihilation beam erupted out, colliding blatantly with the silver-winged ice dragon's cold ice-spitting breath. In an instant, the dueling arena violently trembled. The dueling arena trembled violently as ice and light intertwined and tore apart. However, only a moment of stalemate. The white-ons devoured the ice with a devastating force, and the silver-winged ice dragon wailed and crashed to the ground, its body vaporizing in wisps of white smoke. Green-eyed white dragon, the true king of the dragon tribe. The purity of its bloodline is far beyond that of a silver-winged ice dragon. Coupled with the star-level suppression, even if the attributes are similar, it is difficult to reverse the absolute power gap. Shen Wen's expression was calm, his fingertips flicked, and a card unfolded in the air. Dragon Scale Shield. In an instant, silver-winged ice dragon surrounded by bright streams of light, wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, dragon scales covered with a layer of light golden halo. Countless dragon scale shadows circled around Shen Wen, condensing into a semi-transparent shield, faintly echoing dragon's roar. Auxiliary card Dragon Scale Shield. Can repair card spirit injuries and generate Dragon Scale Shield, increasing armor and damage reduction for 60 seconds. If a fatal blow is dealt during this period, the fatal damage can be cancelled out, but the shield will shatter with it and the card's cooldown time doubles. Auxiliary card. Shen Wen used the assist card. Alas! Even so, the situation is still not optimistic. Yeah, although this card has recovery and defense effects, it still can't stop the attacks of the green-eyed white dragon and the Time King. The card master was able to sense the type of card from the special fluctuations emanating from the dueling arena, and noticed the obvious changes that had appeared on the silver-winged ice dragon's body. Even though the silver-winged ice dragon's injuries had eased a little, the situation was still critical. The oppression of the green-eyed white dragon and the Time King had not decreased at all, and the silver-winged ice dragon and the grass frog beast were still at a disadvantage. Chen Yuan's eyes moved slightly. Although this auxiliary card could not reverse the current situation, it had slowed down the decline. If both sides were evenly matched, an apt auxiliary card would be enough to change the balance of victory. He was aghast in his heart. This was the second time he had seen the wonderful use of auxiliary cards. Summoning cards were certainly the core, but the power of other cards such as auxiliary cards and equipment cards should not be underestimated. A true top card master would never ignore the strategic value of any type of card. Time King. Green-eyed white dragon. With Chen Yuan's command, the Time King's time drive suddenly turned. A pale golden clock silhouette emerged in the void, and the metallic trill of gears biting together vibrated in the air. The dial hands rotated in the reverse direction. Time. It began to flow backwards. Explosive blast bomb. The figures of the silver-winged ice dragon and the grass frog beast were instantly pulled back to their initial positions, and the moment they had just settled, blinding white light exploded. Shen Wen's pupils shrank. Watching time reversal from the sidelines of the stage was very different from experiencing it in person. However, he keenly perceived the breakage of this move. Reverse current only worked on cards. And as a card master, his memory had not been reset. Therefore, as long as he took immediate precautions, he could minimize the damage. He immediately gained an insight into Chen Yuan's intentions and immediately ordered Grass Frog Beast, Silver-Winged Ice Dragon counterattack. But in the next second, his expression suddenly froze. The targets of the explosive blast bullets attack were surprisingly not them. Ka-ching, ka-ching. The wheel of time shadow reappeared, and time reversed the flow for the second time. Shen Wen had a huge shock in his heart. He had thought that the Time King's ability existed a time limit, but he did not expect Chen Yuan to be able to launch it twice in a row. This meant that Chen Yuan had predicted his prediction. Boom! Blazing white energy beams poured down like a torrent, ruthlessly bombarding the silver-winged ice dragon and grass frog beast. The dragon scale shield trembled violently, emitting ear-piercing cracking sounds, and eventually crumbled and disintegrated. Timeless King did not stop. The light gun in his hand was raised like a pea shooter. Several rounds of energy bullets broke through the air and shot, and the roar of explosions exploded one after another. Zekin Jarade. Psycheo. Finish time. This is the end. King Giri Giri slash. King's ultimate slash. The sword of time and the gun overlapped with a bang, pieced together, and erupted into a giant blade of light that ran through space. Destructive energy swept across the entire field like a torrent. Accompanied by deafening explosions, the entire dueling arena trembled violently in the energy storm. Rocks and stones flew. Smoke and dust churned up. The cracked lines on the ground spread rapidly like a spider web. The fiery energy storm swept through. Even the dueling arena's defensive boundary was shaken, as if it was about to collapse the next moment. The victory had been decided. You lost. Thanks a lot. Shen Wen clenched his fists and moved his fingers slightly. The silver-winged ice dragon and the grass frog beast turned into streams of light, reorganized into cards, and merged into the mental inner landscape. In that instant just now, he clearly felt that Chen Yuan had withdrawn his hand at the last moment. Otherwise, even if the grass frog beast and the silver-winged ice dragon were at their full strength, they would have been annihilated under the frenzied attack of the explosive blast bomb and King's ultimate chopping strike, with the full power of their output. At this moment, even if he was high-minded and proud, he had already realized the gap between himself and Chen Yuan. Don't forget the blue material that is owed to me. Chen Yuan's voice was unusually calm as he tilted his head and looked up at the sky, the gray dome of the sky seemingly about to collapse. Sure enough, it's Chen Yuan who won again. It can't be helped, his card grade is too high, it's simply not a level of competition. More than just cards? His battle sense is even more terrifying. Reversing time twice in a row and anticipating Shen Wen's prediction, what kind of calculation ability must this be? Amidst the murmurs, the participants headed to the center of the square to assemble one after another. Xiang Qihua slowly stepped onto the podium, and the large electronic screen behind him lit up. The final ranking of Starfire training was clearly visible. Students, the Starfire training has come to a successful conclusion today, and the student who won first place in this year's competition is Rumble. As he spoke, a muffled thunderclap resounded in the sky. A low thunder rolled across the sky, and a fine rain slowly drifted down. Chapter 37, Spatial Cracks, Dimensional Breakdowns, Fey Beasts in the Dust. The first place winner of this year's Starfire training, Chen Yuan of the 2nd Middle School. Xiang Qihua's voice echoed in the square. The total score of 100 points is the highest record ever. He then announced the names of the top 10 of this year's Starfire training in turn. Morong Qingxue narrowly edged out Shen Wen to take second. Alright, as for the other nonsense, I'm sure you're already tired of hearing it, so I won't repeat it. The following is the announcement of the rewards for this year's examination. Xiang Qihua gave a slight beat, and the entire room held their breath. First place, Chen Yuan. 1 purple material of your choice, 2 blue materials, 1 auxiliary deck, $50,000 in cash, and a direct qualification for the provincial round of the National New Youth Competition. The stage was instantly in an uproar. Purple material? A direct guarantee for the provincial competition? Did I hear that right? In previous years, the first was only 3 blue materials, but this time, there's even 1 more purple material, and it's also guaranteed for the provincial competition? Chen Yuan's strength is indeed strong enough. Even if we go through the selection route, it won't be difficult to enter the provincials. The key is that this honor is really unprecedented. The students under the stage were mingling and discussing, each one analyzing the situation as if it was really that way. Amidst the murmurs, Xiang Qihua coughed lightly and explained without haste, in light of the outstanding performance of student Chen Yuan, the Ministry of Education hereby raises the reward specifications.
He swept his gaze across the room. I hope that all students will follow his example and achieve further success. Xiang Qihua saw the scene quiet down and continued. Next, let's warmly welcome the Ministry of Education's rumble. The sky abruptly exploded with a thunderclap, as if the dome of the sky had been torn out of a gaping hole. The piercing light of thunder pierced through the sky, and everyone's gazes were involuntarily drawn over.
Chen Yuan was keenly aware of the unusual aura in the air and retreated to the back of the crowd without moving.
Morong Qingxue had already taken a step ahead of the others, hiding far behind the crowd.
Seeing Chen Yuan move over, her face gulped in concentration and whispered, It's going to appear. An ear-piercing current murmur suddenly rang out from the podium, and the electronic results screen swished.
The electronic achievement screen went out with a swish, and the microphone was completely silent.
What's going on? A power outage? Some students looked around blankly, wondering. Can the closing ceremony still go on in this hellish weather?
There was a lot of talk under the stage, oblivious to the impending crisis. Xiang Qihua and a group of teachers and leaders on the stage suddenly changed color. The training base adopts an independent power supply system, equipped with multiple backup power supply, and it is impossible to have a sudden power outage.
Unless there is geomagnetic interference, completely blocking the regular current. The magnetic field data is abnormal, all communication is interrupted.
The staff reported sharply.
All the teachers at the podium turned pale.
Xiang Qihua's eyes flashed as he told the source of the crowd's fear, It's a spatial rift, the practical training base is likely to descend to the ground.
What?
These 5 words caused everyone present to choke on their breath. A spatial rift.
The last time a spatial rift appeared from the capital C was 20 years ago. That time,
when the spatial rift appeared, a wave of ferocious beasts erupted.
Countless families were destroyed.
Countless children were orphaned. Many of them were survivors of that disaster, and now that the spatial rift had reappeared, the memories in the depths of their minds couldn't help but reappear. Lu Yi immediately organized the evacuation of the students. Chen Hua, lead the people to find the signal source and request for support. Make sure to contact the Detective Bureau and the Imperial Spirit Guards.
Yi Chenxian, notify everyone in the practical training base and gather. Be ready for battle.
As expected of an experienced veteran cardmaster, Xiang Qihua quickly calmed down and quickly arranged tasks to stabilize the situation. A hurricane rose up, and the sky and earth changed color. Above the dome of the sky, a huge spatial vortex appeared, as if connecting to another mysterious and dangerous space.
The vortex grew bigger and bigger, and in the depths of the black hole, beasts roared like thunder, shaking one's eardrums to the point of raw pain. Boom!
Electricity tore through the sky, and the Mori-ran beast's claws poked out from the vortex, glowing with a cold and chilling aura, fiercely tearing at the spatial barrier. With a glass-shattering crunch, the spatial rift suddenly expanded, and countless strange beasts broke free and heavily smashed into the ground.
In an instant, the ground shook and dust flew. Roar!
The strange beasts that had just descended looked up to the sky and roared, their sound waves rolling out like fierce beasts that had broken free from their shackles, letting out a terrifying roar.
On the podium, Xiang Qihua gave an order, and the teachers instantly dispersed. In an instant, the
various colors of light bloomed.
White, green, blue, purple.
A card appeared in the air, and the light flowed in a brilliant and eye-catching manner. Lu Yi leaped down from the high platform, his hands folded around his mouth, yelling at the top of his voice.
Attention all students! Attention all students!
A spatial rift has appeared in the training base, everyone evacuate with me immediately. A foreign beast has descended, it is not yet clear whether the danger level of the spatial rift has a tendency to escalate, so please do not act without authorization, and bear the consequences of any accidents that occur. As soon as Lu Yi's voice fell, there were immediately students who couldn't help but vent their emotions.
Fearful, nervous looks surfaced on many faces. Spatial crack, beast tide.
These 2 words instantly pierced everyone's nerves.
Although they hadn't personally experienced it.
But the bloody accounts in the history textbooks were fresh in their minds. 20 years ago, Jinghai City was destroyed by the beast tide, with mountains of corpses and bones in the city.
And now, it's here again.
Don't worry everyone, there will be no problems with President Xiang Qihua in the base. He is a cardmaster with extraordinary strength in Jinghai City, infinitely close to the quasi-master level. So please believe in President Xiang, he will definitely be able to lead us out of danger.
And now, all of you, please follow me to the underground shelter for a while. Lu Yi vociferously pacified the crowd.
These people were the future stalwarts of Jinghai City, or even China, and now that they had just gone through the competition, their spiritual energy was empty, so their safety must be guaranteed. When the crowd heard that Xiang Qihua had led the team to suppress the foreign beasts, their taut heartstrings finally loosened slightly. This powerhouse whose strength was infinitely close to that of a quasi-master personally took action, causing the crowd to feel some sense of security. With him here, even if they encountered a major crisis, they should still be able to hold out until help arrived, right? By the time help arrived, they would be able to quickly move to a safe zone. Everyone follow closely.
Hundreds of students followed closely behind Lu Yi and headed to the underground passage. Chen Yuan. A low call rang in his ears, and Chen Yuan looked back suddenly. Morong Qingshue's eyes moved slightly as she met his line of sight, then asked in a voice that only two people could hear. Is that acquaintance of yours? In trouble? She hesitated for a moment, knowing that it was impolite to ask, but the situation was urgent, so she still said it. Chen Yuan frowned slightly. In theory, although the location of the practical training base was remote, if one used the carrier card, they should have arrived at the city center long ago. But since Wu Xing asked for help, it had been nearly 10 hours, but why wasn't there any movement? Chapter 38 Surprising Evil Factionists. Earth-binding spirit formation forbidden. Seeing Chen Yuan's silence, Morong Qingshue's eyes gazed slightly, her heart already had a vague guess. It seemed that person could mostly not be relied upon, and the hope of asking for help had been lost. What do we do now? She asked in a low voice. Wait and see what happens. Chen Yuan's gaze was sunken, always staring at Lu Yi, who was leading the group ahead. If all of this was plotted by some evil organization, then wouldn't the other party allow them to easily hide in the refuge? Morong Qingxue blankly glanced at him, this reply saying the same thing as not saying it. Suddenly, boom! The ground trembled violently, the entire underground passage shivered, and rubble rolled down. Ah! Someone in the team screamed and fell down. What happened? Everyone! Move! Don't stop! Lu Yi shouted sternly, his voice echoing in the narrow tunnel. At the moment of life and death, one step slower would be the end of everything. Lu Yi led the crowd to the door of the shelter, and pressed his finger on the dark pattern of the metal doorframe. The click sound of the mechanism activating was particularly clear in the silence. Accompanied by the dull roar of gears turning, the heavy security door slowly opened, the rusted hinges emitting a piercing groan. Get in! Lu Yi's bellowing orders echoed through the passageway. The students filed in, their footsteps jumbled and hurried. In the blink of an eye, only Chen Yuan and Morong Qingxue remained standing in place outside the door. What are you still standing there for? Lu Yi frowned and urged, his fingers tapping anxiously on the iron door. A faint smile hung at the corner of Chen Yuan's mouth, and with a slight movement of his fingers behind his back, 3 cards quietly appeared between his fingers. After you, Mr. Lu. His voice was gentle, but a flash of caution flashed under his eyes. When Morong Qingxue saw Chen Yuan act like this, she seemed to think of something and looked at Lu Yi with the same wary gaze. With a flash of her eyes, she followed Chen Yuan's example and gently folded her slender fingers, and 2 summoning cards had been pinched in her palm. Then, 2 more cards appeared. Where's all this preaching? Lu Yi suddenly lashed out, dragging Chen Yuan into the door with a tug on his arm. The security door slowly closed behind them. There was a lot of space inside the shelter. The special materials on the rock walls emitted a faint glow. When it was said to be a refuge, it was actually more like a refuge cave. Luckily, there were plenty of supplies inside, and with the infrastructure included, it shouldn't be a problem for hundreds of people to survive here for a month. Teacher, has everyone arrived? An inquiring voice rang out from the crowd. Lu Yi's complexion condensed as he quickly looked around and said in a deep voice, everyone, report. Having only focused on evacuating along the way, no one should have fallen behind, right? It's only 3 kilometers from the plaza to the shelter, not so much as to get separated. He secretly relieved himself. 1, 2, 3. The chimes sounded in order from the outside to the inside. 118. There were a total of 120 participants in the Starfire program, and together with him, the total was 121. Of course, he did not participate in the counting, so as long as he reported 120, the mission would be considered successfully completed. As the numbers neared the end, Lu Yi's taut nerves loosened slightly. 119. 120. As the last sound falls, Lu Yi's hanging heart finally falls, just about to let out a sigh of relief. An abrupt voice suddenly rang out. 121. The air suddenly froze. Lu Yi's pupils shrunk as he jerked his head up, his gaze shooting towards the source of the voice like electricity. The trainees looked at each other with astonishment written all over their faces. It was clear that there were only 120 people, and Teacher Lu had not reported the number, so how could there be one more? Chen Yuan's back went cold and he retreated to the corner without moving. Morong Qingxue similarly moved quietly and distanced herself from the crowd. Did someone report the wrong number? Lu Yi looked around, his voice echoing in the dimly lit refuge. No one answered. After a long time, the student who reported 121 suddenly let out a low laugh. Mr. Lu Yi. No one reported it wrong. He slowly raised his head, the corner of his mouth grinning in a bizarre arc. However, I'm not your student. You want to take a closer look. Who am I? Under the dim shimmering light, reflected a familiar yet unfamiliar face. Lu Yi's eyes widened violently and his throat tightened. Lu Yifei? LV Yifei was his college classmate and also his former partner in exploring the alien space. However, the two had an accident during an expedition to the other space, and he had always thought that LV Yifei was dead. You're still alive? Lu Yi's voice trembled a little. How did you get here? Thanks to your blessings. Lu Yifei's smile gradually twisted, his eyes tumbling with biting hatred. Not only am I alive, I'm also alive and well. He took a violent step forward, his voice rising steeply. As for why here? Of course I'm here to take your life. He said morosely. Back then, in the alien space, what you did is clear in your own heart. Lu Yifei. I advise you to stop in moderation. Lu Yi snapped. Surrounded by participating students, while Lu Yifei was alone, the advantage was on him. You're the ones who should tie your hands. Lu Yifei laughed fiercely, suddenly flinging out 3 cards between his fingers. Green, blue, and purple streams of light cut through the darkness, instantly transforming into hideous shadows when they landed. 3-star green card Ghoul. 3-star blue card Bloodthirsty Werewolf. 3-star purple card Unearthly Wolf King. Low growls and wolf howls intertwined, and the aura of death came to the surface. Today, all of you must die. Lu Yifei's voice was cold and piercing, echoing within the refuge. Li forced down his anger and said in a deep voice, Lu Yifei, a great enemy is at hand, let's put our grudges aside for now. After the crisis of the spatial rift is over, we'll make a decision. He knew in his heart that he was no match for Lu Yifei, and if he wanted to fight, he had to use the power of the students present. But once the war started, casualties would be inevitable. If both of them lost, how would they defend themselves when the foreign beasts attacked? Ha! Lu Yifei's shoulders lightly trembled as he laughed grimly. Lu Yi, you are still so naive. Do you really think it's a coincidence that the spatial crack appeared here? What do you mean? Lu Yi snapped out of it, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. You joined an evil organization? Could it be that all of this was planned in advance by you guys? Lu Yifei didn't answer, but the sardonic laughter at the corner of his mouth already said it all. Everyone listened to the order. Lu Yi shouted angrily and raised his arms. LV Yifei colluded with the evil organization and betrayed China. Follow me to kill this Fong. After saying that, his mind moved slightly, and he was about to summon his cards. Hiss. The deck that was supposed to appear did not respond. Lu Yi was stunned. The students around him also changed color. They were shocked to find that the cards in their spiritual inner landscape could not be mobilized. What's going on? My deck is not working. Me too, I can't sense the presence of the card spirit at all. Chen Yuan and Murong Qingshu simultaneously looked down at the cards in their hands and suddenly understood something. Ha! Just reacted now? Lu Yifei's sorrowful laughter sounded once again. I told you earlier, I came prepared. In the shelter, the earth-binding spirit formation was laid long ago. He slowly raised his hand, and the gray mist on the ground churned, and the earth-binding spirit formation emerged from the darkness. Otherwise, how do you think I dared to single-handedly kill all of you? Chapter 39, The Dagger. Killing people, playing with people, having fun. Battle card Earth-binding spirit formation. Inside the earth-binding spirit formation, a large number of grievous spirits and evil spirits were gathered, and the spirits were full of viciousness and were extremely aggressive. Originally, it was used as an aid in battle. However, card masters in the later generations accidentally discovered that these trapped spirits could produce the effect of spirit breaking. That is, if the card master who steps into the formation is not as strong as the caster, he will temporarily lose the connection with the cards in the mental landscape. Although this card is strong, it has many loopholes. If the card master realizes the cards in his hand in advance, the earth-binding spirit formation will be useless. In addition, the range of the formation was limited and could not be moved, so as long as the person entering the formation quickly left the formation, the connection with the cards would be restored instantly. However, at the moment, everyone was trapped inside the shelter that was closed by the gate, and no one could escape the scope of the earth-binding spirit formation. Despicable. Lu Yi gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, fire almost spewing out from his eyes. Lu Yifei sneered, in terms of being despicable, I can't compare to you. As soon as the words fell, he moved his mind and the 3 card spirits rushed towards Lu Yi with killing intent. Wait! Lu Yi shouted sharply, his eyes flickering as he forced himself to calm down. Lu Yifei, let's talk. What exactly will you do to spare us? Let you guys go? The corner of Lu Yifei's mouth hooked into a sneer, his line of sight crossed over Lu Yi and swept towards the trembling crowd behind him, asking leisurely. Do you all want to live? Silence. Deadly silence. No one answered for a long time. Lu Yifei narrowed his eyes, a hint of grimness flashing through his eyes. Ah, hiss. The ghoul violently probed out its sharp claws, clamping down on the neck of the girl in the front row and lifting her up in the air. Want to live? He spoke again, his tone morose. Wanna. I want to live. The girl's face turned pale and tears came out of her eyes as she desperately nodded her head. Lu Yifei swept his gaze towards the black crowd of ghouls, bloodthirsty werewolves, and the underworld wolf king were hovering around, and the pressure was overwhelming. With just one casual strike, they could be killed or injured. Finally, someone trembled and spoke, want to live. Want to live. Immediately afterward, sparse concurring voices rang out one after another. Lu Yifei smiled in satisfaction. Very well. As long as you complete 2 tasks, I promise not to kill you. After a short silence, a faint voice tentatively asked, "What mission?" Lu Yi just wanted to speak out to stop him, but he opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Louis Fei is a person of the evil sect, working for him is tantamount to aiding and abetting the evil. But looking at the terrified young faces in front of him, he swallowed his words back hard. These were still just children, he couldn't use the principles he abided by to ask them. Ha ha ha. Louis Fei suddenly let out a loud laugh, the sound of which was particularly piercing in the confined space. He raised 2 fingers and said slowly, "First task, tie up one of you students named Chen Yuan and hand it over to me. Second task." He glanced meaningfully at Lu Yi. "Kill Lu Yi for me. As long as you accomplish these 2 things, I promise not to kill you." He reassured again in a tone filled with compulsion. Chen Yuan's heart thumped. Nima, when did he provoke the evil faction guy? Chen Yuan? The gazes of the surrounding students wandered around. Soon, they all gathered on Chen Yuan in the corner. Oh? Louis Fei raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth curling into a playful smile. Looks like the target has been found, so. He looked around the crowd. Who will tie him over for me? The shelter was silent. Kidnap? Murder? These students who had not yet entered society were all frozen in place with pale faces at this moment. It seems that. Louis Fei's smile gradually turned cold. You guys still haven't recognized the current situation. With a wave of his big hand, the ghouls behind him suddenly stormed up. Put. The sound of sharp claws piercing through flesh and blood was exceptionally clear. That girl didn't even have time to scream before the still beating heart was pulled out. The ghoul greedily stuffed that heart into its mouth, blood dripping down the corners of its mouth. Vom. For a while, the sound of dry heaving resounded one after another. For every half a minute you guys hesitate, I'll kill one person. Until I kill them all. Louis Fei playfully scanned the crowd. Since he had found his target, he had no more qualms about killing people. What to do? I don't want to die. A few psychologically fragile students had already collapsed, holding their heads and crouching on the ground, crying and howling. Noisy. 30 seconds flew by, and the ghoul struck again. The miserable screams came to an abrupt end. The boy who was crouching on the ground and howling was silenced forever. Chen Yuan and Lu Yi are now powerless to fight back. What are you guys afraid of? Louis Fei sneered, or, do you guys want everyone to die here? He suddenly laughed maniacally. Don't be silly. You guys still have a great youth, don't you feel suffocated if you die here? Power, wealth, women. These ultimate pursuits of cardmasters, you all haven't enjoyed them yet, don't you feel shortchanged? Lu Yifei. Lu Ye's eyes were wide with anger as he snapped, what is the true pursuit of a Chinese cardmaster? Without waiting for a response, he gritted his teeth and roared lowly, it's the Imperial Spirit Guard. That is our most proper pursuit. Ha ha ha. Imperial Spirit Guard? That organization that spends its days talking about keeping the mountains and rivers unharmed and protecting the country's prosperity? Louis Fei shook his head and sneered, wake up. Don't be silly. Can they save you? Right now, the only person who can decide whether you live or die is me. But. Half a minute passed. There was another muffled sound of blood and flesh tearing. The ghoul's sharp claws easily pierced through a student's chest, and screams exploded in the corridor. Several girls fainted and fell to the ground on the spot. Chen Yuan. Songya squeezed out from the crowd, veins rippling at the corners of his forehead. For the sake of everyone, I hope you can take the initiative to make a sacrifice. These words were like opening the reservoir gates. Many students stood out one after another to administer justice. That's right, someone has to be sacrificed. Sacrificing one of you, but you can return hundreds of lives. Don't blame us, there's nothing we can do. Chen Yuan, I'm sorry. Under Songya's leadership, the crowd silently pressed forward. Before life and death, morality became the cheapest ornament. Songya's breathing gradually stabilized. When the evil was spread evenly, even the executioner would feel innocent. Xing Xue. He beckoned and exclaimed, come over here. It's dangerous there. Morong Xing Xue looked straight at him, her eyes cold. Songyu, you make me sick. Am I not good to you? Songyu's neck rose red and his body trembled slightly. Chen Yuan abruptly laughed and asked in an extremely relaxed tone, after tying me up. Are you guys still going to kill Mr. Lu Yi? That's something after that, in short, you tie your hands. Chapter 40 Conflict breaks out. Backhanded, life and death game. Louis Fei watched the scene in front of him with interest, this power to control the life and death of others that will excited him. Louis Fei. Louis Fei raised an eyebrow, his gaze cast towards Chen Yuan. What? Asking for mercy? Sort of. Chen Yuan's expression was calm, but his tone carried a hint of coldness. I'm curious, what exactly do you guys want by going through all this trouble to capture me? I don't seem to have offended you guys, right? Ha ha ha. Louis Fei let out a loud laugh, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. It doesn't hurt to tell you at the end of your life, we fancy your card-making ability. The exact reason for this, you will know later. Me? Chen Yuan pointed at himself, seemingly smiling. Are you guys sure you're not mistaken? Of course.
Louis Fei leisurely said, your card-making ability is obvious to all of us. I believe that with your help, the rise of the ancient god sect is just around the corner. Now that he was victorious, he was even more unconcerned in his words. Chen Yuan nodded, his gaze slowly swept over Song Yu and the others, sneering. Now that you have all heard his secrets, do you think that he will still let you leave alive? The hearts of the crowd were shaken. If they said that they still had a chance of survival earlier, now that they knew about Louis Fei's scheme, would he still let them off easily? Yu Ya! Worthy of being someone valued by the higher-ups, smart and cunning enough. Louis Fei couldn't help but let out a light laugh when he saw Chen Yuan dissolve his game in a few words. Even if this group of students did manage to catch Chen Yuan and kill Lu Yi in the end, he would never be merciful enough to let them off. In his eyes, this was nothing more than a game that. And everyone present, except for Chen Yuan, was destined to be buried here. Is that person President Xiang Qihua? Chen Yuan laughed lowly, his voice dripping with a bit of sneer. He hadn't expected that merely displaying his card-making talent would attract such attention. But at this moment, his suspicion of Xiang Qihua was already certain. He stared closely at Louis Fei's expression, and sure enough, he caught the other party's momentary daze. The answer, self-evident. Sometimes, being too smart may not be a good thing. Although Louis Fei didn't say it outright, the implication in his words was already clear. The surrounding students, some of whom had pieced together bits and pieces of the truth from the conversation between the two, were shocked to the core. Chen Yuan no longer said anything more, only calmly looking at Louis Fei, faintly saying, what I'm going to ask, I've already asked. He paused, his tone suddenly turned cold. Do you have any last words? Me? Louis Fei froze at his words, then let out a loud laugh. I see that you haven't recognized the situation. I see that the one who hasn't recognized the situation clearly is you. Chen Yuan's expression was bland, and two cards suddenly appeared between his fingers, their cold light flowing. What? Louis Fei's pupils suddenly shrunk. The earth-binding spirit formation hasn't been broken. How could you possibly summon the cards? The crowd saw this scene and thought that the earth-binding spirit formation had failed, and they all tried to summon the cards, but they remained unresponsive. It's not working. The effect of the earth-binding spirit formation is still there, but why is Chen Yuan the only one who can summon cards? The formation hasn't failed, my cards still can't be summoned. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Louis Fei snapped out of it and immediately became alert. I know, you must have summoned your deck before entering the refuge and have been holding it in your hand. Lu Yi, who was at the side, heard this and suddenly remembered the gaze that Chen Yuan had cast at him in that dimly lit moment outside the refuge. At that time, he did not pay too much attention to it. Now that he thought about it carefully, it was clearly a vigilance that had long since gained insight into everything. It seems that since then, Chen Yuan had become wary of everything here and made preparations in advance. His breath stuttered, and when he looked at Chen Yuan again, a fiery light flared in the bottom of his eyes. If Chen Yuan's card could be used, then there was still hope for those of them to survive. Chen Yuan. Why? You obviously have the ability, why don't you use it in advance? Do you know that because of you, Wang Jia and Zhang Lu both died? Chen Yuan, we don't have any deep hatred with you, right? Why are you doing this to us? If you had just come in and made a move, they wouldn't have died. Facing the rebuke from the other students, Chen Yuan was not annoyed, but instead revealed an unexpectedly disdainful smile. Morong Qingshue's eyes were cold as she scanned the crowd. Don't you guys think it's a bit too much? The murderer was clearly standing behind them, but this group of people only focused on bad-mouthing their companions. She knew too well that even if she had stepped in to save them just now, she was afraid that what she would get in return would never be gratitude. It would only be an even uglier cross-examination. They would question why Chen Yuan knew that there was an ambush in the shelter but did not warn him in time, and would accuse him of seeing death and saving him. But the truth of all this was clear in her heart. Chen Yuan had only believed what she had said to him in the dormitory late that night. That was why he was wary of everything and everyone in the base. If one really wanted to talk about it, in fact, the object that the crowd should attack now was her because of her concealment, so the crowd was defenseless. But the situation at that time, even if she said it herself, besides Chen Yuan, who would believe her? Looking towards what was happening now, it was actually Chen Yuan who was taking the blame for her. After being touched, how could she be indifferent? We've gone too far? Is it us who are excessive or you guys who are selfish? Song Yu forced herself to remain calm, her gaze traveling between Chen Yuan and Louis Fei. Right now, only Chen Yuan was able to manipulate cards, while Louis Fei was a solid intermediate-level card master, with 3 high-level cards in his hands, and he had no idea what kind of killing moves he was hiding. The scales of victory and defeat still seemed to be tilting in favor of Louis Fei. Chen Yuan, you are indeed smart. Louis Fei narrowed his eyes, seemingly smiling, but do you think that with these 2 cards of yours, you can beat me? One test will tell. Chen Yuan flung between his fingers, and 2 blue lights suddenly erupted. 3-star blue card Time King second stage. 3-star blue card Green-Eyed White Dragon. The dragon's roar shook through the refuge, the sound waves stirring among the rock walls. The terrain of the cave greatly restricted the movement of the white dragon, and even its wings seemed to be restricted.
Fortunately, the Time King was not affected in this enclosed space.
Chen Yuan's cards were far inferior to Liu Fei's, both in terms of grade and number.
The highs and lows were immediately judged.
Chen Yuan, if it's only at this level,
you won't be able to win against me.
Liu Fei looked calm. Despite the slight twists and turns in the situation, everything was still under control.
Who told you that it's only me? The corners of Chen Yuan's mouth rose slightly as he calmly said, still not planning to make a move? Liu Fei's pupils shrunk, alertly looking around. Could there still be an ambush? The rest of the students, including Lu Yi, also looked around, but where were the others around? Chen Yuan, there's a limit to bluffing. Swish! Swish! Before Liu Fei finished speaking, he only saw a green and a blue light break through the air. 3-star blue card Charmed Bone Dragoness.
1-star green card Fluorescent Cat Rider.
When the crowd saw these two cards, they instantly looked at Morong Qingshuet in the back row. Song Yu's pupils even trembled. She could actually summon cards as well?
Liu Fei's eyes turned suddenly cold as his killing intent surged. He stared at Chen Yuan with alarm bells ringing in his heart.
Chen Yuan, this person was far beyond expectations. Not only was his mind meticulous, he had even hidden a backhand. Chapter 41 The Great War is about to begin. Chen Yuan Morong Qingshuet vs Evil Faction Disciple LVE. Explosive Blast Bomb. The green-eyed white dragon reared its head and roared. The blazing white ball of light condensed in its mouth erupted with blinding arcs of electricity, destructive energies surging through it. The Toki King's fate was unleashed. Hyper Mutiki X-Aid. Bright golden light enveloped the Toki King's entire body.
Gaining the X-Aid Shadow enchantment, the effect of restoring life is attached to the hit of a punch attack.
Twice time break.
The Time King leapt up, the black and gold wheel of time spell formation under his feet suddenly unfolded, the dial pointers madly reversed, and the power of time gathered under his feet into a torrent of destruction.
Night Kick.
Facing Liu Fei, whose strength was far higher than his own, Chen Yuan had no reservations, and his strike was a sure kill. Seeing this, Morong Qingshuet immediately activated her spiritual energy.
Night's Charge was launched blatantly.
The Fluorescent Cat Rider's lance was raised high, the tip of the lance erupted with a dazzling cold aura, and the warhorse let out an orb of magic light. The Phantom Bone Dragoness stood in the air, the purple-black energy ball in her palm expanding rapidly, the berserk energy distorting the air, ready to be launched. Liu Fei finally felt the pressure around him, and his expression changed slightly. Kill. Obscene Earth Impact. The ghoul stomped on the ground with both feet, and the putrid, foul-smelling earth tumbled out like a wave, rushing towards the Timeless King. Bloody Tear. The bloodthirsty werewolf spun in the air, its sharp claws wrapped in a bloody storm, chopping down furiously towards the Fluorescent Cat Rider. Spectral Shadow Assault. The spectral Wolf King's figure suddenly vaporized, transforming into a ghostly black shadow, speedily weaving in the dim environment, waiting for the opportunity to kill. The great battle was imminent. Boom! The entire sanctuary trembled violently. Fortunately, the entire shelter was built to withstand the attack of the alien beasts, and the entire body was made of special materials. Even though it was subjected to intense energy impacts and humming sounds, it did not show the slightest sign of collapsing. Smoke and dust rose in all directions, obscuring the line of sight. The students quickly looked for cover to hide. If they were slightly careless and were swept by the aftershocks of an attack of this magnitude, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Explosions continued one after another, the roar of energy collisions echoed within the confined space, and the ground trembled. The battle was intense. Judging from the successive energy blasts, both sides were still in a stalemate. Chen Yuan. Liu Fei's face was gloomy. He had thought that Chen Yuan was already a turtle in a jar, but he didn't expect that the other party would be able to fight back from the dead. What was even trickier was that not only were Chen Yuan's cards strong, with the addition of Morong Qingshuet, who had stirred up trouble, the opponent had the advantage in terms of the number of cards. Even though that Fluorescent Cat Rider was not enough to fear, the godly harassment tactics still gave him a headache. Fortunately, he still had the bottom card in his hand. 2 auxiliary cards came out. 1 auxiliary card enchanted on the Spectral Wolf King. 1 auxiliary card enchanted on the Bloodthirsty Werewolf. An equipment card was attached to the ghoul. A blood-red axe appeared in the ghoul's hand out of nowhere. The tide of the battle instantly turned. Seeing that the advantage had returned to his side, Liu Fei was slightly relieved, but he didn't dare to be careless. A quick battle was the best strategy. Kill the card master, and the cards would expire. Chen Yuan was the biggest threat, but he was the target of the mission and couldn't be killed. Then, the best target to kill was Morong Qingshuet. Just as Liu Fei was secretly thinking, the same thought flashed through Chen Yuan's mind. If Liu Fei didn't use his auxiliary cards and equipment cards, and only relied on the 3 summon cards, he and Morong Qingshuet had a good chance of winning when they teamed up. However, the endless means of the opponent had made the battle perilous. If it wasn't for the defensive battle card in Morong Qingshue's hand that blocked a deadly attack several times, her Fluorescent Cat Rider might have fallen long ago. What other cards do you have? Don't hide them. If you don't use them now, when will you wait? Chen Yuan urged.
He clearly remembered that the last time on the black market, Morong Qingxue was able to maneuver around a wanted criminal who was close to the strength of a senior cardmaster, and could never have only 2 battle cards. Holy light! Morong Qingxue sniffed, and without hesitation, she sacrificed her auxiliary card. In an instant, a soft light enveloped the battlefield, and the injuries of the green-eyed white dragon, the timeless king, the luminescent cat rider, and the charmed bone dragoness healed rapidly. As the holy light blossomed, her face paled with the naked eye, and her breath withered. Chen Yuan held on to the shaking Morong Qingxue as he held her up. Can you hold on? Morong Qingxue's face was as pale as paper. Using the auxiliary card gain would have required a large amount of mental energy to be consumed. Her spirit level was only in the late bronze stage, and she didn't have much spiritual energy left. At this moment, she forced the auxiliary card to heal the 4 card spirits, and under the rapid depletion, her spiritual energy was somewhat overburdened. The card spirits were also affected to varying degrees. On the field, charmed bone dragoness's offense was obviously stagnant, and the fluorescent light of the fluorescent cat rider had also dimmed by a few points. Chen Yuan's eyes flinched, instantly recognizing the clues. When they were in the black market, Morong Qingxue had been swallowing mental power potions, but now, they didn't have any props in their hands to assist them. It couldn't continue like this anymore. The battle must be ended as soon as possible. Dare you bet? Chen Yuan said in a deep voice. Morong Qingxue raised her eyebrows and took a breath before spitting out a word. Said. Abandon resisting, gather fire, and kill Lve. Chen Yuan approached Morong Qingxue's ear and said decisively. This was an extremely risky decision. Deliberately revealing a break meant that Lve was equally likely to take this opportunity to attack and kill himself and Morong Qingxue. Good. Morong Qingxue responded without hesitation. I'm not in a good state. You main attack, I'll do my best to cooperate with you. The battle situation suddenly changed. Louis Fei keenly sensed the difference and a cold smile flashed in his eyes. He even thought of a peace. In that case, it suits me just fine. Come on. The ghouls and bloodthirsty werewolves continued to pester the green-eyed white dragon, the fluorescent cat rider, and the phantom bone dragoness. The underworld wolf king, on the other hand, quietly hid into the darkness, like a cold ghostly shadow, pushing straight towards Morong Qingxue. Chen Yuan looked grave, clutching the last card in his hand. Thanks to the dual soul resonance, he was able to split his mind into 2. While controlling the rhythm of Timeless King's attack, he was alert to the killing opportunities in the dimness around him to guard against surprise attacks. However, this was a bit of a struggle for Louis Fei. The mental power of a silver beginner stage was ultimately limited, and under the multiple fronts of combat, he was already showing fatigue, and was nowhere near as fluent as Chen Yuan. Zekin Jurade. Psycheo. Finish time. King Giri Giri slash. King's ultimate slash. In a flash. The pale gold wheel of time behind the King of Time reappeared, and in the bright light, a giant blade of light seemed to tear through space, wrapped in a destructive momentum and penetrated out. Louis Fei breathed heavily, cold sweat seeping from the corners of his forehead, but without hesitation, he threw out an auxiliary card. Shield barrier, open. The azure-colored defensive barrier suddenly unfolded and collided with the heaven-destroying light blade. With a deafening pop, an energy storm raged in cracks spread across the surface of the barrier. Louis Fei gritted his teeth and drank lowly. His spiritual power was crazily infused, and the cracks finally did not continue to spread. At the same time, the green-eyed white dragon let out a furious roar, its wings violently shook, and Dragon Wing Verdict erupted, forcibly breaking free from the ghoul's entanglement. Explosive blast bomb. Angling its head to build up its strength, white light blazed from its mouth as destructive spit erupted blatantly, striking directly at Louis Fei. Boom! Seeing this scene, Morong Qingxue's heart was slightly stabilized. With this strike, even if Louis Fei didn't die, he was bound to suffer heavy injuries. Right at this moment, a ghostly residual shadow suddenly swept out from the shadows. Ghostly Shadow Assault. The underworld Wolf King attacked Morong Qingxue like a black lightning bolt, with a biting killing intent. Morong Qingxue's pupils suddenly shrunk, there was no time to react, the shadow of death had already loomed over her, and her heart was suddenly as if she was dead. Just at the moment of despair, a brilliant 6-pronged wall of light appeared out of nowhere. Sacred Shield Reflective Mirror Force. Chen Yuan coldly shouted out, the light of the cards in his hand flourishing, accompanied by the crazy flow of spiritual energy. On one side, he needed to maintain the rampaging attacks of the Time King and the green-eyed white dragon, while ensuring the absolute defense of the Sacred Shield. And rebound the attacks. At this moment, the battle between the two was no longer just limited to a card duel, it was a collision of spiritual energy. Louis Fei was horrified in his heart. He thought that Chen Yuan's mental power must have been severely depleted after the successive battles. However, he was shocked to realize that even though he was at the same silver level, his own mental power had been crushed by the other party. At this moment, he even suspected that the information was wrong, and that Chen Yuan had already reached the late silver rank. However, now was not the time for shock and hesitation. He hastily raised his hand and grabbed a tube of blue potion from his storage space in an attempt to regain his momentum. However, boom! The barrier shook violently. The green-eyed white dragon's explosive blast bomb hit the barrier with a loud bang, cracks spreading wildly like a spider web. It eventually collapsed completely with a crisp pop. The piercing white light engulfed Louis Fei in an instant. Chapter 42: Cutting off the roots and collecting the loot. Evacuate the underground shelter. The roar gradually dissipated, and the aftermath trembled in the air. Heavy smoke slowly drifted like a curtain, obscuring the scene in the center of the battlefield. The crowd held their breath, their gazes locked onto the patch of smoke and dust in it, trying to catch a glimpse of the battle within. Whether Chen Yuan lost, or Louis Fei lost. Although curiosity is strong, no one dares to rush forward. Back! Suddenly, an alarming cry cut through the silence. The crowd was first stunned, and then a burst of cheers rang out. The cards are working? Great, mine is back too. They were stunned to find that the connection of the spiritual inner landscape had been restored, and the power of the cards flowed again. The cards could be summoned with the lift of a hand. The previous panic was swept away and replaced by endless excitement. At this moment, even if Louis Fei wasn't dead, he was bound to have fought with Chen Yuan to the point of defeat. As for the hundreds of them, they were now able to summon their respective cards and unite to defend themselves. The smoke and dust dispersed. The battlefield was finally revealed in its entirety. Chen Yuan wrapped one hand around Morong Qingshua's waist, his figure standing tall and proud. On the opposite side, Louis Fei collapsed on the ground. His body was surrounded by white mist, he was in a sorry state and his breath was dying. Obviously, the outcome has been determined. The onlookers looked differently, some fawned and went forward, while others stopped and pondered. Chen Yuan turned a blind eye to those who flattered, and walked straight towards Louis Fei. The other party's chest is still weakly rising and falling, there is still a breath of life, but Chen Yuan will not be merciful? To cut off the grass, one must remove the roots. He condensed spiritual energy in his fingertips, transforming it into a sharp and cold aura, and gently tapped on Louis Fei's 100 happiness point. In a split second, the berserk spiritual energy was like water breaking the dike, madly surging into the other party's body. Louis Fei's body suddenly spasmed and trembled. The 100 meetings acupoint was the gateway to a cardmaster's spiritual inner landscape, and once this point was broken, his cultivation would be destroyed. At this moment, Lve Fei was drained and had no power to resist. Chen Yuan didn't have to put in much effort before completely severing his spiritual channel. He gazed at the unconscious Louis Fei with a cold gaze. A person who couldn't even maintain a spiritual inner landscape was no longer worthy of being called a cardmaster. Even if he woke up at this moment, he would still be nothing more than a wastrel. Killing intent flickered in the bottom of his eyes. However, his afterglow swept over the crowd around him, especially the gaze of teacher Lu Yi, causing him to suppress this thought. He was not someone who did not know what was important. As a member of the evil organization, the ancient god cult, Louis Fei, being alive was more valuable than being dead. In that case, Chen Yuan's eyes snapped as his fingertips once again glowed with a ghostly blue light. With a burst of fluorescent light flowing, he forcibly stripped 7 cards, 2 materials, and 3 bottles of blue potions from Louis Fei's body. This was Louis Fei's entire body, including the summoning cards and battle cards that he used just now. After doing all this, Chen Yuan indifferently closed his hand. The current Louis Fei no longer had any value to him. Chen Yuan put away the trophies and turned to Lu Yi. "Teacher, I'll leave the person to you." The voice was so calm that it did not carry a single ripple. Lu Yi was stunned for a split second, then came back to his senses and solemnly nodded his head in response. Good. He couldn't help but look at Chen Yuan twice more. Compared to the doings of Song Yu's gang, the calm sophistication of the young man in front of him was even more rare, brightening his eyes. Especially when Chen Yuan handed over the initiative to dispose of Louis Fei to him, a hint of amazement flashed across the bottom of his eyes, and his appraisal of Chen Yuan in his heart rose a few more points. Chen Yuan sat on the material box in the corner, holding 3 tubes of blue potion in his hands. This was the loot that Fong had scavenged from Louis Fei's storage space, the lower-level spirit potion. With his spiritual realm breaking through to the silver level, the effects of this low-level potion were not as effective as they used to be. Before, each tube of the lower-level spirit potion could restore about 15% of his spiritual energy, but now each tube could only restore 7% to 10% of his spiritual energy. And with his total amount of spiritual energy that far exceeded that of his peers, the actual recovery effect would be a little lower than that of an unusual cardmaster. He tilted his head and drank 2 tubes in a row, and his spiritual energy only recovered 11%. When he glanced at the unconscious Morong Qingshuo in his arms, he did not hesitate and poured the last potion into her mouth. Morong Qingshuo's spirit level was still at the bronze level, and the recovery effect was remarkable. It didn't take long before her eyelashes fluttered lightly and she woke up leisurely. What am I? Morong Qingshuo realized that she was leaning on Chen Yuan's shoulder, her cheeks immediately flew red and she sat up straight in a panic. After seeing the seriously injured and unconscious Louis Fei not far away, as well as the empty potion tube by her feet, She immediately understood and turned her head to look at Chen Yuan. It was you who saved me?
Chen Yuan was not polite and pointed at the empty glass tube glistening on the ground. Remember to return it to me when you get out. Lower-level spirit potions had always been in short supply in the market, and it was difficult for cardmasters with no background like him to buy them. This thing was like carrying around a quick-acting heart-saving pill. It might not be useful, but at critical moments, it was something that could really help. However, at critical moments, it was truly able to save one's life. Chen Yuan's sentence instantly shattered Morong Qingshue's emotions that had been brewing for a long time, and her small face collapsed as she huffed and puffed out a sentence.
Here. Turn around and I'll double it back to you. Beg for it.
Chen Yuan nodded blandly. This kind of cheapness for nothing. Naturally, he was not complacent. Seeing that Morong Qingxue was no longer in any serious condition, he got up and straightened his clothes, looking towards Lu Yi. Teacher, I'm going to go out.
What? You're leaving the refuge?
Lu Yi's face changed slightly, his voice steeply raised by 1 point, and he said in disbelief, the state of the spatial rift outside is unknown, and the foreign beasts are rampant. Going out at this time is tantamount to asking for death.
Right. It's too dangerous. Stay.
Listen, the ground is still vibrating. The crisis is definitely not resolved. Going out at this time is just looking for death. There's food and drink here. Although we lost some in the battle just now, it's still enough for us to last for more than 10 days. Going out right now is a 10-death situation. Think about it, don't be confused. The students opened their mouths to dissuade them, all of them righteous. Chen Yuan coldly swept his eyes over the crowd. When Lu Yifei was playing the evil, he didn't see them as agitated as this.
Chen Yuan, can you tell us your plans?
After experiencing all the things that happened just now, Morong Qingxue deeply knew that Chen Yuan was not a person who would act out of his will or act recklessly. At this time, there must be a reason why he was willing to venture out rather than stay in the refuge. Since LV Yifei is a remnant of the ancient god sect, he must have made a careful deployment if he can sneak here. Chen Yuan's eyes sank slightly and his voice grew cold. There are probably people outside who will receive him. If we don't see Lu Yifei resuming his orders for a long time, I'm afraid that he will come over to search. At that time, our situation will only become more dangerous. His words sent a chill down the spine of the crowd. Chen Yuan is right, this place is no longer safe. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and slowly nodded his head, agreeing with Chen Yuan. At this moment, the organizing committee was still hiding a mole, the enemy was dark and we were clear. Continuing to stay here would in turn become a turtle in a jar. Instead of sitting around waiting for death, it was better to let go and fight. Although the other students were a little reluctant to leave, they remembered the scene when Lu Yifei killed someone. Compared to the unknown foreign beasts outside the door, the brutal killing methods of the evil sect's villains were more frightening to them. But where should we go after leaving the refuge? In the crowd, Zhang Yi from the attached middle school could not help but ask out loud. Chapter 43, Internal and External Strife. Parting ways. All the students could not help but look at Lu Yi. If they were to blindly roam just to leave the refuge, that would only fall prey to the foreign beasts. They were in need of a way out. But this life path must be clear enough. A few moments later. Seeing that Lu Yi still had his eyes downcast, seemingly weighing the situation, Chen Yuan simply opened the door and stated his thoughts. I think that if everyone gathers together with too big of a target, it will instead easily attract the attention of the foreign beasts and be attacked. What do you suggest? Lu Yi nodded his head in agreement, obviously also realizing the seriousness of the problem. If the spatial rift closes completely, it's fine. But if reinforcements have not arrived, or if the spatial rift expands, there were still a large number of alien beasts coiled on the ground, and once their group stepped onto the ground, they would definitely become the priority target of the alien beasts. At that time, even with him here, it would be difficult to protect everyone's safety. I suggest splitting up and breaking out from different directions. Chen Yuan said in a deep voice. This was the best method he could think of at the moment. Although there were risks, it was better than sitting around waiting for death. Disperse? Chen Yuan, what kind of heart are you resting on? That is. Don't you know that with our current strength, even the lowest ranked Fey beasts are not something we can deal with? I think you're trying to use the opportunity to retaliate. You can't blame us for what happened just now. It's all because LV Yifei threatened us to do that. There's a right to be wronged and a right to be punished. That's right, putting aside the facts, aren't you at fault at all? Amidst the rising and falling accusations, Chen Yuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger that was churning in his heart. It's just a suggestion, listen or don't listen as you wish. He coldly said, from now on, we'll go our separate ways and not interfere with each other. After defeating Lu Yifei, Chen Yuan was considering parting ways with this group. Not only would they not become a helping hand, they would instead be a drag. Acting alone was a much smaller target, and the chances of survival were greater instead. Alas, Chen Yuan is right. Currently we are completely disconnected from the outside world, and the villains of the ancient god cult could kill us at any time. Dispersing and breaking out will indeed minimize casualties. Lu Yi sighed and calmly and rationally analyzed the current predicament. The crowd fell into silence. The reasoning was actually understood by everyone. 9 years of compulsory education had taught them not only the knowledge of sublime exotic beasts and card masters, but also the idea of weighing the pros and cons.
Now this opposition. In reality, it was just an unwillingness to face those terrifying fey beasts alone.
Anyone would hope that when they encountered danger, someone would be able to stand in front and carry the deadly threat for them.
But now that Chen Yuan had left,
even the most powerful teacher, Lu Yi, might be scattered with them.
How could they not be anxious? This meant that once they encountered a foreign beast attack on the ground, each of their chances of survival would plummet. Teacher Lu Yi, if there's nothing else, I'll go out.
Chen Yuan had wanted to leave the underground refuge long ago, but only stayed for a few more moments in consideration of teacher Lu Yi's identity.
At this moment,
seeing that Lu Yi did not stop him, he walked straight towards the control device of the refuge's gate.
Wait, Chen Yuan.
Lu Yi suddenly remembered something and spoke. The key to the gate should have been tampered with by the ancient god cult's people. I've tried it and it can't be opened from the inside. Earlier, when Chen Yuan was in a fierce battle with Lu Yifei, he had tried to open the gate, taking the opportunity to break away from the earth-binding spirit formation. However, it was never able to open, and after a few attempts, he realized the end. More critically, the door of the refuge was cast from a special alloy that could withstand the impact of 1,000 tons, and even a 5-star purple card would be difficult to destroy with full force. In other words, even if all the people present combined their efforts to break the door and exhausted their spiritual energy, I'm afraid that it would only be futile.
Hearing Lu Yi's words, many people secretly sighed in relief.
It was as if hiding in the shelter could isolate the dangers of the outside world and bring some comfort of peace of mind. Anyway, if they encountered danger, at least there was a tall man to take the lead. They could take the opportunity to escape again at that time. Chen Yuan, however, remained unchanged as he pressed on the mechanism with one hand and closed his eyes to concentrate.
In a flash,
Lu Yi's maneuver to manipulate the organ when he entered the door surfaced clearly in his mind.
Then, it was deduced through the talent, infinite deduction.
He only needed to treat opening the door lock as a part of card making, and then he could utilize the talent to deduce.
In a few breaths, the way the gate was opened was deduced.
His knuckles moved slightly, and according to the results of the deduction, he operated at the door lock mechanism as if it was flowing like a cloud.
Click!
Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the heavy gate slowly opened. Without turning back, Chen Yuan took a large step out.
At this moment,
he only wanted to get away from the confines of the refuge as soon as possible. From what Lu Yifei had said, he had learned that the ancient god cult was targeting him. Then, as long as he stayed here for one more moment, he would be in more danger.
What? Chen Yuan actually opened the door to the refuge? He can't be in league with Lu Yifei, right?
Before the words fell, Lu Yi's stern gaze glared over like a blade. Although he was also skeptical about how Chen Yuan opened the door to the refuge, he by no means believed that Chen Yuan would collude with the ancient god cult. These unwarranted speculations, on the contrary, caused the anger in his chest to rise abruptly. All adults, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, some words can't be spoken indiscriminately, and you have to be responsible for what you say and do. His voice was low, words like iron, his gaze sweeping towards a certain few students in the crowd. Those students who had moved when they were threatened by Lu Yifei before were secretly memorized in his heart. After getting through this crisis, they would settle the total score together.
In an instant,
all the questioning sounds came to an abrupt end. Lu Yi snorted coldly and looked at these people with disappointment in his eyes.
Most of the people in this group of students
had ultimately chilled his heart. After that, he wouldn't indulge half as much.
Chen Yuan!
Morong Qingxue shouted, her figure already swept out a few steps and chased after her.
Wait for me!
Wang Guangming spat hard in front of the crowd before chasing after them without hesitation. He could sort of see through it. Staying here, he would either be buried in the mouth of a foreign beast or die at the hands of an evil organization. Following Chen Yuan was risky, but at least there was a chance of survival. I'll go too. Hu Kersen bit her lip and also quickly followed. If she didn't hold on to Chen Yuan's thigh, could she stay here and wait for death? Moreover, we were all from the same school, Chen Yuan shouldn't refuse, right? She thought so, while speeding up her steps. Xinwen raised his foot to take a step, but then stopped and retracted. He and Chen Yuan did not have a deep friendship, and there were even some minor disputes. At this time, if he rashly followed, if he was rejected, he would be humiliated. After hesitating, he didn't take that step after all. There were a few people who had the same idea as him. But in the end, for various reasons, none of them chased out.
Inside the shelter, silence once again descended. Chen Yuan. Wait! Morong Qingxue quickly caught up with Chen Yuan.
Behind her, Wang Guangming and Hu Kersen also followed closely. The three of them had slightly disorganized breaths and were obviously running all the way. Chen Yuan stopped and looked back, his brows slightly furrowed. In his plan, he did not intend to bring along the three dragons. Chapter 44 Reaching Cooperation. The spirit butterfly probed and stepped onto the ground. Chen Yuan, I counted myself as having helped you in the refuge just now. For the next path, we can continue to cooperate. Morong Qingxue knew when she saw this cold expression on Chen Yuan's face that he obviously viewed himself and the others as a liability. But with things as they were, she didn't care much because her current state was indeed very poor, and if it wasn't for Chen Yuan's tube of spiritual potion, she would still be in a coma right now. Brother Chen Yuan, my card specializes in flight and reconnaissance, small in size and stealthy. Take me with you and I can scout the way for you. Wang Guangming's eyes twinkled, fearing that he would be rejected by Chen Yuan. He hurriedly stated his own advantages. Hu Kersen bit her pink lips and couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. Her deck had neither Morong Qingshue's killing power nor Wang Guangming's scouting means. It was just two cards that were mediocre and ordinary, and her heart sank for a moment. But soon her eyes flashed. Besides the cards, she had other advantages. Letting go. Chen Yuan, you take me out, I'll definitely repay you properly after I get out. Hu Kersen's cheeks blushed slightly as she lightly stepped forward, taking Chen Yuan's arm and moving it towards her chest in full view of everyone. Morong Qingshue's expression stiffened and her brain went a little down. Wang Guangming's gaze wandered between the two women, his heart full of emotions. Morong Qingxue is cold and dusty, although Hu Kersen is slightly less elegant, but her body is more voluptuous. Especially in terms of ferocious weapons. From the appearance, it was true that it was a bit more prominent than Morong's schoolgirl. Damn Strong can really do whatever he wants. He secretly vowed that if he had the chance to return to school alive, he would definitely study hard and improve every day in the future. Hu Kersen's wrists were held back by Chen Yuan, and she let out a cry. Her body was about to fall into his arms. Although Chen Yuan's appearance was not outstanding, Hu Kersen had watched many of his fights. Just now, she had witnessed him kill the evil sect member Luifei, so she didn't know how many layers of filters she had stacked on him in her heart. Being with such a strong person doesn't seem to be a disadvantage. The corner of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. What a poorly acted flat earth fall. He didn't move to right Hu Kersen and pulled away from him as he swept his gaze over the three people in front of him. Just now at the shelter, they did not act like the others who had seen the wind and secretly made things worse. Especially Morong Qingxue. If it wasn't for her help, he might not have been able to successfully defeat Luifei. Even if he managed to win in the end, the Timeless King and the Green-Eyed White Dragon were bound to suffer heavy damage. Now, thanks to her assist card Holy Light, the Timeless King and the Green-Eyed White Dragon did not suffer much damage after a fierce battle. As for Wang Guangming, indeed, as he said, his two spirit butterflies were good at sneaking and scouting, and with him around, the road would be much smoother after that. And the last Hu Kersen was frank enough. Chen Yuan finally thought of an advantage after half a day of pondering. As long as she was obedient and peaceful on the road, there was no harm in bringing her along. Receiving Chen Yuan's acquiescence, the three of them were slightly relieved and followed closely behind him towards the ground. The higher they went, the more violent the trembling sound became, vaguely mixed with the hissing of foreign beasts echoing within the passageway. Chen Yuan slowed down his pace, his gaze sharply scanning the surroundings, his nerves taut. Fey beasts and ferocious beasts were all collective terms used by humans for the creatures within the sub-dimensional space. Fey beasts were often treacherous in form, ordinary in size, and often attacked human monsters with special abilities. On the other hand, ferocious beasts are huge and powerful, destroying cities and cracking the ground, bringing devastating disasters to cities every time they appear. Both of them belong to the same alien world, but they have the same origin and the same root, threatening the order of the human world. Whether it is a beast or a ferocious beast, Chen Yuan has only read about it in textbooks. Chen Yuan had only seen them in textbooks. Such monsters were strong and extremely difficult to deal with. Even for the lowest common level individuals, most of them needed a 3-star blue card to barely be able to fight them off. And once the spatial rift opened, how could only one appear? If they were surrounded by the beasts, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wang Guangming, use your cards to scout the path. Chen Yuan ordered in a low voice. Wang Guangming nodded his head and lifted his finger as two green lights flashed by. 2-star green card Dragon Beard Butterfly. 1-star green card Colored Winged Butterfly. The two butterflies lifted their wings and flew rapidly, turning into streams of light that rushed out of the cave and disappeared into the dim light of the sky. There's a good news and a bad news. Which one do you guys want to hear first? Not long afterward, Wang Guangming withdrew his sight and said slowly. What time is it? Still selling secrets? Hu Kersen blankly glanced at him and said without a trace of anger. Chen Yuan had calmed down a few points. Since Wang Guangming had the heart to joke around, it at least meant that the situation was not at its worst. The good news is that the spatial rift should have closed. Wang Guangming coughed lightly and hurriedly said. What about the bad news? Hu Kersen couldn't wait to follow up. The bad news is that a large number of foreign beasts have gathered on the ground, of unknown species that I don't recognize. Wang Guangming lowered his voice, his tone dripping with nervousness. Is it not recorded in the textbooks? Chen Yuan frowned. It should. Probably. Seem. Like it doesn't, right? Asking this question, Wang Guangming was also not confident enough to be sure. It should be known that the monster illustrations in textbooks included tens of thousands of monsters. But the college entrance exam only had 2 or 3,000 species, so naturally he couldn't memorize them all. At this moment, even if he compared it to real foreign beasts, it was difficult to recognize them for a moment.
What's the number?
What's the grade? Chen Yuan didn't dwell too much on the details and went straight to the crux of the matter. 50 meters in a radius, at least 3 heads, all of which are of ordinary grade.
Wang Guangming fixed his mind and replied in a deep voice. I didn't expect that there were actually 3 heads near the exit.
Chen Yuan's expression was unprecedentedly grave. This was only the first step, and he had encountered 3 foreign beasts. If one ventured to engage them, the energy aftershocks and bloody odor would most likely attract more.
Try to avoid the foreign beasts if you can.
Go up and head west, you should be able to bypass the 3 foreign beasts.
Wang Guangming maneuvered the spirit butterfly to scout for a moment and confirmed the route. Wang Guangming, can your spirit butterfly carry people? Hu Kersen blinked and asked this out of the blue. The corner of Wang Guangming's mouth twitched, somewhat speechless. Did you cheat in the cultural class? He sighed, and let's not talk about the colorful wing butterfly, which is actually a spirit butterfly manipulated by a knight. Let's just say that the dragon beard butterfly is only 2-starred and carries a maximum of 1 person. If it is overloaded, its flight speed will drop drastically, so if you ride on it at this time, won't it become a living target for the foreign beasts? After a pause, he added, besides, even if you really want to carry someone, you should choose Brother Chen Yuan's green-eyed white dragon. That's what's called a pull. Absolutely not, the green-eyed white dragon is huge, it will scare the snakes. Chen Yuan sniffed and directly refused, rubbing his eyebrows.
The green-eyed white dragon was not a carrier card, and the hurricane that was stirred up when flying would require the cardmaster to consume a large amount of mental energy to defend against it. He didn't have much spiritual energy left now, so he couldn't meaninglessly consume it. What's more, the green-eyed white dragon's flight speed wasn't fast and its size was conspicuous, so once it lifted off the ground, it would immediately attract a whole area of foreign beasts to surround it.
Boom boom boom.
Just as the 4 of them had just stepped out of the passageway not long ago, and were heading due west. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, the ground once again trembled violently.
Chapter 45 Attack Mirror Monster Knife-Faced Ghost. Luck exploded and fell.
The 4 stumbled and stabilized themselves, their advance forced to stop.
Are there really no foreign beasts in the west?
Chen Yuan looked at Wang Guangming with some skepticism. Wang Guangming did not answer immediately, and after feeling for a moment, his face suddenly changed drastically. There are foreign beasts coming over.
Should we retreat? How many heads? Only 1 head.
It's too late, taking a backward path is equally dangerous, we must settle this fey beast. Chen Yuan's brows tightened, and after weighing the situation a little, he made a decision. Blue light flashed as the Timeless King was summoned. Immediately afterward, the Phantom Bone Dragoness was also summoned out, the purple flames around her body dancing in the air. Seeing this, Hu Kersen didn't need to be instructed and hurriedly summoned her 2 cards as well. 1-star green card Flying Fish Knight. 2-star green card Fire Lantern Dragon. The Flying Fish Knight's scaly armor shimmered in the sunlight. The Fire Lantern Dragon spewed scorching breath. Although it was of low grade, it was at least a fighting force. As for Chen Yuan's green-eyed white dragon, it was not summoned due to its size, and Chen Yuan's intention to reduce the consumption of mental energy. Morong Qingxue beside him also had the same idea, and thus did not use the fluorescent cat ride. The 4 of them gathered together, preparing for the first battle. The energy fluctuations were getting closer and closer. Chen Yuan could sense that the beast was about to appear. His gaze sank cold as he quickly swept through his side's lineup. 2 3-star blue cards, 2 2-star green cards, and 2 1-star green cards. Although they were not considered elite, it should not be a problem to deal with an ordinary grade fey beast. Roar! A roar that tore through the air exploded. In the shadows of the abandoned factory next door, a bloated giant shadow surged out. It was covered in rough, dark patterned armor, and its bizarre aura filled the air like substance. On the twisted water insect's head, compound eyes flashed with ghostly light, their ferocity revealed. What the hell is this? Wang Guangming's face turned white as he staggered back. Hu Kersen's throat rolled as she subconsciously clutched the corner of Chen Yuan's coat, her delicate body trembling slightly. Chen Yuan's eyes widened the instant he saw the foreign beast, a hint of shock flashing across the bottom of his eyes. Nima! Mirror Monster Sword-Faced Ghost. It was a systematized mass-produced monster that debuted during the Heisei period in the special series, a creature that lived in the mirror world. It would actually show up here. It seems highly likely that the ones emerging from the crack in space this time are all freaks from the special effects shows. And mostly creatures from the mirror world in Masked Rider. Roar! The muscles of the saber-faced ghost's limbs bulged and lashed out, and the ground crumbled into deep indentations under its feet. It was like a frenzied chariot, wrapped in a fishy wind and crashed straight into it. Spread out! Chen Yuan dodged sideways and shouted sternly. The crowd quickly dispersed in all directions. Only to see the monster's mouth spewing out sticky spider silk, instantly entangling a flying fish knight. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuan suddenly remembered the setting of the knife-faced ghost in the original plot. Knife-faced ghosts were slow, but they always came out in groups, so how could there be only one here?
Is it reasonable? Or did this world's monster setting change? Are you sure there's only this one nearby?
Chen Yuan was in disbelief and couldn't help but ask Wang Guangming.
Knife-faced ghost?
Wang Guangming was stunned, obviously somewhat unfamiliar with this name, but did not think much of it. Just as he opened his mouth to reply, hissing roars suddenly resounded all around him.
Everyone looked around in horror,
only to see dozens of pairs of eerie and treacherous eyes lit up in the darkness. At some point, they had already been surrounded by a group of knife-faced ghosts.
1, 2, 3, 13.
A whole 13 knife-faced ghosts.
Wang Guangming's voice trembled, his face as ugly as constipation.
And he roared lowly in disbelief.
This is impossible. Impossible, ah! I clearly scouted. There should only be one head here. Roar!
13 blade-faced ghosts appeared, their sharp claw blades interlacing and waving, slowly approaching and surrounding the crowd.
It's over.
Hu Kersen's small face turned white, and the hand tugging at the corner of Chen Yuan's coat trembled terribly. Morong Qingxue tightly bit her lower lip, her gaze looking towards Chen Yuan, but she did not open her mouth.
In this situation, what good solution could Chen Yuan have?
Facing such a number of monsters, without reinforcements, they would definitely be exhausted alive.
Go!
Chen Yuan lightly droned out as the Timeless King's sword blade suddenly rose up and swept out as a residual shadow. After the brief encounter just now, he had already figured out the bottom line of this group of sword-faced ghosts. Although they were also ordinary great alien beasts, their strength was far less than that of ordinary alien beasts. The strength of these knife-faced ghosts was at most equivalent to an ordinary 2-star blue card. However, because of their slow movements and clumsy reactions, in a real combat fight, they might not even be able to beat a 2-star green card.
More critically, the Time King has a natural suppression of them. Restraint from attributes, race.
Rider Time, Masked Rider ZO, Armor Time, Empty Knee.
Time King Fate, activates. Each attack adds 5% true damage of maximum life value.
The Tokyo King violently triggered the grip of the strongest ultimate sword, and the sword instantly switched to Psycheo face mode. Black and gold energy ripples surged violently on the surface of the armor.
ZO Psycheo. Tokyo's strongest.
The Time King held his sword in both hands and stored his strength backward drastically, his power converging on the blade as his belt erupted with a shocking compound sound effect.
Psycheo. How Giri. Strongest. Overlord chopping strike. Boom.
The moment the sword blade swung down, a huge energy blade swept out like a furious wave. Wherever it passed, space trembled. Broken clock silhouettes erupted and scattered in the trajectory of the chopping attack. The attack covers all blade-faced ghosts in the area in front of it, and adds an additional 5% true damage to them.
Attribute and racial restraints.
The buffs cascaded on top of each other. The 6 blade-faced ghosts are instantly finished off, and their bodies will dissipate into light. The mirror monster was a special creature that relied on special energy to exist, and when it lost the source of energy to maintain its existence or was completely defeated, it would return to a state similar to nothingness. Therefore, it would not leave behind a physical corpse.
So strong.
The three of them, Wang Guangming, could not help but exclaim in shock when they saw the scene. Chen Yuan had taken out 6 knife-faced ghosts in a single strike, which instantly caused their confidence to rise steeply. And they quickly realized that the knife-faced ghosts were not as strong as they had imagined.
As long as they cooperated properly, although they couldn't travel as easily as the Timeless King.
But in a 1v1 situation, they could at least barely maneuver around. Wang Guangming and Hu Kersen had plenty of mental energy, and immediately activated their cards after the battle had reached a stalemate, their skills erupting one after another. Under Timeless King's control, the remaining 7 sword-faced ghosts soon couldn't support themselves and collapsed one after another. In the end, they turned into a bit of fluorescent light and completely disappeared into the air. As the last blade-faced ghost disappeared, an azure-colored bead appeared in the air. Chen Yuan held the bead in his hand.
This is a spiritual rosary bead?
Morong Qingxue gazed at the glistening bead and said in surprise.
Can't be wrong, it's exactly the same as the illustration in the textbook, it's the spiritual numinous bead, we're really lucky.
Wang Guangming came over with the same curiosity and came closer for a closer look, a flash of joy in his eyes.
Chapter 46 Spiritual Rosary Beads, Miraculous Effects. New monster, Ghost Jellyfish.
Spiritual rosaries spawned from the bodies of monsters in dimensional space, and were extremely precious props. After swallowing it, not only could it quickly restore some of the mental power, it could also permanently raise the upper limit of mental power.
It even has a magical healing effect on some stubborn mental illnesses.
In fact, it was a gainful prop that combined the functions of both blue recovery and raising the blue cap. Normally, only monsters of transcendent level and above would have the probability to condense this item after their deaths, and the knife-faced ghost that Chen Yuan and the others had killed was nothing more than an ordinary level. This luck, it was similar to scratching 10 dabuyi from a scratching lottery. Chen Yuan, you should quickly use this spiritual rosary. At this time, Morong Qingxue stepped forward and softly said. Chen Yuan did not make a sound. This was the spoils of the four of them combining their efforts to kill the knife-faced ghost. If he forced himself to keep it for himself, there would not be any problem. However, this was clearly not in line with his character, nor was it his style. Brother Chen Yuan, don't push back. The road ahead is treacherous and uncertain. You improving your strength will benefit us all. Wang Guangming understood and nodded with a smile. He had no problem with this. Although the spiritual rosary beads were worth a lot of money, what was the point of thinking about money if people were going to die? Refine it quickly. Hu Kersen looked weary and waved her hand. At this moment, she couldn't be the least bit interested even with the spiritual rosaries in front of her. In her heart, she only wanted to get out of the area where the beasts were attacking as soon as possible, return home, take a hot bath and drink a cup of cool coffee. Seeing this, Chen Yuan also stopped making excuses and directly swallowed the spiritual rosary beads. The spiritual spirit liquid to increase the upper limit of spiritual power and spiritual potion to restore spiritual power that humans had researched were actually developed by analyzing the components of the spiritual nimbus. However, compared to the spiritual rosary beads, the spiritual liquid needs to be meditated and refined after entering the body before it can be transformed into one's own spiritual power. As the spiritual Nianju melted away in his body, Chen Yuan only felt a moment of clarity in his mind, and his spiritual inner landscape expanded slightly with it. The spiritual energy was like a spring stream rushing forward, and in the blink of an eye, it had recovered more than half of its strength and was still continuing to grow. Keep moving forward. He exhaled and cast his gaze to the west. A winding path in the west extended towards the city, so perhaps he would be able to encounter the team that had come to reinforce him. The news of the spatial rift in the practical training base was bound to have spread, and reinforcements were likely already on their way. Brother Chen Yuan, the knife-faced ghosts just now lacked air control capabilities. Why don't we use our flight decks to catch up? On the road, Wang Guangming suddenly leaned over, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes as he inquired in a serious manner. No way. Chen Yuan shook his head, his gaze sullen as he explained, the ones that appear in the spatial rift may not be the only knife-faced ghosts. What if there are other mirror monsters with the ability to fly? He clearly remembered that there were many other high-ranking existences in the mirror world, such as the Dark Gundam Wing, Golden Immortal Bird, and Dragon Crimson Beast. Any one of them was far from being comparable to the knife-faced ghost. What's more, the knife-faced ghost itself will also evolve. Thunder Knight in high-speed night form not only has the ability to fly at high altitude, the combat power is doubled. If they really encountered these monsters, it would be a fierce battle. Moreover, the strength of these creatures in this side of the world was still unclear, and it was too risky to rashly test them. Why don't I use the spirit butterfly to scout around first, and then we'll go? Wang Guangming said tentatively. However, as soon as these words came out, Morong Qingxue and Hu Kersen simultaneously threw him a disgusted blank stare. Stop it. The corners of Chen Yuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he nonchalantly rebuffed. Letting Wang Guangming scout? Ha! But pull back. The blade-faced ghost's surprise attack just now had sufficiently proved that his scouting standard was, indeed, worrying. Chen Yuan did not want to gamble his life on luck. But, if we just rely on us to walk, when will we be able to get rid of the foreign beast na? Hu Kersen sighed with a frustrated face. According to common sense, within 12 hours after the spatial rift appeared, as long as we are more than 10 kilometers away from the place of the incident, we will be able to temporarily get out of the high-risk area. It would be more prudent to use a carrier card or flight card to evacuate at that time. Chen Yuan pondered slightly, recalling the contents of the textbook and adding his own understanding. He calmly analyzed. Just as several people were cautiously moving forward, discussing their escape plan. As if he sensed something, Chen Yuan's complexion was abruptly stunned, as if he had doubts, but in the next second he reacted. In a flash of lightning, Chen Yuan fiercely stomped his leg, kicking Wang Guangming several meters away, and with the help of the force of the recoil, he himself leaped several meters away. Almost simultaneously, a blinding electric grid exploded from the standing water, and purplish-red electric arcs scurried like vipers. The moist air emitted a scorched odor. Bang! A tentacle entwined with electric current heavily smashed into Wang Guangming's square. Between the splashes of mud and water, a monstrous alien beast revealed itself. Ilua tease. Wang Guangming woefully climbed up, and when he saw the visitor, he couldn't help but suck in cold air. This beast was even uglier than a knife-faced ghost. The deep blue gelatinous torso was like a melting umbrella cover constantly wriggling, and the purple and red electric light pulsed between the drooping tentacles. The humanoid upper body was covered with biological armor, and the eyes under the mask were like deep-sea searchlights, emitting a cold light. Stand back and stay more than 10 meters away from the target. Be careful of the stagnant water under your feet. Chen Yuan loudly reminded. The beast in front of him was the mirror monster ghost jellyfish. Although its intelligence was low, its torso, arms and claws, and even its bulbous head were capable of releasing high-voltage electrical currents, and its power would multiply in rainy weather. It doesn't play a big role in the original story. It is a melee mage-type monster with a medium bloodstain and balanced offense and defense.
But who knows if its setting will be strengthened in this world. This is a ghost jellyfish, it can discharge electricity, everyone beware.
Chen Yuan shouted lowly and summoned the Time King deck. The others also summoned their respective decks, and the battle was imminent.
Say, how come this group of monsters are focusing exclusively on cardmasters to attack?
Wang Guangming felt that it was a bit strange. His colorful winged butterfly was obviously closer to the ghost jellyfish, but it crossed over and went straight for himself in the distance. There was also the blade-faced ghost that he had killed earlier. Surrounded by multiple cards, it still had to attack the distant cardmaster. It was almost as if they had some kind of deep grudge against them. Perhaps it's because they need to devour human life energy or hunt other monsters in order to evolve. Shen Yuan thought back to the mirror monster setting for a moment, then said. The crowd suddenly snapped out of it.
It made sense.
Most of the monsters in the dimensional space needed to prey on humans were the card spirits in the cards to strengthen themselves. The higher the grade of the card, the stronger the contained energy. The higher the grade of the cardmaster, the stronger the energy contained. This was common knowledge from textbooks. But Chen Yuan always felt that after this theory, there should actually be another paragraph. The higher the cardmaster's spirit level, the higher the grade of the card, the easier it would be for it to become a priority hunting target for high-level monsters. Of course, this was only Chen Yuan's speculation and there was no empirical evidence. Boom! With the four of them joining forces, they almost exterminated the ghost jellyfish with a crushing force. The crowd quickly cleaned up the battlefield and then withdrew so as not to be surrounded by the mirror monsters that had been attracted over.
At this moment, several silhouettes walked out from the underground shelter of the training base. Chapter 47 Sword-Faced Ghost Week? Seed Parasitism.
The defense line collapsed and death assaulted.
It's safe outside.
Shinwen led a group of people from the attached middle school to quickly rush out from the underground passageway, sprinting towards the set direction.
Immediately afterward, another group of people poured out from the passageway and evacuated in all directions. The space rift isn't as scary as the legend. That's right, I thought it would be some kind of hellish scene, but this is it?
Maybe it was solved long ago, causing us to be nervous for nothing. Not long after, a group of people once again walked out of the underground passageway. They stood at the exit looking left and right, discussing a lot. This batch of people who walked out was a group of people led by Song Yu. Most of them had denounced Chen Yuan under Lu Yifei's coercion, and were even prepared to lay their hands on Lu Yi. At this moment, their originally taut nerves suddenly loosened after seeing the outside scene. There was no expected heavenly collapse, no tragic situation with corpses strewn all over the place. There were only a few scattered potholes on the streets, and the tall buildings were still standing, as if nothing had happened.
Ha, that's the extent of it? Someone snorted, the disdain under their eyes undisguised.
Soon enough, contempt spread through the crowd, and many people even began to scoff at the so-called spatial cracks.
Stay alert. Let's go.
Song Yu let out a low shout and led the group to leave at a brisk pace. For several hundred meters, the journey was surprisingly quiet. There was no hissing of foreign beasts, no smell of blood, and only the wind swirling the dry leaves rustled underfoot. Song Yu, however, did not feel the slightest bit relaxed, but instead, his brows were tightly locked.
Could it be that the reinforcements from the Detective Bureau and the Imperial Spirit Guards had already come and cleared this area? Or is the crisis of the spatial rift really as bad as this group of people said? Are the school books all lies? Brother Yu, don't be so tense.
A member of the team smiled and hooked his shoulder. Even if there really is a foreign beast, it's probably been lured away by the groups in front of us. Especially Chen Yuan, the first one to walk out of the passage. Another person interjected, his tone tinged with gloating. I think, at this moment, it might have already become the feces of the foreign beasts.
Yeah, your mouth is really poisonous. Laughter swept through the group, and the tense atmosphere gradually loosened.
The people who were originally on tense alert slowly relaxed under this atmosphere, and many joined in the idle chatter. The footsteps in the team also lightened up, as if they were not evacuating from a dangerous situation, but just an ordinary field trip.
The atmosphere was very cheerful for a while.
Right at this moment, the ground suddenly shook slightly.
Ah!
The crowd had just stopped, and while they were puzzled, a cry of alarm suddenly erupted from the crowd.
What's going on?
Song Yu turned his head violently, his gaze sharply looking towards the source of the sound.
I don't know what's sticking to my back. Scared me.
A boy cursed under his breath, then slapped his back in panic.
Me too. Quickly help me see. It's itchy.
Another boy beside him similarly reached out and scratched his back, his voice dripping with unease.
Don't panic, let me see.
The companion next to him came closer and suddenly sucked in a breath of cool air. Hey yo!
This is a ing seed? Seeds?
The crowd was in disbelief and gathered around, vigilantly sizing up the seeds that suddenly appeared on the backs of those few people.
Can't get it down. Why does it feel like it's growing on your back and intends to take root? Ha, you won't become a tree man in the future, right? Roar!
While the crowd was flirting and making fun, a hissing sound suddenly came. Everyone instantly chilled their hairs and turned around violently. In the next second, the expressions on the faces of the crowd completely froze, fear flooding them like a tidal wave. More than 30 knife-faced ghosts had surrounded them at some point, their hideous sharp claws glowing with cold light. And amongst the ranks of the knife-faced ghosts, ghost jellyfish as well as other mirror monsters such as these were swimming silently, killing intent filled the air. Roar! The roars of more than 30 sword-faced ghosts tore through the rain curtain, and as their giant mouths opened, hundreds of ghostly blue fluorescent seeds shot out like bullets, drawing deadly arcs in the air. Run! The crowd instantly exploded, scattering in panic. Don't panic! Summon the cards to meet the battle. Song Yu's heart was beating wildly, but he forced down his panic and shouted sternly. As soon as the words fell, 2 of his cards had already surfaced in the air. 3-star green card Undead Night Owl. 2-star green card Folded Wing Bone Dragon. Roar! The bone dragon lifted its wings, and pitch-black death spit gushed out, instantly corroding the incoming seeds into ash. Several people around them were unfortunate enough to be hit by the seeds and thought they were going to die until Song Yu shouted loudly to wake them up. Quick! Summon! In a flash, the green and blue rays of the summoning deck erupted one after another. The radiance of the skills flashed continuously, and a roar resounded through the sky. This is the foreign beast that burrowed out of the spatial rift? Nothing more than that. The crowd relied on their human tactics and barely managed to block the mirror monster's attack. Seeing that these fey beasts were nowhere near as tough as the ones recorded in the textbooks, their morale immediately rose, and they all activated their card skills to bombard them indiscriminately. Seeing that the situation was temporarily stabilized, Song Yu's tense nerves eased a little, but his heart was still vaguely uneasy. The number of foreign beasts was too high. If they continued to consume like this, sooner or later they would be dragged down. Just as Song Yu pondered on a way out, a heart-rending scream exploded. Song Yu and the surrounding students turned their heads violently and looked around at the sound, and in the next second, everyone's pupils plummeted and their blood almost froze. A scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives was seen. Hiss! The scene in front of them was too frightening. The few students who had been hit by the seed sacks earlier, their bodies exploded with a poof, fishy slime oozing out from under their skin, and several hideous tentacles drilling out from the wounds. Poof! What was even more terrifying was that those tentacles were able to eject sticky threads, intertwining into a deadly web in mid-air. Spread out! Don't get entangled! Song Yu bellowed in a stern voice, his figure retreating rapidly to avoid the sticky silk coverage. He did not expect that this group of foreign beasts actually possessed such a bizarre ability. The seeds ejected appeared to be plain and uninteresting. However, after implanting it into the human body, it would grow and germinate within the body, producing tentacles. Moreover, it could also spit out sticky silk to entangle the enemy. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, once bound by these sticky threads, it will be difficult to get out. At that time, if he was attacked by the beast, his life would be difficult to protect. At this moment, the crowd finally experienced the terror of the sub-dimensional space monsters. It was no different from the description in the textbook. However, it was too late. Just as the crowd froze, due to the mental depression of several parasitized cardmasters on the field, the cards they summoned dissipated and turned into bits of fluorescent light. The rest of them felt the pressure multiply and their defense line faltered. Bzzz. The ear-piercing sound of high-voltage electricity suddenly exploded. The card spirit that was struck by the ghost jellyfish was covered in arcs of electricity that exploded and sparks flew in all directions. Then he collapsed to the ground. The surrounding mirror monsters swarmed around, tearing it apart and devouring it. The card master who was controlling the card spirit suffered a backlash and violently covered his heart, spurting out a mouthful of blood and fainting on the spot. I'm afraid that the next time he opened his eyes, he would already be lined up in hell. Quickly! Release the skill! Hold on a little longer, reinforcements might be here soon. Song Yu shouted loudly, trying to boost his morale. However, his footsteps were constantly retreating, his gaze sweeping towards the weak spot in the encirclement of the fey beasts, his figure quietly moving in that direction. In his heart, he knew that there was little hope of survival if the stalemate continued. On the battlefield, cards were being destroyed and devoured one after another, while the beasts were gathering more and more. Casualties were rising, and morale had already collapsed. If he did not flee, the next one to be torn apart might be himself. As Song Yu fled, the pressure on the remaining students increased dramatically. The original team of more than 30 people was now left with less than 10. Are we going to die? I don't know who it was, but at this moment, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, Chapter 48 The Art of Burning God in Desperate Circumstances. Pan Yu chipped in. We can't escape, put up a fight. In the ranks, Zhang Qingyu from the 16th middle school hissed with red eyes. At this moment, the mirror monsters had already completed their encirclement, and there was simply no way for them to escape, so they had no choice but to face the battle head-on. Burning God! As Zhang Qingyu roared, the power of the cards he was controlling increased steeply. The feathered serpent beast and the Xian bird turtle suddenly lit up with blazing white soul flames. Each lunge caused flames to erupt. Between the scorching waves, the mirror monster's shell was branded with hideous fire marks.
Are you crazy?
The students beside him looked at the scene before them in horror.
Burning the spirit interview, you'll die.
Burning spirit, this was the card master's last life sacrificing technique. At the cost of burning the spiritual inner landscape, overdrawing the future potential in exchange for a short-lived increase in strength. Within a short period of time, both the speed of spiritual power recovery and the various attributes of the card spirit would increase dramatically. Only, when the flame of the spirit is extinguished, the survival rate of the card master who casts this skill is less than 1 in 10,000. Even if they manage to survive in the end, they would only be able to be a fool with low intelligence in the future.
Either way, it's a death. What's the difference?
At this moment, Zhang Qingyu's brain would be as uncomfortable as pins and needles, but he was still holding on. Once he was unable to withstand it, the mental inner landscape would collapse prematurely, and the burning god would lose its effect instantly. He grinned the corners of his oozing mouth. The burning of the spiritual inner landscape intensified, and the pain was as intense as a million ants eating his brain. The roar of the card spirit on the field became more and more violent. The feathered serpent beast and the Xian bird turtle once again joined hands to combine their attacks. Their skills erupted, and in one blow, they actually forced back the incoming mirror monsters. This was a moment of splendor that was exchanged for a life.
However, the next instant,
a strange change occurred. A violent energy fluctuation erupted around the mirror monster, and the soul flame was abruptly extinguished. Amidst the roar of fury, an invisible force came crashing down. The feathered serpent beast and the Xian bird turtle were viciously shaken off and slammed into the ground. Zhang Qingyu's throat was sweet and blood gushed out. He could no longer endure the severe pain in his mind, and his spirit became somewhat depressed. The burning god effect collapsed on its own. The backlash of the god burning technique was far beyond imagination, and those who were not strong-willed would not be able to withstand that kind of pain.
Crack! A blinding current struck the feathered serpent beast, and the electricity exploded.
Zhang Qingyu's vision was blurred, but he still gritted his teeth and gathered the last vestige of his divine thoughts, raising his hand to recall the two cards. The feathered serpent beast and the Xian bird turtle transformed into streams of light, and reshaped themselves into cards.
However, this was just an exercise in futility.
When the mirror monster killed him, his cards would still be devoured.
Burning god is useless. These beasts are too terrifying.
Despair spread like a tidal wave in everyone's hearts. Some students gritted their teeth and followed Zhang Qingyu's example of performing the god burning technique, but just as the spiritual inner landscape lit up with fire, they couldn't support themselves and collapsed to the ground. There were a few more cards missing from the field, and under the siege of the mirror monster, the remaining cards were like candles in the wind, faltering.
The gap is too big. We're dead. The few remaining students were pale, their spirits nearly collapsed.
The situation had fallen into an irreversible point. The mirror monster's attack had completely shredded the defenses of the card spirits were either devoured or hastily retracted into the spiritual inner landscape.
Miserable screams rang out one after another. 1, 2.
Students were constantly being devoured by the mirror monster. The scene was miserable.
Boom! Just as the crowd couldn't help but lose their voices,
a piercing light suddenly tore open a gap and
instantly pierced through the heads of several mirror monsters.
Before those hideous figures had time to wail, they turned into bits of light debris and collapsed into the wind.
It's reinforcements.
The rescued students looked up and cried out in joy. They only saw several figures standing in the air, with more than a dozen cards suspended behind them, surrounded by card spirits and a tidal wave of pressure.
In the crowd,
an athletic figure let down from the back of the card spirit in a single bound. It was none other than the mentor of the second middle school's special training class, Panyu.
Numinous power suppression.
She coldly shouted and raised her hand to press it in vain.
In a blink of an eye,
a giant snake shadow emerged from behind her, hissing to the heavens. Invisible power enveloped her like a cage, and with her as the center, the mirror monsters within a radius of tens of meters stagnated, as if they were frozen in the air.
Impact!
Pan-Yu's words fell. Only a crunching sound of bang was heard.
Dozens of mirror monsters simultaneously collapsed, exploding into a sky of light, gradually dissipating.
We've been saved. Have really been saved.
Thank you. Thank you.
The rescued students staggered to their feet, their voices choked, tears mixed with dust sliding down. The ecstasy and grief of being rescued were intertwined, making them almost incoherent, and they could only repeat their trembling thanks over and over again. Panyu silently scanned the surrounding area. The pavement was strewn with the corpses of many of her classmates, blood soaking through the ground.
Behind her,
the older cardmaster closed his eyes and sighed, silent anger pressed into his heavy breathing.
Calm down, I'll get up first.
Panyu stepped forward, her voice steady but undeniable. Tell us everything you know, from beginning to end. Afterwards, the students barely managed to calm down their emotions, and intermittently recounted the entirety of what happened from the moment they entered the refuge to the encounter with the alien beasts. Only, regarding the matter in the refuge where Louis Fei threatened the crowd, kidnapped Chen Yuan, and killed Lu Yi, they coincidentally chose to remain silent.
After listening to the narrative,
Pan Yu looked at the older card master and whispered, "Sure enough.
Chen Yuan's intelligence is correct. There are people from the evil sect lurking in the organizing committee."
Chairman, signs of the alien beasts being wiped out were detected in the direction of Cine Street to the east and Changhua Road to the west, and the initial judgment is that it may be the work of students who escaped from the refuge.
A uniformed officer was fiddling with a precision instrument in his hand.
This was the latest energy detector developed by the Card Master Association. It could accurately capture the special energy fluctuations emanating from the bodies of the sub-dimensional monsters, locking onto their status and traces of their activities. Pan Yu approached to check it out, combining it with the description of the rescued students just now. Chen Yuan and the others were the first to rush out of the passageway. Projecting by time and distance, it was more likely that they were in the west.
Go quickly.
The president of the Jinghai City Card Master Association, Wang Liang, said to Pan Yu.
Understood.
Pan Yu nodded her head slightly, tiptoed lightly on her toes, and landed steadily on top of the giant snake's head. The giant snake hissed and carried her like black lightning as it sped westward.
Early this morning,
Pan Yu met her old classmate, Wu Xing, who was seriously injured when she was going out. She immediately took him to the hospital, and after a simple treatment, Wu Xing finally woke up. After a brief treatment, Wu Xing finally woke up and immediately informed her of Chen Yuan's information and the ambush on the way. Upon learning the news, Pan Yu immediately informed Zhou Sun. However, the rules and regulations of the bureau are strict, and she has to follow the procedure of applying for permission to operate. As time is running out, Pan Yu can't wait for the approval and sets off on her own. On the way, space cracks suddenly appeared, and foreign beasts appeared one after another, frantically intercepting her.
She breaks through and is ambushed by several evil followers. During the fierce battle, reinforcements finally arrived.
After repelling the evil organization's followers, Pan Yu learned from the leader of this reinforcement team, the president of the Jinghai City Card Master Association, Wang Liang. At this moment, Jinghai City was on full alert. Because the outbreak of the spatial rift came without warning, the whole city was caught off guard. The Card Masters Association and the Detective Bureau jointly reported the incident and urgently deployed defenses.
The Imperial Spirit Guards are currently on their way.
However, due to the impact of the spatial rift, all teleportation-type cards within a 100-mile radius have been disabled, greatly increasing the difficulty of the operation. Currently, all available battle forces within the city have been dispatched. Wang Liang, after learning that Pan Yu's destination for this trip was the same as his own, traveled with him all the way. The group had just arrived at the practical training base when they saw the bloody scene just now. The mirror monsters were scrambling to devour the students. With no time to think, Pan Yu blatantly struck out.
Chen Yuan, you mustn't have an accident.
Pan Yu continuously urged her spiritual power to make the card spirit accelerate, speeding like electricity, the wind hissing in her ears.
Chapter 49, Reinforcements Arrive in Unison, Spatial Rift Anomaly.
On the outskirts of Jinghai City,
the atmosphere inside the temporary command center was grave.
This time, the spatial rift appeared without any warning and came too suddenly, causing the entire Jinghai to instantly fall into panic.
The haze of the beast riot from 20 years ago had once again enveloped the city.
The senior management of Huaxiao was shaken, and a large number of card masters gathered urgently to stand by.
Within the temporary command room, battle reports came in one after another. Notification.
The beasts that appeared within a 3-kilometer radius of the middle access road have all been cleared.
Briefing.
Traces of the ancient god cult have been found in the Central China Science and Technology Plaza, and 2 squads have been ambushed. Have you received a call for help?
No. Continue. Briefing.
The beasts that appeared along the South Ring Road have all been cleared.
Inform.
The group of alien beasts in the Eastern Ring Road has suddenly disappeared and is suspected to have retreated back to the dimensional rift. Suddenly, a special piece of intelligence came in.
Report. Abnormal energy fluctuations have been detected, and there is a high energy reaction in the depths of the spatial rift.
All the high-level card masters suddenly looked up, their eyes sharp.
What is the situation? Du Tao's brows tightened as his eyes swept across the monitoring screen. Something's not right.
The monitor's voice suddenly tightened. Normal spatial cracks don't have such irregular energy fluctuations. I suspect it looks like someone deliberately constructed it.
Ridiculous. Du Tao violently slapped the metal desktop, which actually left a fine crack on it.
As the town guard of the Card Master Association's headquarters, he held the most core confidential information.
If there was really a spatial rift that could be manipulated by man, how could such a subversive technical means go unnoticed? Not to mention that if he controlled this kind of power, he might be able to completely close the dimensional channel and isolate those otherworldly creatures that ravaged the Blue Star forever.
This sudden thought caused his breath to lag. The spatial rift is suspected to be starting to close. The monitor suddenly shouted, the subterranean creatures have lost their energy support and are particularizing and dissipating. There was a sudden silence in the command room.
Someone asked in a low voice, does this mean that the Jinghai crisis has lifted? Du Tao gazed at the energy ripples that were gradually subsiding on the screen, and a huge wave had risen within him. The rift has not formed a stable channel. Without the appearance of a sub-dimensional space gate? He took a deep breath and abruptly turned around. Help me lock down the specific coordinates of the spatial rift. The others maintain their battle readiness, and the monitoring team will report data fluctuations every 30 seconds. Humph. I'm going over there to see for myself. Du Tao arranged everything and walked out of the camp like the legendary immortal cultivator, turning into a dark golden stream of light, tearing through the rain curtain and rushing towards the practical training base. The raindrops had vaporized 3 inches away from his circumference, dragging out a foggy trajectory. There are traces of a fight here. Pan Yu looked around, and everywhere he looked was in shambles. Broken tree trunks stretched across the scorched earth, in between which there was still lingering smoke. From the looks of it, the battle just ended not long ago. They should still be ahead. She lightly stroked over a broken scar on a tree trunk, her eyes flickering slightly. With a light leap, the figure lightly floated down to the head of the subterranean spirit snake. The giant snake's scales glowed with an ethereal blue luster, carrying her forward like a stray arrow. The wind lifted her sleeves, drawing a silver trajectory in the air. Wait! Chen Yuan suddenly raised his hand to signal. The crowd immediately stopped in their tracks as they traveled through the woods in the countryside. Dead leaves made a clicking sound under their feet. What's wrong, Chen Yuan? Wang Guangming looked around vigilantly and realized that there were no mirror monsters appearing, so he said suspiciously, there is a very strong energy rapidly approaching. Chen Yuan's gaze sunk slightly as he said vigilantly, is it reinforcements? Hu Kersen's eyes lit up as she subconsciously looked into the distance, her eyes full of anticipation. After all, a long time had passed since the appearance of the spatial rift, and it was reasonable to say that even if the reaction was slow, it should have taken action by now. Not sure. Chen Yuan slowly shook his head. When the crowd heard this, they calmed down and formed a defensive formation to guard the surroundings. Along the way, they had already eliminated 5 waves of mirror monsters. Luckily, they were all of ordinary level. But the continuous combat made everyone's nerves tense at all times. Coming! Chen Yuan let out a low shout, instantly summoning the Time King, and immediately followed by raising his hand without hesitation, the green-eyed white dragon also descended in a blue blow. That energy fluctuation was too strong, and not only did Chen Yuan notice something strange, Morong Qingxue, Wang Guangming and Hu Kersen also changed color at the same time. The 3 of them didn't hesitate, their cards were out in full force as they stood in wait. Between the shadows of the trees in the distance, faintly came the rustling sound of branches and leaves rubbing together. The rhythm was so fast that it didn't seem like natural wind movement. It's Ms. Pan Yu. Hu Kersen squinted her eyes and immediately erupted in surprise after seeing the visitor. Morong Qingxue's remaining light swept over Chen Yuan, and her taut shoulders loosened imperceptibly. The reinforcements had come. Between the fluttering of her sleeves, Pan Yu drifted to the ground and said with concern, how are you guys doing? Teacher. Hu Kersen sniffled and violently zipped into Pan Yu's arms, choking. The shadow of death hanging over her head at this moment finally dissipated, and the elation and trembling of surviving a robbery surged together. Teacher Pan, how is the situation now? Chen Yuan took half a step forward and opened his mouth to inquire. Seeing Chen Yuan so calm and collected, a trace of appreciation swept across Pan Yu's eyes. No wonder he was able to lead the 3 of Hu Kersen to kill the foreign beasts and break out to this point. Talent excellence was not the only thing that mattered, what was even more rare was this calm and decisive nature of mind. This performance alone had already surpassed the vast majority of people of the same age. The current situation is unknown, but I have received the message you asked Wu Xing to bring me. Pan Yu looked at Chen Yuan and said solemnly, about the organizing committee, is it true? Possibly certain? Chen Yuan nodded. Originally, it was just a guess, but in the underground refuge, we encountered members of the ancient god cult. He spoke in a calm and steady tone, and told the story of what happened, one by one. Including Song Yu's betrayal when faced with Lui Fei's threat, and those people's intention of trying to kill Lu Ye's for self-preservation. Teacher Pan, Lui Fei did threaten us, we were all present at the time. Wang Guangming immediately nodded in agreement and helped. Song Yu compelled other students to kidnap Chen Yuan and then kill Lu Yi, is this matter true? Pan Yu's eyes flinched as she looked towards Morong Qingxue and Hu Kersen. Her voice was soft, yet filled with a sense of oppression. If this matter was true, it would be a major offense of defecting in front of the battlefield and treason. There was absolutely no room for forgiveness. Yes, what Chen Yuan said is exactly right. Morong Qingxue looked solemn and nodded her head. Good. Let's leave here first. Pan Yu's tone was grave, translucent with a hint of coldness. She knew that Song Yu and Chen Yuan had some personal conflicts. But both of them were, after all, in the second middle school special training class, her own students, and had originally planned to look for him. But when she heard that Song Yu was actually behaving like this villain, she immediately did not intend to care. The crowd was about to leave.
Suddenly, a white shadow broke through the air and arrived at an astonishingly fast speed. The president of the Jinghai Card Master Association.
Wang Liang? Morong Qingshue's eyes condensed and she whispered the identity of the visitor. Chapter 50 Re-entering the practical training base.
The commanding officer was shocked.
You even made a second deck?
Panyu, Command Chief Du Tao ordered that all personnel who have come into contact with the spatial rift and alien beasts immediately return to the practical training base to gather.
Wang Liang didn't talk nonsense and bluntly explained his intention. The base has been cleared of all the alien beasts?
Panyu nodded her head to confirm and then inquired. Don't worry, the command chief is here.
Wang Liang turned his gaze to Chen Yuan on the side and spoke, Are you Chen Yuan?
Yes. Chen Yuan took a step forward, although he did not understand why the other party, with such a high status, would recognize him and why he specifically mentioned himself, but the doubts in his heart did not show.
Indeed a young talent.
Wang Liang first nodded his head approvingly and then turned his words around and said, Commander Du Tao asked to see you by name. It should be about the practical training base and Louis Fei.
Just answer truthfully. Understood. Chen Yuan looked calm.
He had a premonition about this, so he was not surprised. After Wang Liang left, Panyu brought Chen Yuan and the others back the same way and rushed to the practical training base. Chen Yuan, you asked Wu Xing to deliver a message to me.
How did you discover the abnormality of the practical training base?
On the way, Panyu deliberately avoided the other three and asked suspiciously. Chen Yuan motionlessly glanced at Morong Qingxue and was just about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Panyu.
Forget it, it's good that you're fine. Chen Yuan nodded and did not say anything more.
The less people knew about this matter, the better, and besides, he had to report to Du Tao later.
Telling Panyu in advance wouldn't do the two of them any favors.
The group stepped up their return journey. On the way, uniformed members of the Detective Bureau and Card Master Association could be seen everywhere. They were carefully scouting for traces of foreign beasts in case there were any that had slipped through the net. Once these beasts broke into the city, they would definitely wreak havoc and bring disaster to innocent civilians, with unimaginable consequences. Looking at the reinforcements constantly arriving, Hu Kersen's heart was slightly more at ease. Under Panyu's guidance, they quickly returned to the practical training base. At this time, the base was no longer as good as it was in the beginning. The ground was cracked, potholes were all over the place, and the mottled bloodstains were particularly blinding in the sunlight.
Sister Yu, it's here.
A staff member who was familiar with Panyu came forward and exchanged a few pleasantries before leading Panyu, Chen Yuan, and the others to the temporary lounge. The so-called lounge was actually the requisitioned assembly hall of the practical training base. The rescued students, teachers and other personnel were sitting inside in twos and threes, waiting for the follow-up arrangements. Chen Yuan swept his gaze and immediately locked onto Sonyu in the back row. Heh, the scourge will last for 1,000 years. He sneered in his heart. The line of sight moved and caught a few more familiar faces. Xinwen was among them, looking in good color. Chen Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, at least the blue material from his previous bet wouldn't go down the drain. However, he looked around and frowned slightly. Where was Lu Yi? Had he not returned yet, or had he gone to the infirmary with an injury?
Chen Yuan didn't think anymore and took a step toward Xinwen.
The bet had to be honored in a hurry.
After this accident, he was more convinced of one truth. Everything can't be delayed. In case something really happened to Xinwen today, who would he ask for his blue material? The abnormality of the practical training base was first discovered by a senior named Chen Yuan?
In the conference room, Du Tao's gaze was like a torch as he stared at Wang Liang, the president of the Jinghai City Card Master Association, and Li Yuxing, the director of the Detective Bureau that was in charge of this area, with skepticism in his tone. And this, in turn, was the main reason why he wanted to find Chen Yuan alone for questioning. But even a senior student could notice the difference. Why was no one in the entire association and the Detective Bureau alerted to it? It was indeed Chen Yuan who discovered it. He is the top of this year's Starfire training and has broken the previous records.
Wang Liang stood up and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Du Tao let out a cold smile. Top of the list? Breaking records?
No matter how outstanding his abilities are, in the end, he's just a senior high school student. And he was just one person. A problem that even a student can discover, yet so many of you high-ranked cardmasters had no warning. His voice steepened, and his fingers knocked heavily on the desktop. How do you all usually do your work? Wang Liang was just about to open his mouth to explain, but Du Tao once again interrupted with a cold voice.
Are all of you dry? Even the ancient god cult mole can be entrusted with a heavy responsibility. This is the Ministry of Education. Li Yuxing tried to defend. Don't say useless things. Du Tao cut off sternly. Where are Lu Yi and Louis Fei?
There's also Xiang Qihua. According to the testimonies of the other students in the refuge, this person is highly suspected and must be apprehended and brought back for interrogation. Speaking here, he let out a cold snort as the air pressure around him plummeted.
Scumbags of the ancient god cult. Had better pray that you don't let me find your hiding place. Wang Liang and Li Yuxing were so admonished that they didn't dare to squeak. Commander, Chen Yuan is already waiting in the lounge, should we invite him over now? At this moment,
Knocking sounds came from outside the door and the men reported.
Bring him over.
Du Tao said in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping over the two men in front of him, his tone slightly slowing down.
You guys also stay and listen together.
Right now is not the time to pursue the responsibility, the priority is to clarify the clues, and dissolve the doubts and troubles in front of him one by one.
I, Chen Yuan, have always been true to my word, and I naturally won't renege on the blue material I promised to give you, but not now.
Xinwen sidestepped his face, avoiding Chen Yuan's line of sight, and his voice carried a bit of impatience. He originally thought that Chen Yuan had come to offer his condolences, but he didn't expect the other party to ask for a wager as soon as he sat down. There was no excuse for this request. But the point was, where did he have any blue material in his hands right now? Originally, he had planned to wait until the rewards were handed out after the tournament to make up the bet to Chen Yuan, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. The escape was so dangerous that he almost lost his life here, so how could he care about the blue material? But Chen Yuan was still holding on to that piece of crap material. Of course I know that Xin Xiao is not a man of his word. Before Chen Yuan finished speaking, a member of the detective bureau suddenly approached. Chen Yuan, come out for a moment.
Chen Yuan's hand on Shen Wen's shoulder gently patted. We'll talk later when I come back. He patted Shen Wen's shoulder before leaving his seat. Led by that detective bureau junior brother, he went directly to the conference room. Chen Yuan, when did you start suspecting Xiang Qihua? Du Tao didn't talk nonsense, opening the door and getting straight to the point.
Chen Yuan made a reminiscent look and said slowly, a week ago.
At that time, I had just completed the second deck. The second deck? Du Tao frowned, somewhat not understanding. Wang Liang and Li Yuxing similarly revealed puzzled looks. In Starfire's training program, there was no requirement or precedent for making 2 decks. Chen Yuan immediately understood when he saw this.
It seemed that the news of his second deck's successful creation had not come to light. However, things had already come to a head, and he had already been targeted by the ancient god cult, so to gain support from the official channels, being open and honest was the best policy.
That's right.
He frankly said, in addition to the tournament's stipulated dragon theme, the green-eyed white dragon, I also made an additional blue quality battle card, Sacred Shield.
What? Chapter 51 Facing the Former Idol, Gaining Trust. Jun Lingwei. Abnormal energy fluctuations.
Chen Yuan's words caused the 3 senior officers present to faintly stare, their faces unable to hide their shock. They were all senior cardmasters, having traveled step by step from trainee to today.
Naturally, they understood how difficult card making was.
Especially for beginners, just getting started was already difficult. However, Chen Yuan, a senior student, had completed 2 decks one after the other in just 40 days.
This was not something that just anyone could do.
This battle card is currently on cooldown and cannot be summoned for the time being because it helped me block the attack of Louis Fei's card spirit. Chen Yuan did not show any shocked expression, his face was calm and his tone was light as he added. I see, let's go back to the topic just now, tell us when you became suspicious of Xiang Qihua? Du Tao nodded slightly, his complexion slightly cleared up, and his attitude towards Chen Yuan quietly underwent some changes.
His tone and accent eased a few points.
A week ago, I had just finished making my second battle deck. In order to familiarize myself with the effects of the cards, I went to the base dueling arena to practice. Chen Yuan pondered briefly before continuing, however, after practicing, I was about to leave when I met Xiang Qihua. At first, it was just an ordinary encounter, and I didn't suspect anything until he opened his mouth to ask me about the specific effects of my cards.
Suspicious just because of this and other such matters? Du Tao's brows furrowed, obviously this reason could not convince him. Although this action is indeed rude, you are after all a junior. As a senior and one of the judges of the competition, it shouldn't be too much to ask one more question, right? It's nice like that.
Chen Yuan first nodded his head in agreement with Du Tao and pondered for a moment before slowly saying, however, his eyes are indeed not right.
Eyes? Du Tao raised his eyebrows. That's right, the eyes are the windows to the soul. Sometimes people don't need to speak to each other, a single look can convey enough information.
Chen Yuan frankly looked straight at Du Tao's gaze. Just like when I came in just now, you looked at me with scrutiny and temptation in your eyes. But when I heard that I had completed a 3-star blue card and a blue quality battle card in only 40 days, the wariness and skepticism in your gaze faded a bit, and a few more points of appreciation were added.
As Chen Yuan spoke, Li Yuxing and Wang Liang anxiously made eyes at him, but it was as if Chen Yuan hadn't realized it, and still finished his last sentence.
There was nothing wrong with the words themselves, only that they could not withstand pondering.
In case it was pursued, wasn't this a sarcastic remark about Du Tao treating people differently when he saw them? Ha ha ha.
But unexpectedly, Du Tao suddenly laughed out loud and clapped his hands. Good boy.
Have the guts. Dare to say. I like your character like this. Little boy, I'm not going to take you down hard yet? Chen Yuan would smile and secretly laughed.
Du Tao, he was a well-known star figure in the cardmaster world, the idol in the hearts of countless cardmasters. In the low-cost housing of his predecessor, there were posters of Du Tao plastered everywhere. Even in the case of not being able to get enough to eat, he spent money to buy a pirated copy of autobiography of Du Tao's cardmaster career.
Read it over and over again.
Chen Yuan wanted to not understand Du Tao's character preferences are difficult.
This time, by chance.
This time, by chance, is also considered to fulfill the predecessor's long-cherished wish to meet with his idol.
However, when it comes to Du Tao, this person is really extraordinary, with 2 brushes.
It is said that he has many homemade historical cards in his hands, such as the well-known Shuhan Three Masters, Wanyu, Zhengfei, Zhuge. Each card contains amazing power and has saved the day many times during the invasion of sub-dimensional monsters. He has saved the day during many invasions of sub-dimensional monsters. Several dangerous sub-dimensional spaces in China have been calmed by his actions. What's even more remarkable is that he has a very special identity as well. One of the commanders of the Imperial Spirit Guards. Unlike the regular systems of the Detective Bureau and the Card Master Association, the Imperial Spirit Guards specialized in dealing with the most difficult and dangerous events in China. They were extremely few in number and practiced single-armed combat, and every single Imperial Spirit Guard warrior was a top-notch powerhouse, possessing a combat power far beyond that of their peers, and could be called the elite of the elite.
Besides the eyes, is there more?
Although Chen Yuan's words won Du Tao's appreciation.
However, relying solely on the words of feeling was not enough to convince him completely.
Of course, there's more than that.
The next night I came out to wander around and happened to see Xiang Qihua.
It was already early in the morning, and I heard that Xiang Qihua has the habit of taking care of his health, and he must go to bed at 10 o'clock every day. When I was wondering, I saw him sneaking up the stairs. This abnormal behavior caused me to be alerted. Chen Yuan said with a bashful smile.
And then? Du Tao, as well as Wang Liang and Li Yuxing couldn't help but look grave.
To confirm the situation, I purposely went and knocked on his dormitory door, which was indeed empty. So I went around to the roof of the opposite building and saw with my own eyes that he was discussing something with another person. That person even deliberately avoided the stairs when he left. His behavior was very suspicious.
Combined with Xiang Qihua's previous abnormality, that's when I began to suspect that something was wrong with him.
Chen Yuan spoke in a serious manner, but in reality, it was all made up on the fly. But since Xiang Qihua's defection was already a fact, it didn't matter if he was splashed with some more dirty water. Later, I encountered Lve Fei in the underground shelter, and from his mouth, he also confirmed my guess that Xiang Qihua is the biggest mole lurking in the organizing committee.
Du Tao gently nodded his head, considered accepting Chen Yuan's explanation. His gaze condensed slightly. And how did you predict that the spatial rift would appear after the match? Chen Yuan was silent for a moment and eventually shook his head. I didn't know.
He weighed his words and decided not to push Morong Qingshuez out for the time being. At that time, I was just worried that Xiang Qihua would be unfavorable to me, and I was afraid that the weight wouldn't be enough, so when I reported to teacher Wu Xing,
I deliberately exaggerated a bit.
Speaking here, a bitter smile spread across the corners of his mouth, but who would have thought that a casually made-up excuse would come true?
After listening to Chen Yuan's words, Du Tao had a feeling of absurdity to the extreme. A spatial rift happened to appear on a casual remark?
This kind of talk would be absurd to anyone who heard it.
You think I would believe it?
Du Tao narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying scrutiny.
Chen Yuan met his gaze with a calm expression. I'm just stating what I know.
The more you were suspected, the less you could panic, otherwise you would show your cowardice and then your heart would be weak. Sure enough, 3 seconds later, Du Tao suddenly smiled and waved casually. You're right, checking evidence is our job. He fished out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and inhaled deeply, the smoke slowly dispersing in the air.
He vaguely guessed the ancient god cult's intentions in capturing Chen Yuan.
For one, the god-making program that the ancient god sect was secretly promoting was in dire need of a card-making wizard like Chen Yuan. Secondly, Xiang Qihua was an old fox who had been dormant for many years, so he was afraid that he had already noticed Chen Yuan's alertness and decided to preempt him.
There's nothing more for you here, you can go back. Can I go back? Chen Yuan asked.
Aha! I said yes, go home. Even if the practical training base had Du Tao sitting on it, Chen Yuan did not want to stay much longer.
A gentleman would not stand under a dangerous wall.
A spatial rift had only just appeared here. Who knew if there were any other unknown dangers?
Commander! Abnormal energy fluctuations have been detected 3 kilometers to the south.
Du Tao was about to speak when a sharp alarm came from the communicator on his desk.
Chapter 52, Why Get Stronger? Final form, High-Speed Night. Chen Yuan's heart tightened and he secretly screamed that it was not good. What a fear of what would come. Report. The second detachment has arrived at the energy anomaly area and is in the midst of a fierce battle with the Fey Beast. Wang Liang and Li Yuxing's taut nerves relaxed slightly as they heard this.
As long as the interception was successful, nothing would happen to Jinghai City.
Commander, the second detachment requests for support.
There are a large number of alien beasts, all of them are elite level, and their battle strength is assessed to be up to the 4-star blue card standard.
What? Wan Liang and Li Yuxing's eyes widened violently, showing unbelief. 4-star blue card.
When this kind of foreign beast appeared in a number of more than 10, its strength would be comparable to that of a senior cardmaster. If there were 20 or 30 heads, they wouldn't even dare to think about what horrifying consequences would happen.
Tell them to hold on, I'm going to support them. Du Tao finished speaking and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped at the doorway and turned his head to look at Chen Yuan.
You just said that you're going back?
Right. Chen Yuan nodded. We happen to be on the way, I'll give you a ride.
Before Chen Yuan could react, Du Tao clasped his shoulder. The two instantly rose up into the air, turning into a stream of light that cut through the sky, rushing towards the battlefield at an extremely fast speed.
Hobo ho ho ho.
Chen Yuan felt the howling winds in his ears, but his body was steadily suspended in the air as the clouds continued to float by, his heart shaken. Was this the strength of a top-tier card master? Without the need to use any cards or carriers, he was able to travel through the air as if he were walking on the ground.
Chen Yuan, do you have any dreams?
Or goals? Du Tao suddenly spoke, his voice still clear in the wind. To get into the Star Dome Card School.
Chen Yuan was slightly stunned, then answered.
This was originally the original owner's long-cherished wish.
But today's Chen Yuan had long understood that in this world, weakness was the original sin.
If he wanted to truly gain a foothold, the Star Vault Card School, the nation's #1 Cardmaster Academy, was the cultivation ladder that he had to step onto. Therefore, the Star Dome Card School was now also his goal.
And after that? Du Tao didn't seem to be surprised and continued to pursue. Getting stronger.
Chen Yuan's gaze was serene. Step by step, go to the highest place within your power.
Why are you obsessed with getting stronger? Du Tao asked.
For the sake of. Chen Yuan was silent for a moment, and the words stopped at the edge of his mouth. The original body harbored the dream of being a hero and serving the country, fervent and pure. But at this moment, he didn't seem to have fully inherited it. After deep thought, he calmly returned, in order to be able to freely choose my own path, rather than being pushed by fate.
Ha ha ha.
Du Tao laughed indulgently at his words, and his laughter was filled with undisguised appreciation.
However, right at this moment. Boom. Roar.
Beast roars suddenly came from the distance, accompanied by various colors of skill rays exploding in the sky. Chen Yuan raised his eyes and looked, only to see hundreds of fey beasts hovering low in the sky, frantically besieging the cardmasters on the ground. His heart tightened and his face clouded over.
Du Tao had actually brought him directly to the front line of the battlefield.
He had heard the conversation and the communication just now.
The foreign beasts here.
Their battle power was at least at the level of a 4-star blue card.
Bringing him here, isn't this sending him to his death? Whoosh. A black shadow suddenly broke through the air and attacked. Be careful. Chen Yuan shouted sharply.
However, Du Tao was as if he hadn't heard it and just raised his hand lightly.
Bang!
It was as if there was an invisible giant palm in the air, instantly clamping the pouncing beast in a death grip. In the next second, as Du Tao's 5 fingers closed. Thud! The attacking beast was actually hardened and torn into 2 halves, collapsing on the spot. Chen Yuan stood frozen on the spot, incredulously looking at the scene in front of him. He wasn't mistaken, the foreign beast that had been killed just now was a strange person from the mirror world, a high-speed knight.
The high-speed rider was a giant dragonfly-type mirror monster with a huge blue-purple body.
As the ultimate evolved form of the Thunderlight Cavalry, it could fly at speeds up to 900 km per hour. Its sharp claws and teeth could easily tear through 30-centimeter thick steel, and the missiles on its back were enough to launch a devastating bombardment. What's even more terrifying is that this kind of monster that evolved from the knife-faced ghosts tends to appear in groups in unfathomable numbers. However, it was such a terrifying existence that was destroyed by Du Tao with his bare hands. Chen Yuan was shocked in his heart and even began to doubt. This is still the power of a card master? Du Tao seemed to notice his shock and smiled faintly.
When you are strong enough, you can do it too.
Chen Yuan suddenly realized that. It must be because Du Tao's physical body had long since broken through the human limit under the dual refinement of card gain and mental power level. He had already reached the point where even without the power of any cards, his physical body alone was enough to fight against the Fey Beasts head-on.
Defend the defense line.
Behind us are millions of people in Jinghai City.
Once we lose the defense, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hold on. The commander will be here soon.
He'll be able to take care of these tough guys.
The hissing roars of the cardmasters echoed over the battlefield.
Most of them were only intermediate-level cardmasters, with the highest cards in their hands being no more than 4-star purple cards. Facing the tidal wave of high-speed knights, their defense was already stretched. The light of various colors of cards intertwined into a net in the air. The cardmasters of the Detective Bureau clenched their teeth, releasing their mental energy like it was no money, and the skills of the card spirits were released one after another. Before the halo of the auxiliary cards dissipated, the killing moves of the combat cards had already followed. It was true that the mandatory skills could briefly suppress those speeding shadows, but there were just too many high-speed riders.
But the number of high-speed riders was simply too many.
The one swooping low, the one circling high, a black mass of at least 200 heads.
And on the ground,
the number of the card division team was still less than 100.
Buzzing.
The high-speed knights abruptly bloomed with a blinding light, and the energy fluctuations spread out like a wave with it, with an appalling power.
Oh no, they're going to launch a new round of general attack.
A single high-speed knight's attack wasn't considered terrifying, but if it was a cluster charge, the overwhelming energy impact and intensive attack would be almost difficult to resist. In the first round of defense, they had damaged 6 summoning cards before they could barely carry it off. After the first round, everyone had a feeling of exhaustion. Morale was also severely damaged.
The card masters whose cards were destroyed were immediately affected by the backlash.
Both the spirit and the physical body were on the verge of collapse.
How much longer could it be supported? No one knew. Quick! Defense! Wind barrier! Guardian boundary! Shield of light! Barrier of steel!
Countless defensive battle cards were sacrificed one after another, layering up and transforming into a huge barrier that stretched across the center of the battlefield.
Boom, boom, boom.
The missile blasts of the high-speed knights were like a raging storm, and the torrent of energy continuously impacted the barrier.
Deafening bursts exploded continuously in the air.
Like the sound of a mirror shattering, spiderweb-like cracks surfaced on the surface of the barrier and spread at an alarming speed.
Bang!
Finally, the barrier crumbled under the furious impact. Several card masters fainted on the spot as they couldn't withstand the force of the backlash. The aftermath of the raging energy swept across the battlefield, sending the nearby card masters flying.
The situation had reached a critical moment. Chapter 53, Mythical Version of the Three Heroes of Shuhan. In the midst of laughter, the mast was destroyed.
If this continued, I'm afraid that they would all be wiped out before they could wait for Du Tao's support.
Can't hold out much longer.
One more round of attack and we'll die for sure. A team member said with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his face ashen.
Fight! Even if we give up our lives here, we must stop them. We must not let them fly towards the city. The crowd gritted their teeth, determination in their eyes.
If they were really in a desperate situation, they could only burn their spiritual internal scenery and fight to the death with the mindset of dying together.
At this moment,
Chen Yuan truly felt how fragile the life of a low-level card master was. He stood on the back of the flying dragon, overlooking the battlefield. As for Du Tao, after leaving a flying dragon card spirit to protect him, he rushed towards the battlefield like lightning. At the center of the battlefield, space suddenly rippled, and the high-speed incoming missiles were like hitting cotton before being swallowed into nothingness.
It's the commander.
Seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd were relieved, and their tense nerves were finally able to catch their breath.
Everyone knew that Command Chief Du Tao had come.
Their mission was accomplished.
Retreat!
Du Tao stood in the air, his figure drawing a dividing line in the center of the battlefield.
His arms spread out and an invisible barrier quickly unfolded, buying the crowd a moment to retreat. The crowd did not hesitate for a second and helped the injured to retreat quickly.
Seeing the evacuation of his own party, Du Tao had no more scruples. When he raised his hand, a red aura appeared.
Immediately after that, 2 orange lights broke through the air. 3 humanoid card spirits appeared in response to the call.
The person in the lead was clad in a basalt-colored Taoist robe embroidered with silver star patterns, wearing a cloud-patterned Taoist crown and holding a crane feather fan. His eyes were like an abyss, as if he had penetrated into the heavens. The left side of the person's face like black charcoal, gnarled beard, bare shoulders and stand, sinewy coiled like a dragon, the hands of the spear cold light, not angry and sense the power. The right side of a person's face is red, phoenix eyes sharp and majestic, long beard with the wind and move, palm on the green dragon crescent moon knife cold mango spit, fierce air, not war, and intimidating people's heart. They appeared as small as ants in front of the high-speed knight's huge body, but exuded an awe-inspiring aura that could not be underestimated.
Seeing the 3 decks in the distance,
Chen Yuan was greatly shocked in his heart.
Could it be the legendary 3 Masters of Shuhan? Oh my god.
It's red and orange cards. That's the 7-star red card, mythical wizard Zhuge Liang. The legendary 6-star orange card Guan Yu and 6-star orange card Zhang Fei. It's rumored that they're also one step away from the 7-star red card.
Lifetime.
The card masters watching the battle from afar were all shocked and lost their voices, their eyes filled with fervor. Cards of this quality were the only ones they had ever seen in their lives. The path of card advancement was as difficult as climbing up to heaven. If one wanted to find another way to directly create high-quality cards, not only did they need rare materials, but they also had to take huge risks. When crafting cards of purple quality and above, once an accident occurs, it will trigger an explosion of the spiritual inner landscape, with a mortality rate as high as 80%. It was precisely for this reason that high-ranked card masters were so rare, and every single one of them was in existence standing at the top of the pyramid.
And at this moment, Du Tao was casually striking with 3 top-tier cards. How could such strength not be awe-inspiring? Gale. Fire plan. Du Tao gave the order, and his low and thick voice suddenly rang out. Everything is ready, only the karmic fire is needed. Wind up. Zhuge Liang waved his feathered fan, and all of a sudden, the wind and clouds changed colors, and the wind howled furiously. The air currents between heaven and earth churned, and the flight trajectory of the high-speed rider was instantly disorganized, swaying out of control like a falling leaf. The yellow dragon soars to the sky. The fire destroys the world. The fire in the sky is blazing, burning up your body. As the words fell, in the gale, a monstrous flame rose up. The fire borrows the wind's power, the wind helps the fire's power. The blazing fire swept across the battlefield like an angry dragon, devouring countless high-speed knights and turning them into light masses that dissipated and disappeared. Tiger tsunami! Du Tao gave a cold shout. Zhang Fei's eyes widened angrily, and his Jabba snake spear shook as he roared up to the sky. When this sound shakes, the bridge breaks and the water stops. With several kills in a row, your life is in danger. Terrifying sound waves exploded like thunder, shaking the 4 fields. The high-speed knights who were stalled in the air stiffened and fell down one after another. Even the distant cardmasters couldn't help but cover their ears, their faces showing pain. Martial God. Du Tao drank again. The golden light around Guan Yu's body skyrocketed, a dragon's roar pierced his ears, and his aura was like a rainbow. The martial sage comes again, shaking China with might. The divine dragon descends to the world, and his chi reaches the ends of the earth. Only to see him rise up in the air, the golden dragon wrapped around his body, the sharpness of his blade. The world was a solemn and murderous place. In an instant, the piercing golden light cut through the sky like a sword. People unconsciously closed their eyes. When they reopened their eyes, heaven and earth had already changed. The raging winds had stopped, and the cloudy rain had dissipated. The dark clouds receded as quickly, the long-lost sunlight poured down, and a 7-colored rainbow even hung in the sky. More than 200 foreign beasts actually flew away in an instant. At this moment, everyone witnessed with their own eyes what it meant to be a top cardmaster. Just 3 cards, slightly out of hand, will make heaven and earth change color. Talking and laughing has made hundreds of foreign beasts into nothing. Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Zhuge Liang, worthy of being the legendary figures of history. They are truly amazing. Chen Yuan had a look of envy in his eyes. The top cardmaster was too strong. When would he be able to reach his level? When would he be able to own a red quality high star card? He suddenly remembered his 2 cards, the Time King and the green-eyed white dragon. After going back this time, in addition to perfecting the Dija Ultraman as soon as possible, he also had to find a way to raise the star level and quality of the cards. Handsome? Du Tao had come beside Chen Yuan at some point and asked with a smile. He had just finished beheading the alien beasts, and there was still a bit of unbroken sharpness between his eyebrows. Handsome. Chen Yuan immediately nodded his head. Your starting point is higher than mine. Work hard and your future achievements will definitely be above mine. Du Tao patted his shoulder, not hiding the appreciation in his eyes. Bringing Chen Yuan here was meant to motivate him, and now looking at his reaction, the purpose had already been achieved. I will work hard. Chen Yuan's tone was calm and steady, not arrogant or impatient. Chen Yuan, you've already registered for the National New Young Cardmaster competition in 3 months, right? With a wave of his hand, Du Tao retrieved the giant dragon hovering under Chen Yuan's feet and sent him steadily back to the ground. I've gotten good grades in this Starfire training, so I'm directly guaranteed a place in the provincial competition. With your strength, the provincial competition is naturally nothing. The real challenge is the national competition. What's so special about the national tournament? Chen Yuan's tone was calm, but he vaguely detected a hint of difference. He tried smoothly, trying to dig out some clues from Du Tao's words. The tournament system is still the same, card making plus actual combat, but the reward for first place has changed a bit. Du Tao pondered for a moment and said slowly. Reward? Chen Yuan pretended to be curious and asked after him. Besides the regular materials, bonuses, and a deck of your choice, there are others? Of course. Du Tao narrowed his eyes slightly. This session's rewards are not only generous, they are also linked to the Imperial Spirit Guard's single soldier program. Halfway through his words, he suddenly paused and lost his smile. You kid, lassoing my words, right? Which is? Chen Yuan's face did not change color. Du Tao waved his hand and scolded with a smile. Okay, less with me to play slick, here no longer your business, go back. Chapter 54 Crisis lifted, but potential threat. Seeing that he couldn't ask for any useful information, Chen Yuan didn't dwell on it and simply turned around and left. Although the Starfire training had consumed the entire summer vacation, the harvest was equally bountiful. He silently counted the harvest this time in his mind. In addition to the 3 cards, Green-Eyed White Dragon, Sacred Shield, and Dija Ultraman, the first place in the competition was additionally rewarded with an auxiliary card. In addition, there was 1 purple material, 2 blue materials, and 1 blue material that Xinwen owed him, totaling 3 blue materials. 3 blue and 1 purple, enough for him to create another new card. It was a pity that when the award ceremony was supposed to take place, it was stirred up by the spatial rift. Now that everyone was busy dealing with the mess of the space rift and the ancient god cult, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to think about this for a while. Thinking of this, a regretful expression appeared on Chen Yuan's face as he helplessly shook his head. Alas! After all, who would have thought that the president of the organizing committee would be an undercover agent planted by the ancient god sect? Speaking of the ancient god sect, Chen Yuan suddenly remembered something. At that time, when he abolished Lu Yifei's spiritual interview, he had collected all of his cards. These cards still had Lu Yifei's spiritual imprints on them, so naturally, they could not be directly driven. However, it was possible to try to reverse the dismantling and restore the cards to the original material. However, this technique required a great deal of skill, and the slightest mishap would destroy the entire card. Because of this, most card masters preferred to resell their cards on the black market at a low price rather than take the risk of dismantling them. Chen Yuan was more than willing to think about it on his own, in case he had a chance to obtain a card in the future. In case there was a chance to obtain a card in the future, he couldn't just sell it to the black market at a loss every time, could he? As Chen Yuan pondered, his footsteps did not stop and he finally passed through the edge of the city. At this moment, it was already considered safe for the time being, so he took out his cell phone and called for a carrier and headed straight back. In the afternoon, Chen Yuan returned to his home. Seeing that his parents were well, everything was as usual. Chen Yuan's hanging heart finally fell. A home-cooked meal, a few thoughtful words, unknowingly is already the beginning of the lights. Because tomorrow also have to go back to school to report, Chen Yuan cannot stay overnight. He hurriedly said goodbye, stepped into the night and rushed back to the broken and small low-cost housing. Now that he has money in his hand, he should really change to a better place to live. Although the low-cost housing was cheap, it was cluttered with people, and there were often some strange noises in the night. Not conducive to his card-making research. Practical training base. Under the command of Du Tao, the threat of the Fey riot and the ancient god cult was finally suppressed temporarily. After a comprehensive analysis by a team of experts, it was highly likely that the opening of this spatial rift was artificially manipulated. This meant that the ancient god cult or other evil forces might have mastered some sort of technology to forcibly rip through space. After further research, it was shown that this technique was extremely unstable and had an extremely low success rate, thus it had yet to be utilized on a large scale. Towards the end of the meeting, Du Tao's brows furrowed as he knocked on the desktop. Where are Lu Yi and Lu Yifei? Still not found? A middle-aged man got up and reported in a deep voice, "We have blocked off all the city's major transportation routes and confirmed based on the last surveillance footage that the ancient god cult did have someone to receive them. According to the traces of the fight at the scene, Lu Yi was most likely arrested with injuries. In addition, the receiving congregation procured a large amount of food and water, and the preliminary judgment is that the other party has infiltrated into the city to hide." Sneaked into the city? Du Tao's eyes flared up, very dissatisfied. People have sneaked into the downtown area, and you guys are actually unaware of it? What are you doing? Although Jinghai is a third-tier city, if the target is mixed into a densely populated urban area, the search difficulty will increase exponentially. Even if the location is locked, it will be a huge challenge to make an arrest in the middle of the crowd. If these people below work a little more carefully, which need to be so troublesome now. Search for me. Even if you turn Jinghai upside down, you have to find the person. Du Tao didn't bother to listen to his defense and ordered immediately. He took a deep breath, calmed down and then said in a deep voice, "The other party can capture Lu Yi alive, their strength is by no means idle. If they are intent on hiding their tracks, they may not be easy to find. First search in the city with all your might. If there are still no clues within 3 days, I'm afraid it will be difficult to catch again." Du Tao couldn't stay in Jinghai for a long time, he still had other official duties. What's more, if there is nothing in 3 days, if he wants to arrest again, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Good, I will definitely notify you as soon as I have any news. Detective Bureau Director Li Yuxing immediately responded, his tone respectful and solemn. Having said that, it would ultimately be a bit of a pity if he really couldn't find anyone. If this matter could be resolved smoothly, even if it was just to provide key clues, it would be considered a not-so-small feat for him. But credit and risk always go hand in hand. The suspect fled into the urban area, obviously trying to use the general public as a cover, and that was the trickiest part. Having been in the bureau for many years, Li Yuxing understands one thing: it is better to have no merit than to have one. Catching someone is certainly a merit, but if due to accidents during the operation, injuring or killing innocent people, I'm afraid that little merit, not even enough to offset the crime. Therefore, this matter must be handled with great care. The most prudent strategy right now is to secretly probe and closely monitor the situation, and once any trace of the target is found, immediately report it to Du Tao. Chen Yuan's side must be focused on, the ancient god sect has him as their target this time. Without getting their hands on him, they might not be willing to rest. As Du Tao walked out of the conference room, his footsteps lurched as he added, starting today, put him on the Tier 1 surveillance list. The empty playground stretched out in the night, and Du Tao looked up at the star-filled sky and thought, 3 days, this was the limit. The other party might have stocked up on food and water, but that was probably just a blindfold to confuse them. With the current search efforts of the Detective Bureau, if he really wanted to escape, he would be able to escape the boundaries of Jinghai in less than a day. Inside the city. A certain neighborhood, 6th floor. Inside the cramped low-cost room, the air was murky. Crowded with 5 silhouettes. 3 were bound tightly with twine, like animals to be slaughtered. 2 men and 1 woman, unable to move. 1 person on the floor curled up, blood seeping out of the wound, staining the dirty floor. The other man and woman, naked, mouth stuffed with torn stockings, can only emit a vague whimper, eyes full of fear. Beside the bed, a man sat frozen, his eyes empty. This man was none other than Louis Fei, who had woken up here after being saved by his accomplices. Then to his horror, he realized that he could no longer feel the spiritual inner landscape and was reduced to an invalid. At once, his heart was like ashes. After an unknown amount of time, he raised his head violently, his face twisted, and hissed as he squeezed out from between his teeth. "I will kill Chen Yuan that little." The black-robed man standing by the window laughed coldly, his voice grim. "Your own waste, who can you blame?" "I." Louis Fei's face turned blue as he gritted his teeth. Who would have thought that he would be so vigilant that he wouldn't hesitate to waste his mental energy and keep the cards hidden on his body? "Don't give yourself excuses." The accomplice snorted lightly, his eyes filled with sneers. "Chen Yuan is right next door. If you're really capable, go over and kill him now." Chapter 55, Their Respective Calculations. Surprised by the killing intent. Half an hour ago, Cui Ping kidnapped the tenant of this house. Now, several people were hiding next door to Chen Yuan's rented room. Louis Fei subconsciously looked in the direction of the next room, a touch of gloom surfacing on his face. The veins at the corners of his forehead were vaguely throbbing as he clenched his fists tightly in death. Clearly he was on the verge of violent anger. All it took was a straw to ignite him. His mind was filled with Chen Yuan, itching to rush over and kill him immediately. But reality was cold and cruel. Now, not only had he lost all his mental power, even his cards had been taken away by Chen Yuan. Years of hard work had come to naught. Unwilling? Cui Peng looked on with cold eyes and snorted, "Don't be in a hurry to find death. If you beg me, maybe I can help you get your cards back. When you return to the organization, there might be a chance to restore your identity as a cardmaster." Louis Fei snapped his head up, a glimmer of hope igniting in the bottom of his eyes. "You mean, you can still recover? In this world, as long as the value is enough, even immortality can be achieved. It's just a matter of restoring the spiritual inner landscape." Cui Peng slowly hooked up the corner of his mouth and teased. Once upon a time, Louis Fei had not failed to ridicule and suppress him on the grounds of his wild origin. Now, the person who has nothing has become Louis Fei himself. He will take over Louis Fei's unfinished task and win the organization's favor. Trampling Louis Fei completely into the mud and watching him rot. "I beg you." Louis Fei clenched his fists and lowered his head, gritting his teeth. "Ha ha ha." Cui Peng let out a loud, unbridled laugh. The sound in this room had long been isolated by his cards, and even if he smashed through the wall, Chen Yuan next door could not hear half of the commotion. "When are you going to do it?" Louis Fei forced down his anger and hated in his heart. It was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. If he could turn over one day, today's insult would be returned 100-fold. "What's the hurry?" Cui Peng smiled contemptuously, then as if remembering something, he slowly said, "Plan and then move, understand? Chen Yuan just came back, wouldn't it be the least risky to wait for him to let his guard down and rest or meditate before striking?" He let out a cold laugh, contemptuously sweeping over Louis Fei's stifled face. "Heh, I hope it's as you wish." Louis Fei snorted, but didn't bother to retort. Even if he said it himself, it was meaningless because right now, he, even to live, had to wish for Cui Peng. "Don't worry, I'm not as stupid as you. So the one standing here now is me, and you. TSK. Cui Peng sneered in a conspiratorial manner. He deliberately dragged out his tone, his eyes teasing. Although Louis Fei was furious, he stopped making a fool of himself. Cui Peng smugly skimmed his mouth and turned back to the window, gazing into the night, pondering. %Q the same at 6 line, XP forbidden GH to F this 3 text J file 5 AC $RB and 6 AGJ.0 AK13 DPA 87 WD 3 FFC QBFC and QB 99.5 DAFE 1 WB2 ER.69 I65 B3 VF1 EXX4 plus XA 202 ITP4:30. Ostensibly fuming, but in reality his thoughts were churning. He was weighing. Should he capture Chen Yuan alive, or just kill him and bring the body back? Chen Yuan's talent was truly enviable. Making 2 blue cards in 40 days. He was able to remain calm in the face of a spatial rift. His spirit level is even higher than his own at the same age. Think about yourself back then. If he hadn't joined the church by chance. At this moment, I'm afraid that he is still struggling to buy a material, begging for help. God is so unfair. Cui Peng cursed in a low voice, hostility surging in his eyes. Damn the heavens, why should they divide people's talents into 3, 6, 9 classes? Why should someone be born rich and not average?
A flash of determination flashed in his eyes, as if he had made some sort of decision.
Chen Yuan must die. If Chen Yuan was brought back alive, with his amazing talent, he would definitely press himself in the future. And if he injured him and captured him today, who knew if he would hold a grudge against himself? Besides, the mission only said to bring back Chen Yuan, but it didn't say that he had to breathe a corpse, but also save the trouble. As for the mission reward, discount, then discount. The killing intent in the bottom of his eyes is revealed. At this time, Chen Yuan just stepped into the door of his home and casually threw the key on the desk, opening the refrigerator with his hand. Seeing the dried hanging noodles inside, he frowned and paused for a moment on the freezer door and finally clicked on the takeout software. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, he smiled to himself. In the end, the food at the training base had spoiled his appetite. Now looking at these dry noodles, he actually found it hard to swallow. Chen Yuan did not realize the crisis lurking next door. Although his spiritual power was already outstanding among his peers, Cui Peng was, after all, a silver late bloomer. However, Cui Peng was after all a late silver, and his strength still pushed him down. Therefore, with his perception ability, he was naturally unable to detect the difference. After briefly rinsing himself off, he went to the bookshelf and searched for books related to card dismantling. However, after searching for a long time, he found nothing. It was no wonder that the card maker exam had always only examined card production, and books on disassembly were rare. The original owner was strapped for cash, so naturally he wouldn't waste his money on textbooks that couldn't be used in the college entrance exam. He casually pulled out 2 books and flipped through them, but as he read, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. It's not that the content of the books is wrong, but it feels something seemed to be missing tonight. Suddenly, he realized the problem. The sound. Today, it was too quiet. Quiet and even a bit eerie. In the past, at this time of the day, there would be the sound of a man and a woman next door. But tonight, it was so perversely quiet that it even made him wonder if the pair of neighbors had already moved out of here during his training. Knock knock. A sharp knock on the door suddenly rang out and Chen Yuan violently tensed his nerves and subconsciously had to summon his cards. Hello, takeout. The voice of the takeout clerk came from outside the door, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, secretly shaking his head. The dangerous atmosphere of the practical training base had made him haywire. He got up to open the door and took the takeout, but his eyes couldn't help but sweep next door. There were several pairs of shoes scattered on the shoe rack, and judging by the style, they were the ones that were often worn. Judging from past experience, the owner should be home. But when he moved his gaze upward, his brows wrinkled slightly. The door lock was intact, but the door panel was slightly deformed, as if it had been pressed against the door from the inside, and someone had violently pushed against the door. The soundproofing in this building was as cheap as the door panels. But even so, it wasn't so deformed at the slightest touch. He came to a conclusion in his mind. Next door, I'm afraid it's been burglarized. Chen Yuan closed the door without moving. Unwrap the takeaway, the plastic lunchbox and the food is still hot. He ate a few bites and suddenly put down his chopsticks. Unconsciously moved toward the wall, mechanically chewing his meal, but his ears listened carefully to the movement of the wall. Too quiet, perverse. The next-door tenant's main business was a real estate agent, responsible for the business of renting and buying and selling houses. At the same time, also part-time insurance sales, shopping and other work. Usually the phone constantly, ringing every 10 or 20 minutes to ring once. But now, it's dead silent. Shut down? No way. The nature of his profession dictates that his cell phone must remain open 24 hours a day. Sleep? Even more impossible. Because that guy is usually overworked, plus he suffers from severe rhinitis. He snores 365 days a year, without exception. And he snores like an old tractor, loud and noisy. But at the moment, there is no sound at all. Analyzing to this point, Chen Yuan was violently stunned for a moment, and he was basically certain that something was definitely wrong with the occupant next door to him. A chill suddenly ran up the back of his neck, and there was a feeling that his hairs were standing on end. Although it was only a flash, his mind inexplicably recalled Luifei, as well as the ancient god sect. It was no wonder that Chen Yuan thought too much. The attack at the training base was still fresh in his mind. The ancient god sect's people were crazy and without scruples. Even if they made a move in the city, they might not hesitate. The accident next door came too coincidentally to be a coincidence. He was silent, his brows locked. If it is really the people of the ancient god cult, the other party's strength should not be too much stronger than his own, and even have scruples about himself. Otherwise, why be so cautious? Perhaps that person was waiting for a moment. Waiting for the moment when he was slacking off, he suddenly struck out and killed him with a single blow. Then, before the detective bureau reacted, take him away, or just change a place to hide. Buzz. At this time, Chen Yuan's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Chapter 56, Ghosts Next Door, A Cry for Help. It's coming. Chen Yuan glanced at the caller ID, Lu Chang.
His thumb hovered over the lock screen button, hesitated for a moment, and finally pressed it. The vibration ended abruptly. There was no answering or hanging up, just extinguishing the screen. Once he thought that there might be an ancient god cultist hiding next door, how could he still have the heart to answer the phone? What now? Should we call the detective bureau? The detective bureau should be busy with the spatial rift at this time, right? The key is, what do I say? Should I say that I have a feeling that someone from the ancient god sect is hiding next door to me? Who would believe that? Unless it's to call Jo-sun, for the sake of Ms. Pan Yu's face, she might believe me. It's just, would I be spooking the snakes by calling now? Countless thoughts filled Chen Yuan's mind. Chen Yuan also didn't expect how he had gotten to this point by going home and ordering a takeaway. What should I do? Chen Yuan instantly lost his appetite and fell on his back on the bed, his thoughts churning. Should he continue to wait and see, or take the initiative? But while he was pondering the other party, how could the other party not be speculating about himself? What if he just ran away? He immediately rejected this idea. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. The depth of the other party is unknown. If rash action, forcing the other party to jump over the wall, not according to the rules, he will not die in vain? But continuing to stay at home, it seemed that it was also not a good strategy. Buzz. While hesitating, the cell phone vibrated again. The screen lit up, the caller ID, Lu Chang. Chen Yuan no longer hesitated, directly pressed answer. Chen Yuan, why are you just picking up? Lu Chang's voice carried obvious dissatisfaction. Just now, I was conceptualizing the deck. Chen Yuan casually coped. Another new inspiration? Lu Chang's envy almost overflowed the screen. Alas, it's really a case of people dying compared to people. I may not be able to catch up with you for a day even if I hold it in for a year. What kind of deck do you want to design? Some other day there is time to send you a set, but the material fee is self-care. Lu Chang was Chen Yuan's junior high school classmate and had treated him well over the years. If he encountered a bottleneck in card making, Chen Yuan wouldn't mind giving him a push along the way. Damn, good brother. I'm serious. Lu Chang's trademark loud voice came from the other end of the phone. He. Chen Yuan helplessly laughed and casually asked, You're not sleeping this late, why are you calling me? Late what late? WeChat bombarded you with a dozen or so messages and didn't reply, so I could only call. Lu Chang's voice was filled with concern. I heard something happened at the base, are you okay? Will you go back to school tomorrow? It's fine, I'll return to school as usual tomorrow. Chen Yuan replied briefly. He, that's good. Lu Chang's tone suddenly lightened up. Since it's fine, hurry up and get on the number, have a hand. All right. Chen Yuan originally wanted to refuse, but on second thought, he still answered. Hanging up the phone, Chen Yuan clicked on the card master glory that he hadn't logged in for a long time. The familiar startup screen flashed by. Soon, Lu Chang's team invitation popped up. Your friend's strongest King Lu invites you to join his team. The moment he clicked to accept, Lu Chang's excited yells came from the microphone, and the light from the game's startup screen was reflected on Chen Yuan's face. Lu Chang. You don't play the field, you kid playing the field is really just playing the field. Chen Yuan's blood pressure spiked as soon as he remembered the last time he and Lu Chang had a disastrous double row experience. Lu Chang playing the field, that is really playing the field, the whole only buried headbrush field. The group battle is not seen, the final record of 000 can be called the Canyon Ghost. The game lost, this guy is still justified, I play the field, not to focus on playing the field? The whole team was so angry that they reported him collectively, and almost didn't deduct all his credibility points. Don't worry. When you weren't around, I've already realized the true meaning of playing the field, trust me. Lu Chang swore with assurance. Ha! Chen Yuan rolled his eyes, but his hands flew to turn off the microphone and his 10 fingers flew as he tapped out a line on the keyboard. There's a ghost next door, tell Mr. Pan quickly. After sending the message, he immediately blocked the chat box while turning on the microphone, raising his voice to yell, Lu Chang. You're playing without bleeding medicine? You bought all the wrong equipment. Ha! Lu Chang froze, looked down at the message from Chen Yuan, murmured a few times, and his brows gradually furrowed. There's a ghost next door. Then associating it with the old building that Chen Yuan lived in, his heart tightened violently. But after all, things were so outrageous that he didn't dare to be sure, so he tentatively asked, Chen Yuan, did you go home? How is this network of yours stuck like this? Didn't go back, in the rental house, it feels like someone is rubbing my net to watch a movie, there's no way, it's just this condition. Chen Yuan's tone of voice was sparse and careless as he returned. Oh, wait, my mom asked me to help her make a delivery, I'll be right back. After saying that, Lu Chang immediately turned off the microphone and sat up straight violently. He realized the seriousness of the matter. Quickly cutting out of the game interface, his fingers slid quickly on the address book, but after flipping through it a few times, he couldn't find Pan Yu's contact information. After pondering for a while, he turned to dialing the numbers of a few old classmates. It took 3 or 4 people to finally ask for Pan Yu's phone number from Wang Guangming. Who? In-game. Chen Yuan glimpsed Lu Chang's sudden hang-up, and his hanging heart finally fell. He knew that Liu Chang had read his hint. Taking a long breath, his eyes were fixed on the cell phone screen, pretending to be focused on playing the game, everything as usual. He didn't dare to reveal his face. After all, who knows if there are any eyes in this room? High-ranking card masters' methods are endless, whether it's electronic surveillance or some hidden secrets. Whether it is electronic surveillance or some hidden cards and props want to hide in the room, it is not difficult to do. Because of this, even though he had suspicions, he did not reveal anything from the beginning. Silence was the safest language. 20 minutes later, Chen Yuan's cell phone suddenly vibrated. A string of unfamiliar numbers popped up on the screen. "Hold on, take a call," he said to Liu Chang in the game, his thumb crossing the answer button. "Hello, there's a package for you. Do you need it sent upstairs?" The voice coming from the receiver was clear and pleasant. Chen Yuan's spirit lifted. It was Ms. Pan Yu who had arrived. "6th floor, 606, please send it up." Chen Yuan responded briefly and hung up, his fingers falling back to the keyboard, continuing to immerse himself in the game of killing. More than half an hour had passed since he noticed the abnormality. It wasn't that Chen Yuan hadn't doubted his judgment. After all, this was all just speculation without any substantial evidence. What if it was wrong? When Pan Yu arrived, she would inevitably bring Zhou Sun with her. And Zhou Sun, as a member of the detective bureau, would surely mobilize a large number of helpers. If there were no criminals next door and the tenants were safe and sound, then he would be the one who reported the false alarm. In that case, it would be his own fault. However, the best outcome is that there is no abnormality. Compensate the tenant next door with a sum of money for moral damages afterward, and I'm sure the other party would be happy to accept it. Then write a letter of apology to the detective bureau. After all, what just happened with Luifei, I'm sure they can understand. However, if there really was a remnant of the ancient god cult hiding next door, then he would have gotten a big credit. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Yuan quickly made up his mind. The worst that could happen was that he would lose some money. Compared to the threat to his life, this price seemed insignificant. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock on the door suddenly rang out. Sublime Monster Class Battle System, request for catch-up reading. A brief summary. Subgenre Monster Ranking System. Ordinary level, 2-star white, 3-star blue, destroying houses, a house or a bungalow. Elite, 4 stars blue, destroy buildings. Extraordinary level, 5 stars purple, burst the street, a large square or ordinary neighborhood. Lord level, 6 stars orange, burst town, county, town or large township. Monarch level, 7-star red, break the city, second-tier cities or below. Natural disaster level, 8 stars gold, 9 stars silver, destroy countries and continents in a certain region. Stellar level, 10-star color, transcend the blue star and destroy the surface of the planet. P.S. Ferocious beasts, exotic beasts, destruction is not directly related to size, it is related to strength level. All of the above are the strongest or burning life essence of the sub-dimensional monsters to burst out of the full force. Chapter 57. Your package has arrived, prepare for a strong attack. Coming. Chen Yuan answered and went over to open the door while playing the game. There was a woman standing outside the door. The lowered brim of her hat covered half of her face, but Chen Yuan still recognized her with a glance. It was precisely Ms. Pan Yu. The package needs to be signed for in person, please check it. Pan Yu handed over the parcel and said in a businesslike manner. Okay. Chen Yuan understood and opened the package in front of Pan Yu. Inside was an ordinary doll. Attached to the side was a note with a line clearly written on it. In 605 or 607? Then, Pan Yu handed over a courier slip. If there's no problem, please sign for it. Chen Yuan took the pen, thought a little, and wrote a reply on the sheet. The person is at 605, but it cannot be fully determined. Chen Yuan didn't say his words too fully, but of course this was also a layer of insurance for himself. In the event that the inference was wrong and the detective bureau took coercive measures to raid next door only to pounce, or cause any accidental injuries or deaths. When the time came to pursue responsibility, he always had to have a way back. Pan Yu accepted the courier order and turned to leave, her back quickly disappearing around the corner of the building. Chen Yuan looked at her as she walked away, his tense nerves finally relaxing. Pan Yu had arrived, and even if Zhou Sun hadn't come, she shouldn't be too far away. The reinforcements had arrived. Even if there really was an ancient god cultist hiding next door, he had nothing to fear. After that, it all depended on how Pan Yu and Zhou Sun deployed their forces. In the corridor on the 5th floor, the light was cold and white. Can't you be completely sure? Zhou Sun stared at the handwriting left by Chen Yuan on the courier slip, pondering. Why don't I pretend to be a delivery person to knock on the door and explore the room? Pan Yu stepped forward and proposed. No way. Zhou Sun immediately vetoed. Seeing this, the squad members on the side thought that Zhou Sun was worried about Pan Yu getting into danger, so he took the initiative to take on the burden and volunteered. It's better for me to go. Tracking down the ancient god cult was already the responsibility of the detective bureau, and Pan Yu being able to provide clues was already a rare occurrence, so she really shouldn't be allowed to get involved in danger again.
What are you adding to the chaos? Joseon sought his mind at a glance and glared at him. What I object to is not the candidate, but the program itself is problematic. He calmly analyzed, what if the other party refuses to open the door claiming they didn't order takeout? Or what if they open the door and just make a break for it? There are too many variables in this scenario. What then?
Pan Yu's brows were tightly locked, but she could not think of a better countermeasure.
Directly force an attack.
Joseon's voice was quiet, his expression serious and earnest.
The air was instantly silent.
Pan Yu and a few colleagues looked at each other in dismay, and someone couldn't help but speak up, worried. But Chen Yuan is ensured that the 605 occupants are the people of the ancient god church, in case civilians are injured by mistake. Besides, the spatial rift incident has just passed. Another person added, if we make news of another forced attack miscarriage of justice, causing panic among the public, it will be very unfavorable to us. The surrounding team members wanted to advise further, but Joseon stopped the conversation with a lift of his hand. I'm clear about the consequences, if there are any slip-ups, I'll bear it alone. These words were loud and clear, clearly a decision he had made after deep thought.
He chose to trust Chen Yuan.
When he was in the black market, he had felt that this young man was not simple. The subsequent intelligence, the precise crack prophecy, and even the uncovering of the organizing committee's mole, all the signs indicated that Chen Yuan was by no means an idle person. What's more, the threat of the ancient god cult was imminent, so it was worth the gamble.
If the intelligence was wrong, the big deal was to be demoted and penalized, he would admit it. Joseon.
Pan Yu came closer and whispered in his ear. No one heard what she said, but only saw Joseon's ears slightly red, but his eyes suddenly brightened. He no longer hesitated and waved his big hand, action. Use the maze smoke first, while evacuating the other residents if something unexpected happens indoors.
Group 1, rooftop rope drop, immediately break the window and burst in. Group 2, follow me in a frontal strong attack.
Group 3, split into 2 teams to encircle 606 and 604. Once the signal is received, immediately seal all retreat routes, never let the target escape and hurt someone.
Joseon quickly entered the battle state, scanning over the tactical map and methodically formulating an attack plan. What do you need me to do? Pan Yu quickly stepped forward to catch up and asked. No need.
Joseon raised his hand to signal Pan Yu to step back. Based on the projection of the 600 and SAXS household type, the maximum number of people that could be hidden inside the house was no more than 10. This included the couple tenants who had been killed, as well as Louis Fei and Lu Yi. At most, there would be 3 to 6 ancient god cultists in the house. And they had deployed an entire brigade of more than 30 elites this time. With a strength of 5 to 1, coupled with a tight tactical encirclement, it would be difficult for the other party to escape. As for Pan Yu, although she had the ability, she lacked teamwork, and her hasty participation might disrupt the rhythm instead. In the event that something bad happens out of good intentions, it would be difficult for him to be caught in the middle.
Understood. Pan Yu nodded, not insisting.
If there's an unexpected situation, I'll prioritize bringing Chen Yuan to evacuate and cope on the periphery.
Can do. Room 605. Lu Yi was suspended from the beams of the room like a sandbag, swaying left and right in mid-air. For S sake, when you abandoned me in the other dimension back then, did you think about today?
Louis Fei's voice was hoarse, his fists smashed down like rain, each blow wrapped in years of pent-up hatred.
Old me treats you as a big brother, do you?
His roared as he swung his fist hard.
Using me as a stepping stone? As an outcast? Bang!
Lu Yi had long been unable to respond, and could only allow his body to quake under the violent winds of his fists.
Enough!
Cui Peng watched with cold eyes and finally spoke. It wasn't pity, a motherly heart attack. It was just that Lu Yi's spiritual interview had been destroyed by his own hands, and his body was severely injured, and at this moment it was nothing more than a remnant of a body. If the fight continued, he was afraid that he would be cut off on the spot. This was his prey. It was not Louis Fei's turn to take his life. Letting this kid vent 2 punches was already his greatest gift. Ho! Ho!
Louis Fei gasped for air, his chest heaving violently, and his eyes gleaming with blackness. His current physical condition wasn't much better.
Continuously swinging his fists with high intensity, his overdrawn physical strength made him almost unsteady on his feet. Unable to help himself, he thought of the originator, Chen Yuan. A hint of gloominess flashed in his eyes, and he forced down the anger in his heart.
Haven't you been spying on Chen Yuan? What's the situation on his side? When are you planning to make your move? Isn't this kid a good student? Actually playing games.
Cui Peng spat through gritted teeth, a wave of jealousy inexplicably welling up in his heart. When he was as old as Chen Yuan, he even meditated in his sleep. How could he have the free time to indulge in games? I don't believe he can play all night. Cui Peng said viciously, pulling out a slender object from his pocket, shaped like a mosquito incense, but glowing with a weird dark aura.
What is this? Louis Fei frowned. It's called sleeping well. The corner of Cui Peng's mouth hooked into an evil smile.
This incense was specially bought by him from an adult store, and the effect was similar to ecstasy.
He had done experiments. As long as it was lit and let people smell it for more than 10 minutes, they would be blurred in consciousness and weak, and the effect would last for 20 minutes. When Chen Yuan fell asleep or meditated, he stuffed the incense into the room. When he was struck, then he would settle in without a sound. Something for ordinary people that works on card masters? Louis Fei frowned. Chen Yuan is a card master with silver-level mental power, and there are 2 3-star blue cards in his hands, and his mental power is also special, unlike unusual card masters. Ha! Cui Peng sneered. 10 times the dose. Even if it's a high-level card master, it would have to be hit. As for whether an overdose would cause permanent damage, would it kill people? He didn't care at all. Being dead was just right, saving him from having to do it himself. Abruptly, Cui Peng's ears twitched slightly and narrowed his eyes. Did you hear anything? Chapter 58 Raid and Siege. Successful capture. Hear what? Louis Fei yawned and asked uncertainly. Just now, I seem to have heard a commotion outside. Cui Peng frowned, quickly walking to the window and scanning out. The streets were silent, the street lights were dim, everything was as usual. But the inexplicable uneasiness lingered. He carefully recalled everything that had happened since he came here. He had avoided all surveillance when sneaking in and hadn't even left the door himself in the past few days. No one should have found them. Cui Peng! Louis Fei suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, pointing at the door. Is there a fire outside? What? Cui Peng turned around violently. Under the doorway, gray smoke was seeping in silently, filling the air. His nostrils flickered, and the smell of charred paste immediately pierced his nostrils. On fire? Just as he was wondering. There were sudden and disorganized shouts from outside the door. Immediately afterward, the shrill fire alarm ripped through the night sky. What now? Louis Fei asked in an urgent voice. Catch Chen Yuan in the chaos. Cui Peng's gaze sank and he quickly made a decision. If Chen Yuan was allowed to escape today, I'm afraid that it would be as difficult as heaven if he wanted to capture him again in the future. The people from the detective bureau would never let go of any traces. They would surely arrange manpower to protect Chen Yuan afterward, so if they wanted to do it again, the difficulty and risk would multiply geometrically. There was a flash of cold light. Cui Peng drew out a golden dagger with his backhand, intending to take care of the couple tenants before taking advantage of the chaos to raid Chen Yuan next door. However, just after taking 2 steps, he suddenly felt that his legs were soft, his eyes were dizzy, and he almost fell down. Cui Peng, suddenly alert, subconsciously looked at Louis Fei. The other party did not know when has fallen to the ground, unconscious. Damn! His heart fluttered and he instantly reacted. Their whereabouts were exposed. It must be the detective bureau. Cui Peng's first suspicion was the detective bureau, not Chen Yuan. But he couldn't figure out how those idiots from the detective bureau had discovered and locked themselves in. Only, now was not the time to think about this. At the moment, the headache was splitting and his thoughts were chaotic. He bit the tip of his tongue viciously, and the taste of blood spread in his mouth before he could barely maintain his consciousness. Something's not right. His limbs were soft and his vision was blurred. While awake, Cui Peng also realized what the problem was. It was the smoke. There was something wrong with the smoke seeping through the doorway. He cursed and braced himself to retreat back to the window. The main door was no longer accessible, but his body was getting heavier and heavier, and even the simple action of flipping the window became difficult. The detective bureau's medicine was even more powerful than his sleeping. The card master's resistance is no longer strong, but if the other side strengthens the amount of medicine, it will still affect the card master. Bang bang bang. Right at this moment, a sharp knock exploded on the door. Cui Peng was jolted and came completely to his senses. It was too late to hesitate. The power of the cards must be utilized. Although the energy fluctuations emitted by the cards would completely expose him. But at this moment, escaping was important. As for the rest, it was already irrelevant. With a slight movement of his mind, the cards slowly materialized between his fingers, and dark light flowed. Doorway. Joseon continued to knock on the door panel, the force became heavier, and the knocking became louder. But no one answered. From the looks of it, the person inside, he was afraid that he had already been trapped. However, he still did not dare to jump to the conclusion that the people inside were definitely members of the ancient god cult, as he had not seen any solid evidence until now. Just as he was about to arrange for his team members to investigate the interior from the windows, his expression tightened. He detected the appearance of energy fluctuations inside the house. Card master? As far as he knew, there was more than just one card master, Chen Yuan, residing in this building. However, according to the 605's tenant information, the couple who rented the room were not card masters, but just ordinary people. Then, the energy reaction in the house at this moment. It's the ancient god called scum. Action. Joseon snapped to attention and shouted out sternly. Bang! Boom! The doors and windows exploded at the same time, and several black shadows broke out of the frame. Before the smoke and dust cleared, the walls on both sides collapsed steeply, and 2 more sets of silhouettes crashed through the masonry, blatantly bursting in. Chui Peng was in a trance, and several black shadows were already running like vicious tigers. He braced his body and activated his cards, but before he could catalyze his spiritual power, a baton was viciously smacked on his face, and half of his cheeks instantly lost consciousness. Under the severe pain, he clenched his teeth and threw out a card. Purple light appeared, and before the card spirit's shadow could solidify, it shattered and dissipated like a bubble. Bang!
Chui Peng fell heavily to the ground, blood snaking down from the corner of his forehead. The drowsiness of the ecstasy coupled with the siege from Zhou Sun and the others, he was eventually unable to support himself and completely fainted. Zhou Sun swept his eyes coldly and waved his hand to signal his men to clean up the scene. Chen Yuan, as an informant and facilitator, was qualified to enter the scene. His gaze landed on Chui Peng, who was bundled into a dumpling, and a trace of coldness suddenly rose in his heart. If he had not been alerted and the other party had laid hands on him in advance, what should he do? At this moment, would it be him who was lying here? At this time, Zhou Sun had already searched Chui Peng's entire body sharply and seized a few things. A bank card with a deposit of over $100,000. A gold dagger of exquisite workmanship. And 3 unopened bottles of Blue Potion Spiritual Spirit Liquid. This is a substitute developed by human beings through analyzing the composition of spiritual rosaries. Although the effect is far less than the real spiritual rosary beads, the price is affordable, and it is a popular choice for the middle class to assist in their cultivation. The production date and manufacturer's markings on the bottles were clear, and they were obviously compliant potions from regular channels. Chen Yuan stared at the bottles of spiritual liquid and unconsciously licked his dry lips. This stuff would cost at least over $100,000 a bottle in the market. He turned his head to look at Zhou Sun. Brother Sun, I'm at least considered to have assisted you in successfully capturing the ancient god cultists, so there should be some reward, right? Zhou Sun glanced at him and immediately saw through his mind. This brat was most likely eyeing Chui Peng's spiritual spirit liquid, and might even be thinking about Chui Peng's spiritual inner landscapes cards. He had heard that Chen Yuan had forcibly removed all of Lui Fei's decks when he was in the underground refuge. He estimated that Chen Yuan would likely take matters into his own hands and dismantle all those decks into initial materials. A student like Chen Yuan who was extremely talented in card making, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to reverse push and dismantle the cards. Don't think about Chui Peng. The detective bureau has already taken over, and it won't be that easy to snatch food from their mouths. Pan Yu walked over and gently patted Chen Yuan's shoulder. Chen Yuan sighed, knowing in his heart what Pan Yu meant. In the end, it was still not enough strength. If he had been stronger today, he wouldn't have had to call for the help of the detective bureau. He would have been able to snatch at least 3 or 5 cards, which would be worth nearly $10 million if they could be disassembled into complete materials. Don't worry about the rewards. How could Zhou Sun not hear that Pan Yu was fighting for her student? But the detective bureau had its own rules. He pondered for a moment and said to Chen Yuan, I'll try my best to apply to the top and strive to give you a satisfactory result. Chen Yuan was no longer the rookie who knew nothing back then. What's more, it was heard that Du Tao of the Imperial Spirit Guards was quite appreciative of him. The last time he captured a Class B wanted criminal, the bureau only gave him a $300,000 bonus. If he was still so perfunctory this time, it really didn't make sense. All right. Chen Yuan shrugged his shoulders. This was all that could be done at the moment. When the matter of Chui Peng and Lui Fei was thoroughly dealt with, it was already early in the morning. Where are you going to sleep at this late hour? After the people from the detective bureau left, Pan Yu looked towards Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan looked around. Broken walls, messy room, really didn't want to settle for a night here. Come back with me, stay at my place tonight first, tomorrow I'll help you apply for residency, how about it? Chapter 59 School begins. Fame is growing. It's true that you can do whatever you want if you have the power. It was definitely impossible to live in a rented room anymore. For safety's sake, Chen Yuan followed Pan Yu back to her place. You've made a great achievement this time, the detective bureau won't treat you poorly. On the way back, Pan Yu saw that Chen Yuan was silent and thought that he was concerned about the reward. It's fine. Chen Yuan shook his head, his voice calm. Although he cared about rewards, he also knew how to weigh them. What really made him think about it was the threat of the ancient god cult. The other party had clearly set their sights on him. Counting Lui Fei, it had already struck out at him twice in a row. He had to respond. If each provocation was lightly dismissed, it would only make people think that he was weak. The only way to make the enemy understand that there was a price to pay for messing with him was to deter them with thunderous means. But right now, he wasn't strong enough. Chen Yuan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the bottom of his eyes was already determined. This revenge, he could only remember it first. Right now, he should focus on trying to improve his strength and build a firm foundation. Silently, he set a goal for himself. Before the college entrance exam, mental strength must break through the gold level and take the quasi-master rating. Historically, no high school student had ever reached this height. Even senior card masters were rare. But he, on the contrary, wanted to be that exception. Early in the morning of the next day, Chen Yuan opened his eyes and was refreshed after a long time. Upscale neighborhoods are different, the air with a touch of freshness, and his old broken small rental house is very different. He didn't stay in bed as usual, he rolled over and got up as soon as his alarm went off. After washing up, he deliberately went downstairs to buy 2 breakfasts. Standing in front of Pan Yu's room door, he lightly knocked on the door panel. "Teacher Pan, it's time to get up." Pan Yu slowly returned to her senses from her meditation, pulling open the door to her room with half-squinted eyes. "Brother, understand." Seeing the breakfast bubbling hot on the dining table, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly as she quickly walked over to the table and sat down. "Chen Yuan, or don't live in school." She took a bite of the egg and suddenly said, "I have a vacant room here, it's just right for you to move in with me. It's still more convenient to live in school." Chen Yuan was stunned at her words and subconsciously touched the tip of his nose. This was said euphemistically, but in his heart, it was as clear as a mirror. A man and a woman living under the same roof, what was the point of spreading the news? Not to mention that Pan Yu and Zhou Sun had a very close relationship, it was ultimately inappropriate for him, an outsider, or a member of the opposite sex, to live here. "What? Do you think that the condition of my home is not better than the rental house you rented?" Pan Yu raised her eyes and glanced at Chen Yuan, skimming her lips. "You really know how to joke, Ms. Pan." Chen Yuan said seriously, "I'm planning to live in school and then rent an independent card-making room. Now that I have all the materials in hand, it's just the right time to make new cards. The college entrance exam seems far away, but a year passes quickly, so you really need to work hard." Pan Yu nodded. This reasoning was indeed impeccable. Although her apartment was large, there was only one card-making room. Sometimes she needed to do research as well, so it wasn't good for the two of them to be crammed into one room. After breakfast, Pan Yu drove Chen Yuan to school together. The 1st of September was the National Student Disaster Day. Chen Yuan happened to catch the opening of the school. The morning breeze carried the dry heat of early fall. The freshmen who had just finished military training were like frosted eggplants, and the new sophomores and juniors were like gamblers who owed money. One by one, they were wilting as they walked around the campus. Chen Yuan walked into the school following the flow of people. "Hello, Brother Yuan." "Good morning, senior." Several ordinary class students and freshmen greeted Chen Yuan enthusiastically with undisguised admiration in their eyes. Chen Yuan smiled and nodded. He wanted to keep a low profile, but his popularity really didn't allow it. First in the special training class, interviewed on TV, top of the Starfire training list and record-breaking. Nowadays, the campus was filled with his banners, his picture was plastered on the honor roll, and students recognized him wherever he went. "Brother Yuan, I'm Li Shuang from the 3rd senior class, you're my idol," a schoolmate said excitedly. "Youngster has a future." Chen Yuan carried his hands behind his back, secretly pleased in his heart. The treatment of a schoolboy that he hadn't experienced in his previous life was all made up for in this life. In the eyes of the entire school, Chen Yuan was a legend. Without a sound, he was amazing. What was even more rare was that he came from an ordinary background. Like the vast majority of trainee card masters, he didn't have any background and relied purely on talent and hard work to rebound. Because of this, he was extremely popular among the students of the ordinary class, becoming a role model in the hearts of countless people. After all, in the past, most of the top-ranked students were from wealthy families and had high expectations, looking down on ordinary students. And Chen Yuan's rise gave all the ordinary students hope. "Chen Yuan, keep a low profile, huh?" Pan Yu noticed the strange gazes cast by the surrounding parents and hurriedly reminded Chen Yuan in a low voice, "This is a school, and you're not a gangster, brother, so pay attention to the influence." "Teacher Pan, I've already kept a low profile, but strength doesn't allow it." Chen Yuan shrugged his shoulders, his tone helpless. Looking at these students who greeted him, he suddenly came up with a bold idea. It would be great if he could collect some protection money. These ordinary class students had a weak foundation and would inevitably be bullied. If he raised his hand and called out, he would surely be inundated with money. But glancing at Pan Yu beside him, he immediately dismissed this idea. If he really dared to do so, Mr. Pan would probably give him small shoes. Passing through the corridor, he arrived at the special training class. The students in the special training class were indeed more hardworking than the ordinary class, and with 20 minutes to go before class began, the classroom was already filled to capacity. The temporarily appointed class representative shuttled between the seats, collecting homework one by one in a manner that resembled a debt collector. "I shouldn't have to hand in my homework, right?" The class representative walked up to Chen Yuan, who asked with both hands spread out. The summer homework was posted by Pan Yu in the group before the start of the Starfire training, and she had even purposely at all the members. "But teacher didn't say that you guys could make exceptions." The class representative, a shy girl, scratched her head, somewhat embarrassed. "Go back first, the 5 people who participated in the Starfire training don't have to pay." Pan Yu walked in at this time with her textbook in her hand, and the classroom was instantly silent. "Teacher, turning in homework is a student's obligation, how can you specialize?" A small fat man next to him pushed his black-framed glasses and interjected righteously. The four of them, Chen Yuan, Morong Qingxue, Wang Guangming and Hu Kersen, narrowed their eyes and stared at him in unison.
Little fat peer, deliberately looking for a fight, right?
Only Pan Yu said with a smirk. The 5 students in this Starfire training have the top 5 overall scores in the entire school. If someone can surpass any of them, they can be exempted from submitting their homework in the future. The classroom was deathly silent. The little fatty who was still eager to try just now immediately shrunk his neck and sensibly shut his mouth.
This is a special training class, ability is the passport.
Pan Yu's voice was clear and strong. As long as you have ability, you can enjoy privileges.
Teacher, can you ignore school rules and discipline just because you have a strong ability? A student in the back row couldn't help but ask.
Pan Yu smiled calmly, of course.
If you are good enough, the rules will naturally make way for you. What's wrong with doing whatever you want?
Chen Yuan smiled. This was indeed Pan Yu's style. As one of the beneficiaries, he knew the weight of these words better than anyone else. He had experienced the taste of this privilege long ago.
All listen up.
Pan Yu looked around the class, every word ringing out.
This is a special training class, and grades are the only guideline. When you are strong enough and your grades are good enough, you are the rule.
She paused and added meaningfully.
Of course, I'm talking about the school rules. If you break the law, it's under the jurisdiction of the Detective Bureau. Chapter 60 Top 5 Privileges. Closed request.
Seeing the students under the stage who had their fighting spirit ignited, Pan Yu said with a satisfied smile as her purpose was accomplished. Later on, the school has prepared an opening ceremony for the senior class, so everyone be on time.
The afternoon is free time.
She paused, her gaze swept across the classroom. In addition, there is another thing to inform you. Received a temporary notice. This year all special training class students must live in the school. The dormitory will be assigned in the afternoon. Remember to prepare the living supplies. As soon as the words fell, the classroom boiled over with chatter.
Teacher, my house is just across the street in the neighborhood, a 5-minute walk. Can I not live in school? I haven't lived in school since I was a kid. I'm not used to it.
Pan Yu raised her hand to silence the rising voices and said in an undeniable tone.
This is a hard and fast rule.
There's no room for bargaining. Either you live in the school or quit the class. There's no third choice.
This is a crucial year.
Last year's loss in the college entrance exams had brought shame to the school, and this year, Chen Yuan's sudden emergence had finally allowed the school leaders to see the hope of a turnaround. The expectations of the entire school were pressed on this class of students, and the requirements were naturally extremely strict. When they heard that they must only quit the special training class in order to not live in school, the classroom was silent. No one had any objections. Who is willing to give up the quality resources that have been hard fought for? After all, the reason why they tried their best to get in was to enjoy better teachers and counseling, right? To quit now before you've even enjoyed it? What a joke. Report. A clear voice suddenly broke the silence. Everyone turned their heads in unison, their eyes focusing on Song Yu at the classroom door.
Come in.
Pan Yu's tone was a few points colder. Her years of professionalism allowed her face not to show the slightest difference. The well was calm and unruffled. Song Yu, on the other hand, looked as normal and stepped into the classroom. Morong Qingxue's eyes turned slightly, faintly swept a glance at Song Yu, then looked at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's expression was calm, as if he was oblivious to everything in front of him, unable to see the slightest fluctuation. However, this was merely an appearance. It was not that he did not have anger, it was just that as early as this morning, Pan Yu had already informed him of this matter, allowing him to be mentally prepared. One could only say that Song Yu's luck was simply too good. Yesterday, he had been detained by the Detective Bureau on suspicion of treason against the enemy and attempted murder, and despite being identified by witnesses, he had always refused to admit his guilt.
If he is to be convicted, the testimony of key witnesses LV Yifei and Lu Yi is essential. But the problem is, Lu Yi is dead. And LV Yifei denied it.
Coupled with the Song family's constant use of resources to exert pressure, and Song Yu being a few days short of his 18th birthday. In the end, he failed to meet the criminal conditions and was released after less than a day of detention. However, he was still under observation, and the Detective Bureau could summon him for investigation at any time, and he was obligated to cooperate. Chen Yuan placed it against his brow and slowly rubbed it. It seemed that in order to completely resolve Song Yu, the Song family behind him had to be cut off first.
As for Lu Yifei, if you can't protect yourself, how dare you meddle in Song Yu's affairs? It was really looking for death. Cough.
Pan Yu lightly coughed, and the originally noisy chatter stopped. The class card master ranking match will be held tomorrow. The results of the match will directly affect the allocation of resources that you all can obtain, so please be sure to take it seriously. She spoke in a calm tone. The 5 trainees from Starfire training are exempt from the competition and will be ranked directly according to their training results. Of course, if anyone has any objections to their rankings, they can initiate a challenge. Hearing Pan Yu's words, someone under the stage was immediately displeased. Why should they be able to take up the top 5 rankings without competing? This is unfair. We demand equal treatment. I said earlier that strength is everything. The weakest among them possess 1-star green cards and 2-star green cards, while most of you haven't even finished making your second deck yet. If you feel that you are qualified, prove it with strength instead of questioning fairness here. Panyu looked indifferent, not caring in the slightest for the poor pride of other students, and said bluntly. But someone still wanted to retort, but was dryly interrupted by Panyu. There's nothing but. Whoever can take the 6th place will be qualified to challenge any of the top 5. If the challenge is successful, you can take their place. The words had been said to this point. The crowd was no longer resentful in their hearts, but no one spoke out against it again. Since there's no problem, let's all go to the opening ceremony. Panyu waved her hand, signaling the crowd to move. The students left the classroom one after another, but Chen Yuan stopped at the entrance and turned towards Panyu. Teacher, I would like to apply for a period of seclusion. He spoke bluntly. Panyu raised her eyes to look at him. Retreat? Not coming to the culture class? Yes. Panyu frowned slightly. The culture class of the college entrance exam accounts for 10% of the total score, which translates to 60 points, which doesn't seem like much, but the actual percentage is 2/5 of the total score. She paused, her tone serious. Many card masters feel that cultural lessons are irrelevant, but in reality, every discipline is vital. Her meaning was clear. She did not want Chen Yuan to neglect his cultural studies because of card making. Teacher, don't worry, I'm well aware of the importance of cultural lessons. I will definitely attend the midterm exams on time, and I won't fall behind in my cultural lessons. Panyu's concern warmed Chen Yuan's heart, and he immediately nodded his head and assured him. He understood Panyu's good intentions and the importance of cultural lessons, so he wouldn't trivialize the learning of cultural lessons. According to his predecessor's memories, the knowledge system of this world was very different from what he was once familiar with. History, geography, biology, material science, ideology and politics, and mathematics, the names of these 6 subjects were similar to the previous school, but the contents were very different. In the history class of the previous life, the study is summer and commerce and the Western Zhou. The Eastern Zhou is divided into 2 sections, the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, the unification of the Qin and Han. Of the change of dynasties. But the history textbook of this world is very different. It records the monster era, the recovery era, the cardmaster era, It tells of the dark years of the subgenre invasion, the cardmasters' bloody battles, and the changing attitudes of various countries towards cardmasters. The content was not in any way simpler than the history that had been learned before, but rather the knowledge was more complex due to the integration of many transcendent elements. The subject of geography was also no longer limited to real-life maps, but required memorization of the coordinates of hundreds of interdimensional spaces. This includes the topographical features, the distribution of monsters in them, and even the effects of changes in seasonality on spatial stability. Biology classes, on the other hand, expanded into 2 major directions. One was to study the ecological habits and combat characteristics of interdimensional monsters, and the other was to explore the limits of cardmasters' physical potential and card effects. Material science was likewise divided into 2 major branches, card materials and potion materials. Only by accurately grasping the value of various types of materials can you maximize your gains when exploring interdimensional space and avoid being viciously slaughtered when trading. In addition, the ideology and politics class has also evolved with the times. In addition to basic economics, it focuses on analyzing the strategic position of cardmasters in the current international situation. This class no longer talks about theory, but rather, it is straight to reality. In this era of transcendental manifestation, the power of the individual cardmaster was enough to influence the balance of the world. The final course, mathematics, has also been redeconstructed into 2 major branches, rational mathematics and mental mathematics. Mathematics emphasizes on precise calculations, using formulas to deduce the movement trajectories of meta-monsters and the killing ranges of cardmasters' cards, and seeking the optimal solution through rational analysis. Mental math emphasizes intuition and deduction, combining the habits and characteristics of secondary monsters to predict the timing and direction of their attacks. These are all the disciplines involved in high school in this world. The total number of subjects had been streamlined from 9 in the previous world to 6. Language, English, physics, and chemistry were eliminated, and materials science was added. The 6 subjects in high school looked complicated, but in reality, what was learned was only the basics. The true path of the cardmaster will not be opened until college, and only then will there be the opportunity for more in-depth study. This point, on the contrary, was very similar to the previous life. Chapter 61 School Rewards. Special Training Class Leader appointed. The Detective Bureau is invited. The opening ceremony was actually an award ceremony, recognizing the students who had excelled in Starfire training, as well as motivating the current senior class. The awards from the organizing committee have yet to be handed out, but the school's awards are on schedule. The 5 students of Starfire training took the stage to receive their awards in turn. Congratulations to Chen Yuan for winning the first place in this year's Starfire training and setting the highest score ever, adding honor to our school. The entire audience applauded thunderously. Chen Yuan received the exquisite gift box handed over by the ceremonial lady. only to see that it contained 3 basic level spiritual rosaries, the same as the ones he had acquired from the knife-faced ghost at the practical training base. What was even more striking was that there was a purple material placed next to the spiritual rosaries. The value of this reward far exceeded expectations. That purple material alone could sell for at least $2 million in the black market, and with the 3 basic level spiritual rosaries, the total value easily exceeded $3 million. Of course, the school was bound to get a much better deal by purchasing through official channels. But if he were to take it to the black market, he would quickly be able to exchange it for at least $3 million in cash, enough to make an ordinary person rich overnight. Whether it was purple material or spiritual rosary beads, demand would always exceed supply in the black market. The school is also too generous this time. I haven't seen the school this generous in previous years. Chen Yuan was also completely unprepared. The organizing committee had been generous because it had backed the city's support, but he hadn't expected the school to be so generous as well. It was just the beginning of the school year. The school directly threw $3 million, absolutely big money. Of course, the rewards were mainly tilted towards Chen Yuan. In comparison, Morong Qingshue's reward had shrunk quite a bit and was estimated to be only around $1 million. As for Song Yu, Wang Guangming, and Hu Kersen, they received even less. When the awards were handed out on the podium, the head teacher quietly pulled Pan Yu to the side. "Teacher Pan, senior year has only just begun, isn't it a bit heavy to give out such heavy rewards all at once?" The director of instruction weighed his words and voiced his concerns for the principal. Although the school had always emphasized on cultivating potential students, the investment this time was just too big, and the school leaders would inevitably feel pain. Crucially, they were still worried about whether Chen Yuan would be able to maintain his current momentum. Pan Yu smiled and said, "Headmaster, leaders, whether Chen Yuan can get into the Star Vault Card School or not is not a matter of concern for the time being, but judging from his current performance, he's better than everyone else, and he deserves to be the first genius of this session. But can you guarantee that his talent and standard of card making will always maintain the same momentum as it is now?" The director of instruction asked rhetorically. Pan Yu's tone stagnated and she fell silent. Throughout the history of card master development, there were few short-lived geniuses. The school's concern was not unreasonable. If too many resources were poured in now, and Chen Yuan's subsequent performance was mediocre, all of this investment would go down the drain. This was also the main reason why major universities generally adopted a gradual cultivation approach. "Headmaster, the National New Young Card Master competition is just around the corner. Chen Yuan, as the most promising player of our school, if he can achieve a good ranking, it will greatly benefit the school's reputation." Pan Yu pondered for a moment and said, "It's not that we're unwilling to invest, we're just suggesting a gradual incremental approach, which would also be more in line with Chen Yuan's growth pace at this stage." The head teacher reminded, still wanting to fight for a bit more. The school's resources were limited, and if they were exhausted all at once, I'm afraid that if there were subsequent changes, there wouldn't even be a chance to adjust the cultivation goals. "Principal, leaders, I have my own considerations. If you guys think that I'm not suitable to continue serving as the special training class teacher, I'm willing to resign of my own accord." Pan Yu no longer argued with the director of instruction, turning to look directly at the principal and other leaders. At these words, the conference room suddenly fell silent. The principal's heart was shaken, not expecting Pan Yu's attitude to be so resolute, leaving no room for maneuver. Now that it was over, he couldn't continue to pretend to be a corpse, and immediately eased his expression, explaining with a smile. "Ms. Pan is overstating things. Your teaching ability and experience in leading a class is evident to the entire school, and the number of outstanding students you have produced is even more numerous. We naturally trust your judgment and vision," he said in a sincere tone. "Since you have your own plans, the school authority respects your arrangements and will not interfere too much. The school's right to deploy resources will still be mobilized by you." The conversation between the leaders of the second middle school and Pan Yu ended quickly, ultimately ending in a compromise from the school administration. In order to increase the advancement rate and cultivate elite seedlings that would impact the Star Dome Card School, the school had thrown its weight around. The principal was undoubtedly under the most pressure. Success or failure was at stake. If he succeeded, he would completely reverse the decline of Jinghai No. 2 Middle School, win the city's key support, and even have a chance to surpass the attached middle school and ascend to the top of Jinghai's education. At that time, the promotion of awards naturally water. But if it fails, I'm afraid that the second middle school will completely slide from a second-rate school to a third-rate, and will never be able to recover. And he, too, would become the school's sinner. In the afternoon, all students gathered in the classroom as usual. "Now I announce that Chen Yuan is the class president of the special training class." Class teacher Pan Yu walked up to the podium. This decision came suddenly. Pan Yu had originally planned to make the decision in a few days, but considering Chen Yuan's upcoming closure for card making, she had to announce it earlier. "Miss Pan, I'm usually very busy, I'm afraid." Without waiting for the other students to comment, Chen Yuan was the first to express his refusal and was about to excuse himself. 1 bottle of high-grade spiritual spirit liquid per month. Pan Yu interrupted him dryly.
I, Chen Yuan, am duty-bound to recast the glory of second middle school. Whoever is unconvinced, speak with strength.
Chen Yuan's eyes lit up as he immediately straightened his back and said aloud. What Cui Peng had on him at that time was only a middle-order spirit liquid, and the school was striking out at a high order.
Broad enough. The vice-class president will be Morong Qingxue.
Pan Yu continued to announce, not waiting for the other students to protest before adding. If anyone wants to be the class president, as long as they defeat the vice-class president, they can challenge the class president after becoming the vice-class president.
Speak with strength.
After saying that, she took out 2 bottles of spiritual spirit liquid in public. The middle-ranked one was handed to Morong Qingxue and the high-ranked one was sent to Chen Yuan. There was another gasp in the classroom. The other students looked at her with straight eyes, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy.
The corner of Morong Qingxue's mouth twitched slightly, her heart secretly annoyed. Teacher Pan's favoritism was too obvious.
Letting her be the vice-class president was clearly sharing the pressure and handling trivial matters for Chen Yuan.
However, on second thought, what about 1 bottle of middle-grade spiritual spirit liquid per month? A year would be 12 bottles. Ding! A bell rang.
After Pan Yu made simple arrangements and gave a few instructions, everyone went downstairs to collect their respective dormitory and card-making room keys. The rest of the afternoon belonged to free time, allowing the students ample time to organize their personal belongings. Chen Yuan was leisurely whistling as he prepared to leave, when Pan Yu suddenly called out to him. Chen Yuan, Josun called and asked you to go to the detective bureau now.
Detective bureau? Chen Yuan frowned, puzzled. What is it looking for me for?
Several thoughts quickly flashed through his mind.
Had he committed a crime? Or was there something that required his cooperation in the investigation? Or are the remnants of the ancient god cult secretly tripping over themselves and they have been planted?
It might be a reward for assisting in the arrest of Cui Peng and Louis Fei. Originally, the bureau was going to send someone to the school to honor you, but the detective bureau has been heavily tasked lately, so I had to ask you to make the trip yourself. Pan Yu did not know what was on Chen Yuan's mind, and when she saw him inquiring, she explained.
I see. Chen Yuan sniffed and secretly sighed in relief.
It was a special time of the year, and Pan Yu was worried that there would be changes on the road, so she personally accompanied him.
20 minutes later, the two arrived at the entrance of the detective bureau.
Chapter 62 Naruto, Nagato card making material. The 2 of them had just stepped into the door of the detective bureau. Josun quickly greeted them, attentively handing over tea for Pan Yu, and then led Chen Yuan to the director's office. On the way, Josun learned that this time, he was called over for reward matters. Chen Yuan's heart moved slightly, somewhat curious. He had stepped in to assist the detective bureau. Not only had he directly arrested the ancient god cultist Louis Fei, but he had also participated in the roundup of Cui Peng, so he wondered what kind of reward he would receive. While thinking, he pushed the door and walked into the director's office. Inside the office, Li Yuxing was sitting at the desk. Good day, Director Li. Chen Yuan greeted politely. He had met this director at the practical training base, when the other party followed behind Du Tao, always with a sullen face, impressing him deeply. At this moment, he had no frame of mind, but instead greeted him with a warm smile as he took his seat.
Don't call the director, just call Uncle Li from now on. I invited you here today on behalf of the Detective Bureau to thank you for your great assistance.
Li Yuxing's tone was cordial, then he pulled open the drawer and took out 5 sheets of purple patterned and bordered material and pushed them to the table. This time, I was able to successfully arrest Louis Fei and Cui Peng and crush the plot of the ancient god cult thanks to your help. Here are 5 purple materials, you can choose any 2 as this reward. Li Yuxing said solemnly, pushing the 5 purple material cards in front of Chen Yuan. As early as after the initial black market arrest of the B-class wanted criminal, Li Yuxing had secretly investigated Chen Yuan's details. Considering that he had not yet graduated from high school at the time and was not deeply involved in the matter, the detective bureau had only hastily issued a bonus. But after the battle of the training base, coupled with Du Tao's high praise, Li Yuxing no longer dared to underestimate this young man. For this reason, the Jinghai Detective Bureau held a morning meeting of the leadership team. Nay, the Jinghai city level was too low, and the funds of the detective bureau it belonged to were very limited. These 5 purple cards were already the bureau's entire family fortune. In the end, they gritted their teeth and decided to let Chen Yuan choose any 2 of them.
Chen Yuan didn't know anything about this, and even if he did, he wouldn't care.
In his eyes, only what was in his pocket was real. At the moment, he was looking intently at the 5 materials on the table that were glowing with purple aura. Outer Dao Demon Statue purple, 5 Elements Crystals purple, Energy Receiver purple, Law of Cause and Effect Fragment purple, Sacrifice Rune purple. He stared at the 5 purple cards in front of him, his gaze gradually catching fire. Each one of them was a treasure, with a value far exceeding the Thunderjack Augur Dan purple that he had found in the black market. What made his heart beat faster the most was that on 3 of the cards, he could vaguely see a crafting path. Unfortunately, time was rushed and it was impossible to perform a deduction here, so he couldn't be 100% sure. Moreover, he could only pick 2, which put him in a tangle. What?
There's no suitable one? Seeing his color change, Li Yuxing couldn't help but inquire. It was normal to not have a suitable one. If these 5 materials were rare, but their practicality was not high. If they could really be combined and made into cards, they would have been taken long ago. Where would they be kept until now? Chosen, thank you Uncle Li.
Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes as he reached out to take away the Outer Path Demon Statue Purple and 5 Elements Crystallization Purple materials.
What are you talking about? Thanks, this is what you deserve.
Li Yuxing had a smile on his face as Chen Yuan accepted the 2 materials. The reward for assisting in the capture this time would be considered as too clear. Just as Li Yuxing was about to put away the remaining 3 cards, Chen Yuan suddenly spoke. Uncle Li, can we make an exchange? What do you mean? Li Yuxing didn't understand Chen Yuan's meaning for a moment, and his face was puzzled. I would like to use the self-selected purple material opportunity rewarded by the Starfire training to exchange the energy receiver purple with you. Do you think it's okay? Chen Yuan deliberated for a split second and said bluntly. Outer Dao Demon Statue Purple, 5 Elements Crystal Purple, plus Energy Receiver Purple. If he was right, these 3 materials were the path to making the summon card Nagato. He already had the first 2, but he was still missing the Energy Receiver Purple. Now that the opportunity was at hand, he naturally didn't want to miss it. Although the Ministry of Education rewarded him with a purple material of his choice, he was able to select a material that was far more valuable than the Energy Receiver Purple. However, instead of waiting for the Ministry of Education's rewards to be released or going to the black market to find a needle in a haystack to purchase a replacement material, it would be better to finalize it now. After all, he would soon be preparing for closed-door card making and cultivation, and he didn't want to be distracted by trivial matters during the process. You have your eye on this material? Li Yuxing picked up that Energy Receiver Purple and swept his gaze back and forth over the 3 materials in Chen Yuan's hand. With the combination of these 3 materials, it was really impossible to see what decent cards could be made. However, each card master's card-making thoughts and ideas were different, so perhaps it was just a limitation of their own ideas. It did not mean that the materials had no value. Are you sure you want to trade the chance to choose your own purple fodder for the energy receiver? He asked, raising his eyes. Right. Chen Yuan nodded frankly. Since he had already chosen 2, and now he wanted to exchange 1, his intentions couldn't be more obvious. Even if he didn't say anything, Li Yuxing wasn't a foolish person and could naturally guess his intentions. Wait a moment, I'll ask you for you. Li Yuxing casually rested the 3 purple materials on the table and walked straight out of the office. As a matter of fact, when Chen Yuan proposed the opportunity to exchange the Energy Receiver Purple with a self-selected purple material, he wanted to agree to it in his heart. He could have chosen a material that better suited the needs of popular card makers and card production. By placing such a material in the bureau, it would both increase the efficiency of the mission and increase the enthusiasm for overtime. However, the detective bureau is not his place to speak, and the process that should be followed still has to be symbolically followed once. Chen Yuan watched Li Yuxing leave, and his gaze then fell on the other 2 purple materials on the table. Law of Karma Fragment Purple and Sacrifice Rune Purple. If not for the fact that he didn't have any equivalent items on hand, he would have really wanted to pocket these 2 materials as well. Although the Law of Karma Fragment Purple was only a fragment, it was more than enough to create a low or mid-rank equipment card. Or I could use this material to study the Time King. If the Time King was allowed to devour this kind of material involving the law of cause and effect, what kind of changes would occur? He was vaguely curious. Sacrificial Rune Purple, there was even less to say. It might be of limited value to ordinary card masters, but Chen Yuan saw the Sacrifice Rune Purple. However, the moment Chen Yuan saw the word sacrifice, many character cards already appeared in his mind. It's a pity that he can only leave these 2 materials in the detective bureau for the time being, and think of a way to do so when he had the chance in the future. Just as he was lost in thought, Li Yuxing pushed the door in, the smile lines in the corners of his eyes stretching. There's no problem, but an agreement needs to be signed. Only after the notarization is completed can you take the energy receiver away. As it should be. Chen Yuan responded with a sharp nod. Then I'll go deal with the other cases first. I'll have Xiaoqin follow up and take charge of the follow-up. Feel free to contact me if anything happens. Li Yuxing patted his shoulder. Thanks Uncle Li. After signing the agreement at the detective bureau, Xiaoqin brought Chen Yuan to the notary public for certification. After completing all the formalities, Chen Yuan put away the 3 material cards and returned to the school in the twilight. Chapter 63 Dija Ultraman. With faith as a bond, the light of hope blooms and dispels the darkness. Returning to the dormitory. Chen Yuan quickly packed up the necessary living supplies and hurriedly rushed to his own exclusive card-making room. The first thing he did when he entered the room was to close the doors and windows, pulling the curtains tightly to completely isolate the card-making room from the outside world. He had already asked Panyu to take a leave of absence, so he did not need to worry about tomorrow's lesson and could devote himself to card making without any distractions. During the period of seclusion, he would be cut off from the outside world, so to be on the safe side, Chen Yuan first sent a message to his parents before turning off his cell phone and casually throwing it on the bed. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and concentrated, his consciousness quickly sinking into the inner world. At this moment, he was in excellent condition. The idea of making cards for Dija Ultraman had already been brewing for a long time, and the basic settings had all been perfected, and now all that was left was to fill in the materials and outline the lines. With a wave of his hand, 3 material cards that glowed with an ethereal blue light hovered in front of him. Giant Wreckage Blue, successor of Light Soul Fragment Blue, and Badge of Resolve Blue. The card pen quietly fell into his palm, his brush flowing. His movements were calm and focused, and the engravings gradually took shape on the card surface. Deja. 30 million years ago, a dark giant was sensitized by human police captain Yui Ren, betraying his fellow clan members to seize power and transform into a warrior of light. Eventually sealed himself due to human civilization sinking into fantasy Chijirapalan and was transformed into a pyramid stone statue for a long sleep. When modern Earth was invaded by monsters, young Daiko inherited the genes and awakened to light, becoming a Deja human body. Initially, he was clumsy and confused in battle, but gradually understood the meaning of guardianship and the bonds of his human partners, the Victory Team, and morphed from a tool of power to a symbol of hope. Dueling with the evil god Gatangia, the battle was lost and petrified, despair enveloped the world, the children raised the flashlight, the shimmering light in the ruins converged into a river of stars, and the light of faith infused into the stone statue. The stone statue crumbled and was reborn amidst the hissing of humanity, giving birth to the ultimate form, Shining Deja. The essence of Ultraman's power is mankind's courage to face the darkness. The qualification that declares the survival of civilization is never power, it is the courage to choose light. Light always exists in the hearts of those who choose hope. Time passed quietly. Chen Yuan meticulously sculpted the setting of Deja's story stroke by stroke. As each character fell, the ink would transform into a mysterious pattern that flowed and surfaced on the card surface. After the card pattern was completed, then came the part that Chen Yuan was best at. Card face image design. In his previous life, as a former original artist, he had drawn many Ultraman homoerotic images. The homage to Ultraman has traffic, but also can accumulate portfolio and fans, can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Started drawing according to the scene in his memory. The card face has a vast universe as the background, and the overall color palette is deep and dark. Deja's body is predominantly silver and white, with shoulder and chest armor covered in flowing red and purple patterns and energy indicators embedded in the core. The crown of his head is as sharp as a samurai's helmet, his eyes are milky white ovals that radiate light, and the musculature of his torso is both divine and biologically realistic. Unlike the intertwining of guardianship and destruction emphasized in the drawing of King Fumitsu, Deja's evolution is a fusion of destiny, external intervention, and self-awakening. He mainly emphasizes hope and faith. Chen Yuan has portrayed the classic scene of Deja Ultraman Obix's return to his homeland on the card face. The card image not only carries the power, but also tells the story. The place you can't reach is called far away, and the place you can't go back to is called home. Chen Yuan sighed lightly as he looked at the molded card face. How could it not be the same when one had somehow come to this world? Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the churning emotions and refocused his attention on the card making in front of him. The card face was lifelike, its silver and purple body flowing with a mysterious luster under the starlight. Chen Yuan was very satisfied with the image of the card face, and with a light tap of his fingertips, the card was then flipped over. Then he began to inscribe the card back pattern. The pattern of the summoning card had long been engraved into the muscle memory, and every stroke was as natural as flowing water. As the last stroke fell, a dazzling golden light then fell. The moment the card took shape, Chen Yuan was violently stunned and saw another scene in a trance. In the boundless sea of stars, that familiar figure stepped on the starlight, and the stars floating around seemed to have been pressed the pause button, condensing into countless crystalline bubbles. Each bubble flashed with the biography of Deja, and eventually turned into streams of light that converged into the card. The blue light flashed by, and the Deja deck silently hovered in the air. Chen Yuan raised his hand and gently beckoned, and the card transformed into a blue meteor that steadily fell into his palm. On the information panel in the column of owned cards, the name Deja Ultraman appeared. Who? Chen Yuan opened his eyes from his meditation and pushed out the door. It was 3 or 4 in the morning, and all was silent. The campus was sleeping in the heavy night color. Chen Yuan stood alone in the center of the playground, holding a shimmering card deck between his fingertips. As the night breeze brushed by, the corner of his coat lifted slightly as he recited in a low voice. Across 30 million years of light, with the faith of mankind as the bond, please bloom the light of hope for the dark night of this planet. Deja Ultraman, descend. The cards were raised high, palms facing the sky. In a split second, light erupted from the cracks of his fingers, transforming into a pillar of radiant light that shot straight up into the sky. The silhouette of Deja Ultraman emerged in midair, towering like a mountain, shining like the sun. Light particles poured out like a river of stars, spilling onto the runway, reflecting a sparkling silver glow.
The surrounding trees were windless, the leaves rustling off the branches, but turned into countless light butterflies in midair, fluttering around Deja's silhouette. Chen Yuan's eyes moved slightly, and his mind closed. The light quickly converged, returning to the deck like a tide. The night returned to silence. Name: Deja Ultraman. Quality: blue. Star rating: 3 stars. Race attribute: giant of light, flying, light, superhuman, mystic, shadow, chaos, battle, sublime, ancient. Card type: summon card. Skill 1, Light Arrow Cutting Introduction, launches a blue light bomb in the shape of a handsword, which can be released continuously or in a single blow, and the power of the skill can be increased under the stored state up to 150%. Skill 2, J-Pelio Light Description, a white ray of destruction fired from both hands in the shape of an L. It's powerful, dealing 2.5 times the damage of a light-based weapon, and has an end effect. When the target's level is not higher than your own and your life is in danger less than 10% of your life value, you can deal a fatal blow that will completely end your life. Skill 3, Flash Fist Introduction, energy is gathered in the fist, and there is a chance that it will trigger a paralyzing effect when it hits the target. Skill 4, Ultra Barrier Description, generates a circular light shield to protect against long-range attacks. Skill 5, Gigantization introduces, freely switch between equal-sized and giant forms. Introduction, born in a super-ancient civilization 30 million years ago, a giant of light that guards the earth. Because mankind was caught in a civil war, he sealed himself until modern times when he was succeeded in the light by Round Daegu, a member of the Earth Peace Organization Guts, and became the new generation of the successor of the light. Deja is not only a giant that repels monsters, but also a totem of human courage. Progression: Dark Deja Purple, Shining Deja Orange, Light Dark Symbiote Deja Red. Advancement method: Spiritual Energy Nourishment, Light of Hope, Power of Darkness, Devouring Light and Dark Attribute Material. Tai appear with Dinah and Gaia at the same time to activate the combo technique Supreme Flash. Chapter 64, Planning. Any time to help a brother with a deck setting? It's late at night. Most of the students' mental power levels were still shallow, and their perceptions were sluggish. Chen Yuan had the experience of the previous times, and had deliberately restrained the energy fluctuations emanating from Deja Ultraman's appearance, so very few people noticed the flickering phenomenon in the playground. Only a few teachers on duty and a few keen students vaguely felt something strange. But when they hurried to the playground, everything was the same as before. The night was calm, as if the fluctuation was just an illusion. The laboratory building. On the balcony of the 3rd floor. Song Yu's face was gloomy. He had witnessed the entire process of Chen Yuan's card contract. Only 13 days after the start of the school year, Chen Yuan had successfully produced another new card. At once, he felt like there was a stone pressing down on his chest, and his breathing was stagnant. Subconsciously clenching his fists, the veins on the backs of his hands rippled like gnarled branches, pulsing under his skin. He stared dead-on at the distant figure, jealousy and unwillingness tumbling in his eyes. Chen Yuan. A shade flashed in his eyes as he whispered, "Everything you have will be mine sooner or later." With that, he turned around and returned to his card-making room. At this moment, Chen Yuan had already returned to his own card-making room. The Deja Ultraman deck was retrieved from the spiritual inner landscape. He sensed that his spiritual reserves had been boosted. Unlike the previous card-making feedback, this time, there was no strengthening of the physical body. However, the spiritual increase brought about by the Deja Ultraman far exceeded that of the Time King and the green-eyed white dragon. As he stretched his body, he realized that his mind was clear and his fatigue from the past few days had been swept away. However, a vague feeling of hunger appeared in his stomach. It's only 3:30 in the morning. Chen Yuan glanced at the alarm clock and then looked out the window. The night was still thick. The school cafeteria had yet to open, and the idea of a quick meal was pushed down after only a flash. Even though he was hungry, he didn't want to continue eating special meals and instant meals. Better wait for dawn. He lightly exhaled, deciding to endure it for a while. It wouldn't be long until the cafeteria opened anyway. With nothing else to do, Chen Yuan decided to use the remaining time to sort out the arrangements afterward. He took out all the card family treasures on his body and lined them up one by one on the bed. Spirit Leaf Vein Blue, Ectoplasmic Devil Statue Purple, 5 Elements Crystals Purple, Energy Receiver Purple, and Pain Mask Purple. Chen Yuan examined the materials. The Spirit Leaf Vein Blue was the blue material that was left over from the practical training base. The Pain Mask Purple was the material rewarded by the school administration at the opening ceremony. He hadn't thought of how to utilize these two materials for a while. However, he suddenly remembered that the rewards from the Starfire training had not yet been distributed. In addition to the self-selected purple material that was credited to the Detective Bureau, he should still have 2 blue materials, an auxiliary card, and $50,000 in cash as rewards. It's been over 10 days, so it should be paid out, right? With a slight hesitation in his mind, he picked up his cell phone to check the messages. The screen lit up and several unread messages popped up one after another. Lu Chang's, his parents, and Pan Yu's. To avoid missing important information, he flipped through them one by one. The message from Lu Chang was nothing important.
He only inquired if Chen Yuan was busy and what he was doing, and then brought up the matter of Chen Yuan promising to help him design cards when he was playing the game, asking him if this promise was still valid. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and replied, "I've been a bit busy lately, but since you mentioned it, I'm free to talk about it today. See you in the school cafeteria at 7 in the morning." Then, he clicked on the message from his parents. The content was some homey concern: "How are you studying, are you adapting to living in school, and do you have enough money?" Chen Yuan first explained why he hadn't replied in time during this period of time, before answering his parents' questions one by one, not forgetting to urge them to take care of themselves and pay attention to their health at the end. Finally, his gaze fell on Pan Yu's message. After briefly scanning it, his heart was enlightened. It turned out that 3 days after his closed-door card making, the Ministry of Education had issued the rewards for Starfire training one after another. And his rewards were temporarily managed by the school. Pan Yu left a message telling him that he could look for her to claim the rewards at any time. Turning off the screen, Chen Yuan planned to find Miss Pan to collect his rewards once he had breakfast. Currently, there were still 4 hours before the cafeteria opened its doors. The long night had yet to end, but he was not tired at all. He simply took out his notebook and began to conceptualize his next card. He had gotten used to this fast-paced, high-intensity life, and was even somewhat immersed in it. Feeling his strength increase every day, although tired, he was also happy to do so. All in all, it was that effort had an echo, and it was painful and joyful. Chen Yuan picked up his pen and recalled the setting of Nagato in Naruto. The complexity of this card is no less than that of the Tokyo King and the Deja Ultraman. It took 3.5 hours. It took 3.5 hours, but I hadn't even finished designing the basic framework. What's even more difficult is that this time the card needs to use purple material, the risk is very high, he must be very careful. Every detail had to be considered. Bell. The alarm clock suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. Looking up at his watch, 7 o'clock sharp, it was time for the cafeteria to open. He put down his pen, closed his notebook sharply, pushed out the door and walked quickly in the direction of the cafeteria. The morning breeze was slightly cool, but it couldn't blow away the concentration in the bottom of his eyes. "You kid is quite on the ball." A few minutes later, Chen Yuan arrived at the cafeteria and looked at the table full of breakfast, raising his eyebrows and laughing. "Eat it openly. Not enough to order more," Lu Chang said with a bold wave of his hand. He was still counting on Chen Yuan for guidance in card making. What was one meal? Chen Yuan wasn't polite either, and lowered his head to wind down the food. The food on his plate disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Big brother, how long have you been hungry?" Lu Chang held up his chopsticks frozen in mid-air, crying and laughing. "What good can I eat in seclusion?" Chen Yuan swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "It's easy to get distracted by eating too much before card making, usually 6 or 7 minutes of satiety is about right." This was the truth. Card makers were very particular about their diet when they were in seclusion. One couldn't eat a lot of fish and meat, and had to eat specially prepared meals. Calories and nutrition had to be precisely controlled to maintain the body in the middle. This allows the mind to be more focused, which in turn improves the efficiency and success rate of card making. It is said that there is a 200 pounds of fat, closed 3 months out, weight directly thin to 103. You are also too self-disciplined. Lu Chang swallowed his saliva, his tone full of admiration. He had also closed his eyes and practiced hard at the end of his sophomore year of high school, but he really couldn't survive the daily special meals and fast food. Not only was it bland and tasteless, it also never filled his stomach. In the end, he had to take out all the time, and had to eat until he was full before giving up. As a result, the card production efficiency fell by the wayside. Can't help it, sense of crisis. Chen Yuan took a mouthful of rice and shrugged his shoulders. Right now, he didn't even go out of the school gates because he didn't have enough confidence in his own strength, fearing that he would be backstabbed once he went out. Secretly resolved, until the long gate was made, he would never leave the gate. "Come on you." Lu Chang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Deng Jinghai's first genius, next year's college entrance exam, no surprises, getting into Star Dome Card School is a nail in the coffin. He looked around and confirmed that no one was around before he lowered his voice and came closer. "Speaking of which, how is your progress in card making now? Do you have time to help my brother make a set of card settings?" Chapter 65, Want a Night Deck Like Tokyo? Idea about the Heisei Night setting. In the circle of card masters, making cards for others was an extremely rare thing. It's like a writer who creates a novel with his heart and soul, only to end up putting someone else's name on it. The proceeds are also owned by someone else. Of course, it's a different story when you meet a golden father. Otherwise, almost no card master would take on the commission of customizing card settings. The reason is simple: the risk is too great. Every card master's inspiration was limited, and no one could guarantee that after completing one deck, the next one would be of the same caliber. What was even more frightening was that if a card creator sold a card setting but failed to complete the card, not only would he have to suffer a huge amount of compensation, but he would also lose his reputation. Chen Yuan casually mentioned this before the start of the school year, but Lu Chang kept this matter firmly in his mind.
These days, the thought lingered in his mind. If he could get a good grade at the end of this semester, he might not be able to break into the special training class. Therefore, as soon as school started, he put this matter on his agenda. When he received Chen Yuan's message in the early morning, he came half an hour earlier and prepared a sumptuous breakfast for Chen Yuan. I may not be able to spare time recently. However, you can talk about your general idea first. Chen Yuan replied after a slight contemplation. Big brother, which category are you better at? Which style? Lu Chang didn't make a direct request, but first inquired about Chen Yuan's direction of expertise. If Chen Yuan specialized in summoning card creation and preferred the night theme, then Lu Chang could adjust his requirements to be as close to the night setting as possible. This would not only reduce the difficulty of writing the setting, but also increase the success rate of card making. You speak about your conceptualization first, then I'll give you suggestions. Chen Yuan put down his chopsticks and spoke in a bland tone. There were so many areas that he was good at, and even if he was unfamiliar with the genre, with his infinite deduction talent, he was able to construct a detailed framework for the cards. Is there a deck setup as powerful as that timeless king of yours? Lu Chang rubbed his hands together, anticipation glittering in his eyes. Chen Yuan's timeless king had once overwhelmed the undead knight in a dueling arena, and that battle was still fresh in his mind. What's more, Chen Yuan was extremely fast at crafting the timeless king, so he must be quite knowledgeable about this type of card. Chen Yuan did not answer immediately, but instead fell into thought. There were many cards in the Mask series, and there were naturally many powerful cards, but he had to consider some other factors. For example, the bonds of his own subsequent cards. If Lu Chang was given the Mask series card setup, once the other party succeeded in making a card, he would not be able to make this character deck again, and the bond system would be missing as a result. Suddenly, Chen Yuan thought of something and had a flash of insight. Perhaps one could make a Heisei Knight card setting for Lu Chang. According to the Masked Rider setting, the power of the King of Feng Emosher is essentially a collection of the power of all the Heisei riders, and possesses absolute control over the Heisei system of riders, including the main riders, side riders, and even the villainous riders. If a Heisei Knight card setup is created for Lu Chang, doesn't it mean that as Lu Chang's power of that deck increases, his own Toki King deck might be able to draw some of the gain from it as well? Or even, with the properties of the power of Feng Emo, would he himself retain a certain level of control over these cards as well? Without testing it, he couldn't be completely sure. After all, the Time King, Chong Huang Time King and Feng Emo Time King were three different concepts, with different power tiers and ranges of authority. But in any case, it was well worth trying. If it was successful, the Time King's ability would be enhanced with half the effort. After all, the Heisei Knights including the Villain Knights still have a large number of cards that have yet to be developed. At that time, arranging the Heisei Knights card setups to someone else, allowing them to become their own helpers without depleting their own resources. At the same time one still retained control over these cards, then one's strength would be qualitatively increased. Chen Yuan? Lu Chang reached out and waved his hand in front of Chen Yuan's eyes, who snapped back to his senses and was just about to speak. Chen Yuan? You came out? A clear voice suddenly came from behind him. Chen Yuan turned around and was met with Pan Yu's smiling gaze. Good day, Ms. Pan. He smiled and nodded his head in greeting. Good day, Teacher Pan. Lu Chang followed suit with a greeting. Although Pan Yu didn't recognize Lu Chang, when she heard his voice, she immediately recalled the student who had reminded her of the strangeness in Chen Yuan's home on the phone that night. What are we chatting about? She smiled faintly and sat down directly beside the two. Nothing much, Lu forced the card to encounter a bit of a problem, I'll help take a look. Chen Yuan brought it up lightly, not intending to disclose the matter of helping Lu Chang with setting up a customized card. This is not a glorious happy event, it should not be publicized, spread out both to him and Lu Chang, the impact is not good, so it is still less trouble. Yo, now you can instruct others? Progress is not small. Pan Yu raised her eyebrows, flirting in her tone. Teacher Pan, Chen Yuan, I'm done eating, I'll go back first. Although Lu Chang was usually big-headed, he was well-behaved and extraordinarily restrained in front of his teacher. Ever since Pan Yu took her seat, he had been sitting on pins and needles, even his breathing had slowed down a few points, his buttocks shifting uneasily around in his chair. It was hard to wait for an opportunity, so he immediately got up with his dinner plate and fled as if to say goodbye. Fine, go back. Pan Yu nodded slightly. Lu Chang was like an amnesty and left quickly without looking back. Teacher Pan, Lu Chang is timid, you can't scare him. Seeing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but lose his smile. Originally, he still wanted to discuss the matter of the Masked Rider card setting with Lu Chang, but this could only be discussed another day. Where did I scare him? The moment he sees me, he's like a mouse seeing a cat, am I that scary? Pan Yu helplessly shrugged her shoulders, her tone carrying a few hints of innocence. Ha! Chen Yuan let out a light laugh, secretly saying in his heart, why don't you ask the other students in the class if they are afraid of you? If he didn't have the experience of being a student in 2 lifetimes and was harboring enough strength and backbone, I'm afraid that he would also be as fearful of his teacher as Lu Chang was. Alright, don't be poor. Have you gained anything from this retreat?
Only after Lu Chan walked away did Pan Yu slowly say, "It is not yet completely finished." Chen Yuan confessed, "This time I went out, firstly to buy some more necessities, and secondly to collect the rewards from the Starfire training."
Is the card making still going well?
Pan Yu pursued, her fingertips unconsciously tapping the desktop.
It's done.
Chen Yuan nodded and replied lightly.
How many stars? What quality?
A hint of anticipation flashed in Pan Yu's eyes.
3-star blue card. It's already rare.
Pan Yu said, but a hint of loss swept through her heart. With Chen Yuan's natural talent, even if he produced a purple card, it would not be surprising. She pondered a little, and after some thought, she solemnly reminded, "The energy contained in the purple material is extremely violent, so be careful when making cards. If you don't control it properly, you may suffer a backlash." "Well, I'll be careful." With the future at stake, even if Pan Yu did not say so, Chen Yuan would be careful.
This time, I'm actually looking for you because there's something I need you to do. Chapter 66, Transfer Student Kick? Bonus material, auxiliary card, Nail of Atonement. Need me to make a move? Chen Yuan frowned slightly, puzzled in his heart. What could he help with that even Pan Yu couldn't solve?
"The students from the first middle school have come to kick off."
Pan Yu didn't sell the story and simply said, "Kick off? Going to school can still be a kicking contest?"
Chen Yuan was stunned. He had only heard of martial arts schools, boxing gyms, and the like having kickboxing. What did it have to do with the school?
This is an inter-school tradition.
Every year, each school will send each other's seniors to challenge each other at the door.
1. To test their own strength, and 2. To stabilize the school's ranking and status.
Pan Yu patiently explained. Simply put, the kickoff was a formalized competition between senior students and schools.
Understood.
Chen Yuan revealed a dazed look, but then thought of something and frowned slightly.
I remember that there doesn't seem to be any particularly outstanding students in this session of first middle school.
With Song Yu and Morong Qingshua's strength, they should be enough to handle it.
Why do you still need me to fight?
He recalled the situation during Starfire's training. There really weren't any bright newcomers in the first middle school, but rather, there were a few good seedlings in the attached middle school. But even if the attached middle school came to kick the bucket, with Morong Qingshua's strength, she might not lose out.
Originally there wasn't. But this year, all the schools are riveted, even going so far as to drop heavy amounts of money to dig up transfer students from outside the province. Get it?
Pan Yu skimmed her mouth, her tone slightly contemptuous.
It can still be like this?
Chen Yuan was a little surprised, not expecting the competition between schools to be so fierce. Of course. If we didn't have you in this session, our school had originally planned to bring in transfer students at a high price as well. Pan Yu gave him a meaningful look and leisurely said,
"All right. How is the strength of the first middle school students who came to kick off this time? What's the card configuration?" Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly and asked after a moment of contemplation.
Even though he was currently holding 3-3-star blue cards, he was not arrogant because of it. There was a sky beyond the sky, and there were people beyond the people.
Without complete certainty, he didn't want to take any chances.
Mental power level silver, currently known to possess 1 2-star green card, 1 2-star blue card, and 1 3-star blue card. Other information is still unclear. Chen Yuan was enlightened in his heart. No wonder, Pan Yu was looking for herself to go out to meet the battle. Morong Qingxue and Song Yu currently only had 2 summoning cards, and facing an opponent with 3 summoning cards was indeed a lot of pressure. The victory rate was not high.
It's fine,
he agreed after a brief thought. The school had given him a lot of resources, so it was reasonable to support the school for a while. What's more, he also wanted to take this opportunity to try out the strength of Dija Ultraman. After having breakfast, Chen Yuan followed Pan Yu to her office. "The cash has been transferred to your parents as you requested. This is the additional reward material and auxiliary cards from the Ministry of Education." Pan Yu took out 2 shimmering material cards from the drawer and handed them over. Chen Yuan reached out and took them, his eyes sweeping over the card faces.
The Ascetics Rosary Blue and the Ascetics Chain Shackle Blue.
The 2 materials were born from the same source, clearly the result of careful selection. It was just a matter of finding another material that fit, and then writing a reasonable card setup.
Theoretically, as long as there were no technical errors, producing a deck would not be a problem.
Here, this is the auxiliary card. Pan Yu handed over a card with a ghostly blue luster.
Chen Yuan reached out and took it. The name column on the face of the card was clearly imprinted with 4 large dark purple characters, Nail of Atonement.
The Nail of Atonement is produced in subspace and is of blue quality, which is considered to be of top quality amongst the auxiliary cards. Its effect is similar to the Tainted Altar, where extreme gains can be obtained after piercing the nail into the card spirit's body, though there may be some side effects. But the exact effects will have to be determined only after you finish card making.
Seeing Chen Yuan's thoughtful face, Pan Yu duly reminded, as long as you complete the card back inscription, it will be yours. The reward cards issued throughout the country were all this kind of semi-finished product. The card face had been finalized, leaving the card back waiting to be drawn by the card master.
This was also the main reason why Chen Yuan was shocked when he saw Morong Qingxue stealing the Timeless King card in the first place. As long as the drawing of the card back was completed, then the card would no longer belong to anyone else. Not to mention not being able to draw the card back pattern, or even the card back can be drawn crooked.
This kind of small problem can be wrong.
It means that the basic skills are too poor. If you can still make mistakes after practicing many times, you might as well change your profession. Card masters, there is also a threshold.
Chen Yuan put the cards into his arms, intending to wait until the next retreat to inscribe the card back pattern. The two of them walked out of the office.
Chen Yuan suddenly remembered that there was something he had forgotten to ask, and hurriedly took a quick step to catch up, stopping Pan Yu in the corridor.
Teacher Pan, I would like to use the same grade material to replace an equivalent material from the school's material library. Is that possible?
He had 3 blue materials in his hands. However, the Spirit Leaf Vein Blue had contradictory attributes to the Ascetics Rosary Blue and Ascetics Chain Shackle Blue, making it difficult to match them. If they could be directly replaced within the school, it would naturally be much more convenient than going to the black market. I'll have to consult the school leaders on this matter, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Pan Yu's footsteps paused slightly as she pondered briefly. Thank you, Ms. Pan.
Chen Yuan's heart was relieved. Although he hadn't completely agreed to it, this actually meant that it was no different from directly agreeing to it. A short while later, Pan Yu led him to the principal's office building. Passing through the corridor, he happened to meet Song Yu and Morong Qingxue head-on.
Came out of seclusion. Morong Qingxue nodded slightly, her expression clear and cold, as a greeting.
Song Yu cast a sidelong glance at him, brushing past him without even a proper look.
I was away during this period of time, it was hard on you.
Chen Yuan did not take it personally, raised his hand and patted Morong Qingxue's shoulder and laughed. Although she knew that Chen Yuan was talking about class matters, Morong Qingxue's indifferent face nearly failed to tense up. Without saying another word, she turned around and left, completely missing the cold arrogance of the party.
Did you bully Morong Qingxue?
Pan Yu had some experience in this area in the end. Her gaze swept back and forth between the two, and she suspiciously said,
Teacher Pan, the way you say this, can't you be convinced by my charisma?
Chen Yuan spread his hands and innocently said,
Ha!
Pan Yu pulled the corner of her mouth, clearly not believing half a word.
Right. Chen Yuan gathered his smile and said with a straight face, What are Morong Qingxue and Song Yu doing here?
It should be about the kicking. The principal doesn't know that you've already succeeded in making the card, so it's probably because he wants them to face that transfer student from the first middle school who came to kick off the tournament in the afternoon.
Pan Yu pondered and speculated. Oh, that way.
While speaking, the two had already arrived in front of the principal's office door and gently knocked on the door of the room. Only after hearing a muffled "please come in" from inside did they push the door in.
Yeah, Mr. Pan. Mr. Chen? Why are you here?
The big-bellied principal immediately stood up from his fluffy seat as soon as he saw the visitors. As the head of a school, he was also under the Ministry of Education and was a senior cardmaster certified by the Cardmaster Association. However, the years had not spared him, and nowadays, his reflexes were slow, his physical abilities were declining, and coupled with years of pampering, his already limited combat experience was basically nil. Although he and Pan Yu belonged to the same bronze level, when it came to strength, he was afraid that he was far inferior to Pan Yu. Moreover, Pan Yu was the elite teacher that he had specially hired, and her status in this academy was no less than that of him as the principal.
Chapter 67 Proposed Material Replacement, Chen Yuan's Schemes.
Principal, please take a seat, no need to be polite. Pan Yu smiled faintly, her tone respectful but not subdued. After saying that, she took her own seat and looked for a place to sit. Chen Yuan, at the behest of the principal and Pan Yu, quietly sat on the sofa to the side. The sunlight passed through the blinds and felt warm.
Student Chen Yuan, I heard that you went into seclusion some time ago? How was it?
The principal pushed up his glasses, his gaze carrying a few moments of probing. He recalled the long vacation that Pan Yu had made an exception for Chen Yuan at the beginning of the school year, which was originally against the school rules. However, considering that the object of the leave was Chen Yuan, he had eventually granted it as a special permission. Seeing Chen Yuan appear at this moment, the principal's eyes could not help but show a look of anticipation. Principal, actually, Chen Yuan came here today because he has something he wants to discuss with you. Pan Yu took over the conversation at the right time, her voice clear and bright as she shifted the topic without moving.
Oh? What is it? The principal smiled knowingly and asked amiably.
Chen Yuan wishes to use the material in his hands in exchange for material of equal value in the school's material library. Pan Yu straightforwardly stated her intentions without being condescending.
The principal murmured, gently tapping the desktop.
This matter seemed unusual, but it was about resource allocation, which could be big or small. After pouring so much effort into Chen Yuan, he had to weigh whether it was worth it. Then decide whether or not to open this opening. A moment later, he raised his eyes to Pan Yu, his gaze deep.
You've heard about First Middle School coming to kick off in the afternoon, right?
They're coming in hot and heavy, they've already taken 3rd middle school first, and now it's the time when they're at their most furious.
Fan I arranged for Morong Qingxue and Song Yu to fight, but the risk is still high. Pan Yu nodded slightly, following the principal's words.
I've investigated the matter of that transfer student. There was the intention to have Jin Chen Yuan fight in the afternoon.
Oh? The principal raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning to Chen Yuan. Are you sure?
Chen Yuan was just about to open his mouth when Pan Yu calmly replied for him. Headmaster, Chen Yuan now similarly possesses 3 cards, and all of them are 3-star blue cards.
What do you think, compared to that transfer student from the 1st middle school?
The principal's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. Good, very good. Saying 2 good words in a row was a great relief. At least it proved that the school's investment in Chen Yuan was not in vain.
Principal, about replacing the material, you see.
I'll contact the administrator later to speed up the process, just bring Chen Yuan over in the afternoon. The principal slammed the table and said with great bravado. Seeing this, Chen Yuan's eyes turned and took the opportunity to propose, Principal, the other party has stepped on our heads, can we just let it go?
How? About kicking them back in the face?
Pan Yu froze and then reacted, the corner of her mouth curling slightly, clearly having seen through everything. The principal frowned and pondered for a moment, waving his hand. Forget it, they are a formal challenge, let's just hold on.
Pan Yu coughed lightly and concurred, the principal is right.
Walking out of the office, without waiting for Chen Yuan to open his mouth, Pan Yu lowered his voice. I know what you're calculating, but if you want the principal to let go, you'll have to wait until that transfer student from the 1st middle school kicks the bucket this afternoon. I heard that guy didn't let out a lot of harsh words after he swept through 3rd middle school.
She gave Chen Yuan a meaningful look. Chen Yuan understood and gave Pan Yu a meaningful glance. Sure enough, Ginger was still old and hot.
He did have such thoughts in his mind just now. To use the kicking game to make the school famous, and incidentally get a reward from the school's material pool. It was a pity that the principal was looking for stability, so his plan fell through. However, Pan Yu's words had allowed him to smell a turnaround. When the 1st middle school came to kick off in the afternoon, the principal was bound to be present. If Song Yu and Morong Qingxue lost, with that transfer student's arrogant nature, he would inevitably speak out of turn. At that time, if the principal and the school are also mocked,
that would be interesting. The principal would not be able to keep his face.
At that time, there was no need for him to take the initiative to propose. I'm afraid that the principal would take the initiative to come to the door and ask about kicking the school. He, on the other hand, could naturally go along with it and renegotiate the price of the kickoff. Whether it was card-making materials or cash, he was sure to make a profit.
And the final reward would definitely be much higher than the original base. In the morning,
Chen Yuan had the rare opportunity to sit in the classroom and listen to the lessons, and had harvested countless gazes of various colors such as envy and jealousy. The senior year's curriculum had actually been fully learned as early as the 1st and 2nd year of high school. Nowadays, it was just a matter of repeatedly chewing on old knowledge and consolidating memories.
And this, to Chen Yuan, was not challenging at all.
The knowledge points that others needed to memorize over and over again were at his fingertips. The unforgettable talent allowed him to carve the contents of a book into his mind after only flipping through it once. For the rest, he only needed to take the time to thoroughly understand it, and then he would be able to integrate it. In the midst of his boredom, Chen Yuan glanced at Morong Qingxue's desk corner and saw the book, The Complete Process of Card Dismantling. Let me borrow your book. Saying this, without waiting for her to agree, he casually drew the book over. Morong Qingxue frowned slightly, her heart was not happy, but in the end, she did not speak out to stop it. On the podium, the history lesson was still continuing. Underneath the stage, Chen Yuan had already flipped through the card removal tome. Benefiting from the subtlety of dual soul resonance, he was actually able to use 2 minds at once. With his left hand holding the pen, he sketched the key points on the textbook while listening to the lesson. With his right hand, he turned the pages while reading and learning the process of dismantling cards. Card dismantling and card making seem to be 2 sides of the same coin, but they are actually very different. Card dismantling is like dismantling a block building. You need to peel off the threads and work step by step. If you are not careful, the whole disc will collapse. Card making is like building a tower, which needs to be stacked up layer by layer, steadily, in order to become its towering. The 2 theories are contrary to each other, but also have some hidden commonality.
The morning session ended very quickly.
Chen Yuan stepped out of the classroom and walked towards the direction of the cafeteria. Halfway there, he was stopped by Lu Chang.
Brother, my own brother.
Lu Chang hugged Chen Yuan's arm with a smile on his face. Come on, I'll treat you to a restaurant.
Ha!
To be solicitous for nothing is to be either a traitor or a thief. Chen Yuan had a clear idea in his heart. This guy would be trying to pull him to talk about the setting of the Masked Rider deck. He wasn't repulsed, after all, he had promised, and he was also interested in this matter. Wanted to experiment with whether or not the Tokyo King had oppressive or other authority over the Heisei Knights if they were made. Don't toss it, go to the cafeteria, pack it up and go back to my dormitory, let's eat and talk.
Chen Yuan waved his hand and said, "The matter of card making, it was best to keep it a bit more secretive. Whether it was the cafeteria or the restaurant outside, there were many people, and it was by no means a good place. Moreover, it might not be safe outside the school, who knows if he would encounter any accidents or troubles, so it would be better to go directly to his own dormitory. Private and safe." "Yes." Lu Chang nodded without hesitation, secretly relieved in his heart. He had purposely asked Chen Yuan to go outside to a restaurant just because he was afraid that it would be like the morning again. The words had just reached a crucial point when they were suddenly interrupted. That stifling feeling made him not listen to the morning's lesson, and his mind was full of unfinished business. The two packed their meals in the cafeteria and went straight back to Chen Yuan's dormitory. As soon as they entered, Lu Chang couldn't help but sigh. "Your special training class is also too cool. Exclusive card-making room aside, even the dormitory is single." Chen Yuan's residence was not an ordinary small single room, but a minimalist-style single apartment. One room, one hall, with an independent bathroom, a small kitchen, and a balcony with good lighting. The conditions were far beyond imagination. Chen Yuan just smiled and didn't explain much. In fact, the dormitory of the special training class was also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. The higher the ranking, the better the treatment. The configuration of the first place is naturally top-notch, and then decreasing by level. The dormitory at the end is just a slightly larger single room. Want to change the dormitory? It's also very simple. Beat the person in front of you, improve your ranking, and then submit an application to the class teacher. The rules are clear and the competition is clear. Chapter 68 Masked Knight Candidates. Encountering a middle school transfer student provoking a punch in the face. After lunch, the two quickly cut to the chase. "Brother Yuan, can you still do that kind of night card setting similar to King of Time?" Lu Chang hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth to ask. Just as the words left his mouth, he felt a bit abrupt again. Although the two were on good terms, such a request seemed a bit presumptuous. It was a bit like asking to borrow money when a friend had just been paid. Even if the reason was justified, it would inevitably make people think too much. So, he hastily added, "I mean, how convenient for you. It doesn't matter about ability or anything, it's more or less the same." Shen Yuan smiled. The relationship between the two of them was not such that it would make him think too much, not to mention that this was not a business. He gathered his mind and thought seriously. If he were to design a Masked Knight Heisei series of cards for Lu Chang, which knight should be the right one to choose? Since he was doing it for his brother, he naturally had to design it in a strong and good direction. Lu Chang said even a 1-star gray card is fine. But if there was a 3-star blue card to choose from, who would be willing to settle for a gray card or white card? Chen Yuan's thoughts swept through the many masked riders in the Heisei series and finally settled on Xade. This knight had once single-handedly defeated Cronus, who possessed the ability to reset the rules, and even ignored the death mechanism of the game field. His peak combat power is unparalleled. His defense is absolutely invincible, and he is immune to all damage and anomalies. Not only that, he also has the ability to pause time. Even more terrifying was the data reconstruction, which could be so perverted that it could directly rewrite the rules of reality. It can be called the apex of mind-only combat power, close to the law of cause and effect level of defense. But Chen Yuan was in a quandary. Xade's attack output is too dependent on the level of control of the cardmaster, while Lu Chang's card control can be difficult to say. Chen Yuan shook his head, dismissing Masked Knight Xade. As his thoughts turned, another name surfaced, Masked Knight Build. The pinnacle of the science side's battle power, having defeated Evolto's black hole form Whitesnake head-on in the stage play. Well, any thoughts on a suitable card setting? Lu Chang couldn't help but ask tentatively when he saw him silent for a long time. Yes. Chen Yuan raised his eyes. Masked Knight Build. Masked Knight Build? Lu Chang was stunned at his words, feeling that something sounded familiar, and then remembered the build armored form in Chen Yuan's Time King skill. He was deeply impressed by the red and blue battle armor when the Time King fought against the Undead Knight. Is it the build that the Timeless King used when he fought the Undead Knight back then? Chen Yuan shook his head and laughed. It's not the same. The Masked Knight build is a separate existence. Its transformer, Kiryu Battle Rabbit, is ostensibly a hot-blooded and cheerful inventor, but in reality, he is a genius physicist, Katsushiro Takashi. After losing his memory in Faust's plot, he had his identity and appearance remodeled by Evolto possessed by Soichi Ishimochi, a coffee shop owner. He guards the peace of the Eastern capital in a game against Evolto, an alien lifeform that possesses humans. Solving the mysteries of Pandora's box and the Sky Wall tragedy, he saved the planet from extinction. Chen Yuan narrated the setting and main plot of Masked Rider Build, and his in-depth narration mesmerized Lu Chang. Nodding his head in praise from time to time, he sometimes slapped his legs in applause. It was clear that he was deeply interested in this creative masked world. Just let me know if you need anything. Although Lu Chang had a basic understanding of the Masked Rider build, and even the world of Masked Rider, through Chen Yuan's explanation. However, if he were to think of writing settings and creating cards on his own with just this, he would definitely not succeed, so he still needed to look up to Chen Yuan. It will, but it will have to wait for a while.
Chen Yuan was currently focusing on his own deck making. Nagato had yet to be completed, and there were still 3 blue materials hoarded in his hand.
In addition, the deck from Louis Fei was also pending disassembly and study.
For the next period of time, his schedule was full of plans. As for helping Lu Chang design the masked rider build, he could only wait for the matters at hand to come to an end before proceeding.
Is there a chance for that to be done this semester? Lu Chang knew that this could not be rushed, even if the two were on good terms.
But this opportunity was really rare. At the end of the first semester of the senior year, students in the ordinary class had one last chance to rush into the key class. If Chen Yuan could help him with masked rider build before the examination, his grasp of entering the special training class would be a lot greater. According to the advancement rate of previous classes, as long as one entered the special training class, it was basically the same as crossing one foot into the door of the university.
I'll try my best. Chen Yuan did not say the words to death.
Of course he was clear about Lu Chang's mind, but he himself had quite a lot on his hands, so who knew if any more accidents would pop up in the middle of the day. So he didn't dare to agree rashly, or else if he couldn't do it in the end, both of them would be embarrassed. The two were chatting when Lu Chang looked at his cell phone and suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Late." He jumped up violently. "Chen Yuan, I'll withdraw first, keep in touch if there's a situation." Before the words fell, the person had already rushed out of the dormitory. Chen Yuan glanced at his watch, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, halfway through the first class. No wonder Lu Chang was in such a hurry. After all, not everyone could enjoy special treatment like him.
Not attending classes and even taking a normal long vacation. Oh right.
He suddenly remembered that he still had to make a trip to the dueling arena in the afternoon to fight that first middle school transfer student. Without slowing down, he washed his face before leisurely going out.
At this time, Jinghai Second Middle School, the dueling arena.
There was a hidden anger flashing in Pan Yu's eyes. On the dueling stage, a dark shadow beast with a purple-black mist wrapped around its body shuttled like a ghost, its sharp claws wrapped in the sound of cold wind with every swing. The two spirit butterflies were losing ground, and their originally light wings were now so heavy that they could barely maintain flight. Wang Guangming clenched his fists tightly, furious and helpless, but in the end, he could only let go dejectedly.
"I lost," he said in a low voice, resentment suppressed in his voice.
As the vanguard sent by Pan Yu, he should have tested the depths of his opponent. However, the other party had only utilized a 2-star blue card to completely suppress him. In this battle, he had lost completely, and hadn't even managed to force out his opponent's bottom card. It was not too much to say that he was a worthless cannon fodder.
Is this all that the second middle school of the capital C is capable of? Didn't they say they broke the Starfire training record?
The student from Jinghai No. 1 Middle School clasped his hands on his chest, a sneer at the corner of his mouth as he swept his gaze across the stage, his tone light and slow.
"Oh, a petty competition like Starfire training is worth bragging about?"
he replied to himself, snorting and shaking his head, as if even mocking was too much of a waste of energy.
TSK, a bunch of winebags.
When the students under the stage heard this, each one of them rubbed their fists, itching to go on stage and eat him alive.
But considering the strength gap, they still held back. "Enough barking?"
A cold voice rang out, piercing through the noise.
Huang Xian raised an eyebrow and followed the voice.
Only to see Song Yu rowing out of the crowd, his expression indifferent, a hint of coldness in his eyes. He was originally waiting for Chen Yuan to make a move, but after looking around, he did not see him, and only after a slight contemplation did he take the initiative to ascend the stage to meet the battle.
Finished raving? Then it's my turn. Chapter 69, 3 consecutive defeats in second form. A cat or a dog dares to come to the second middle school to play wild? Song Yu. It's Song Yu who struck.
There was a commotion on the sidelines, and the students of the second middle school of Jinghai immediately perked up. No matter how strong Huang Xian was, he was after all from Jinghai No. 1 Middle School, and at this moment, Song Yu going into battle represented Jinghai No. 2 Middle School. This battle was not only about personal victory or defeat, but also represented the face of the two schools. Without any nonsense, Song Yu raised his hand and waved it, and 2 green lights suddenly flashed. The undead knight and the bone dragon with folded wings descended with a bang. In an instant, a deadly aura filled the air and the pressure swept across the entire field. Roar! The shadow berserker beast on the opposite side let out a low roar, its pitch-black pupils locking onto its opponent in death. This 2-star blue card shaped like a giant wolf actually had an aura that was not inferior to an ordinary 3-star. The battle instantly erupted. The shadow berserker's speed was extremely fast, however, Song Yu's attack was even more powerful. The undead knight's spear swept horizontally, and the bone dragon with folded wings swooped down, forcing his opponent into a disadvantage in just a single glance. In the next second, green and blue light intertwined and flashed. The 2-star green card Volt Beast hissed and broke out of the ground. The 3-star blue card Frozen Beast descended onto the battlefield with a bitterly cold aura. The energy of frost and rocky soil exploded. The violet elemental power instantly suppressed the entire field. The original precarious shadow beast was finally able to catch its breath. The situation was instantly reversed. The undead knight and the winged bone dragon were caught between the ice ribs and the earth spikes. Their attack was completely disrupted, and every time they struggled, they seemed to fall deeper into the mire.
Song Yu clenched his fists tightly in his heart.
If he had one more card in his hand, the battle would never have been so passive. But now, even if he used an auxiliary card to force an increase, he might not be able to turn the tide. What's more, if Huang Xian consumed too much while battling him, allowing the later challengers to reap the benefits, it would be more than worth it. Roar! The shadow berserker beast suddenly rose up, its sharp claws entwined with a piercing purple aura. Tearing out several crack-like claw shadows in the air, it instantly landed on the body of the folded wing bone dragon. The black mist surged, and the body was torn out of a mouth, emitting a mournful wail.
At the beginning of the engagement, the folded wing bone dragon was traumatized. Marred. Song Yu's face turned blue as he cursed.
If he had known that the other party's spiritual power and card grade were not at the same level as his own, he would not have taken the initiative to challenge him on stage. Humph. He violently raised his hand to recall his cards and turned around to leave the field with heavy footsteps.
The entire arena fell silent.
Even though Song Yu did not take the initiative to open his mouth to admit defeat, his behavior was already no different from taking the initiative to admit defeat.
Is this all that Ginghai Second Middle School is capable of?
You guys shouldn't have any expectations for this year's college entrance exam. Huang Xian clasped his arms and snorted, his voice tone piercing and rampant. I heard that you guys still have delusions of grandeur about sprinting to Star Dome Card School? Wake up before it's too late.
Mocking laughter spread through the air. The onlooker students each glared angrily, yet they felt a deep sense of powerlessness.
If one's skills were inferior to others, one could only take a beating.
I'm going to challenge you.
A tall, thin figure walked out from the crowd. Huang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked, Who are you?
Shi Chang, back off.
Panyu stopped in a cold voice. She couldn't be clearer about Shi Chang's strength. There was only a white and green card in his hand, and his grade was very low. She had heard these students' arguments clearly just now. Seeing Huang Xian's strength, this group of people planned to consume him in a wheel battle, going on one by one and exhausting his mental power. This tactic wasn't impossible, but it was really despicable. Even if they won in the end, the face of the second middle school would be gone. If she lost again, I'm afraid that she would become the laughingstock of the Jinghai College circle. What's more, her real card, Chen Yuan, had yet to be played. So there was no need to play such a small trick at all.
I'll do it.
A clear and cold voice suddenly rang out. Morong Qingxue stepped out, her eyes determined. Among the top 5 of the class, Chen Yuan was not present, Hu Kersen refused to fight, Wang Guangming and Song Yu lost one after another, and now she was the only one left to fight. What's more, she was also the vice class president of the special training class.
You're Morong Qingxue, right?
The corner of Huang Xian's mouth rose slightly, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. It seems that there's no one left in the second middle school, so hurry up and let the strongest person in your second middle school come out to face the battle.
I don't want to fall into the reputation of bullying my female classmates. Cut the crap. Morong Qingxue coldly shouted and leapt onto the dueling stage.
Her veiled hand flicked up, and the charmed bone dragoness and fluorescent cat rider were called out, and in an instant, flashy light flowed.
The encounter instantly unfolded. Dark binding.
The shadow berserker let out a low roar, and black awns sprang out like vipers, instantly entangling the fluorescent cat rider in death.
Ice not wind. Shattering claw strike.
The volt beast and the frozen beast struck at the same time, interweaving cold ice and sharp claws into a web. The phantom bone dragoness waved her sleeves with purple flames flying, and blasted out magic balls in a series of beads, but she was still suppressed by the other party, losing ground. Morong Qingxue's brows knitted tightly. This familiar feeling of oppression reminded her of her duel with Chen Yuan. It was just that when she was in the Starfire training, Chen Yuan was holding back at every turn, and the two of them were just putting on a show, and didn't get into a real fight. At this moment, Morong Qingxue and Huang Xian were in real action. Both sides were deadly. Huang Xian had even started to manipulate the card spirit to attack Morong Qingxue herself. The shadow beast tore through the air, heading straight for her. A dark claw went straight for Morong Qingxue's throat. Stab la. Between the splashes of blood, the phantom bone dragoness dodged and blocked in front of her, hardening herself to carry off this fatal blow. The sound of her scaled armor shattering was scalp-numbing. I admit defeat. Morong Qingxue's voice was still cold, no emotions could be heard. The difference between Huang Xian's and his own card grades was not large, and the number of cards summoned by his opponent was one more than his own. There was no chance of winning at all. Seeing that the phantom bone dragoness was difficult to deal with, Huang Xian simply didn't waste his mental energy with her and directly bypassed the card spirit and came straight for himself. There was some resentment in her heart. If she was given another 10 days, she would be able to make the unfinished third card. At that time, she would definitely be able to defeat Huang Xian. Lost again? Morong Qingxue actually lost too? It's over, even she lost, who else can fight in our school? In the midst of the discussion, the students of the special training class coincidentally recalled a person in their minds. Their class president, Chen Yuan.
During the day, Chen Yuan's presence was extremely low. If not for his grade 1 halo, I'm afraid no one would even notice him. Isn't Chen Yuan the class president? Where did he go when the school and class needed him the most?
While everyone was complaining in low voices, Morong Qingxue had already quietly returned to the class lineup. Before we left, the principal specially instructed me that Jinghai No. 2 Middle School has held back a big move this time, preparing to make a splash. I didn't expect that it did hold back a big one.
Amazing enough indeed.
Huang Xian sneered, his eyes contemptuous.
Anyone else? Huang Xian looked around the room and snapped, I'm just asking, who else? Is there, who else?
The principal's face was ironic, the fat on his cheekbones trembling uncontrollably. The scene was dead silent. At this time, an abrupt voice rang out.
There's still me.
Chen Yuan came to the end of the group at some point. Only then did the crowd come back to their senses and made way for Chen Yuan. Many of the surrounding students called out Brother Yuan one by one.
Morong Qingxue, how did you become the vice class president?
I've only been gone for a few days, how come all the cats and dogs dare to come to our school?
Chapter 70 Giant Deja makes his appearance. Who gave the information indiscriminately?
Huang Xian's face was grim, anger churning in his eyes as he raised his hand to point at Chen Yuan and snapped.
What are you? Is there a place for you to speak? Cut the crap and start.
Chen Yuan was too lazy to bull with him, and as his words fell, 3 brilliant blue lights streaked by. A blinding light appeared, causing the card masters present to squint their eyes. The light dispersed.
Boom! The Timeless King, Green-Eyed White Dragon, and Deja Ultraman descended at the same time, and a terrifying sense of oppression swept across the entire arena.
Especially the 40-odd meter tall Deja Ultraman, the silver and red Colossus stood tall and intimidating. In reality, this was still the extent to which Chen Yuan had deliberately controlled the giganticization. If it wasn't for the spatial limitations of the silver-level dueling arena and the fear of affecting the battle afterward, Deja's size would have continued to expand.
A third card? Chen Yuan actually made a third deck? It's incredible.
It's only been a few days since school started, and he actually completed another deck.
The key is still a 3-star blue card. The onlooker students were in an uproar, with cries of astonishment rising and falling.
The principal's face was filled with shock, finally understanding where Pan Yu's confidence in Chen Yuan came from. None of the 3 cards produced by Chen Yuan were disappointing.
What is the name of this deck of young friend Chen Yuan's?
The principal's tone lightened by a few points, and even his address quietly changed, directly addressing him as little friend. It was considered a recognition of Chen Yuan's ability.
Deja Ultraman. Pan Yu calmly replied.
The basic information of this deck had been revealed to her by Chen Yuan during the morning meal.
It's unbelievable.
The difficulty of a giant deck is not only in the material, the setting and conception is even more crucial.
Chen Yuan actually did it.
The principal exclaimed in a low voice. The difficulty of making the giant system's decks logically self-contained had stopped countless card masters in their tracks. Because of this, the common giant decks were mostly dragons, while giant decks like those of giants or other races were almost hard to see.
Incredible indeed.
The other school leaders also revealed a shocked look, their gazes fixed on the card, their hearts raising waves of shock. With their experience, they were naturally clear about the difficulty of making a giant card spirit. The selection of materials, the balance of energy, the stabilization of the structure, any slight mistake in any of these aspects could trigger catastrophic consequences. More than a decade ago, there was a card master who attempted to research giant card decks, i.e. cards that resembled the form of a sub-dimensional space beast. As a result, a violent explosion occurred during the card-making process, and the card master suffered a serious injury. Since then, giant card spirit decks had become a taboo in the card master world, and unless it was a naturally huge race like the dragons, very few people dared to easily try other giant settings.
And right now, a giant like Deja Ultraman stood before their eyes, its massive body containing amazing power.
A card of this size and grade could destroy houses and buildings with a lift of a hand. Such a deck, if used to fight against the behemoth infestation in the dimensional space, would surely become one of the strongest lines of defense for mankind. Chen Yuan didn't know what other people were thinking. At the moment, he was fully concentrated, with only this duel in his eyes. As soon as Deja Ultraman appeared on the scene, he launched a powerful attack. Light arrow cutting was suddenly released, and blue energy light bullets poured down like a rainstorm, exploding continuous energy ripples on the dueling arena.
Marred. Sneak attack on the way up.
Huang Xian maneuvered his card spirit to dodge hastily, anger rising in his eyes. He was still distracted listening to the discussion outside the arena. How could he have expected Chen Yuan to strike so decisively? Although these light bullets did not cause any substantial damage to his cards, they completely ignited his anger. Since we have entered the dueling arena, it is the beginning of the battle. If you think you can't beat them, why don't you reflect on yourself first? Chen Yuan shrugged his shoulders blandly, his tone cold. That is. Battle distraction is a card master's big taboo. How can you have the nerve to lick your face and blame others? Just now, if it was in subspace, your negligence would have been enough to be fatal. Voices of agreement resounded from the sidelines. Huang Xian's face instantly reddened, his ears filled with ear-piercing taunts. These guys, they were really good at backtracking and socking themselves with potshots. This was after all the home ground of second middle school, and the only way to shut them up was to speak with strength. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his anger, his gaze falling back onto Chen Yuan's 3 card spirits, the anger in his heart transforming into gravity and caution.
Who gave the information indiscriminately?
He had clearly investigated the geniuses of the second middle school before he set out, and he had carefully analyzed Chen Yuan's card information. The intelligence showed that Chen Yuan only had 2 summoning cards and 1 auxiliary card, which was still a defensive auxiliary card with little effect. On the other hand, he himself not only had 3 summoning cards, but also 2 game-type auxiliary cards.
Chen Yuan was nothing to fear.
There should have been no suspense in this battle.
However, the reality was a shocker.
Chen Yuan not only had 3 summoning cards, but all 3 star blue cards. The surging energy pressure was completely different from the rookie fish he had encountered before.
This is a ing pitfall.
Huang Xian frowned deeply, staring at Deja's huge body, his heart drumming.
If this were to be stomped down by the opposite side, would his own Kaling not die a violent death on the spot?
Fortunately, his worries were superfluous. In a duel between Kaling, size was not the key to victory. What truly determined the strength of a card spirit was the grade, attributes, and racial suppression of the card. Roar! The Shadow Berserker roared and Shadow Cage was unleashed. In an instant, countless pitch-black shadow hands sprang out from the ground, wrapping around Diga Ultraman, the Time King, and the green-eyed white dragon like chains, confining them to their original locations. The frozen beast followed closely behind. Ice prison was released, and the Sinsensen cold air reinforced the control. Ice crystals spread along the black shadows, freezing all of Chen Yuan's card spirits.
At the same time,
the Volt Beast dived into the ground, and the entire dueling arena shook violently. Countless debris floated up in the air, converging crazily, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a boulder with a diameter of more than 10 meters, wrapped with the momentum of 10,000 pounds, and smashed fiercely towards Dija. Too big.
The principal's brows slightly knitted. Voldemort's strike destroys the mountain and cracks the stone. The killing power can be extraordinary, but Dija didn't even dodge or avoid it?
The corner of Pan Yu's lips rose slightly. Chen Yuan was not simple, and according to her understanding, Chen Yuan would never take the enemy lightly.
Who?
The boulder broke through the air.
Chen Yuan was certainly not being generous.
It was just to test Dija's skill outer barrier. Anyway, sometimes when the king was bottoming out, he could play to his heart's content.
Boom!
The translucent colored ring-shaped light shield spread out rapidly with Deja at the center, enveloping the green-eyed white dragon and the Time King. Chen Yuan deliberately expanded the range of the barrier, and his spiritual energy flowed rapidly. The larger the range of the light shield, the greater the consumption of spiritual energy would become. Just like Deja's giganticization, the amount of spiritual energy consumed would increase when trying to maintain the gigantic form. Just like right now, for example, the amount of spiritual energy consumed by Deja was more than twice that of his regular form. Phew! The wind was raging, and the sand was flying. When the dust settled, the barrier was consumed. However, Dija, the Time King, and the green-eyed white dragon were unharmed and stood firm.
Chen Yuan grinned lightly. Now, it's my turn.
Chapter 71 Boundary of Light Negative Effects Dispelled.
Admitting defeat and apologizing. Dija Ultraman's figure stormed up like a supercar engine roaring, suddenly accelerating.
Flash Fist. The Iron Fist broke through the air, heading straight for the Shadow Berserker. Huang Xian's face was unchanged. The Shadow Beast's limbs appeared in ghostly light, and its speed suddenly soared, turning into a shadow that swept around the field. With the help of extreme speed, it was able to get out of the range of Dija's attack.
No matter how big it is, it's futile if you can't hit it.
Huang Xian let out a sigh of relief and laughed coldly. Unbeknownst to him, if this punch had come at him, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Chen Yuan obviously does not intend to do so. If Deja's punch really smashed in Huang Xian's body, even if he does not have to bear the legal responsibility, the subsequent trouble is also designated to be less.
In a flash of lightning, Deja's fist momentum steeply turned, reversing his attack. Bang!
Iron Fist cut through the air, wind whistling, directly smashed to the voodoo beast that had just poked its head out of the ground.
Book nah!
Huang Xian's eyes were wide open, his mouth wide open, incredulously looking at the voodoo beast that had been blown away by Dija's punch, shock written all over his face.
Right now, he couldn't care about anything else.
In the midst of his thoughts, 2 cards materialized between his fingers. 2 cards appeared between his fingers, and with a flick of his wrist, he headed for the center of the dueling arena.
One of the cards flew into the air towards the voodoo beast, and in an instant, the blue light skyrocketed. Earth Elemental Tide.
Auxiliary card, blue quality, can greatly enhance the card spirit's control over the earth element and increase the earth damage by 15%. Since Voldemort is a 2-star green card, the effect is increased by an additional 5%. Only to see the ground of the dueling arena suddenly churning, wrapping around the voodoo beast and retreating sharply, forcibly avoiding Deja's pursuit. Amidst the sand and dust, Voldemort's earth elemental affinity climbed as far as the eye could see, but the wound on his chest from the light fist was shocking.
Another card haunted with an ethereal green glow floated towards Deju Ultraman. Ancient Will. The effect of this card would cause the target to fall into a weakness state, reducing defense and attack by 10% each. Unfortunately, it was only of green quality, and the card's effect was drastically weakened against the blue quality of Deja Ultraman. The moment the effect was about to take effect, buzz! A white light blossomed from Deja Ultraman's body. Like a baptism of holy light, all negative statuses were cleansed away. The card Ancient Will crumbled and the green light collapsed. As for Deja, he stood proudly, his power not reduced in the slightest, still as before. Why? Why isn't your deck affected? Huang Xian's pupils shrunk, staring at Deja in disbelief. He clearly saw that the green halo of Ancient Will had enveloped Deja's body, but that silver-colored giant's aura had not been affected in the slightest. Hiss! The headmaster's gaze was astonished as he turned to Pan Yu and said in disbelief, "Did Chen Yuan just unleash a defense-type card to resist it?" There was no energy fluctuation. Pan Yu shook her head, she also somewhat didn't understand. Then what's the situation? Could it be because the cards Huang Xian used were of a lower quality, so they failed against Deja Ultraman? The principal frowned, puzzled. This possibility does exist, but in the situation just now, Huang Xian's cards clearly worked. But it was dispelled again in the next instant. I suspect that Chen Yuan should have used some sort of means we don't know about to cancel out the effect of Huang Xian's cards. Pan Yu thoughtfully analyzed in detail. That's the only explanation. The principal and several school leaders glanced at each other and nodded non-committally, their expressions still carrying a few moments of contemplation. The corners of Chen Yuan's mouth lifted slightly, and there was also a moment of surprise in Feng's heart, but it was quickly realized. It was the green-eyed white dragon's passive skill, Boundary of Light, that had taken effect. Within the boundary range, light attribute friendly units gained resistance shield, with a probability of immunity to the first negative effects. Deja was a light attribute unit, so he had acquired the resistance shield when he appeared. Both Deja and the green-eyed white dragon were of a higher grade than Huang Xian's auxiliary card, and the probability of triggering them was greatly increased. The negative effects of the card were successfully counteracted this time. Bang! The voodoo beast was just about to retreat, when Timeless King's sword blade had already chopped down harshly, completely blocking its path of retreat. On the other side, the green-eyed white dragon launched a fierce attack on the frozen beast. The dragon's wings stirred up fierce winds, and blazing white beams of light bombarded the ground one after another, forcing the frozen beast to keep dodging. The shadow beast was also running wildly. Deja's giant fist fell from the sky like a meteorite, casting shadows that felt oppressive. Chen Yuan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and Timeless King's chopping strike accurately hit the voltigious beast. At the same moment, green-eyed white dragon's explosive blast bomb also fiercely bombarded the frozen beast. Boom! As Deja's fist slammed down, the shadow maniac was pushed into the ground, and the arena shook. It struggled frantically, but was unable to shake the mountain like pressure. Boom! The second punch followed, and rubble flew. Looks like you're not good enough. Chen Yuan shook his head and laughed lightly. Deja raised his leg and threw a roundhouse kick, and the shadow berserker wailed as it was kicked high into the air. Ja Peliu light! Deja made an L-shaped gesture, energy condensed, and a blazing white stream of light suddenly shot out, tearing through the sky as destructive energy poured down. Huang Xian's face turned blue, continuously ordering the shadow berserker beast to defend. But it had already been blocked by the paralyzing effect of the flash boxing. At this point, it was difficult for it to escape. Damn it! Huang Xian clenched his fists tightly, wanting to rush up and beat up Chen Yuan. However, the intelligence data showed that the two had similar physical qualities, but right now, his own deck was completely suppressed. If he did it rashly, he might be crippled by Chen Yuan. Skill is not as good as others, Monet à Monet. Chen Yuan, let's stop here. I admit defeat. Huang Xian gritted his teeth and finally lowered his head, taking the initiative to admit defeat. Continuing to tough it out would only result in greater losses, so it was better to stop in time. Jinghai First Middle School, is this all you've got? Chen Yuan deliberately mimicked Huang Xian's earlier tone and laughed conspiratorially. Don't be too complacent. You really think you're invincible? Just wait, the person who will collect you is still ahead. Huang Xian was burning with rage, but he could only forcefully suppress his hatred and dislike him back. Oh? Tell me about it? Chen Yuan became interested and pursued. I'm not the only transfer student in Jinghai. I'm just the weakest one. Huang Xian gritted his teeth and squeezed out a hard sentence. He certainly wasn't at the bottom of the pack, and saying so at this moment was just a way to save some face for himself. The most crucial thing was to make Chen Yuan's heart jealous and make him afraid. Ha! Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh, his eyes playful. Fine, then if you say a few good words now, I'll let you take back your deck. You don't want your deck to suffer any undeserved damage either. Hearing Chen Yuan's threat, Huang Xian's chest tightened. Right now, his deck was completely suppressed, and he couldn't even recall it. If Chen Yuan really came down hard, even if he forcefully recalled it, the deck would inevitably be damaged, and might even cause irreversible damage. He couldn't afford to gamble. After a short moment of weighing the situation, Huang Xian gritted his teeth and raised his head, extremely reluctantly squeezing out a few words through his teeth. Chen Yuan, I, Huang Xian. Recognize you. What? Chen Yuan was almost choked. This guy's brain is in the water, right? Who needs your approval? That's enough, isn't it? Quickly let me retrieve my deck. Huang Xian's face rose to the same color as a pig's liver. Stand at attention when you're being beaten and apologize for what you just said to humiliate first middle school. Looking at Huang Xian's beaten face, the corner of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched. What's enough? Is that an apology? Looking at the sneering gazes thrown around, Huang Xian's face was on fire. But if he didn't bow his head, Chen Yuan would never stop. After all, this was the territory of the second middle school, and if it really got out of hand, the one who suffered would only be himself. He clenched his fists, swallowed his saliva, and said resentfully, I, first middle school Huang Xian. Apologize to the students and school leaders present, I shouldn't. Chapter 72, as long as the money is there, it's all dried up and broken for you. Making a pact. After some apologies, Chen Yuan then withdrew his hand, and Huang Xian was able to recall his deck. Still thought how powerful. With this much skill, you're learning from others to kick ass? Go back and practice for another 2 years. That's right, don't weigh your own weight, and you're worthy of clamoring in our second middle school? It's already an international custom to be mocked by a group of people for failing to kick off a tournament. Listening to the mocking voices around him, Huang Xian could only grit his teeth and endure even if he was angry again. Good job. The principal was all smiles as he applauded repeatedly. Principal, although Huang Xian lost, there's still Li Xian and Wang Xian in first middle school. Besides, he just humiliated our school like that, should we just let it go? Pan Yu had a straight face as she stepped forward and whispered. The principal's smile disappeared in an instant like magic. Of course he understood what Pan Yu meant. Repelling a Huang Xian today, there might be challengers from the attached middle school, the third middle school, and other colleges tomorrow. This time, it was just as Chen Yuan was out of the gate, but what about next time? If he was at the critical moment of card making, he couldn't be called out, could he? The principal revealed a thoughtful expression. The female teacher beside Pan Yu immediately chimed in. Principal, that kid is simply unselfish. You don't know, before you came, he was simply rampant to the extreme. Not only did he insult our Jinghai No. 2 middle school as a waste school, he also taunted our school students as a bunch of stinking fish and shrimp. He even threatened to hang you up and whip you, saying that the students you teach pull down the educational standard of the entire Jinghai. When these words came out, the principal's originally bland face suddenly changed and his eyes widened. What? He's going against the grain? Pan Yu quietly glanced at her best friend. This guy, how did he manage to make up nonsense without blushing or jumping? The key, this fabrication is a bit outrageous, isn't it? It's intolerable. Insulting the school and slandering the principal like this is clearly not putting our Jinghai No. 2 middle school in our eyes. The director of instruction was filled with righteous indignation, his eyes filled with monstrous fury as he snapped. Pan Yu's gaze moved slightly, feeling that the development of things was a bit beyond expectation. Saying so much, her original intention was to use the principal's influence to arrange for Chen Yuan to kick off to another school, and in the process help him grip some wool over the school. But the situation at hand seemed to have stirred up no small amount of hatred. She gently touched her best friend and lowered her voice. Pepe, it's a bit too much, huh? Bang! The principal slammed his fist on the concrete wall, shaking off a few wisps of dust and ash, and spoke. Indeed, it's over the top. Such arrogant students who have no respect for their elders must be made to pay the price. Pan Yu looked at the angry crowd, feeling a bit like an outsider. However, her heart was exceptionally clear. This moment was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she was busy taking advantage of the situation to say, Principal, I propose that Chen Yuan follow Huang Xian's example and go to other schools to kick the bucket. What do you think? Can Chen Yuan do it? The principal was slightly hesitant, his party's anger gradually subsiding and calming down. The strength of both the attached middle school and the other school should not be underestimated. Huang Xian may not be the bottom of the heap, but he's definitely not the strongest either. He recalled Huang Xian's words and frowned slightly. I think it's possible to give it a try. The director of instruction at the side said seriously. Teacher Pan, are you sure Chen Yuan can handle it? Don't be like Huang Xian when the time comes and be beaten back in disgrace. The principal pondered for a moment, his gaze turning to Pan Yu, his tone tinged with concern. Second middle school was at the tip of the storm, and any negative news could be amplified. Pan Yu looked calm and nodded. She had enough confidence in Chen Yuan's strength. So far, Chen Yuan had yet to experience a defeat. But on second thought, if someone could really thwart him, it wouldn't be a good thing for him? Headmaster, as long as the money is in place, not to mention Jinghai, even the colleges and universities in Huajing and Mordor, I can help you to up. Chen Yuan walked in faithfully and said calmly. Originally, he had come over with the intention of finding Pan Yu to go to the material library to replace the material, and it so happened that he heard the principal's conversation with all the teachers, and he had an idea in his mind. The principal was slightly stunned and quickly reacted. What money? Mustn't there be a fee for the beaters? Chen Yuan said rightfully, I remember that when a kicker wins, the school has a reward, right?
The principal was momentarily speechless. The school would usually reward students who succeeded in kickboxing, but it was always of an encouraging nature.
In other words, there was no mandatory requirement.
It was the first time he had seen such a blatant and righteous demand for a reward. He rubbed his brows and helplessly said, if you can win, the school will give you 2 blue materials as a kicking reward. Chen Yuan lightly laughed and shook his head, in that case, I'll take 1 purple material.
What?
The principal frowned, not expecting Chen Yuan to ask for a lion's share, and couldn't help but say,
the reward for winning the annexed school kickoff is only 2 blue materials, and you kid is asking for a purple material?
If the price was calculated, 3 to 4 blue materials would be worth 1 purple material.
Chen Yuan wanted to double the reward with a light sentence? How could that be possible? And there was no precedent for this in the second middle school.
No, principal, times have changed.
What you're saying is old news.
Prices are skyrocketing now, and it's only natural that the price of beaters should double as well.
Besides, what class are those people in the annexed middle school? Can they also be compared to me? Chen Yuan laughed nonchalantly, then calmly helped the principal with his analytical planning.
Now that our school is already going downhill, the principal must have been planning to turn the tide against the wind this year. If I sweep all the colleges in Jinghai in one fell swoop, it would be the equivalent of a vanguard breaking the formation and capturing the flag in one fell swoop.
Blowing the horn, when the time comes, not only will it boost morale, it will make the school famous throughout the city.
He purposely paused, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes.
Think about it, such a good deal for just 1 purple material, isn't it worth it? It's simply not worth it.
As Panyu, the principal, and the other teachers and leaders looked at the eloquent Chen Yuan, a thought flashed through their minds coincidentally.
This son will become a great man in the future.
Chen Yuan pursed his dry lips, and the knot in his throat rolled. The reason he was flirting so hard was because he was too poor. The materials in his hand looked quite a lot, but they simply couldn't withstand consumption. And the grade was too low to support the subsequent demand for card making.
Then, where should the resources come from?
He could only rely on wool gathering and slowly save them.
Good. As long as you defeat other colleges for the school, what's the harm in rewarding you with a purple material?
The principal stared at him with a deep gaze, finally gritting his teeth and speaking in a meaty voice. Today, Chen Yuan's performance had given him too many surprises. That confidence, that determination to fight for the school's honor, far exceeded that of his peers. More importantly, the current Jinghai Second Middle School really needed a victory.
Starfire training should have been the perfect opportunity for publicity, but the sudden spatial rift had suppressed the heat.
There were a lot of skeptical voices in the outside world, and some people were even calling for shady practices. If Chen Yuan could win, as he had said, it would be of great benefit to the school and to himself.
Chapter 73, Card Making, Nagato, Stages of Form.
The Risk of Purple Card Lurking. 4K Big Chapter. After finalizing the matter of the kickoff, Panyu led Chen Yuan to the school's material library.
When are you going to challenge the other schools?
On the way, the two chatted idly, and Panyu opened her mouth to ask.
Next month. First send out announcements for them to prepare, then let the media build up the hype. By the time I win the competition, it will benefit the school even more.
Chen Yuan cautiously replied back. In fact, he also wanted to challenge the other schools as soon as possible to get the rewarded piece of purple material. However, considering that he had multiple materials stored in his hand, he decided to postpone the kickoff time a bit later, reserving sufficient card-making time for himself.
Panyu nodded slightly.
With Chen Yuan's strength, she wasn't worried about winning or losing.
It's good that you have an idea. The school will fully cooperate with you.
But be careful, even though life and death are no matter in the dueling arena, don't hit too hard.
She thought for a moment and reminded.
It wasn't that she was worried that Chen Yuan would suffer, but she was afraid that he would hit his head, in case he didn't confiscate his hand and sent his opponent away.
Teacher Pan, where are you thinking? Am I that vicious?
Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows and laughed. Even though it wasn't illegal to kill someone in a dueling arena, he was well aware of it. If it really caused a death, it would have a great impact on his future.
Alright, give your material to Teacher Lu and go pick the material you need. I'll wait for you here. Panyu gently patted Chen Yuan's shoulder.
Chen Yuan came to the door of the material library and handed the Spirit Leaf Vein Blue to the administrator, Teacher Lu, and walked into the material library after receiving permission. His gaze swept over the blue materials on the display shelves. Looking for blue materials that could fit with the Ascetics Rosary Blue and Ascetics Shackle Blue. In this way, no matter what type of cards he wanted to design in the future, he could simply expand them based on the homologous setting without having to consider the materials. His requirements were not too high to say, and not too low to say. After all, the second middle school was not the best school, and the number and types of school materials in stock were very limited. Nor was it certain that suitable material could be found. His eyes wandered between the various types of materials, and he finally drew out a material with an ethereal blue luster, Pain Echo Crystal Blue.
Teacher Lu, I've chosen it. With a thank you, Chen Yuan left the material library. What are the next plans?
Pan Yu asked with a sideways glance. Chen Yuan had set the time to challenge the other colleges for next month, with a long idle period in between. Continue with closed-door card making. I'm not worried about the students from the other colleges in Jinghai, it's just that there's the National New Young Card Master competition coming up next, so I need to prepare properly. Chen Yuan said indifferently. He recalled some news that Du Tao had revealed to him. There would be some changes to the rewards for the National New Young Card Master competition this year. This also meant that the number of students participating in the competition would increase. Those great families with deep roots and cultural heritage, their sons and daughters, were their own formidable rivals.
Closing down to make cards again so soon.
Pan Yu was stunned for a moment, her tone dripping with concern. Card making is the most mind-consuming. If you feel tired, you might as well take a break, don't push yourself too hard. After making a card, an ordinary cardmaster would often need to settle down for a long time, waiting for inspiration to regather before continuing on to the next card. After all, card making not only required inspiration, but also all of one's heart and soul. Just like a writer creating a work, it often takes years. After finishing the work, it still needs to settle down and recuperate. It was not an easy task.
Mr. Pan, how can you slack off in your cultivation?
The way of cultivation is to row a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall back. Chen Yuan said with a straight face.
Was he tired?
Of course he was tired. But he had to do everything he could to cultivate card making in order to stand firm in the weak and strong world of cardmasters. Right now, there was already an evil organization staring at him in the dark, and a crisis lurked. The spatial rift was in constant turmoil, and the dimensional monsters could invade over at any time. If a crisis really occurs, can he defend himself? Could he protect his family? He didn't dare to stop, nor could he stop. Right now, he was. It was just like in the Immortal script, a small demon from the demon race, with a low bloodline, but he had to desperately cultivate to squeeze into the immortal class.
If he can't make it, then he will kill his way to immortality.
Without an umbrella, just run with all your might, to the point of leaving the wind and rain behind.
Yes, how can one slack off in cultivation?
Pan Yu seemed to feel something, her eyes rippled a little, and she sighed softly. The words hid a bit of helplessness and reflected reality. Card masters like Chen Yuan, who did not have a good background, wanted to reach the tip of the card master's pyramid, so how could they dare to waste half a day? The same is true for ordinary people outside of card masters. In the workplace to stay up 996, the school district housing before the crowded head, outside the long line of tutorial classes. Everyone curses the inside role, but who isn't gritting their teeth and staggering forward in this never-ending race? After parting with Pan Yu, Chen Yuan immediately used his cell phone to order a large amount of living supplies. Food, drinks, and daily supplies were all available. He had a premonition that this time, he was afraid that the time for closed-door card making would not be short. In addition to continuing to perfect the settings of Nagato, he still had 3 blue materials on hand waiting to be processed. In addition, he wanted to try to disassemble Louis Fei's cards. If he could completely dismantle those cards, it would definitely be a considerable gain. For this reason, he purposely borrowed several books on deck disassembly from Pan Yu, preparing to study them in depth.
The sky was getting dark.
Inside the card-making room, the supplies had been neatly arranged. Chen Yuan first went to the cafeteria to have a full meal before returning to the working table in the card-making room. Although he had not yet officially started making cards, he still customarily closed the windows and locked the doors to ensure a quiet and airtight environment. Afterward, he took out his card-making notes and tapped the tip of his pen on the surface of the paper, continuing to refine the details of the Nagato S setting. First of all, he organized the various stages of Nagato. Youth, pay in 6 paths of manipulation, obscene earth reincarnation, and healthy full body form. This was not fully shown in the original. Changes in Nagato's abilities were closely related to his physical state and transformation of his mind. After the framework was organized, Chen Yuan turned back and began to write Nagato's biography.
Nagato's life trajectory unfolded. Childhood. Nagato was born in the Uhidden village, a descendant of the Maelstrom clan lineage inherited from his mother. When he was young, his parents were accidentally killed by Konoha ninja during the Second Shinobi World War, and he was orphaned after he unconsciously activated the reincarnation eye transplanted by Uchiha Zebra in his extreme grief and killed his enemy in return. He was later rescued by Minami, and became attached to the 3 Yahiko, and together they studied ninjutsu under Zaraya's tutelage. Youth. During his youth, Nagato, Yahiko and Minami founded the organization Shao with the ideal of achieving peace without force. However, Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Hidden, was compelled by Tuzo to design a trap to force Nagato to kill Yahiko. When Yahiko died to save Minami, Nagato was crippled by the blast and in his anger, he summoned his first Gato demonic image to take revenge.
After that, he made the remains of Yahiko into the Tendo of the Six Paths of Pain and took control of the Xiaoya organization under the name of Pain, turning to the extreme peace philosophy of deterring the world with pain.
Pain's Six Paths.
Nagato hides behind the scenes and manipulates the six Pain Paths, six puppet corpses, each of which possesses one of the powers of the Eye of Reincarnation, shares the same vision, and has incredible combat strength. Under the spell of Uchiha Zebra, he led Shao to collect tailed beasts in an attempt to create a destructive weapon to intimidate all nations. In order to capture Naruto, the nine-tailed human pillar power, he manipulates Pain to destroy Konoha village, but is ultimately defeated by Naruto. During a conversation between the two, Nagato is sensitized by Naruto and regains his youthful ideals.
Filthy Earth Transmutation.
Nagato unleashes Gato Reincarnation-born art to revive the Konoha war dead at the cost of his life and dies of exhaustion. In the Fourth Shinobi World War, he was resurrected by Yakushido with that obscured Earth reincarnation and was controlled to fight with Naruto and Kurabi. After absorbing the eight-tailed chakra, he regained his youthful state, but his legs were disabled. He was eventually sealed by Uchiha Weasel with the Ten-Fist Sword and entrusted the vision of peace to Naruto before his death. Nagato in his youth, full of fervor and ideals.
Nagato in the period of Pain's Six Paths, cold and paranoid. Nagato after the obscene Earth transmutation, after seeing through everything, turned over and repented, and finally released.
And the peak posture that has not been fully displayed.
If he had not been eroded by the pain and hatred, what heights would he have reached?
Chen Yuan could not help but have a reverie. Every transformation of form was not only an evolution of ability, but also a refraction of faith and soul.
It can be said so. Nagato's life is the epitome of Naruto's proposition of hatred, redemption, and peace.
Chen Yuan sketched the outline of this sad and powerful man on the page, and as the persona was fleshed out, the characterization gradually came to life.
Phew! Chen Yuan put down his pen and gazed at the dense ink on the paper. He exhaled lightly, surging with the creator's characteristic satisfaction and despair.
At this point, the setting was all written. However, whether or not the above could be adapted to the Nagato of this world still needed to be verified during the card-making process. Chen Yuan did not rush to meditate on card-making. The materials used to create Nagato this time were all of purple quality, which was extremely risky for him, a newbie cardmaster with a spirit level of only silver. He decided to study a few similar cases of card-making first, and wait to find out the secrets and pitfalls before making his own cards. In this way, he could be a little more certain. He boiled himself a bowl of flour and casually flipped open the Cardmaster card-making advanced tutorial on the table. While shivering the powder, he read it carefully. There was no way around it, strong people were like this, they worked hard even when they ate.
The risk is actually so great?
Staring at the cases in the book, Chen Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, his chopsticks hanging in mid-air as he fell into deep thought. According to the book, materials of purple color and above were no longer simply dead. They began to develop a hazy self-awareness. This kind of spirituality is like the dew of the first awakening, although it has not yet taken shape, but in the process of card making, especially when the material is on the verge of dissipation, it will suddenly burst out of the instinctive desire to live. The slightest mistake will cause the whole card to develop in an unpredictable direction, thus leading to failure in card making. Simply put, card making is like inventing a machine. The setting and story are the blueprints and skeleton of the machine, and the materials are the parts that give it shape. When the card maker molds the materials into a card according to a strict logic, he is injecting a soul into the cold machine. However, once the parts themselves become conscious, the whole process becomes complicated. It's like a director who has planned everything meets an actor who is improvising. Originally only need to follow the steps can be, but because of a thought, evolved into an out-of-control stage. Of course, this kind of added drama may achieve unexpected magic. But more often than not, it will only make the original just right design deviate from the track, reduced to a failed piece of defective products. The art of high-level card making is to find a delicate balance between this game of precision and spirituality. That said, if the infinite deduction talent is used to prejudge the fit of the material, can the risk of mistakes be avoided? Chen Yuan lightly pressed against his jaw, murmuring in a low voice. In card making, there has always been both risk and reward. The experience of the first 3 times of card making proves that card skills must echo the character's origin, while the grade depends on the purity of the material, the strength of the setting, and the mental strength that the card master pours into it. If I can make a successful card this time, the strength of Nagato's card deck will certainly not disappoint me. It's likely that it will also bring me unprecedented energy feedback. Thinking of this, a faint light glowed in the bottom of his eyes, and he suddenly shook his head and lost his smile. No matter what, one must take this step eventually. Let's just feel it out for a while. Anyway, I got all the materials for nothing, so if anything dangerous really happens during card making, I'll just destroy the materials. Chen Yuan comforted himself and sat down on his knees. With the release of mental energy, the entire person entered a meditative state. Name, Nagato. The card pen fell in the air. The storyline and characterization transformed into a line, spreading out on the card surface like a living thing, outlining arcane trajectories. Buzz. While he was concentrating on drawing the card pattern,
Three materials suddenly emerged from the void, their purple auras flourishing, reflecting the entire spiritual inner landscape as brilliantly as day. Demon statue of the outer way purple, it transformed into a statue of a great age, and its demonic power was hidden. 5 elemental crystals purple, a crystal of 5 colors of light, with a compelling aura. Energy receiver purple, manifested as a precise metal device, buzzing and trembling. Chen Yuan was horrified beyond measure. These three materials were actually resisting his control, as if they were trying to break free from the inner landscape and leave him. What's going on? His eyes glared harshly, and he couldn't think about it in detail as he hurriedly mobilized his spiritual power to suppress it. Several pitch-black chains instantly erupted from the spiritual inner landscape, like scaly dragons strangling and confining the restless material to death. This was his spiritual realm, where a thought was born and all images followed. To put it in human terms, here, as long as there was an abundance of spiritual energy, he could manipulate everything as he pleased. These three materials aren't simple, they're even vaguely anticlimactic. According to the records in the teaching book, distraction was a big no-no during card making. However, when making purple cards, one must be distracted, suppressing the stupid purple materials while committing to card making. If you can't suppress the purple materials on the way to making a card, they will destroy the card. If they find that there is no hope of destroying them, they may simply blow themselves up. Although they do not cause direct damage to the card maker's body, if they are not defended in time, the card maker's spiritual interior will be damaged. Because of this, the creation of high-quality cards was not only dangerous, but also had an extremely low success rate. But to Chen Yuan, distraction? It didn't exist at all. Was the talent, dual soul resonance, a pose? However, just to be on the safe side, he had to make a little more preparation. With a thought, the three figures of the Time King, the green-eyed white dragon, and the Dija Ultraman appeared in the mental inner landscape at the same time. Chen Yuan detached a strand of his mind to attach to them, ordering them to suppress one material each. The dual suppression of the card spirit and mental power. With this double insurance, it should be foolproof, right? Chen Yuan looked at the three firmly imprisoned materials, and after confirming that they were no longer able to resist, he continued to focus on carving the card face. Of course, this suppression was not without cost. The rate of mental energy consumption when he was making cards was 3 times faster than usual. In the middle of the process, if he needed to make a detailed deduction, he would consume even more. As a result, he had to draw for a few moments before stopping to meditate and recover his mental energy. Making sure to maintain his mental energy at a safe threshold at all times. Under the premise of suppressing the manic material, he proceeded to make the card. Gradually. Above the card surface, a single thin and slim figure slowly took shape. Chapter 74 Naruto, Gedo Negato. Chen Yuan gazed at the card face image in front of him. The young man in the card face had a plain white face, his eyebrows were clear and cold, and although his eyes were empty and silent, he had his own overpowering yin qi coming out through the paper. His fingertips lightly scratched, the three material cards were currently close to collapsing, and could no longer pose a threat. That's a good look. Chen Yuan nodded slightly, then sighed as he thought of Nagato's late-stage figure. Heaven's destiny, half of it is not up to the people. This was his first humanoid deck. Unlike Du Tao's grandiose Shuhan 3 heroes, this youth was more like a thin blade out of its sheath, with a bit of feminine beauty in its sharpness. In the middle of scrutinizing, I suddenly felt a chill down my spine. That youth even suddenly walked out from the card face and stood in front of him. No! Chen Yuan subconsciously said, and then his pupils suddenly shrunk. The card had not yet been recognized by the heavenly Tao. How could there be a card spirit? His mind flickered, and the spirit inner scene stirred under his urging. The invisible force instantly dragged the youth back into the card face. It turned out that it was only the spirits that the material had nourished, they had not died out and were lodged within the card face. In order to completely master this card, one still needed to complete the card making and use the spiritual imprint to crush the chaotic spirituality bred by the material. The Time King, green-eyed white dragon and Dija turned their fronts like three fierce gods, guarding before the Nagato card that had been eroded by the material spirituality. Their fierce killing intent was as solid as substance, as if they were saying, better be honest, if you dare to make any small moves, you will be wiped out here immediately. Chen Yuan externalized his spiritual power. With a point of his finger in the air, the deck flipped over on its own, revealing a blank card back. As Chen Yuan manipulated the card pen to inscribe the card back pattern, the entire card began to tremble violently, and the material spirit that was boarded within it struggled madly. Fortunately, his spiritual power was abundant, which suppressed the restless spirit, and the card back inscription was able to continue. No wonder no one dares to easily attempt to create a purple card. If it wasn't for the fact that I have the gift of extras, with my silver level spiritual power, the probability of creating a long gate deck would be met with a backlash. Chen Yuan sighed with emotion as a trace of gravity flashed under his eyes. As the last stroke fell, the consciousness lodged in the deck was completely erased. Suddenly, a purple aura appeared, and the card transformed into a red-haired young man clad in a long robe with red clouds on a black background. He had a thin figure, a pale face, and a cold and gloomy expression.
The pressure of the Eye of Reincarnation spread noiselessly, the aura of divinity and destruction intertwined, causing one to shudder. He slowly opened his eyes and turned his sight toward Chen Yuan, the vitality in his eyes seemingly absent. Pain 6 paths. Chen Yuan's heart shook. This state of Nagato's eyes should be good for the period of Pain 6 paths. The card information also surfaced in front of his eyes at this time.
This skill characterization is a bit powerful.
Chen Yuan's eyes moved slightly. Even after seeing the power of the Outer Way King, he had to admit that the Nagato card was no less powerful, and was likewise a summoning card that could be considered an excellent one.
Name, Gato Nagato.
Quality, purple. Star rating, 4 stars. Race attribute, Maelstrom Eye Flight, Gold, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Mystery, Shadow, Space, Reincarnation, Combat, Sublime, Ancient.
Card type, Summoning card.
Skill 1, 5 Attribute Transportation Technique Mastery Introduction. Mastery of all chakra nature changes, can combine to release wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder transportation, e.g., wind transportation, gale palm, rain tiger's self-contained technique, and phantom body technique. Skill 2, Wanxiang Tianin Introduction. Free manipulation of objects, but with a limited range. When using this skill, mental energy consumption will change according to the quality of the object.
Skill 3, Outer Path Reincarnation Born Introduction. Resurrect the dead at the cost of their lives. After performing this skill, the card will fall into silence.
The first silence time is 168 hours. The silence time will increase with the number of times the skill is cast.
Skill 4, Shenluo Tianzhang Introduction. Shenluo Tianzhang is divided into 2 kinds. One is normal power, launched once, need to wait 5 seconds to launch again.
That is, using the repulsive power emitted from the palm of your hand with yourself as the center, you can send your opponent or technique flying. The second type is Super Shenra Heavenly March. At the cost of reducing the card master's mental power limit, the center of itself knocks back enemies within the range and inflicts 250-500% attack power damage. With an additional space shock, the target of the hit cannot obtain any gain effect for 3 seconds. Skill 5, Earth Explosion Introduction. Select a target area to generate a gravitational core that continuously absorbs enemies and deals 90% of attack power damage per second, ending with a detonation that deals 300% of attack power damage. If there are 3 bodies of pain on the field, the absorption range is expanded by 50%. Mental power consumption is increased by 100%. Skill 6, Gato Pack summons Pain 6 paths: Heaven's Path, Hell's Path, Hungry Ghost Path, Shura Path, Earth's Path. Path on his own. When he debuts, the 6 paths inherits 80% of Nagato's attributes, and consumes Nagato's 5% of his current life value every 60 seconds. Forcibly recalls him when his life falls below 5%. Cost, for every 1 body of pain that exists, Nagato receives 5% more damage and the cardmaster's spirit consumption increases by 100%. Introduction. In the Naruto world, the orphan of the Maelstrom clan, the 2nd generation head of the Shao organization, and the holder of the Eye of Reincarnation. When he was young, he and Yahiko and Minami founded Shao to pursue peace, but he was framed by Hanzo and Tuanzu and witnessed Yahiko's tragic death. His legs were disabled, and his beliefs collapsed. He used Yahiko's corpse as a tendo puppet, manipulated Pain's 6 paths to wash the village of Yu hidden in blood, and declared himself the new god, spreading pain to the world in order to deter peace. In order to capture the 9 tails, he invaded Konoha and destroyed the entire village by launching the Super God's Heavenly March, and was eventually sensitized by Naruto, who spent his life resurrecting those who died in the war to atone for their sins. Advancement direction: Pain Incarnate Nagato Orange, Reincarnation Creation Nagato Red. Progression: Nourishment of Spiritual Thoughts, Hope, Redemption, Power of Pain. Tie-up: appear together with Yahiko and Minami to activate the tie-up effects: Redemption of Rain, Hidden, and Foundation of Dawn. Between the brightness of his vision and the return to reality, Chen Yuan got up and stretched. Although the skill damage is high, the consumption is equally huge. Every time I cast Super God Luo Tianzhang, it lowers the mental power limit. Does this mean a mental power downgrade? Or is it simply lowering the ceiling, so can the reduced portion be reconditioned back? It's still irreversible. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows as many questions arose in his mind. If the depletion was irreversible, then every time it was activated, one would need to be careful. The same goes for the Outer Path contract. Although it is able to summon the 6 paths of pain, when added to the depletion of the main body, it's equivalent to 7 times the spiritual power depletion. Even if I have a dual soul resonance and my mental power limit is twice that of an unusual cardmaster, I'm afraid that I won't be able to support myself for too long. Chen Yuan could not help but smile to himself. Originally, he was still proud of his high mental power limit, but when he compared it to Nagato's skill consumption, his mood instantly hit rock bottom. However, Nagato's 1 card is worth 7 summoning decks. Most importantly, it's still 7 4-star purple cards. If utilized properly, even when facing a weaker quasi-master cardmaster, it's no different. Of course, that was all Chen Yuan thought for a moment. This was by no means the case. Chapter 75, the contract is successful. Heavenly Tao. Hell's Path. A true quasi-master cardmaster wasn't something that could be fought by piling up a number of cards. Quasi-masters possessed 5-star purple cards, rich combat experience, and not a few other types of cards. With the opponent's late gold level mental power reserves and physical strength, both were far from something a silver level could forcefully touch. If encountered, relying on Nagato to delay some time is still possible.
But want to cross the level to kill?
It would be better to dig a hole and bury yourself before it's too late. Chen Yuan gazed at the card in his hand, feeling the pulsation of the energy in his body resonating with the card. Suddenly, a demonic purple aura erupted from the face of the card, and Nagato's vision emerged in the halo, his voice like a bitter cold wind.
For what reason do you desire power?
Surprise flickered in Chen Yuan's eyes, then turned into a deep calm. The world has never truly understood your pain. The low words seemed to have traveled through time and space, overlapping with the Yuan village in his memories. In my hands, the eye of reincarnation is no longer the shackle of a curse, but the key to your cutting off karma.
Walk with me, and you will see the true dawn. The piece Yahiko expects will be recast by you and me.
The cards began to tremble violently, and the power of the contract intertwined in the void. Thanks to the experience of successfully contracting with the cards 3 times before, he had already honed in on the essence of the card contract. Words were contracts, and every word was cause and effect. As long as the promises made by the cardmaster were in line with the card's settings, there was a high probability that they would be recognized by the card spirit. As Chen Yuan's words fell, a purple aura erupted from the card. The lights in the card-making room flickered, and the liquid in the ink bottle reversed the flow and turned into sticky plasma. The ceiling cracked with a chakra eye-shaped void rift, and 6 pitch-black chakra rods blasted into the ground, forming a hexagonal formation. In the center of the formation, the silhouette of the Gato demon statue slowly rose in the blood mist. In a crack in the void, a mechanical wheelchair carrying the pale and withered Nagato slowly descended. Dozens of black rods connecting to the demon statue extended from his spine, and thick plasma dripped continuously from the bottom of the wheelchair, haloing the ground in shocking pools of blood. As the rust of the wheelchair peeled away, Nagato briefly resumed his youthful stance as a silhouette hovering in the air. Chen Yuan raised his hand in a false grip, the indoor wings of light tightened, and all the visions receded like a tidal wave. The Nagato card that flowed with purple lines fell steadily into his hand.
The contract was reached. Surging energy swept through his body like a tidal wave.
Chen Yuan could clearly feel that his physical strength and mental power reserves had reached a new height. The feedback from the increase brought about by the long gate card far surpassed any of the previous cards. One could only say that it was worthy of being a 4-star purple card. Chen Yuan clenched his fists, feeling the energy rushing through his body. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, yet he sighed softly. Unfortunately, it's still a thread short of the late silver standard.
But it's time to be content.
To be able to break through from bronze to mid-silver in just 2 months, such a cultivation speed was extremely rare amongst the top geniuses in the country. Just as he was about to retrieve his deck of cards, Suddenly, he noticed that on Nagato's information panel, Skill 6, Outer Path Contract, there was an underline under the words Pain 6 Paths, which seemed to be a viewable option.
Chen Yuan's mind focused, and the new panel instantly unfolded.
Heaven's Path, Hell's Path, Hungry Ghost's Path, Shura's Path, Earth's Path, Path. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly as a trace of surprise swept through his heart.
The names of the 6 pain paths could actually be viewed individually in their panels?
If that was true, I'm afraid that the value of this one card of Nagato was worth 7. In that case, it seemed that each pain was a separate entity with exclusive abilities, equivalent to Nagato being able to summon 6 4-star purple cards at the same time. He focused his spirit on Tendo, and then Tendo's information panel surfaced.
Name: Pain Tendo Puppet Body. Grade: inherited 80% of Nagato's attributes. Race: Golem. Skill 1, God's Mighty Pressure Introduction. Apply Pain Field to the entire field enemy unit attack speed 5%, skill cooldown plus 10%. Skill 2, Wanxiang Heavenly Leader. Skill 3, Earth Blast Heavenly Star. Tendo, as the head of Pain 6 Paths, inherits Nagato's strongest reincarnation eye abilities, including Shinra Tenshin, Mangekyo Tenshin, and Earth Bursting Heavenly Star, with effects, skill power and side effects of 80% of what Nagato unleashed. Note: Gato reincarnation cannot be inherited by nature, and can only be activated by Nagato's own body. The power of the Gato cannot be transmitted through the Black Rod. Introduction: Nagato's best friend Yahiko's posthumous puppet, the head of Pain 6 Paths, and the bright-faced leader of the Shao organization. He was born a martyr to his ideals, and died a puppet on the strings of hatred. He is a dead soul nailed to the throne of God, and has not found peace until his death. Direction of advancement: 100 battles Tendo Orange Shinrin Tendo Red. Mode of advancement: Nagato's promotion. Bond appears at the same time as Pain 6 Paths to activate the bond effect 6 Paths Gathering and Rinnegan Eye Sharingan. Rokuto Gathering, Jutsu and Resistance plus 10%.
Rinnegan Sharing, the vision of the 6 Paths of Pain is interconnected, realizing 360-degree combat with no dead angle. Chen Yuan lightly stroked his jaw, very surprised inwardly. Interesting, although the 6 Pain Paths are all puppets manipulated by Nagato, but in terms of strength alone, the Tendo is definitely considered to be in the top tier even among the 4-star purple cards. He narrowed his eyes slightly as his thoughts flew. Such a change was undoubtedly a good thing. If the later Hell Road, Hungry Ghost Road, Shuro Road, Earthly Road, and Road were all similar to the Heavenly Road, then a single card that could completely be used as 7 decks. This was something that could save him a lot of money on materials. However, the only flaw was that summoning Nagato and making the pay and 6 paths appear at the same time would be very taxing on the cardmaster's mental energy and would not allow for a long-lasting battle. Perhaps could try to go for an explosive flow. That is to say, encountering a battle quickly, and then with the bond bonus, there will be an unexpected effect. With a thought in his mind, the Heavenly Dao's panel slowly disappeared, and the Hell Dao's information panel unfolded in front of his eyes. Name: Pain Hell Road. Grade: inherited 80% of Nagato's attributes. Race: Golem. Skill 1: Reincarnation Interrogation Introduction, shoots a chakra black rod at the target, dealing 120% of attack power damage. Skill 2: Golem Reconstruction Resurrection Intro, selects a golem racial unit such as Pain's other 5 paths, and instantly resurrects it and restores 20% of its maximum life value. Introduction: the Golem Repairer and Inquisitor of Souls of the 6 Pain Paths, a twisted creation that governs the boundaries of life and death. It is the destroyer of the rules of life and death, and the most silent shackle in the chain of tragedy. Advancement: Judge Hell Road Orange, Prison Master Hell Road Red. Mode of advancement: Nagato's promotion. Tie-up: appear together with Pain's 6 paths to activate the tie-up effect, 6 paths gathering and reincarnation eyes sharing. Chapter 76, 6 complementary paths, 1 against 7. Killing intent dormant within the Kyukai. Name: Pain Hungry Ghost Road. Grade: inherited 80% of Nagato's attributes. Race: Golem. Skill 1: Hungry Ghost Pounce Introduction, pounces on the target and tackles and devours it, dealing 150% of attack power damage. Skill 2: Seal Absorption Intro, when receiving spell damage, absorbs 50% of the damage value and converts it into a chakra shield. Shield limit equals Hungry Ghost Road's life value x 150%, with the overflow damage being taken by the main body. While the shield exists, Hungry Ghost Road's general attack adds energy reversal, target's next skill, mental energy consumption plus 10%. Skill 3: Ninjutsu Mirror Return Introduction, converts the current chakra shield value into an energy wave bounce, inflicting shield value x 120% damage to enemies within a straight line, and attaching disorder, disables the skill for 2 seconds. Description: a humanoid shield in the 6 paths of pain, a living forbidden art that desecrates the laws of energy with flesh and blood. It is the black hole of chakra and the laughingstock of mundane fists and feet. Direction of advancement: Eater Hungry Ghost Road Orange, return to the ruins Hungry Ghost Road Red. Mode of advancement: Nagato's promotion. Tie-up: appear at the same time with Pain's 6 paths, can activate the tie-up effect, 6 paths gathering, reincarnation eyes sharing. Name: Pain Shirudo. Rank: inherited 80% of Nagato's power. Grade: inherits 80% of Nagato's attributes. Race: Golem. Skill 1: Arm Transformation Passive Skill Introduction, punch attack, can switch 3 forms 5 seconds rotation. Missile Nest, fires 3 tracking rounds at the farthest target, 80% attack power per round. Laser Cannon, straight line penetrating damage, 200% of attack power, with additional searing. Sawblade Arm, melee slash 150% attack power, additional bleed. Skill 2: Saturation Strike Intro, pours fire on a locked area, dropping 6 missiles per second, 80% of attack power per shot for 3 seconds. If your own life value is below 50%, additional laser strafing, skill range expanded by 30%. Skill 3: Mechanical Ascension Self-Detonation Introduction, suddenly advances to the center of the target to self-detonate, dealing 300% attack power ranged damage, retreating itself and leaving behind. Mechanical Wreckage, lasts for 10 seconds, dealing 50% attack power damage to the surrounding area every second. Description: the humanoid arsenal of Pain's 6 paths, a killing sculpture driven by technology and hatred. It is the pinnacle of war machinery, but also the scrap metal under the iron fist of mortal flesh. Direction of advancement: War Kuei Shirado Orange, Final Blast Shirado Red. Mode of advancement: Nagato's promotion. Tie-ups: appear at the same time as Pain's 6 paths to activate the tie-up effect, 6 paths gathering and reincarnation eyes sharing. Name: Pain's Way of the World. Name: Pain's Way of the World. Class: inherits 80% of Nagato's attributes. Race: Golem. Skill 1: Memory Snooping Passive Skill Introduction, attacks with Heart Layer Dive attached. If the target's life value greater than 50%, steal the opponent's memory for 3 seconds, great probability to prejudge the direction of the next attack. If less than 50%, reduce defense by 5%, stackable for 3 layers. Skill 2: Illusion Mirror Return Introduction, the first time your party's card spirit is affected by an abnormal effect, you can transfer the effect to another target. Skill 3: Soul Sucking Introduction, bursts in behind the enemy with the lowest life value and performs the soul extraction ritual, deals 200% attack power damage and adds a confusion effect for 3 seconds. May attack friendlies while in a state of confusion. Description: the Soul Reaper of Pain's 6 paths, a living torture device that pries open the brain's medulla oblongata with its 5 fingers as the key. It is the mind reader of the underworld, and the sad footnote of the Hollow Golem's readings.
Advancement, Heart Layer Stalker Human Way Orange Infernal Heart Demon Human Way Red. Mode of Advancement, Nagato's Promotion. Mode of Advancement, Nagato's Promotion.
Tie-up appears at the same time as Pain's 6 paths to activate the tie-up effect, 6 paths gathering and reincarnation eyes sharing.
Name, Pain Dao. Grade, inherits 80% of Nagato's attributes. Race, Golem.
Skill 1, Psychic Pack CD, 12 seconds description. Summons one body of basic psychic beast split dog Yatagi bird rhinoceros lobster centipede panda, inheriting 60% of the attributes of Dao, with a maximum of 3 bodies present. When psychic beast dies, 50% chance of splitting, e.g. split dog 2 small dogs. Skill 2, Beast Tide Charge Intro, commands all psychic beasts to pounce on the target area, causing group trample. 70% attack power, ranged damage per 1 body of psychic beasts present. Additional, Tear Bite, target healing efficiency is reduced by 30% for 6 seconds. Introduction, the living summoning gate in Pern's 6 paths, a war tunnel that connects all beasts with corpses as deeds. It is the pinnacle of psionics, but also a broken doll under the fists and feet of mortal creatures. Advancement Direction, Master of the 10,000 Elements of Psionics Dao Orange Nest of the Devil Statue Beasts Dao Red. Advancement, Nagato Promotion. Tie-up appears at the same time as Pain's 6 paths, can activate the tie-up effect, 6 paths gathering and reincarnation eyes sharing. Chen Yuan was horrified in his heart after checking the information panel of the Pei N 6 paths. These 6 cards, any one of them alone was a very powerful card. What was even more terrifying was that they were not isolated individuals. The power of the 6 paths complemented each other, vision was shared, and tactical coordination was seamless.
One didn't even need to expend one's mind to manipulate them.
One only needed to give them specific mission instructions. Jinghai City, deep within a certain villa. Xiang Qihua sat on his knees, surrounded by 5 green porcelain bottles, the mouth of the bottles dense strands of colorful light, such as silk like fog, slowly being incorporated into his body. At this moment Xiang Qihua, although his appearance is not in a sorry state, but his complexion is somewhat depressed, his face is pale and bloodless, and his eyebrows are vaguely permeated with deep fatigue. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, and a palpitating color flashed in his eyes. Du Tao is worthy of being the best of the top card masters. I have been holding back for many years, always presenting myself as a senior card master, but in reality, I have long touched the threshold of the quasi-master level. But I didn't expect that, after pouring my all into it, I would even have trouble defending myself against a heavenly thunderbolt that Zhuge Liang casually sent out. At the cost of shattering a card, the power of the heavenly thunder was only halved, and the remaining force still hit me hard. When Xiang Qihua fled Jinghai City in haste, he was detected by Du Tao. Although he tried his best to break out, he still paid a terrible price. Several elite followers of the ancient god sect's Jinghai stronghold were lost, while he himself was seriously injured and nearly perished. As a quasi-master card master, he held 3 5-star purple cards and 8 other grade summoning decks. This was supplemented by numerous battle cards and support cards. However, in front of Du Tao, it was nothing more than a mantis, and the other party's casual strike made it difficult for him to resist.
Damn it, when exactly did that kid Chen Yuan notice?
I've been hibernating in the Jinghai for more than 10 years, and I've never shown any cracks, but now I've been recognized by a brat, and I've even lost 5 of my followers, and my entire plan has been ruined. Xiang Qihua sneered, his eyes flickering. Du Tao should have already returned to Huajing to resume his duties at this moment. No one should be able to think that the old man has also been hiding in the Jinghai all these while recuperating. Chen Yuan, to be able to create cards that span dimensional attributes, such talent, I, ancient god cult, am determined to obtain it. Even if it's a corpse. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his killing intent austere. It would be best if he could be captured alive, if not, he must bring back all of his cards.
Chapter 77, Star Ascension? Or Upgrade? Full flow of card removal. At this moment, Chen Yuan once again sank into a meditative state.
The nail of atonement was suspended in the void. Now, only the back of the card had not been inscribed. He sketched with his pen, and wherever his brush went, blue streams of light flowed out from between the lines, like starbursts converging. He was already familiar with the entire card-making process. With a light lift of his fingertips, the cards fell steadily into his palm as if they were being pulled. A translucent azure-colored panel appeared before his eyes. Cardmaker, Chen Yuan. Age, 17. Cardmaster rating, Trainee Cardmaster 100%. Need to go to the Cardmaster Association for certification and pass the test before advancing. Spirit level, Mid-Silver Spirit Power, 896. Possession of cards. Summoning cards, King of Fungus, Green-Eyed White Dragon, Deja Ultraman, Nagato. Auxiliary cards, Sacred Shield Reflective Mirror Power, Nail of Atonement. Talents, Unforgettable, Twin Souls Resonance, Twin Souls Resonance. Identity, Jinghai No. 2 Middle School Special Training Class Student. Chen Yuan put down the just completed Nail of Atonement in his hand and let out a long breath. There was no further card making. Instead, he looked down at the time. A full 24 days had passed since the closed door card making. Ding! Several messages popped up on his cell phone.
Chen Yuan clicked on them to check them one by one.
These messages were all from Lu Chang, and they were all about some developments in the special training class. For example, screenshots of the special training class's weekly examination results and test papers. There was also a practical training session conducted by the special training class some time ago, but Morong Qingxue easily won with an overwhelming advantage. What was even more remarkable was that she had also managed to produce a third summoning deck. Again, it was a 3-star blue card. According to Lu Chang's description, the power of this card was amazing. Although it was still a bit inferior to the King of Time, it was already amazing enough. After reading the message, Chen Yuan slowly put away his cell phone, and his gaze fell on another material in his hand, Pain Mask Purple. This purple material fit perfectly with Nagato's progression path. He couldn't help but ponder, if he incorporated it into Nagato, what kind of changes would occur? Chen Yuan acted decisively, immediately plopping down and entering a meditative state. He first summoned Nagato and then took out the Pain Mask Purple. As soon as he put it into his hand, the mask trembled violently, as if it had a spirit that wanted to break free and escape. Nagato's gaze was fixed, and he probed his hand in the air, clasped his fingers, and confined it in his palm. With a little force, the mask shattered and turned into a mass of demonic purple aura, trying to escape, but was forcibly absorbed into the body by Nagato. Choose the direction of enhancement, star grade quality. Chen Yuan thought briefly and decisively chose to upgrade the star level. The upper limit of purple cards is 5 stars, and Nagato is currently only 4 stars, so there is still a lot of room for growth. If you focus on quality and ignore star rating, it will be difficult to utilize the full power of the card. Current star level experience 10%, 90% short of 5 stars. Experience value? Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. A purple material could provide 10% star level experience? He suddenly remembered that he still had 3 blue materials in his hand, which happened to meet the conditions of Nagato's devouring. Originally, these 3 materials were intended to be used to forge equipment cards or auxiliary cards. But at this moment, he was more eager to verify Nagato's star leveling pattern. This was crucial to his future growth. With a thought, he took out the 3 blue materials without hesitation. Compared to the agitation of the purple fodder, the blue fodder appeared to be much more docile since it was a dead thing with no spirituality. It saved him a lot of trouble. Nagato directly devoured the Pain Echo Crystal Blue. Chen Yuan gazed intently at it. Sure enough, the star level progress bar changed once again. Current star level experience 12%, 88% short of 5 stars. Only a 2% boost? Chen Yuan frowned slightly disappointed in his heart. The blue material was a bit of a drop in the bucket. However, since he had already used it, he simply took out the Ascetics Rosary Blue and Ascetics Chain Shackle Blue together and let Nagato devour them. Current star level experience 17%, 83% short of 5 stars. According to this math, at least 40 blue materials are needed to ascend from 4 to 5 stars? He whispered to himself, then shook his head. 40 blue materials may be quite a lot for ordinary card masters, but it shouldn't be anything for those big families. But if that was the case, why was it still so difficult to raise the star level and grade of the cards? Chen Yuan was puzzled, and in the end, he can only attribute it to his own external characteristics. Since cards can devour materials, can they directly devour other cards? He suddenly recalled the 7 cards he had seized from Luifei, which even included 2 purple cards. One had to know that making a purple card required at least 3 purple materials, if not more. If he could directly devour the cards, wouldn't he save the tedious step of disassembling them? He immediately took out the cards and attempted to have Nagato devour them. However, unsurprisingly, there was no response. It really doesn't work. Chen Yuan was not frustrated. After all, this was originally a sudden thought. Since the cards could not be directly devoured, they would be dismantled step by step, one by one. Immediately, he put away his long gate and began to focus on the dismantling of the cards. Chen Yuan's first time dismantling cards, he didn't dare to be careless and cautiously chose a green quality auxiliary card. It was still the worst quality one in Luifei's deck. Happily, all 7 of his cards were tainted with dark elements. The core of the cards contained pain, and Nagato would be able to devour them. Even if he couldn't devour them, he still had the Toki King, Deja, and the green-eyed white dragon in his pocket. If he couldn't devour them all, then he could keep them either to trade them in at the black market or keep them to make new cards. In any case, it would definitely come in handy. The process of dismantling the cards was more difficult than he expected. Although he had read a lot of books and cases before dismantling the cards, it was only when he really got started that he realized the subtleties of the process. To dismantle a card was to analyze the worldview and character setup constructed by the other cardmaster layer by layer. Only by completely deducing the underlying logic of the cards could they be precisely deconstructed. Because of this, most cardmasters will try to capture the original owner of the card when they dismantle the card, and force them to ask about the card's setting. After all, the only way to dramatically increase the success rate of card dismantling was to know all the settings. Chen Yuan did not need to worry about this at all.
This was because the talent of infinite deduction was able to clear the obstacles for him. At the moment, he was focusing on dismantling the cards, relying on his talent of infinite deduction to gradually backtrack and pull out the cocoon. Although the progress was slow, as long as he worked steadily, he was completely certain that he would be able to completely strip out the materials from such cards in his hands. There were 7 decks in his hands. If they could all be deconstructed successfully, at the lowest estimate, he would be able to harvest 6 purple materials, 9 blue materials, and 6 green materials. And this was only a conservative calculation. The exact amount that could be squeezed out would still depend on Louis Fei's consumption when making cards. If all of the dismantled materials were to be devoured by Nagato, would it be possible to impact a 5-star purple card? A hint of burning flashed under Chen Yuan's eyes.